plate and watch my dirty drawers.
She thinks she's supposed to lead.
I am,
Cause she know how to read.
I do. But Jezebel, are you aware he gave dominion to me?
Funny, you claim dominion, but forget you made from dirt. You hating on me, I built community. You chasing women's skirts. Say you supposed to lead, shit, you could've fooled me. How you gon' leave when you hear whining about how you ain't in need? Talk your talk. You want me to submit to your emotional inadequacy. Boy, you full of shit, you can't compete with my capacity. Talking about order, but you still out of line. Quoting Timothy and Paul, boy, they was talking to their time. Right.
Welcome to the YouTube fam. Say what's up in the chat. Smash the like button. Thank y'all so much for 100 shares. Hey Ray, what's up RP? Happy almost weekend to you too. What's up, so? Let me change the gift goal, y'all. I don't know what's going on with that.
I do what the fuck I do. I'm just something I knew. Her mouth so loud, her words be foul. She just a bell, I bet she proud. Always talking about equal ground, but the tone she got ain't fit for crime. She thinks she wise, she claims she free, but she acting like gotta make me. I carry the seed, I'm supposed to lead. Why won't y'all concede and take a back seat? She want peace without man control, but a man gotta lead. That's how we roll. Every time I speak, she gotta correct me. Damn girl, can a man just be?
Call it balance, I call it stress. She call it logic, I ignore the rest. Saying the plan is outdated, but she ain't got proof. I call that selective, she call it true.
You too loud.
What's up, Shodan?
Always got opinions, always starting a
What's up, Rocksteady?
You don't know your place, you don't know your lane. You made me look bad when you don't act the same.
My voice ain't rebellion, it's just my sound. You mistook confidence for battleground.
Hey,
You
silly
call me
goose.
trouble 'cause I don't bow well. But baby, that's power, not hell. Not your curse, not your tiller. I'm a storm you tried to build. You built the myth, I wear it well. Call me Jezebel and
Yala. What's up, D'Amico?
Always talking freedom, that ain't the plan. She don't know her place, that's what I see.
I know my worth, that's all I need.
I don't bow down, I play my seat. Your plan ain't built for women like me.
She rebelled,
I was free,
she's a curse.
I'm what you fit to be.
Together,
You built a myth, now watch it swell. The power you curse.
What's up, Lovey? What's up? I hope you're feeling better. Hey, silly goose. Shodan, I'm having a great day today. I was telling them before I brought in the YouTube family, started to go on a rant because a live that I saw before I went live, it was a live with Black Christians, who was basically saying that atheism is a white man's new religion. And their mascot's name is Prophet Reason. And they have in the image people bowing down and praying to Prophet Reason. Exactly. That's unreasonable. Like, it is so crazy. And like I was saying, like, I'm not shocked that Black Christians think that atheism is something white people do. But the fact that the thing that you have against atheism, or the thing that you think atheism is reasoning. And that's the thing you are telling Black people not to follow, is using their mind. You're so welcome, Larry. You're so welcome. Yeah, like it was an honor to do that and tell your sisters. Like I said, y'all have my condolences. I told my daughter about that, and like just being able to do that, and those words being able to comfort you and your family at this time means a lot to me, and I'm honored. I'm honored that you know, you even asked me to do that. Um, Larry's mother passed away on Tuesday, and they are going to have her funeral uh, Saturday. And Larry asked if I could make a version of Daddy Did You Know, but a mama version. And I did that for him and his sisters today, and sent that over there, sent that to them, and they're going to play it at his mom's funeral. And it's the that's the thing that I love about the AI, being able to use the AI, being able to put my words to music, and you know, it helped people, comfort them during that time. There's another thing that I did that I want to play for y'all. Uh, I don't know. Some people might not like this song. Now, you're not that you might not like it. It's triggering. Okay. But I was thinking, I was watching a video on the FYP um, the other day. The African women are fighting against gender-based violence, domestic violence, and there is a blackout that's supposed to happen on November 21st. If you are participating in that, the purple profile pictures is what you see all over the FYP. And the video did trigger me because I am a survivor of domestic violence. I told y'all the night before my dad died, he told me that I was going to go through that. And he was right. He told me that the only reason why I wasn't being hit was because he was here to protect me. And as soon as he's gone, he said he doesn't hit you now, but as soon as I'm gone, he's going to start knocking you upside your head. And he was right. And I told y'all my 7-year-old son, what gave me the strength to leave was my 7-year-old jumping on his dad's back, fighting him, trying to get his dad off of me. And him calling me a bitch in front of my son, and him telling my son, don't listen to your dumbass mama. If a woman acts like a bitch, you better treat her like a bitch. And that's what gave me the strength to leave, was seeing my 7-year-old try to defend me. My 6-year-old daughter running around us in a circle, crying, screaming for her dad to let my hair go. And then seeing my youngest two on the bed, I looked and I'm like, no, I can't raise them up in this, especially not him thinking that he has to defend me at 7. So I changed the locks that day. But like, I'm looking at this video, and when I opened the comments, the images, the women sharing images in the comments was non-stop. Like, I ended up downloading 46 of them. 46. And I turned them into a video, and it is triggering, but it's something that needs to be seen. And I think also along with the words that I wrote, because as I'm sitting there watching this video, and I was paralyzed in that moment because I was just like, thinking about what women go through and the conversations that we have. We had just finished having a conversation about Adam and Eve earlier that day, and them not understanding like what the knowledge of good and evil is. And it just made me wonder, because somebody on the panel that day had asked, what was it good in the garden? And I said, from whose perspective? And when I'm looking at this video, and I'm thinking, like, what was Eve's perspective? Right? Like, what? We don't know. What was Eve's perspective in the garden? What was she experiencing? Why did she desire wisdom? Like, nobody ever asked that question. Why did Eve want wisdom? And so I started writing, and I just said, what if Adam was abusive? And I just started writing. And this is the song that came out. Like I said, trigger warning. Well, it's not, the song isn't triggering, but what it's about, I guess. But I named the song "The Ache Had a Name." So the ache that she was feeling had a name. But here is that song.
broken. The way he spoke of order and the world he trapped her in. He gotta decide and define that life was called paradise. But what if she saw differently through her own eyes? What if he got loud and the questions told her thinking was rebellion? Twisted lies into the truth, convinced of curiosity was rude. What if she understood control is care? What if she understood love is fear? What if while walking in Eden, he prayed for Satan just to give a reason? What if Adam was abusive and Eve didn't understand the bruises? What if the garden was a cage and she the bird he tried to tame? What if the serpent wasn't danger, just the first voice that felt sane? And she started thinking, what if the egg inside me has a name? What if God's plan was Adam playing God inside my brain? What if Adam is a monster, jealous cause I'm smarter? What if wisdom was the fruit that stripped the truth from every lie? What if she didn't want to live, but wanted to die? She was raised to take excuses, trained to bend instead of break. Called it love when it was hurt, and called it God when it was fake. Every time her voice got louder, someone told her to be still. As if surviving in a nightmare was the proof of woman's will. And what if Eve was never fragile, just convinced she had to be? What if women learned the danger long before they learned they're free? Be patient, be quiet, be grateful. He made you, he only wanted silence. That's why he needed someone new. Don't forget he had lived before you. What if Adam was abusive and Eve didn't understand the bruises? What if the garden was a cage and she the bird he tried to tame? What if the serpent was in danger, just the first voice that felt sane? And she started thinking, what if the egg inside me has a name? What if God's plan was Adam playing God inside my brain? What if Adam is a monster, jealous cause I'm smarter? What if wisdom was the fruit that stripped the truth from every lie? What if she didn't want to live, but wanted to die? Oh. What if Adam was abusive? What if paradise was pain? What if every rule of God was just a man trying to reign? What if Adam was a monster and the weapon was his voice? What if leaving Eden wasn't sin, but his very first choice? What if Adam was a liar? All the things he taught her kept her from the truth inside. What if Eve wasn't disobedient, she knew it was a lie? What if Eve was never falling? What if she just chose herself? What if loving him and dying, so she reached for something else? What if Eden wasn't safety, just a place you learn to hide? What if leaving wasn't weakness, but a spirit staying alive? What if every woman after carries echoes of a fight? What if Eve was never sinful, she was finally choosing right?
And when we think about it, now that we know for a fact that reasoning is Satan to them, what if Satan's voice was the voice of reason in the garden? Selena, is that you or is that your husband? Selena. Oh goodness. um,
Man, she tired.
man, she is tired. Yeah. So like Satan's voice, the serpent's voice was what if the serpent's voice was the voice of reason that got Eve to thinking, right? And it was her way of wanting to get out of the garden. We don't think about that,
I
right?
don't even know if I could put a what if on that because reading the passages and what the serpent actually said does sound reasonable. It
Hmm.
does sound logical. You know, we know he told the truth. So,
And then now we have pastors saying, "Yeah, the serpent told the truth, but he used the truth to trick you."
mm, same thing you doing.
Exactly. But now they're telling people that we're using truth to deceive them. And it's crazy that truth can be formed as a as deception and lie
Hmm.
be a lie be justified as a pathway to salvation, and that be accepted. And knowledge is demonized. Reasoning, critical thinking is demonized.
Hmm.
And people are literally telling people to stay away from people who think.
Right.
Um, I was on the Empress's Live again today, and we were talking about there was a male Christian on there who was justifying the God using the raping of David's wives as a punishment for David. And I asked a female believer, what did she think about that? That, you know,
Hmm.
that your fellow male believer is saying that he said the women wanted it. And I said, what do you think about that?
Mm-mm-mm.
And we're talking, and we started talking about like Isaiah 13, and how the God says in Isaiah 13 that his consecrated ones will grape women on his day of the Lord. There were women believers in the chat telling her not to listen to us when we were saying that, like, that's evil to use graping of women as a punishment for, you know, for men. And the women in the chat who were believers were saying, don't listen to them. God is
Mm-mm-mm.
just. Everything God does is just. And I'm thinking to myself, like, that you're literally telling her not to listen to reason. And this is how shit
Mm.
like this get justified in today's time. And so that's why
Wow.
I the top topic today is believers deprioritize knowledge, therefore the world suffers. We all suffer when y'all deprioritize knowledge, when y'all deprioritize thinking, because like y'all claim y'all have free will, but the for some reason free will not take y'all asses towards your own brain, and I don't understand why that is. Y'all's free will stop y'all from y'all's free will answers why your God won't stop y'all from murdering, from raping women, from beating children, from lying, from stealing. Like, your free will take you to all those places. But the one place your free will won't take you is fucking critical thinking and reasoning and reading. Why? That's weird to me. I feel like there's got to be some type of power over that. Cause what? There's got to be some supernatural power that's blocking y'all from reading and thinking critically. But all that other shit y'all would do. I'm trying to figure it out.
Well, it's just looking at it, I mean, shit, I mean, being in that belief system, I mean, that's like science 101 to me, because I mean, we're taught not to think. We're taught to believe. Thinking is not a part of the deal, you
But
know?
we're also taught not to murder. They still do that.
Yeah.
We're taught not to lie. They still do that. Right?
Mm-hmm.
We're taught not to cheat on our spouses. They still do that.
Mm-hmm.
Why is it that thinking and questioning and reasoning is the one thing that they obey?
I don't know. It's like I said, I think it was, for me, it was more or less the fear that was put into me about questioning anything that, the Bible said about what this God did or can do or whatever the case is. Um, I mean, I was literally raised that way. I mean, you get popped in your mouth for questioning God. I mean, you better
So you're
even
saying
ask
that?
too big of a question.
So you're saying our parents put more priority on question, like not questioning the God, than not than like stealing something from the store?
I would almost say yeah to that, you know. Yeah, you get the punishment for stealing from the store or doing something bad and this, that, and the other, but um, to question the God, that's petty. Everything else is petty, when it comes to that belief. And in some cases, I can't speak for all, but I know that the way I was raised and coming up in a Seventh-day Adventist church, yeah, you get hit in your mouth real quick, you know. And more or less, being an adult and thinking about it, it wasn't the fact of them saying, don't question God, don't question God. They didn't want me to question them because they couldn't answer what I asked. And I think
Mhm.
that's more or less why you getting popped in your mouth.
Hey Ty,
Hey, hey, give me just 1 second.
I never thought about whether the emphasis, the teachings growing up, if they put more authority behind not questioning than they did stealing or having sex outside of marriage.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, what was it? God don't like ugly. God don't like what you're doing. God's going to get you. God's going to punish you for whatever you did in this world. You know, that's the way it was thrown on me. God see what you're doing, and He gonna get you for that if you don't change your ways. Yeah, God's always above everything.
Yeah, but and they did that with sex. They did that with stealing.
Mhm. Yeah,
So what? Mm, I definitely think
So sorry about
it's
that.
gotta it's something. There's some powerful influence that's that's blocking them from using their own brain, but allowing them to feel like they have the freedom or the grace to do all this other fuck shit and still be redeemed. But they
right.
don't think that they can be redeemed for questioning their God.
Mm-mm. Yeah, it's yeah.
I'm sure it's fear, but like, why don't the fear stop them from doing all the other fuck shit? The fear works to keep them from questioning it or going against the idea of it. But the whole idea of it is supposed to be the deterrence to keep them from murdering, from raping, from stealing. It doesn't stop them from doing that. It gives them the opportunity to be forgiven for doing those things, but it stops them from questioning it.
Hmm.
That I don't understand.
My mama used to say, "Who is you to question God?" I'll never forget that voice. Who are you to question God? That's what she used to say to me.
And then, like, do they believe that they won't be forgiven if they question the God? Is it that forgiveness, like, they know they can be forgiven if they kill somebody? Do they believe that they will not be forgiven if they question the God or if they go against the God? Is that what it is? There's no forgiveness for that. It has to be something, because I don't know. I'm not understanding why they'll have sex outside of marriage, but they won't question what they're being taught about the God. I don't know. What's up, Ty?
Hey, hey, I just wanted to come up and ask a few questions of you if you don't mind, or give you some information I
Is it?
just found out. Because go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Is it about the topics or is it about the food drive?
It's about the food drive.
Okay.
So I sent you go ahead.
Go ahead.
So I sent you a message on Discord asking for the address so that way I can look into who ships to that area. Because I even just found out like some carriers don't ship to certain areas. Um, so I want to make sure that I get that down. I did hear that Amazon does ship over to Jamaica, and they do grocery deliveries over there as well. So that may be one way. And then I did find someone who has a carrier service that delivers to Jamaica, and they'll take it on as well, called Add to Cart. So those are the things that I'm working with. Also, they have suspended the duty and like import taxes until the end of the year. So that'll be really
Okay.
great. Hopefully, we can try and get something in before then, so that way we don't have to pay any taxes on it.
Okay, awesome. My daughters are gonna help you. They're gonna work with you, and then one thing that we were talking about doing was doing like a local drive where we collect canned goods, diapers, and stuff like that here in our local area, and see if we can
Right.
add to that and ship that. But so they are going to help with that. So I'll connect y'all if that's okay. And then I did put
Cool.
the address in the Thinker live chat, but I'll post it again at the end of the
Okay.
live. Yeah.
Okay, cool. I can go back and search for it. I just wanted to make sure. But yeah, so that I can start looking at how to get that over there and who goes to that area and things like that and what the cost might be for a certain weight, so that way I can kind of get like a rough estimate on how much it'll cost.
Okay. All right. That sounds good.
Um, I found a place that had like, because I know in Jamaica they like stuff shipped in barrels. So I found a place that does like refurbished food barrels, which will be the plastic ones, and you supposedly can get them for $30. So I'm trying to see if I can get in contact with that company that'll do that. And if I can get a couple of those for like $30, I'll pay for those myself and just get them so that way I know that they'll be on the way and we'll have them.
Okay. What is it? You said food barrels, like barrels with
Yeah,
food in
so
them, or
like no, the so just the container itself, like the plastic have you it's kind of like a curl the barrels that they do the distilleries work with. It's shaped like that, but it's the plastic blue ones usually.
oh, okay. So we can put food in it, is what you're saying.
Yes. And
Okay.
they ship usually in Jamaica. That's how they like stuff shipped, and we usually don't have a problem with like things going through import when they're shipped in barrels. So they just open the barrel, look down off in it, pull a few things out, and then go about their way.
Okay. Okay.
Hmm.
All right, that sounds good. And so I'll check your message on Discord after the live this morning. I got one meeting with my team after the live this morning, and then I'll check that, and then we'll go from there. But
Okay, I'll
the
also go
address
back
is
and
in the
try.
Thinker live chat.
Okay, I'm gonna go back and look in the live chat deal and find the address.
Okay. All right.
All
Thank
right,
you.
thank you.
You're welcome.
No problem.
Hey, Pumpkin. Let's see. Nancy, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Big C Bowling. Big C. Hey, Larry.
Hey,
How are you?
Thinker. Oh my gosh. I'm so good right now because what you did for me today solidified a lot of things. That was great. My sisters, they were like crying. They heard the first version of it for your dad, but and I told them, I say, but she's going to make it for mom. And when they heard it, they called me crying.
Oh,
Thank you so much, Thinker.
you are so welcome.
You don't even because we're doing all this funeral arrangements and all that stuff, and um, my mom she got remarried, so we have a stepdad, all three of us. So going, when you get into that part of it and going through all of that with someone trying to be in control of everything, it was it just really gave us so much comfort. That song, oh my gosh, you are awesome, girl. And me and my sister, we're going to be singing together because we're singing
Oh,
family. But and I sing at everybody's funerals, all family members, anybody that asks. But my sister, she's a little more like kind of like reserved when it comes to that. But she's doing it, and
oh,
she is who inspired me, along with my mom. And we're singing "One Sweet Day" by Boyz II Men and Mariah Carey. So it's gonna be me and her
oh.
doing the duet with, and I got friends that are coming to back us up with the background. So it's gonna be so great. And I'm gonna do like pictures, like a collage of pictures while your song is playing, and I'm gonna record it for you so you can see the
You gonna
magic.
have me crying.
It's gonna be good. Thank you. Oh my gosh. I'm just so I'm calm. I'm at peace now because all week I was in shock for the first probably 2 days, and then after that everything just hit me. But I had work to do, and so it's turning out just like it's supposed to. And I want to thank you so much. That's it. I want to
You
thank
are
you.
so welcome.
Can I
And
please just sing something just for
yes,
you? This
yes.
is for you and everybody on the panel. But I am a singer. That's what I do. That's my profession or whatever. But I'm not famous, and I ain't trying to be really. But I just like to sing, and I just want to sing this for you. Okay. Okay. Here we go. Butterflies begin from having been another, as a child is born from being in his mother's womb. But how many times have you wished you were some other? Someone then who you were. Yet who's to say that if all were uncovered, you would like what you see? You can only be you, as I can only be me. That's for everybody. Thank you. Thank you so much, Thinker.
You are so welcome.
I
You
am,
have a beautiful voice.
thank you so much. And you do too. You
I'm gonna
do too.
say it.
You do too. I already heard it when I first came on. I was like, okay. I mean, the things you were talking about, I was like, okay. But when I heard you sing for the first time, I was like, okay, she's good. And we have our birthdays are in July, so we cancers,
Oh
and
yeah,
we
cancer.
do that.
Yeah,
No, I'm
cancer.
just saying, but it's love. It's all love, and I just can't tell you how much this community has meant so much to me. And deconstructing, and I've been listening to you for like over almost a year now, and when you responded to me today, I'm like, I'm nobody. I'm just Larry, But you responded and you were like, I'll have it to you by the night. And when you sent it to me, I was like, oh my gosh. I felt like I was famous.
But you are somebody. You
I
you
know
are
it. I
part of
know.
the community. Like I see your
I know.
comments.
And community
And
is so. It's like what we need. It's what we need. So, thank you so much, man. That's it. I'm gonna go to bed because I got my mom's wake is tomorrow, and I gotta get up, go get a haircut. I gotta go do but everything's in place. It's working out for good, and it's gonna be great. So thank you, and I'm gonna send you some clips of of you know the funeral and everything like that. Just so you can see how much you inspire me.
Well, I appreciate that, and just know, like, my love and support is with you.
Thank
Singing
you.
at a parent's funeral is tough.
Mm.
It's tough. Um,
I tried to do it the other day and I broke. I just couldn't. But that's what I do all the time. I sing at funerals. I've been doing that for like over 35 years, And but this is different.
mhm.
But
You can do it.
I know I
You
can
might
do
you
it.
might break down. You
My
might break
sister
down,
and
but
my
you'll do
sister
it.
too, and she's awesome, but she don't do it. She just stopped doing it. But I convinced her. Me and my other sister convinced her, and she's gonna do it, and I know it's gonna be awesome because we're together and we're doing this together for our mom, and we loved our mom, and my mom loved us. She has grandkids, great grandkids that love her. She got to experience that and all the things, just family and love. So we're gonna show. We're gonna. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. And thank you
Yeah.
so much for that. What you did for me today. You just don't even understand how to put the icing on the cake. Cause yeah,
You're welcome.
when my
Again,
sisters
it was an
called me
honor.
crying after I'd sent it to them, they were like, "Oh my God, who is she?" I was like, "Well, I don't know if you want to know who she is right now, but I'll let you know who she is because I come from this just like you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So everybody's, but my sisters they're more, not that Christian that Christian, the Christians that we know of, very open minded and very, I actually had a drink with them for the first time. I didn't even know they drank. Like what?
Oh wow.
You
You
can't-
might find out they might one of them might be deconstructed. No,
Right. I'm
but
hoping. Yeah. But I was on my way to see them. We were, after we had to do some business, and my sister called me. She was like, "Can you please go and get us some Moscato, please?" And she said, "Don't get one bottle, but get like two or three." And I'm like, "What?" And it was good. You know what I'm saying? It was just us reflecting and us, you know,
Moscato and mom.
Moscato and mom. Hey, it was
Yeah.
Moscato because that was good. Because I don't drink like hard liquor, and they don't drink at all. That's what they said, but they wanted something to drink, and it was good. It was so beautiful,
That's
and I
good.
love my sisters. My big sisters. I'm the baby, so you know how that is. But they love me. I love them, and we're family. And you guys are my family too. So I just want to thank you so much, everybody, this
You're
whole
so
community.
welcome.
Yeah, yeah. So I'm gonna go ahead and get me some rest because I got a big day tomorrow and then Saturday. But I'm gonna definitely send you some clips. Okay?
Okay, thank you. I
Right.
appreciate it.
You're welcome.
And I
Yeah.
love you, and
Thank
I hope
you so
you
much.
sleep well.
Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, guys. Y'all have a good night, and I'll
You
see
too. Good
y'all on
night.
the next day.
All right.
You too, man.
All right. Bye bye.
It was sweet.
Hello,
Can
thank you
you?
for letting me up.
Hi. How are you?
I'm doing great. How y'all doing tonight?
I'm doing good. Can I get your age and then let me know if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing or an atheist, please.
Yes, thank you for asking those questions. My name is Maraz. I am 30 years old, and I actually am a believer in the Holy Bible. Yes.
Okay. And which of the topics on the post did you come up to discuss?
If you don't mind, I would like to. Is it only one I'm allowed to pick, or may I discuss very shortly each of them?
I would like one because
Okay.
we kind of go deep into the conversations, and they might take a while. So if you just pick one that you really want to discuss.
Yes, for sure. Um, Believers deprioritize. Well, I would say, does the world need less or more of Jesus followers? May I pick that one?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So I I'm going to use strictly because I respect your platform and I respect everybody going on in here. It's all love. So I want to start off by saying that I'm only going to use what I know from my Holy Bible, not to diffuse or argue anything that anybody else believes. Okay. Um, the world needs more Jesus doers. And what I mean is, there were multiple people in the Bible that followed Jesus, but Jesus himself said, if you are a believer and you are a follower, then you will hold to my teachings and do what I do, which means you will have to possess knowledge of good and evil, which means you will have to love, which means you will have to do these things. Um, Also, Jesus said that there are actually more people who claim to believe in him that are going to, quote unquote, a place opposite of him than those who have no knowledge of him. Get what I'm saying? So I think more so that we need more Jesus doers because the followers are not true. And Jesus made it very clear that if you do follow a path at which my name comes with, then you have to come with all these things that most people don't come with, which is why you find a lot of people who claim to be believers or followers doing things that break down the name of what a true Christian is or what Jesus may be. And what happens is Jesus gets the backlash behind it. But I will state that most followers are not actual followers. So we need more doers than followers. So that'll be mine. It is a little off from the question, but people need to do what Jesus said if they're going to use Jesus' name. Because at the end of the day, there needs to be love, and there needs to be
So what?
things that. I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry. I thought you were done. Go ahead.
Oh no, I'm done. I'm sorry.
What exactly is uh, a Jesus doer that you are saying that people should be doing that Jesus did?
Correct. So Jesus never murdered anybody. Jesus never did these things that we find believers doing. Right? Jesus never judged. Jesus never committed what people say that they commit behind marriage or even before, things like that some of these Christians bash other people for, right? So Jesus was always looking into himself, right? Jesus would pray, Jesus would look for others, Jesus would go around, quote unquote, who he called sinners, to actually get in their life and be better for them, not more so bash them. So I say doers because a lot of people will follow Jesus, but not understand that he calls you to be financially secure, not understand that he calls you to gain knowledge, not understand that he calls you to really look upon yourself and take the plank out of your own eye before judging somebody else's, right? Um, because there's a lot of hypocrisy in it. So Jesus calls a person that says, hey, if you're going to follow me, then you have to make sure that you are set on many levels, because then what had happened is you would push people away, and people would actually look to get rid of me or people who follow me because you're not doing exactly what you need to do.
I guess like saying that Jesus never murdered anybody. I don't. That's kind of odd to me, considering Jesus as God kills a lot of people in this book, and then even His Holy Spirit kills Ananias and Sapphira for not giving all their money to the community. And because I don't think that if Jesus did kill somebody, you wouldn't call it murder because he's God in your eyes. Also, saying that he never committed adultery, right? He was never married. And so, if you're going to be a Jesus doer, then I would have to say those of you that got married are necessary that you would be a follower of Jesus and not a doer, right? Because he never married. And in fact, he said those that are eunuchs are, you know, higher in the kingdom than those that are not. Um, Jesus also he he was supremacist. Like he was an Israelite supremacist, so he prioritized the superiority of the children of Israel over non-Israelites, and he would say harsh things to Gentiles or about Gentiles. Um, he did judge, right? And I think it's kind of um, unfair to say that humans um, should follow Jesus, who didn't judge when he is God in your eyes, and him calling people faithless, saying that they are like whitewashed tombs, saying that they are, you know, from their father the devil, things like that. That is judging, and I don't think that you see it as judging because he's Jesus, right? And we do see believers doing these things. Like they come in here all the time and they repeat the things that Jesus said. Like he called um, non-believers, or at that time they wasn't even. He wasn't focused on non-believers. Anyone that was not an Israelite, right? Gentiles were swine. Israelites who did not accept his message that he is the Messiah, the promised Messiah, were swine. And so we get believers coming here all the time quoting that scripture, "Don't cast your pearls before swine," right? And so that's them doing as Jesus did in 2025, calling us demons for not believing in Jesus. And that's a Jesus doer because that's what Jesus did.
Yes, are you I'm waiting until you're done. I apologize.
No, I was done.
Yeah, definitely. I respect everything you said, and I appreciate that. I do want to talk about just the last part you said because it was a lot. So I respect it. We would go on and on, but as far as when it comes to
I'm sorry, 1 second. What did you say? You respect what? Like I didn't talk as long as you did. It's
no,
interesting.
I didn't say you did, Miss. No, not at all.
You, I'm sorry. You said it was a lot, and then you
No,
said
no,
you
it's
respect
a
when I go on and on.
no, 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 no. It was a lot of rebuttals you brought up, so I didn't want to go for each and every one of them. That's what I'm saying. So I was just going to pick one because you said in the beginning just pick one because we can tend to go on and on. So I didn't want to go on and on. So I'm saying I was just going to pick one rebuttal that you spoke about, if that's fine.
Well, it's all about the doing, and you saying that he didn't judge, he didn't commit adultery, right? And I just responded to the things you said he didn't do with examples in the book where he actually did those things, or that he couldn't because he never got married, right? Um, that's that's all I was doing. So it's the same topic. You don't have to like unless you want to try to like go to the scriptures and discuss why I'm why I have the wrong perspective or understanding. If that's what you want to focus on, I could understand why you want to go one by one. But I just responded to your claims of what Jesus did or didn't do. Does that make sense? I mean, did Jesus do that? That was weird.
He just dropped.
Yeah,
Wow. Okay.
that was weird.
Yeah. Okay.
Uh, I, what did I say?
Didn't say anything. I thought the conversation was going pretty good. I don't know.
He said it dropped him. Where is he at? Is he in the chat? see him in the comments. Oh, he said he got a call. You can request back up. He just commented to say he had a call. Are you able to request back up? Because I was getting ready to say, I was like, what did I say? Are you going to request back up music? Is he still in the chat? I'm trying to give it time before I bring somebody else in. Okay. I don't know. He isn't saying anything else. Mr. James?
What's going on?
Hi, how are you?
All right, all right.
Can I get your
Let me
age?
ask you.
And then let me know if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing or an atheist, please.
So, say that again. I didn't hear you.
Your age, and let me know if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing or an atheist.
I'm 57, and I believe in Jesus Christ.
All right. And which of the three topics on the post did you want to discuss?
Uh, see, the world needs a little more. The world needs a little bit more Jesus. And the
It
reason
doesn't say
why
that. It doesn't say the world needs more Jesus. It
it
says, does
said,
the
dude,
world need less? Does the world need less or more of Jesus' followers?
it needs more Jesus followers.
Okay. And why?
Because you look at it, you have people all over the world just doing senseless killing, just doing senseless things that don't make sense, and uh, they don't know how far from Jesus they are. My thing is this: what people? I'm assuming you're atheist here or whatever. I'm assuming that people that don't believe in God, don't believe in Jesus, don't follow, don't do nothing. My thing is this: what if you get all the way to the end of the world and you find out that God is real, Jesus is who we say he is, then what? You done spent your whole life trying to disprove that he doesn't exist. People will go out their word. They'll go out their way and follow people that can't do them a bit of good or don't mean them a bit of good. I can give you some examples. You
Hold
take
on, hold on. Let me respond to the question that you asked.
go
I
for
think it's interesting that I would have to wait until after death to know whether your God exists or not. Like if I make a claim that your God does not exist, which I don't. You've not heard me say that. But if I made the claim that your God does not exist, the fact that your God will wait until I die to show me that He does exist, um, like it's
it.
nonsensical,
It's
right? You
it's
wouldn't
this.
know. One second, you wouldn't know whether your God did that, and neither would I because I wouldn't be conscious. I wouldn't have a brain at that point. My brain would be rotting in the ground. And so no one would know, just like you don't know for the people who have died whether they have been able to answer Pascal's wager at all, right? But the thing is the life that I do have, the where I am conscious right now, I don't see a God doing anything and following an idea for the sake of fear of another idea and justifying harm because of that idea and the life that I do have does not make any logical sense to me at all. And this God justifies the harm, the senseless killings that you came up talking about. Most of the senseless killings that we are seeing in the world right now is done in the name of the God in this book, whether that be from Christianity, Judaism, or Islam. It's done in this God's name. It's done because people are claiming to be the people in this book. It's done because people are claiming that a God gave men superiority or dominion over the earth. They're quoting the the text, the commandments of the God. So
So
that doesn't make sense to me to sit back and just be like, "Oh, I'm going to be okay with these senseless killings." And be scared to speak out and say that I'm not okay with it. I don't agree with it because I don't know if there's going to be spiritual fire when I die.
let me the reason why you don't know is because you don't take the time out to get to know. You have to take the time out to get to know who gave you life, who
How do you
who
know that? How do you know what I take the time out to do?
by you talking. Do you
No, you
really
don't know that. You don't
do,
know that. You don't know that.
you,
You don't know that.
so man,
You are you're speaking
when did,
just
when did,
because I don't just because
okay.
I don't I've already told you that I don't have the conversation. I don't make the claim that your God doesn't exist.
That's
You didn't even ask me why I say that. And then you don't know me. You don't know what
okay.
whether
And
I
then
was ever wait, I'm talking right now. You don't know whether I ever believed in this God. You don't know what I do on a daily basis pertaining to the questions that I ask about this God. You just assume because I don't believe like you that I did not search. That's what you're doing.
okay. And I apologize to that. I apologize. But ma'am, this is what I'm saying. Everybody in the world, I mean, I'm not saying everybody, but majority of the world is spending their time trying to uh disprove that God exists. But
Why would they do
you'll
that?
go
Why would
say
somebody
that's the
if your God is real and your God is
if
so good, how if your God is real and your God is so good, why would, as you stated, everybody in the world spend their time trying to disprove something that is good and real?
first of all, God does exist. He's always existed, and he would exist
Can you answer the
forevermore, even
question?
after
Why would someone spend their time trying to disprove something that is real and good?
even evenness. Evil has
Evenness?
sin has took over
But
evilness. Sin
hold
has
on.
took over. Sin has took. Hold on. Let me
I'm
say.
trying to understand what
Sin
you're
has
saying.
took
Are you
over.
saying evenness?
I'm 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 I'm
What are you saying? Say it again. Are you
I'm saying
evenness?
evilness. Evilness.
Evilness.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Say sin has took over the minds and the hearts of so many people. The
So I want to kill people. Is that what it is? Like I just told
no
you
no
that
no
I
no
hold
no
on. I
see
just told you that I
take
don't agree. Wait, I just told you that I don't agree with the senseless killings that are done in your God's name. And so I spend my time
but you
going against
you
your God
you
because
you
I'm evil because I want more killings.
no look man, you saying my God is behind these senseless kids and it's not.
I said they're
He's
done
not.
in your God's name. I did
It
not
is
say
not
your
done it.
God is behind
That's
them.
that's just like saying he's behind it.
No, it's
And
not.
people who go out and commit these horrible tragedies in uh in God's name. in Jesus' name. They're not of God. They might say, well, God told me to go out and just murder you for no reason. No,
Wait, is
and
there a
like
reason to murder?
they no, hold on. Let me put it. It's never a reason to
Wait,
murder.
you
It's
added
never.
okay. Okay, so when you
It's
said for
never.
no
There's
reason, that
never.
doesn't make any sense though. Why did you add
No.
for no
There's no
reason?
reason. There's no reason ever to commit murder.
Except
It's
when your
it's like
God says to do it.
it's like when people say God God told, I forgot who it was, go out and kill everybody in their city and don't leave nobody alive. He did that because sin had took over the world, and it
That's
was
not
it.
true. That see that here's the
That's
thing.
not
That
true.
first off, no, and then you are giving a reason for murder. You say that there is no reason
I'm
for
not,
murder, but you are. There
man.
the reason for murder is when your God says to do it.
Well, look,
That's
look, look,
literally what you just
look.
said. Your God told them to go into the city,
Miss,
annihilate everybody, genocide everybody because sin had gotten so bad in the world. Like, but your God, who is all powerful, right, and is responsible for
mm-hmm,
giving life, as you stated, and waking people
mm-hmm.
up, woke up evil people just so his favorite people could go in and kill them the same day he
No,
woke them
no.
up.
See, this is how Satan gets people.
I'm sorry,
They,
that's logic. Let's hold
this is
on, Mr.
Satan.
James. Let's walk through this.
Satan.
Does your Mr. James?
No,
Does your God wake people up in the morning?
yes, he
Is your
does.
God
He
all
wakes me
right?
up.
All right, your God wakes you up every day, and then
He
so
wakes
did
you
your
up.
God? Wait. Did your God command the Israelites to go into Canaan and to kill them first because they were sinners?
No, he well, you got to look at what Canaanites was doing.
I understand you think that they were doing something. We'll get to that. But did your God wake the Canaanites up? Was your God
Yeah,
responsible for
well,
also
everybody.
waking the Canaanites up?
Yes, he was.
All right, so one at a time. So your God woke the Canaanites up, right? Even though your God thought they were evil and responsible for all the sin on the earth, your God woke them up. And then that same day he woke them evil people up, he commanded his favorite people, the Israelites, to go into Canaan and kill them after your God woke them up.
Once again. So once again, this is why people say the serpent is more subtle than any other creature on earth. He's more cunning. The devil knows how to enter people's minds and twist the word of God.
I
He
understand the
twists
devil is
every.
logic. I
No,
didn't
no,
twist
no, no.
it.
Hold,
First,
hold,
hold on.
hold,
No, stop, because I'm not gonna let you lie on me. I
hold.
didn't quote your God's
I'm
word.
not.
I have
I'm
not. No,
not
no,
lying
no.
on
I'm not gonna
you.
let you lie on me. You are because I did not
I'm not
quote your
lying on
God's word.
you.
No, stop. You are because I did not quote your
I'm not
God's
lying
word.
on you.
How? I yes, you are. I did not quote your
I'm not
God's
lying
word.
on you.
I didn't quote
Ma'am,
your. Shut the
ma'am,
fuck up. I
ma'am,
did not quote your God's word. I didn't twist your God's word because I have not quoted your God's word.
ma'am,
And then
ma'am,
and then you
ma'am.
saying that and then you saying that is you trying to call me the damn devil. You made a claim that your God wakes people up. Your God, you are the one who brought up the fact that your God sent them into Canaan to kill people because they were responsible for sin in the world. If your God woke the Canaanites up, even though he thought they were evil, he still commanded other humans who were his chosen to go and kill the same evil people he woke up. That's called logic. That's not twisting your God's word. I haven't even quoted your God's word.
You're on mute if you're talking.
And don't lie on me. And then you need to stop making these absolute claims because that's gonna piss me off, especially when you make them about me.
Now you make that on about your own self, man.
I don't have a problem making claims about myself because I
ma'am,
am me.
ma'am.
You don't fucking
I
know
hope,
me, and you need to stop that
I
shit.
hope, I hope, I hope that God blesses you, and
We
I
don't
hope
Sure,
you
need
God,
come,
all
that
that.
all you're
and
doing
I
is
hope you
turning
come
your
into
God
the
into a
knowledge of
curse. You
God.
do realize that now. Yeah,
Uh,
you realize that?
ma'am,
Like what you really want to say is fuck you. And you right now bringing your God and the word bless in, you all you're doing is turning your God into a curse right now because you can't address what I said. Don't make absolute claims about me and don't fucking lie on me. And you are this is exactly why I say the world does not need more Jesus followers.
Mm-hmm. You ain't getting up here trying to preach and shit.
Thank you for letting me back up. I apologize about that. Person kept calling me while I was on.
The lying is ridiculous. And going back to your conversation, this is exactly what I mean when I say Jesus followers doing what Jesus did, because referring to me as uh Satan and twisting your God's word is something that Jesus would do when he called the Israelites children of the devil. This is what I was referring to when I said believers come here all the time and call us swines or demons. That's a Jesus doer. And is exactly why I say that we do not need more of Jesus followers or Jesus doers on the earth. First off, a lot of Jesus doers or Jesus followers don't even read the book.
Mhm.
Justifying genocide, and you don't even know. You go by off what somebody else said, somebody else told you, and you regurgitating that shit, and then justifying genocide, calling people savages because somebody told you that they deserved it, and don't even take the time to read it. We don't need more people like that. We don't need people who reject logic, call thinking uh demonic.
Exactly.
Because what tripped him off, uh what he was calling demonic, was the logical train of thought that if your God is waking people up, if your God is responsible for waking people up in the morning, and he thought that the Canaanites were evil, he still woke those evil people up and sent humans to kill them the same day he gave them life. That's not Satan, that's logic.
Yeah.
Yes. So in regards to that, may I ask you a question? Do you think it's wise that if somebody committed horrendous, let's say serial killing or doing things to younger people or certain people, that they should deserve the death penalty at one point?
It's interesting that you would ask me that, and I'm going to answer you. But something tells me that you don't know that in this book it was the Israelites who were sacrificing their children, who were raping young girls. It explicitly says that the Israelites were the ones who built the altar to Molech, and that it is only inferred and a verbal accusation that the Canaanites were doing it. So, but my answer to your question is, if there are people or were people in the world at that time that were sacrificing children, that were raping women, then and your God decided that those people did not need to be on the earth, yeah. But he didn't do that because the people that were doing it were his chosen. Your God wanted land.
Yes, but he also did put to death those people that were doing it as well.
He did
Is
not.
it,
No, he didn't.
so
No, he did
you
not.
so you have to understand that there was Israel nations that were people that were killed that were Israels that weren't doing
Show me,
what.
give me the scripture that says that he killed Israelites, that he genocided Israelites
Please.
for sacrificing their kids, please.
Okay, I'm looking up the verse right now. May I get a second, please? Because I don't know the verse right off
Yes.
my head. I do appreciate that. All right, so in Exodus, chapter 32, God killed Israelites for completely disobeying His commands and worshiping
No,
the
no, no,
goat.
no, 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 no. Give
Mm-mm.
me the verse where your God genocided Israelites for sacrificing children, for raping children. The question that you asked me. Give me that verse, please.
Okay, so I was asking you if somebody raped or did anything, would you want them
Mm-hmm.
killed, right?
Right. Not if
So I
they
was-
disobeyed your God. And I answered your question, right? And you said that your God genocided the Israelites too for the same thing. I'm asking
no, no,
you
no, no. I
for,
said
yes, you did.
they killed Israelites too, because you said
No, you
God didn't
didn't.
kill
No, you
Israelites.
didn't. No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
God did kill
No,
Israelites. That's
I
what I
didn't
said,
say
Miss.
he didn't. I didn't say he didn't, but not for sacrificing their kids, not for building that altar to Molech, not for raping women. No, he didn't.
No, no, but what you said is God didn't kill His own
I
people.
did not say
Yeah.
that. Don't put words in my mouth. No, I didn't.
Okay, then
And
I
then here's the
apologize.
thing:
Maybe
like
I heard you wrong.
y'all will try to say that non-believers twist scripture, but y'all will twist our words. I did not say that, and I responded to your question regarding uh, people who rape children, who sacrifice children, should they receive the death penalty. And I literally started off by saying, I guarantee that you are asking me this question because you don't know that the book explicitly states that it was Israelites who were sacrificing their children, who built the altar to Molech, who were raping people. And it is only inferred that the Canaanites were doing it.
No, no, the Israelites did rape as well.
No, no, no.
Well,
Uh, you asked the question about the death penalty
correct.
regarding me saying that your God chose to wake up people that he otherwise thought were evil, but commanded his chosen to go and kill them the same day he woke them up.
No, I didn't make the wake up claim. That wasn't me, Miss. I
No, no,
don't.
no. I said you asked that question in response to me saying that your God woke up people who he felt was evil and commanded his chosen to go and kill those people the same day that he woke them up.
Yes. So God did allow those people to get killed. And to answer a question that you asked, God did kill Israelites that raped, Miss. He did. He did kill them.
Gosh, what Israelites did he kill for raping?
Deuteronomy chapter 22. A man actually tried to rape a woman, and he put him to death.
Where? He put them
And
to death?
in Deuteronomy chapter
Your
22.
your God put them to death?
So
Or did your
you
God say, here's a law?
so you asked me where Israelites murdered for rape.
No,
I'm
no, no,
trying to
no, no,
show
no,
you.
no, 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 no. Did your God in Deuteronomy 22, your God put the Israelite to death, or is your God saying, here's a law, if this happens, here's what should happen? What happened in Deuteronomy 22?
Deuteronomy chapter 22, verse 25 through 27. A man was put to death for raping a woman. Yes.
No, did your God put the person to death? Was that your God's doing? Is that what you're claiming right now?
Yes. So God
Okay.
allowed.
No, no,
Yes.
no, 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 no. Your God commanding the Israelites to go into Canaan and annihilate every man, woman, and child is different than your God saying, here's a law. If a man rapes a woman who is betrothed to another man or is married to another man, that man shall be put to death. That's a law. That is not your God saying, Jethro raped Isaiah's wife, and now I'm commanding you to go and put Jethro to death. Your God commanded the annihilation of an entire group of people. That's what I'm talking about. And then the same law that your God created in his laws for adultery or sleeping with another man's wife was being put to death, except he did not require that of David. Did he?
Do you want me to answer that? Hello?
She was talking to you with a question. Yeah, answer it.
Okay, so it is not a command in Deuteronomy 22. It's an actual instance where God did put a man to death for raping. Okay, and the reason why he did not kill David is because David had to then repent. Okay, so he also believed if a person were to change their ways, then they should change. So yes, if David didn't change, then David would have eventually been put to death as well. You can't just do what you want and
Sure,
not be.
yeah, sure. What was the man's name that your God put to death? What was his name?
May I finish explaining, please?
No. I'm getting ready to pull up the scripture. Deuteronomy 22, starting at verse 23. What was the man's name that your God put to death?
Okay. So what I'm going to do here is respectfully, because I wasn't finished. I wasn't finished.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but
Every
but you
time.
also but you also made a claim. So we're gonna address that claim. What was his name that your God put to death?
Are you going to the verse?
It's on the screen.
Go to 27.
Yeah. What's the man's name here that
You
he
don't.
that
You
your
don't
God
have.
is
You
putting to
don't.
death?
You don't have to put a name to something. You said,
Oh,
"Has he
okay.
killed an Israelite for
All right. Let's
raping?" And I
okay.
answered the
So let's
question
start at
and
verse
said yes.
23.
So God
Let's
would
start at
do
verse
that.
23. If there is a young woman, if there is a young woman, a virgin already engaged to be married, and a man meets her in the town and lies with her, you shall bring both of them to the gate of that town and stone them to death. The young woman, because she did not cry for help in the town, and the man, because he violated his neighbor's wife. So you shall purge the evil from your midst. But if the man meets the engaged woman in the open country, and the man seizes her and lies with her, then only the man who lay with her shall die. You shall do nothing to the young woman. The young woman has not committed an offense punishable by death, because this case is like that of someone who attacks and murders a neighbor. Since he found her in the open country, the engaged woman may have cried for help, but there was no one to rescue her. If a man meets a virgin who is not engaged and seizes her and lies with her, and they are discovered, the man who lied with her shall give 50 shekels of silver to the young woman's father. What's the difference between this woman who was seized and the other woman who was seized?
So can
What's
I?
the
Can I?
difference?
So we're gonna. Can I answer it? Also,
What's the
do you
difference
know?
between the woman who was seized in the open country and the woman who is seized here in verse 28? What's the difference between those two women?
We're talking about if Israel raped and did anything and God killed
No,
them
we're
for
not.
it,
No,
right?
we're not. And I'm not, nope. And I'm not going to let you twist it. No. You made a claim that these verses is your God killing somebody for raping a woman.
Yes,
That's the claim.
27,
It's
27 is
not.
speak.
No, it's not. No, it is not. These are laws.
So what
The
about
word,
when
these are laws.
how
As
about
I
when David's
stated,
sister
these are,
got raped?
as I stated,
How,
David's sister did
how
not get
about
raped.
yes, she got raped by
These
her
are
brother.
his daughter did. These
She
are
got raped.
laws.
David's daughter
These
got raped by her
these
brother.
these these are laws. These are laws. These are not uh things that actually happen where your God is killing anybody. Your God is saying, if this happens, then do this. And
So that's my point.
it ain't
So then I
about the
was going to
rape of
bring
the woman. It's about the violation of a man's property, which is why in verse 28, if a virgin who is not engaged gets raped, the man pays the father for the punana. It's not about her. It's not about her being violated. It is about the man being violated because the woman was property.
no, in 25 through 27, that's actually talking about a woman being raped without it. That's why I was going to bring you to the
No, it's
next verse.
not.
Oh my God.
That's why I was going to bring you to the next verse where
No, no, we gonna get no,
David.
no. We gonna no stop. We gonna get back to exactly what you was talking about. The key
How can I
word,
say
hold
one
on.
thing? When I'm trying to explain, y'all
The
don't
key
allow me.
word,
I've allowed
no,
y'all each time to speak.
but you're trying to explain something that's not there. The key word in these verses is if. If.
So if becomes alive when you see David's daughter get raped by her brother and he was put to death.
Oh my
That's an Israelite person, right?
goodness. Okay.
So why was
First,
so an
hold
Israelite
on. Did your
person was
God
put?
genocide? Stop, because like the way that you are trying to twist this is why we don't need more of y'all. And I don't care if you're talking, if you're lying calmly, you are still lying. The way that you are trying to twist this from genocide to judicial punishments is fucking wild. Because what we were talking about was your God commanding genocide.
You're on mute. We can't hear you.
Okay. So here's what we're gonna do because I've been trying to explain myself and y'all not allowing me to. So I'm gonna just drop
I
out.
don't allow lies. Go ahead and drop.
I
You're
wasn't
Bye.
lying.
lying.
We have to
You
go to the
are lying.
scriptures.
No, you are twisting this. You are twisting the scriptures and you're twisting this conversation.
You
The
have to
topic
go.
was your God genociding, and you tried to lie and say that this was your God killing somebody for raping women, and that's not true. Y'all are
Mm-hmm.
liars. Y'all are liars.
I couldn't believe he even went to this scripture talking about this is what happened. And if is, I mean, the word if is in 20, 22, 23. I mean, it's all over the place. If.
And the type of man that would uh laugh at a woman being triggered by a man lying to her is the type of man that is dangerous as fuck. And is exactly why I wrote the song, What If Adam Was Abusive? What if Adam was a monster? What if Adam was a liar? You are exactly that. That's why you think being triggered by a person lying to your face, by a person trying to mind fuck you, is funny because you are a mind fucker.
Mhm.
You are dangerous. And you are most likely a follower of this God.
Well,
Dank, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? And then they try to like lying calmly. I don't give a fuck how calm you are when you lie. You are still a fucking liar.
mm-hmm. You can lie in a soft voice.
What's up, Dank?
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Is it cool if I had asked a quick question, Mr. Nelson?
Go ahead.
You said you grew up Seventh Day Adventist, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so did I. I just wanted to have a question of if do you ever did you ever have to like recite the fourth commandment before
Oh
like the
yeah.
sermon?
Hmm.
Yeah, 'cause I was thinking about that like a lot, and it's just like it's like kind of like mass in a way, like a weird mantra that we have, like a cult thing. I was thinking about for a while, so it's just I don't know the stuff that we do like in religion, the ritual and all that. It's just so weird.
Yeah. The Seventh Day Adventist is a little different. They don't do all that jumping around and falling out and all that, but it's it's a cult like environment, definitely. And I was raised in it. Of course, I didn't realize it till much later, you know. But I was deep in the Seventh Day Adventist church. I was a pathfinder. I was all of that.
I remember Pathfinders. I do appreciate those. I went to Yellowstone, Redwood. We went to Shasta all the time.
Hmm.
Yeah, those were the days. There was like I never really had a bad like experience in that church, but like I mean, the worst experience like being it being boring as hell. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, it's very boring. Old
Yeah, I remember.
hymns, all the old hymns are being sang. It's nothing, no praise dancing, none of that goes on in the Seventh Day Adventist church. I don't know, it might go on now. They might have changed, updated something, but I don't know.
Yeah, I went to one in Vegas, and I lived in Vegas for a while. We had it was like a little more festive, a little more like Sunday-ish, not as heavy, but like we had like music and a guitar. It had like a drummer and all that. And, we had that type of thing, and it was kind of festive, and people dancing around a bit, but it wasn't too crazy. But it makes
Same
me think.
message though. The
Yeah,
message never changed, whether you Baptist or it doesn't matter, Pentecostal, whatever. The message is still the same.
yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Like Ellen G. White, like she was like huge when I was growing up, and as I got older, like they kind of like shied away from her a bit. It seems,
Okay.
but
Well, well, I hope I answered your question.
oh yeah, yeah, yeah. You did. I just wanted to, similar experiences, other things about that, and just crossed my mind.
Okay. Did you have anything else?
Uh, not right now. Just wanted to good up. I'll get up another day and have a different conversation. But yeah, just wanted to pick your brain.
Okay. All right, man. Well, thank you for coming up, man. We
All right,
appreciate it.
All right.
thank you,
Have a good
thinker.
day, Dank.
All right,
Hmm.
take
You're
care.
welcome. All right. Um, Believers be tripping me out when they come in here and they say atheists need to use the Bible to make money. And the crazy thing about it is that let's say that was true. Why don't you? Right? Like
Hmm.
instead of you going around saying that you're in slavery because you have to do a 9 to 5, like you literally say that you're a slave today because you have to work. Like, I mean, if you believe that this is your book and your God's word, if you think an atheist can use your God's book to make money so they don't have to be a slave, why don't you? Why don't you just do the same thing? Why don't you just put up a live, talk about the Bible, and make money if you think it's that fucking easy? This is why I say y'all don't think.
Mm. You're right. They don't think. They're mad at people
Believers.
that do.
Like I quite literally said believers. Like I don't know why you're asking who is y'all. I said believers. There was no need for you to ask who is y'all because I stated the subject.
Mm-mm-mm.
I don't owe you to teach you shit. That's what your God is for. I'm not here to teach you. Y'all have some weird ass expectations. And then y'all don't want to learn no fucking way.
Mm-mm.
I don't know what fucking card you talking about. Nelly, you can
Hello.
start this one off. I need to go get me something to eat. I'm gonna fix me a bowl of chili. I'll be right back.
Okay. Okay. And who am I speaking with, first of all?
Hey, you can just call me Saul.
Saul? Okay, Saul. Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, or are you atheist, or
I'm a believer,
what's your
but I haven't read
you're
the Bible. That's the thing.
you said you're a believer and you've read the Bible? Is that what you said?
No, I'm a believer, but I haven't read the Bible. I believe on my own experience.
You believe on your own experience. Okay. Which one of the topics would you like to talk about?
Well, I just read here. It said believers don't understand the knowledge of good and evil. Is that to say that unbelievers do?
Um, Ones who have read the book,
Mm.
if you haven't read the book, I mean, how would you even know what the understanding of knowledge of good and evil would be if you haven't even read the book?
That is true, but most times good and evil is a social construct.
I mean,
So is
it
that for
is,
the
but the
Bible
thing
side?
is, you came up here. We're talking about the God of the Bible,
Mm.
right? And
Yeah.
you plainly said that you are a believer in the God of the Bible, but you've never read the book.
Mm.
So how does that work?
Well, I mean, I've heard about it. Like people who have read it have talked about it, and then
So you're
me
going off
going
someone
into
else's word without reading the word for yourself.
I hear what they say about it, and then I make my own decisions based on my own experiences.
But okay, then how do you know if they're not lying to you about what this God is and what He does? And I mean, how do you know they're not lying to you if you have not read the book?
I would say that's based on faith alone.
Well,
You need,
but you're putting your faith in a human and not in the God by not reading the book.
well, as a kid, I was taught by a teacher how to do math, and he didn't make math, so it's the same thing as that.
But He showed you math, and then you sat down and studied the math, and you would write down and you would read on how to solve math problems. You studied, didn't you?
Yeah, I studied, but I think
Okay,
it
then.
doesn't have to
So,
come from the Bible. It could come from
but I
searching
need
up
you to
Google
understand
posts.
what you're saying, sir. You're saying that you believe in the God of the Bible, but I have not read the book on the God of the Bible. I'm taking
Yeah,
someone else's word for it, and then I'm making my own judgment off their word. So how
so
do you know they're not
say,
lying to you?
yeah, so like if someone spoke to me about something and I found it interesting, I'd search it up on Google, which pulls up a certain verse from the Bible, but I haven't read the whole thing. I've read the verse part, like bits and pieces. So I don't know if I would call that like indirectly reading the Bible, but yeah.
Okay. You you picked the topic believers don't understand the knowledge of good and evil.
Yeah, yeah, I'm just wondering if that's is it only believers or do also non-believers understand the knowledge of good and evil?
If you read the book, you would understand it. But for an unbeliever, you know, I mean, being an unbeliever, most likely they became an unbeliever by studying. They didn't just wake up one day and say, "Oh, fuck the God." After being a believer in the God, something had to trigger that.
There could be rare instances where someone has read the Bible, not all of it, but some of it, and just decided to give up on it and change their mind.
Exactly. Because it didn't make sense to them.
Oh, that would be a perception thing. If you don't understand something, you simply don't understand.
I don't see what's so hard about not understanding the book when you read it. I
Well,
don't see what is
like
its basic
understand.
comprehension. In most cases, this basic comprehension is the problem is that you don't want to accept what you're reading, so you make excuses for what you're reading.
Also,
Oh,
isn't
mhm.
it kind of like this God is like, um, what's those Teddy Ruxpin? You know how Teddy Ruxpin had books connected to it, and like you would have to plug the book into Teddy Ruxpin in order for Teddy Ruxpin to read the book. You gotta know, you gotta understand the Bible for the God to work.
I'm gonna use that.
Yeah, but to understand, everyone has a different understanding for the same thing. It could be like they see something, but since they've perceived it differently and they understand it differently to another person, they see two different things.
You know what? Okay. You haven't read the book, so I'm just gonna ask you from a perspective of you trusting what other people say and about your God. So I'm gonna ask you a question. Do you think it's okay to kill children or infants?
I don't personally know.
You don't, but it's okay for your God to kill infants.
That says that through the Bible, I'm assuming.
Yeah, that's why it's important for you to study. If you're going to dedicate your life and dedicate your heart and what you think you got a soul, if you're going to dedicate all of this to this God, wouldn't you think it makes sense to read about the God and what the God actually stands for? Instead of letting people tell you, oh, God is all good, he's merciful, and all of this bullshit, when the book clearly tells you your God is the devil in the book. He's the one doing all the bad shit. Satan ain't doing shit in this book. Your God is.
Well, people can do things themselves and then say God told them to, but they may not necessarily be true.
So the book ain't true.
I'm not saying that. I'm
Okay,
saying
then.
people who use God as an excuse to do things and say they did it in His name when they just
That-
wanted to do it.
That's because your God does it in the book. For you to sit up there and judge, if someone tells you, God told me to go kill these people, who are you to judge that when your God clearly does it in the book? Your God told several people to go out and kill somebody. Hell, he did it
Yeah, I understand.
himself.
I've read a couple verses where He's told them to go and do something, but I wouldn't say that everything that man does in the Bible and the claim that God said for them to do it is true.
Well, then that means the book is lying.
No, they could just be using God as something and they are the liars. It doesn't necessarily say the book is. It's just a history lesson, basically. It's just telling us what happened back then.
Let me ask you this. What God do you believe in? Because obviously it's not this God.
Mm, I would say God is God to me. Just something
Well,
higher
what's
than
God's
myself.
name? What's God's name? What do you call him?
I just call him God.
What's his
In the old
name?
in the old text, they said it was Yahuwah, in like way back before they did English and stuff. This day and age, it would be Yeshua.
So we talking about Jesus?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Sorry, Yeshua is Jesus, and then Yahusha is Jesus as well. Yeah,
Okay, so
yeah.
are you talking about Jesus? I asked you what's your God's name?
I don't know it. Like the Bible says, no one can know his name.
Man, you need to read the book, man. That's all I can tell you. Because right
I'll do
now,
this.
when they talk about blind faith, you the poster boy for blind faith.
No, my
That's
faith
really
is based on
blind faith.
experience, and I attribute it to the Christian God, or what they say he is, because I asked a certain thing in my experience, and that thing did happen to me. So I assumed, okay, it must be him,
It must be
because it's all
him.
just experience for me. I believe my faith comes from my experience. I just used their God
So you
in
attribute
that.
all the good things that happen in your life to the God. The God is the one doing it.
Not all good things, no.
But
Just my experiences where
but
I've asked
all
them for
good
certain
things
things.
though. I'm saying in general. They're all good things when they come from God, correct?
I wouldn't say so. Some things could be bad, you know. You could perceive it as bad, but it could be good for you
And you
if
attribute that
God
to
has that.
God too, right?
I only attribute things when I ask them for something and it happens. So anything else that happens just happens. I don't
Well,
blame it on God or anything.
all I can say to you, my friend, is this. You are you're doing something that you would not normally do in reality.
What?
Well, because anything that you do in reality, you you study it or you understand it or understand what you're doing, whether it's your job, you have to be trained, you have to be, read stuff, depending on what you do. Me being a CDL holder, I had to read, I had to learn, I had to practice what I am going to do over this road. What you're doing is you're putting your faith into a God that you don't even know his name. You have no idea what this God has done. In this book, you have somewhat of what people told you, and it's all good things, of course. When people talk about God, they talk about God being merciful and God is good and it's all, kumbaya with the God when they tell you.
Not
But
really.
you will
Because
not read,
sometimes,
but you have not read the book for yourself. So really, I don't have much of a conversation for someone who has not even read the book because anything that I'm telling you what about the God you don't know.
yeah, I'd say that because all my belief comes from my own experience. So it doesn't
So
come
my
from a
next
book.
question would be, why did you come up?
I just wanted to know the knowledge of good and evil and what that was and how people don't understand it or do understand it. Because
Do you
you're talking
understand
about
it?
the book of good
Do
and
you
evil.
do you
Well,
understand it?
my perception of good and evil is my perception, right? Like what I think is good and bad is what I think is good and
The
bad. But I don't know if you're
knowledge,
talking about
the
like
understand the
all good and
knowledge
Hold
evil
on.
of.
or
The
The host is
question
talking.
says believers don't understand the knowledge of good and evil.
mm, yeah. So knowledge of good and evil, knowing what's good and evil, is that through the biblical sense or through the whole, like what it just is?
What is the knowledge of good and evil? Let's start with Genesis 2. What is the knowledge of good and evil?
Is that for me or is that for Mr. Nelson?
Yeah, I'm asking Nelly. I'm asking my co-host.
Can you answer the question, sir? What is the knowledge of good and evil?
Oh no, that was for you.
No, that's for you.
No, she said it was for her
Are
co-host.
you
You're the
are you
co-host.
drinking again, Solitude? You drinking again?
Yes.
See,
Yes.
how much of Jesus' spirit is lacking? Like, this is the second time. I don't have I'm not against you drinking. I'm just trying to figure out, like, with Jesus in you, right, and his spirit, like, how much room does Jesus have with the other spirits that's in there? Because every time you talk to us, it's Jesus and then whatever other spirits you're adding to it.
I haven't added spirits or anything, or Jesus in my own spirit.
So
I've
the
just been talking
alcohol
about
that
a
you're
subject.
drinking,
That's all.
isn't adding spirits.
I don't think so. I think it's just giving me a buzz.
So it being
I don't
called
believe in like
spirits, it
random
literally
spirits,
is
and
called spirits. It's called spirits.
well, that's what they named it.
Yeah. So you're adding spirits to the spirit that's in you already with Jesus, is what I'm saying. But
You're
and like I said,
attributing.
I don't think it's anything wrong with that. But I'm just trying to figure out why every time we talk to you, you're you're drunk. Last time you said you were drunk. I guess it sounds like you might just be getting started.
Yeah,
Why do you
yeah.
need Jesus and the buzz? Like, Jesus don't give you enough buzz.
Um, I don't. I don't understand where that's coming from. I haven't said that he's in me or anything.
You
I, I,
did in our
I
last conversation. Please stop. Yes, you did. That was
that
the
God
last
worked through
conversation that we
us.
had.
We're talking
Yeah,
about
and
God working through us. Yeah, yeah.
no, you
That's.
said he was in you. You said he was in you, right?
Yeah. I
And
must have attributed him as in everyone in me in a way, but not as in like he's like possessing me or something. Just he's part of me, and what I think of life force is what I attribute to Jesus.
so now he's not in you. Last time we talked, he was in you. Now
Right.
he's not in
Like
you because you need you prefer the buzz.
no. I just I'm able to speak when I'm under the influence because I have a bit of social anxiety, but this kind of calms it down,
And
so I
hey,
can properly speak.
I get it.
Yeah,
I'm not. I drink, right? I'm not saying that it's wrong. But the last time I talked to you, you said Jesus was in you, and the last time I talked to you, you were drunk, and so
yeah.
I heard you pop it, right? So I'm like, okay, he drank it again. So you must prefer the the buzz over Jesus being in you, but now you're saying Jesus isn't in you like that.
Like I don't think like I meant it as like a energy type thing, like a it's hard to explain. I don't have the words to explain it. Like what people call frequency or source, whatever they call that stuff. That is what I attribute Jesus to be for me, right? Yeah.
Right?
And
It's
that
still you
juice,
saying he's in you.
Yeah, okay. I'll say he's in me.
he must be drinking Jesus juice.
Yeah.
Hmm.
But
Drinking
the
Woodstock.
but think about
Good
what he
old
said.
Woodstock.
Like, trust me, I have social anxiety too. Like, I can't be I can't be around a whole bunch of humans for a long period of time, right? And I get the alcohol making you feel calm, and that anxiety, is
Mm.
out the window. But Jesus isn't doing that for you. The alcohol is.
No, that's okay. I didn't claim that he was.
What is the purpose of Jesus?
He's just a system of belief that I believe in through experience. So I just attribute my experience and faith to him, to this Jesus that we speak
So
of.
he's not real, or he does nothing. You know that you have to depend on medicine or alcohol in order to calm your anxiety, because Jesus doesn't have the power to actually do it. Jesus is just a belief system that you have chosen to believe in, that you attribute stuff to. Is that, did I hear you correctly?
Yes, he's a. I attribute him to my belief system. Yes.
But and you know that he's not actually doing anything.
Well, he's done stuff that I can't explain logically or through science. So
Like what?
there's that part. My experience. It's a bit cringy. I don't want to say it.
Well, because Because
I
I'm
could
trying to
tell
figure
you
out, like,
about
if
it
he's
too.
done things, like, why isn't he doing anything about your anxiety? Like, why, like, if he can do these other things, why not the anxiety? Why do you need
I'd say
alcohol
it's just a
for
me
to just,
thing. I haven't
huh?
really gone to him with it. It's just a me thing. I need to figure that stuff out for my own self. I'm a human being.
Does he know
I'm
you
an
have
adult. I've got
anxiety?
a brain. Possibly. I mean, I haven't really spoken to him about it. I haven't got any
But
replies
but do
or
you believe he
anything like that.
created you?
Yeah, yeah, I think so.
So why would you have to go and say, "Hey, yo, Jesus, I got anxiety"? Like, if he's real, right? He know,
Hmm.
and he created you. He knows you have anxiety. If
Hmm.
and then let's say you, uh, you know, uh, gained anxiety after a life experience. If you believe he's with you, everywhere you go, that he's this frequency, then he knows you gained anxiety later in your life. He knows that you need to be healed from this anxiety or to be comforted. It sounds like you're saying that he would sit back and let you just suffer from anxiety because you haven't asked him for help, or you haven't begged him for help.
Hmm. Or I could have been put in situations where I could choose to overcome it, but I chose not to. As I think it's a me thing.
I mean, I get that as a human that makes sense, but not when you have this deity living in you. Not when you're claiming this deity has done other things in your life.
Hmm.
It makes sense when you say, I'm the one deciding when Jesus does something. I know Jesus isn't real, but I'm when I do something good, I say it's Jesus. When I do something bad, I say it's me. But when you're saying Jesus did some, miracles for you,
Mm.
and you know for a fact that it was Jesus, and this is not you crediting it to Jesus, then what you're also saying is that Jesus will let you suffer with anxiety because you haven't done the work. And he's just waiting for you to do the work so that you can give him credit for it. That's what I hear.
I could see how you could see that. Yeah, from where I've said it. Shall I tell you my experience and why I have my belief system? And maybe that would help see perspectives in my shoes of where I come from.
I don't think it would because we're not talking about why you're a believer. We're talking about what you believe. And you believe that Jesus can do, except here you have anxiety, and the thing that you're reaching out to is alcohol to calm that anxiety. And I'm not shaming you. Like I said, I have social anxiety. When I drink, when I'm in public, I get it. It's you're calm. I'm not saying what you're doing is wrong, but what I'm saying is if you like you have this deity, the claim of this deity here,
Mm.
but the thing that's helping you calm that anxiety is the alcohol, not the deity. That's what I'm talking about.
Well, I would say that's my choice and what I use to calm myself in.
Right,
If I were to
but
think that
Jesus,
if
you said that already. What I'm saying is, if Jesus is there, Jesus knows you have anxiety. Jesus is saying, "I'm not gonna heal his anxiety because he's choosing to do use alcohol instead of me." But the moment you decide to no longer use alcohol, the moment you decide to get help with your social anxiety or learn different skills, right? Setting boundaries for when you're in public, or when you have a conversation. The moment you decide to start doing the work, right, to manage your anxiety without the alcohol, you're going to give that credit to Jesus, even though Jesus sat back and just didn't do anything.
I think for me it would be I don't know how he works, but as my mind tries to understand it, he could be putting me in situations where I can choose myself with free will. I can choose myself to overcome, but if I don't overcome that through an opportunity given by who knows what or God or whatever, um, then me drinking alcohol just to do it is just me drinking alcohol to do it. It doesn't have to be that he has to heal me like that and say, "Here you go, you're healed." I don't believe in that. I believe in certain things happen for whatever reason, and I change based on those experiences, and those experiences become a part of me.
But that's you doing the work. That's you're
Yeah,
making this
yeah.
claim that this deity is there, right? This supernatural entity is there with all this power, and doing nothing until you, the human, do the super hard thing. And then you're going to turn around and say this supernatural deity did it for you, and it isn't true. It's you. And like you're saying the same thing when you say it's my free will that I choose to use alcohol instead of Jesus because I haven't done the work that I need to do. That's what you said. But if you have to do the hard thing and you have to do the work to manage your anxiety without the alcohol, that's you doing the hard thing.
Yes, but I was meaning in the ways of I was leaning towards the ways in, from my understanding, he using his power could be influencing um, certain situations to happen in my life, where I can then use my free will to apply um, change or no change.
Wait, he's using his power to manipulate situations in your life?
That's what I think. Like, because it's like a fate thing. Like, something comes across you, and who knows where that came from. Maybe it's just random circumstances, but I
But
don't
for
believe
what
in random
what purpose do
circumstances.
you
I believe
believe that he would manipulate situations in your life that would push you towards drinking alcohol, but not heal you from the anxiety that's causing you to drink alcohol? Like, what? How does that make sense? Like, why would he get involved? Like, y'all talk about free will all the time. Him
yeah,
manipulating situations in your life, but it's still him getting involved in violating free will. But he's not getting involved to the point to where he's fixing shit. Because you say if he goes all the way to the point to where he's healing or fixing shit, then that's violating free will. I'm so confused because you're saying he can violate your free will to cause you to go through stuff, but he can't violate your free will to heal you through stuff. How does that make sense?
oh, that's like because that's what I think. Like, if I ask him for something, he will push a something to happen, some circumstances to happen for me. But I haven't asked him anything like that. So that I just do what I do to do what I do. If I need alcohol, that's my decision on that. And my belief is if I went to ask for something certain, then I think if something happened that causes it right after, then I would think it was his doing.
I think the reason why you feel you need the alcohol is because it works. It has proven itself, right? It does, right? My
For
limit
me, yeah.
when I go out, my limit when I go out is 2 drinks, right? 2 drinks, I'm good, and then my social battery runs out, and then I gotta get the hell out of Dodge, right? That's my limit. It works. It's proven itself. Jesus has not proven itself when it comes to your anxiety. So that's why you don't reach for Jesus.
Well, I haven't asked him for it, for
Right,
help
because
in
he
that.
hasn't proven himself. I don't think he's proven himself in any other areas of your life to be this supernatural all problem fixer. Because
Well,
why
I
would
haven't
he
asked him to fix
why
anything for me.
would if you knew that you're saying that Jesus has done all these other things that you have asked him for and he's done
Yeah,
it. Right. So you're saying he works. You just don't you just choose to not use him for anxiety.
yeah, that's my choice, I would say. But when I said that experience I had with him, I wasn't asking for like to be healed or anything like that. I was just it was just some day in the water, and I just asked for something, and it happened. It was like a miracle because I couldn't understand it. I couldn't comprehend it.
What I hear is you don't believe that Jesus can fix your anxiety. Jesus isn't the thing that you know works. The thing you know works is the alcohol. You don't if like that's like a person having a headache and knowing Tylenol or ibuprofen will take the headache away, and they say, "I'm not gonna take Tylenol. I'm going to take Tic Tacs." Tylenol is the thing that they are claiming will take a headache away, but they don't reach for the thing they know can take the headache away. They reach for Tic Tacs because Tic Tacs taste good and makes them feel good for a while, for a second.
Well, the weird thing about what you've just said is those prescriptions don't actually work for me when I have headaches. When I have headaches, what
Nope,
works for
don't
me
you
is just
pivot.
salt.
Don't you pivot. We're not talking about it. The Tylenol was an analogy. Don't pivot.
Yeah. I'm adding to that analogy as in everything works differently for different people. So these prescriptions don't work
So
for me.
Jesus works
Salt actually
different.
works for me.
You're saying Jesus works different for different people. So Jesus might not be powerful enough to take your anxiety away. Is that what you're saying?
No, I think he has the power. I just don't. I haven't
Then
asked
what are
for
you
him to do
talking
that.
about, Solitude? Why
Well,
did you bring
like
that doesn't make sense for you to say then. The analogy that I gave, if you think Jesus is powerful enough to take your anxiety away, then Jesus is analogous to ibuprofen. Ibuprofen takes headaches away, right? And people
not for
know
me.
that. That's like saying, goodness gracious.
It does not work for me. I've tried. It doesn't work. It doesn't
Similar
work for
to
me.
Jesus, similar. So you don't reach for ibuprofen, right? Because it doesn't take your headache away.
Not anymore. No, I used to
What
when
do
I was
you take for a
younger.
headache? Solitude. What do you take for a headache?
Actually, salt and water for some
Salt and
reason.
water. Okay,
Yeah,
that's okay. Okay. All right. So you have a headache and you grab salt and water, or do you take ibuprofen?
I grab salt and water.
Because you know it works.
Yeah,
You don't take ibuprofen because ibuprofen doesn't work. Similar
yeah.
to how you don't grab Jesus for your anxiety because Jesus is like ibuprofen to your headache, and alcohol is like salt and water to your headache.
Well,
Does that make sense?
I haven't tried reaching for Jesus. It's not a problem for me. I
But
just
you know that
whenever I
Jesus
drink,
works. You know Jesus works. You've
well,
told us
that's not
that.
an issue. That's the thing. I don't
It,
find
do-
my social
I
anxiety an issue.
understand. Listen, I understand. I understand that you're saying you haven't grabbed Jesus for your headache. I get it. For your
Mm.
anxiety, right? I get it. But you know salt and water works, which is Jesus, right? Except you didn't go get the thing that you know works. You reached for something else. Is what I'm saying. You've already told us that you know Jesus works, that Jesus has answered your prayers. Unless
Hmm.
you're trying to say that Jesus might not work, Jesus might not have the power to heal your anxiety, and that's why you haven't grabbed Jesus, even though you know Jesus has power and has proven himself in other areas of your life, because that's what I hear you say.
I'm saying I haven't asked to heal anything because I'm not looking for something to be healed. So I haven't asked that. I don't understand. I don't have the answer to
I didn't say you was looking for
you
to be
that.
healed. I didn't say that. Jesus
You're
is supposed to
attributing this
be a
alcohol.
comforter. No, Jesus is supposed to be your comforter. The thing that makes alcohol is comforting you with your social anxiety. Jesus, who is the frequency that you are claiming that is in you, is
Hmm.
not doing that because while it is running through you, you still have to ask it to comfort you when you are feeling this social anxiety. So instead of you reaching for Jesus, the thing that's in you that has worked for you before in other areas of your life, you reach for alcohol. And the reason you reach for alcohol is because you know it works. You've tried it and it works. But for some reason, you haven't tried your Jesus in this area of your life, where you are claiming it works in other areas. So unless you're saying Jesus is diluted and there are some things that Jesus cannot do, like it does not make sense. And I think
So
the
I
reason you have not asked, like if you got to ask, that's crazy as fuck. But I think the reason you have not asked your Jesus to comfort you when you have social anxiety is because you know it doesn't work. You know the alcohol works.
okay. So I haven't reached for this alcohol to have fixed my social anxiety. I'm
You
drinking it right
said that.
now. I saw your live and I jumped on. So I didn't
You
jump on
told
your
her.
live
You said
because of
you did
alcohol.
say that it. No, I didn't say you jumped on. This is what I mean when y'all say y'all twist words, and this is why when I have to like cut you off. I
It's
did
not
not say.
twisting.
I did
It's
not
my
say yes.
perspective.
You are because I did not say that you jumped on this live because you had social anxiety, and I did not say you started drinking because you got on live. You said the alcohol helps your social anxiety. You said that.
Yeah, that's why I'm on the live because I got asked why I'm on this live. I was like, I'm on it,
Who asked
and
you that?
I believe it was Mr. Nelson.
I'm talking
Where
about
he
right
asked
now
me
in
why
this
I jumped up.
conversation. I'm talking about right now between you and I. You said the alcohol helps with your social anxiety.
Yeah, yeah, like just as a like whenever I'm drinking it, I find myself being able to conversate more and,
Right.
social and socialize
Yeah, and
places.
I again and I said I told you that it helps me too,
Hmm.
right? So I know what you're talking about. What I'm saying is the reason you have not reached for Jesus is because you know alcohol works. You don't know Jesus will comfort you with your anxiety. But you're also making a claim that you know Jesus works in other areas of your life. That does not make sense to me, is what I'm saying.
Yes, so alcohol, whenever I take it, whenever I'm under alcohol, I find myself more social. But I have not asked Jesus to help me in that regard, so he's not a part of that.
I know
I'd say
because
he
you
works
don't know
in other
that
parts.
Jesus will work. You like if you knew Jesus
No,
worked,
no, it's a
if you knew
choice.
Jesus,
It's a
it
choice.
right. Of course it's a choice. You
A
chose
choice
the
to ask.
thing that you know works. That's my point.
But
You're
I'm not
not
choosing it
choosing
to be
Jesus because
social.
you don't know it. You're choosing it because it allows you to open up.
No,
It
no,
allows
I'm
you to
I'm
feel
choosing
calm.
to have a good drink.
You yeah. Hey, like stop. Just stop. You've already just said that. You
Yeah,
literally
but
just
it's like
said
you don't
those
understand what I'm
words.
saying.
I
I
do
choose to
understand what
drink
you're
to
saying.
have a
The
drink.
choice you
It's not
made,
about me
that's not
attributing it
true.
to being social.
You are the one who attributed it to that solitude.
No, no, no. I can be social while under the influence, but I'm not reaching for alcohol to be social. I'm just drinking it to drink it. And then I
That's
can
not
just
what you
be, and
said.
as a side effect of that, I can be
That
social.
is not what you said. That is not what you said.
That is exactly what I've
You
said.
literally
Because I'm
said,
not,
I have social anxiety, so the
but alcohol
alcohol
is an
helps
addict.
me. Yes, that's what you said. You are the one who brought up social anxiety. You did
Yeah,
that.
I have it, but as a side effect of drinking alcohol, it goes away a
Why
bit.
did you
But I'm
bring
not
up the
saying I'm
social
reaching
anxiety?
for it
Why did you bring up the social anxiety?
because I was asked about alcohol and why I'm up here.
But why does your social anxiety have to be brought up if I asked, are you drinking again?
Because it's a side effect of how I'm talking to you and being able to talk on this panel, which I was asked why am I up here as well. So I had to put them both together and give a straight answer.
Because the social anxiety has something to do with you drinking alcohol, correct?
It's a side effect of drinking alcohol for me.
The social anxiety is a side effect of you drinking alcohol.
No, me having social anxiety, and then when I drink, I can be more social. And then I was asked why am I up here and why am I drinking?
No, stop. That's
Well,
what I
I linked
said.
those two
You
together
have social anxiety, therefore you drink alcohol.
I drink alcohol to drink alcohol. It's not.
No,
They're
no,
not. It's not a
no.
medicine
That
for social
no,
anxiety.
no. This is what I mean when I say mind fuck
Yes.
and the way y'all twist words.
No, that's your
Like no,
perception of.
you are
You're trying
twisting
to
words.
project it. You're trying to project
No,
alcohol
no,
as me
no.
trying to use it as a
You literally said that you have social anxiety. And so you
Yeah,
drink alcohol because it allows you to open up.
it's a side
You
effect.
literally said that.
I drink alcohol. I can talk to people. It's not me saying I need alcohol to talk to people. It's just what happens when I drink alcohol. It's just a statement. It's not like a valid point of what happens to me and what I choose to
What
do.
does your social anxiety have to do with anything then? Why'd you bring that up at all?
I was asked why am I drinking and why I was up on a panel.
Okay,
I want to
so
be on a panel
why are you drinking, Solitude? Why are you drinking?
because I wanted to drink. I've been drinking for a couple hours now.
That's not what you said earlier. Do you see how you're changing your answer now? Like y'all can't be honest. Y'all are dishonest.
I
And then
am
when you
drinking.
realize that your own life, your own words, your own thoughts discredit your belief in your God, y'all will shift and you will become something that is not even you.
No,
Y'all will
my answer
demoralize
is
yourselves. Y'all
asking
will
the
try to
question.
mind fuck people. Y'all start gaslighting. And then you become this thing that we can't trust. And this is exactly
No,
why I don't think there needs to be more of y'all in society.
no, you've asked me
You
why I'm
you you
drinking. I gave you
appear,
an
this is
answer
the
to
second
why
time,
I'm
like you
drinking.
appear as someone that is uh decent. But for your belief, you become shady and slimy. And if I'm not mistaken, I think you did this the other night. I think the other night when you came up under the guise of being somebody cool that I could have a conversation with, and then you turned slimy.
How did I turn slimy just because
You
you answered
started
it? You
you
asked me a
started
different
gaslighting
question.
and lying, like you're
No,
doing
you
now.
like the question you gave me was not the exact same as the other one, which I answered to. I just gave you an answer to the question that I received.
What question are you talking about?
You just said, "Why am I drinking alcohol?" I'm drinking alcohol. I've been drinking for 3 hours before I
That
got
is
on the
the same
panel.
damn question. I said, "Are you drinking again?" It's the same damn
Yeah, but I was
question.
also asked. I was also asked about why I'm on the panel.
I didn't ask you that. Why do you keep bringing up what Nelly said? That is not when you told us about your social anxiety. You told us about your social anxiety when I asked, "Are you drinking again?" The last time you were on
Yeah.
on here, you were drinking. That's when you brought up your social anxiety. Like y'all are when we talk to y'all, we constantly have to go in this battle with y'all to keep y'all honest and to
I'm
stop
being as
y'all
honest
from
as I
from
can be.
fucking with our minds because that shit is abusive.
It's either I would attribute that to just your understanding of where I'm coming from, not me lying or anything like that. I'm being as honest as possible, but if you can assume that I'm lying, well, that would say that I'm doing something wrong in my answers. But my answers have been nothing but truth to me. And if you're comparing the two of the questions, you see, he asked me a question, I was answering it.
I'm not
Then you
talking
jumped in
about
and
what Nelly asked you. Stop doing that.
no. You got to get the full story, not just your story.
No, because I started talking to you. I
After
asked you.
he started,
You and I were talking about the knowledge of good and evil. I heard you crack a can, and I asked
yeah,
you, "Are you drinking again?" That what Nelly asked you before that has nothing to do with the alcohol conversation. It has nothing to do with you bringing up your social anxiety
I
at
answered
all.
it with it. I
No,
added
you
it
did
to the
not.
answer.
No,
I
you
did. That's why
did
I said
not.
I'm
No,
drinking
you did
and
it.
jumping on a panel
No,
because it
you
helps me with
did
my social
not.
anxiety.
No, you did not.
Yes, I did.
No, you didn't. And I can play it back. You are
Again,
lying
that's
right
your
now.
perception.
And then this whole perception bullshit. Y'all play with the truth.
Truth.
You
Truth is
fuck with
subjective.
people's mind. And I think you are the one who tried to say that truth is subjective.
Yeah, it
You
is.
play with people's minds. Y'all are dishonest as fuck. And then the in that story of the serpent, like y'all would be the slimy ass snake that y'all are trying to say the serpent was. Y'all played with the truth. You turn truth, you turn your lies into truth by fucking playing with people's perception. And this is what I mean when I say you mind fuck. You're gaslighters, you're abusers, you're
Mhm.
dangerous as hell to society.
When I say perception, I'm talking about the way you take things and the way you understand them for yourself, not for what it is, like what it actually is. It's just how you receive it.
Duh, trust me, I understand what the hell you meant. That's why do you think I said all those words after you said that?
I would say those words are just projection.
I don't give a damn. Like all y'all do is deny, deflect, and deny and lie. That's what y'all do.
That's
Like, can't have an honest, decent conversation with y'all. I don't respect dishonesty. I don't respect the gaslighting, the mind fucking. I will never respect that shit.
well, that's a you thing.
Think that
I
they have
answer the
the right to
thing.
fucking play with my goddamn mind. I'm talking
No,
right
no
now. You
one
don't
has
hear
the
me
right to
talking?
play with your mind. That is your
I'm
mind.
talking.
Yeah.
I'm talking right now. I'm
Yeah.
talking right now. I'm talking right
Okay.
now. As I said, I will never respect a person who thinks that they have the fucking right to play with my reality, to play with my mind, to mind fuck me. I will always cuss a motherfucker out.
Okay. That's all right. It's your mind. Outside sources don't matter. You just have emotional regulation and you have your own mind and you don't let outside sources interfere with that.
I don't have anything else to say to you because you're like this is the second time. I don't think that there's any other conversation to be had. I don't know, Nelly. Do you have anything else?
And no, no.
All right,
Okay,
Solitude.
well
Have a
you
good
guys
one.
have a good night. You have a good night, host and co-host and everybody else.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I didn't even see a conversation there. He hadn't even read the book.
But the thing is that it ain't even about the book. He's making the claim that Jesus does miracles for him. Here he is with social anxiety, but he has to reach for alcohol. And then the reason Jesus has not comforted him in his social anxiety is because he didn't ask. You
Hmm.
don't ask because you know it don't work. You reach for what you know works, and that's
Exactly.
alcohol.
Exactly. I've never heard the salt and water thing though.
I didn't either.
Man, I was new. I might try that the next headache I get just to see.
Jordan, Jordan, Caleb.
How's it going?
Good. How are you? Right, Rid. Because I honestly don't think that salt and water would take a hangover away. Them motherfuckers ain't no joke. I think only a goody powder will fix that shit. That and some more alcohol. No, not you, Jordan. I don't know. Maybe it was you. I don't know. Caleb, how old are you? And are you a believer? Are you deconstructing or an atheist?
I am 27 and I'm a deconstructing, I guess not believer, but I'm a deconstructing Christian.
Okay.
But I do,
Uh,
but I
which
do think
topic did you want to? Which topic?
um, the I think that we need more true followers of Jesus
Okay, and why?
because I think as a moral lesson of just like um, you know how to deal with conflict with the neighbor and just like his Sermon on the Mount thing. I think that generally is a good lesson. I think is a language that has evolved for centuries around suffering and living and all these things that would be a shame to just throw away just because it's not true. And obviously, yes, there's terrible history behind it, and but I feel like there's still something to be gained from the moral teachings and some of the traditions, especially in the Black church. Or at least the best of it. Obviously, the Black church has the same problems as evangelicalism, why at large. But I just feel like there's some things to save.
What exactly like when we go to the Sermon on the Mount, um poor in spirit.
Yeah.
Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Like when you hear poor in spirit, what do you hear?
Um. I don't. I mean. Yeah. I think you can. So poor in spirit is just like those who are humble or who have like a disposition of where they're not empowered, living a humble
And
life.
you're saying that we need more people who are poor in spirit.
No, no,
um
no, no. That where that. I mean, I think the Sermon on the Mount is like this sort of inversion of power, where it's like those who are on the bottom, are going to be on
no,
the
I
top.
got you. We're gonna go
Yeah,
through the Sermon on the Mount. So blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven.
yeah.
Do we need more poor in spirit people?
No, I think we have a lot of folks who are not empowered that should have their concerns met or needs met and their concerns heard. And I think that metaphor, or not that metaphor, but that those ethics that you can glean from the Sermon on the Mount um, can speak to maybe political action or just galvanize people
I,
around,
I'm
yeah, a
hold on. I'm trying to
message.
find the action, right? These
Yeah, so
actions
I
that you're
think
talking
there are a
about. What
lot of
action?
So I
Hold
think there are
on.
a lot of traditions that, especially, I mean, just look at the civil rights movement, for instance.
Wait, wait, wait,
Uh,
wait,
a
wait,
lo-
wait, wait,
yeah,
wait, wait, wait. Hold on. Don't You can't go to the civil rights movement when you're saying that we need more followers of Jesus, and because of the Sermon on the Mount. Because when I read
well,
the
that's
Sermon on
for
the
example.
Mount, when I read the Sermon on the Mount, I don't see instructions, right? And unless you're saying we need more people who are poor in spirit,
No,
right?
no, no.
Blessed are those who mourn, for they will be comforted. Like we need
Yeah.
more people who are sorrowful, who are mourning. Blessed are the meek, for they will inherit the earth. We need more people who are meek. Blessed are those who hunger and thirst for righteousness, for they shall be filled. Right? We need more people who are hungry and thirsting after the righteousness of your God, whatever that may be, because it's not defined.
Hmm.
Blessed are the merciful, for they shall receive mercy. We need more people who are giving mercy to people who really don't deserve it, because mercy is the suspension of justice. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God. Pure in heart is just innocent people. Right? And
Hmm.
I think this would probably, for me, this scripture would be for the babies. When people say, do babies go to heaven? Because the only innocent in heart would be a baby, right?
Yeah.
Blessed are the peacemakers, for they will be called children of God. Now, I would say this one, right, is uh the only one that I see that a believer could say Jesus said, "Be peaceful," right? But that also, if we have everybody um, on earth who, or more people who are peaceful, then the oppressors are just gonna have a fucking continue to have a field day, right? They don't like those of us that are troublemakers.
Hmm.
because it's not easy for them to do what they do because we keep resisting and pushing against the grain. But if they had more people who were just peacemakers, then they could just do what they do, right? They don't want troublemakers. But that could go either way, like the peacemaker would.
Yeah.
Blessed are those who are persecuted for the sake of righteousness, for theirs is the kingdom. So we need more people being persecuted. Blessed are you when people revile you and persecute you and utter all kinds of evil against you falsely on my account. More persecution. So I see from the Sermon on the Mount, I see poor in spirit, mournful, persecuted babies, hunger and thirsting after an undefined righteousness. We need more of that on the earth.
No. Um, I feel that um, it is obviously interpretive, and you can obviously read into scripture or any religious text whatever you want. Um, and
I
I
didn't
think there,
interpret anything.
well, I think that, for instance, any work of fiction, like I majored in comparative literature. I studied the American canon. So, like Faulkner, even Morrison, you do, sort of close readings on things. And there are all kinds of hermeneutics, right, that you can look
Well,
at
walk me
any
through the.
text. Yeah.
Okay, walk me through your hermeneutics for each one of these and show me the action that
All
Jesus
right.
is
So
saying.
I
Right?
think
Okay.
a hermeneutics of, again, the inversion of power, where you seek to look
No,
at
number
a
three. One
text,
by one. One by one. Blessed are poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Go ahead. What's the action behind that?
the
Then
action.
what's the? Yeah, you said that people need to be more true followers of Jesus, and you brought up. You said like the Sermon on the Mount, right? The things that Jesus taught on the Sermon on the Mount. How can people do these things? How can people follow these things? Is my question. What is your hermeneutic interpret hermeneutical interpretation, like what scripture is interpreting this, and we
Um,
go
I
go
s
one by one. What is the
so I
thing that
think
people are supposed to be doing for number three, verse three?
so. First, I just think poor in spirit, is a position of dispossession. And in that time, first century Palestine, poor, I think, signified more than economic poverty. I think it meant um, social marginalization, dependence, powerlessness. And so, hermeneutically, um, poor in spirit can mean a posture of radical openness, which is the inversion I was speaking about, non-mastery, an unprotected vulnerability, before God, before the world, before others. And so I think this is the opposite of the illusion of self-sufficiency. So it aligns with, for instance, Kierkegaard's absolute dependence. Paul Tillich, who was a atheist theologian, he had an idea called the ultimate concern. Also, Levinas, ethics of vulnerability. I feel like there are obviously moral insights that obviously can be gleaned. Like an authentic, I think, ethical life begins where ego is decentered. And I feel that one can read the decentering of ego in many lines in the Sermon on the Mount.
So you need more people who are from verse three. You need more people who are marginalized
No,
with
no, no.
no ego.
That's not.
But
That's not what I'm saying.
I
I'm
you
saying. I
are
mean, I'm sure
I'm
you. So,
asking, what is it that people are supposed to do? What is Jesus telling people to do from verse 3
so
using your
it's
hermeneutics?
yeah. It's to the what can be. Are you asking like what the
What is the
what the
instruction that
political?
Jesus is giving? What is the instruction that Jesus is giving his followers to follow in verse 3 and Matthew 5:3?
Um. Again. So I don't think, so reading like the historic like question, meaning like historically, what can we sort of presuppose Jesus
No,
meant
no. Look.
is a different question
So then,
than
why did
a
you? Why
hermeneutic
you?
question. I think
You
a hermeneutic question is
you
different than a
realize that
historic
hold
question.
on, hold on, hold on. You literally said that there need to be more followers of Jesus,
Yeah,
specifically following the Sermon on the Mount. That's what you said. So
for
what I'm
example.
trying to do is follow your statement that
Yeah.
people need to follow the Sermon on the Mount. What
So I use
is
that as an
it
example.
that we are? I know you did. And so I'm asking you, right? I'm telling you, when I read the Sermon on the Mount, I don't see instructions for things to do. I see states of being.
Right.
And
So
Jesus saying, if you are this, then you will see the kingdom of heaven. But you are saying that these are instructions to follow. And so I'm trying to see it from your perspective.
yeah.
What
So
is Jesus saying to do?
right. So I'm saying that there is a, a hermeneutic
Know that. What
a
is the
hermeneutic
hermeneutic? What
injunction
is it?
injunction,
What
and so
is
the
it?
hermeneutic it's a political one. So I would say
Which is
uh,
what?
uh, so a politics built on humility, a politics
No, no, no.
built on
What?
vulnerability,
Don't define it.
politics.
What is he saying? What is the hermeneutical
So
interpretation?
I'm actually giving you a hermeneutic.
I don't want the
Uh,
definition of
putting that.
hermeneutic of
No, no,
the.
no. I'm not giving you a definition. I'm putting forward a hermeneutic. Right. I'm not sure if
I want you
I
to
don't.
be concise with it. What is he saying to do politically? What's the
So
action?
I feel like Jesus in this text is putting forward an inversion of power, and that if you're teaching this, it can be taught in a way that uh, puts forward or garners a political or politics that is built on humility, that's built on vulnerability, that's built on interdependence, that's built on truthfulness rather than dominion. He's creating this
To do what?
inversion
Be more humble?
to write to encourage a politics in our society that advances equity and inclusion for all people.
He
Right?
says,
There are all
blessed
kinds of
are, okay.
movements.
So blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Wait, well, hold on. Hold on. Let me go back to it. Blessed are the poor in spirit. Yeah, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. So Jesus is saying, create laws that uh, prioritize marginalized people. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that one can read
I
hermeneutically.
know that. Are you
Okay,
saying the
so
hermeneutical interpretation is that Jesus is teaching that we should be creating laws that prioritize marginalized groups of people?
no.
Okay. What exactly are you saying? What is Jesus teaching here regarding the poor in spirit politically? What are you saying?
I feel like so again, so we're talking now, you're asking what is historic, like what you're
Oh, I'm
asking
not.
me to do
I'm not.
history.
I'm asking what is your hermeneutical interpretation for this?
I
You
just
are
put that to you.
saying you are saying that he is saying that he's doing a political injunction, right? An inversion
I
of
didn't
the text, and that Jesus is saying that there are people in society who are marginalized, right? Therefore, we should make laws like that prioritize those in society who are marginalized and do it from a humble place and not center your ego.
um I don't think you're really getting the difference between the hermeneutic question versus
Oh,
what Jesus is literally saying.
I'm
So
asking
what
you. I didn't.
Jesus
I
is
don't. I know Jesus is not saying that. Jesus is
okay.
not saying that. Jesus is saying those of you that are beggars, that are low in society, the kingdom of heaven is yours. That's what he's
Okay.
saying, right? I'm not saying what you're saying. You're saying that this is a political message.
I'm not
And I'm
saying
asking,
I'm saying it can be read politically. It can be
right,
read
what is the
as a
political
horror.
message is what I'm asking you. What is it that you are saying
I don't get
can
the
be
confusion.
political?
I don't get. So I laid out that there
What
is an
what is
inversion.
it? What is it? What is the inversion? Be concise. Good grief. What is the political message?
I'm so all right. Um, Blessed are the poor in spirit. Literally means blessed are the poor in spirit. There's no real interpretation.
So
The
nothing. So the same thing.
the no. So we're, you're talking about syntax and translation. The
Oh my
hermeneutic
fucking god.
is goes beyond the literal wording. What
What
does
is the hermeneutical interpretation? What is it that you are saying the interpretation is politically?
I really don't understand how to explain to you further how the injunction of I mean sorry the inversion of power is the hermeneutic, and that is
The
what
in,
we that is how through my hermeneutic lens I read the Sermon on the Mount,
the
where
inversion
you
of power, the
yes.
inversion of power, right?
So I don't
So the
understand
power goes to
how
the power goes to the poor in spirit, correct?
yes. So we
All right.
empower
To do
to
what? To
yikes.
do
Even-
what? What does he want the poor in spirit to do?
So
What?
I'm actually ignoring your emotional dysregulation.
Because I don't know
And I'm
how many times I have to ask you this question.
no,
Like,
it's a bit
I'm asking
unhinged, but
to
I'm
do
powering through it.
what? To
To
do what?
what do you mean by that? What do you mean to do what?
Why is the inversion of power to the marginalized people here important for Jesus to teach? What is he saying to them? What does he
Just like
want them to do with this power?
I'm saying that the hermeneutic can be used politically, and that politic obviously would be beneficial for folks who are at the bottom of society. So
To do what?
what do you mean to do
What?
what?
Oh my
To enfranchise those who are disenfranchised? Like what do you
like
actually
so if I
you're
come to you and I
actually
just say if I come to
incredibly
you if
unhinged
I
and
come to
incoherent.
you if I come to you and I just say, hey Caleb, Matthew 5 is an inversion of political power.
You are incredibly unhinged and
If I
incoherent.
say that to you, what does that mean? If I say, Caleb, Matthew 5, Jesus taught on the Sermon on the Mount and Matthew 5 that it's an inversion of political power.
Yeah.
And then what did I just say?
You really, I don't think you have the range to have this conversation. I'm not gonna lie to
What
you.
did I just say? What did I just say to you?
This is not actually that hard. I'm saying that, so a pastor, for instance, or a political figure, someone who has political aims, let's say Martin Luther King, right? He could read that and say, to a group of people who are trying to advance a political idea, and that can give fuel or ideological sort of uh, force to a group of people who are galvanized around these ideas. It can advance causes that can help people who are at the bottom. It can help us, yeah. And so political I
I
this is not
literally
that
said that
hard.
shit. I literally said that shit. I literally said that shit in just layman's terms. You are basically saying that Jesus is saying for the poor in spirit. First off, what you're saying is that people can use this scripture as a reinterpretation to
Yes,
motivate the people who are marginalized in society.
folks. Yes, folks
That's
who
what
have
you're saying,
political
right?
aims. Yeah.
But what you originally came on here and said is that there needs to be more Jesus followers because they need to follow what Jesus taught on the Sermon on the Mount. But you can't. But now what you're doing is this hermeneutical reinterpretation of how people
You're
can look
not
at what Jesus
saying
taught,
nonsense,
not
and
actually. Oh,
you're
stop! Now
misrepresenting
you're
what I
doing.
said.
That's what you said. That is exactly why I said I don't. When I read the Sermon on the Mount, I don't see actions. I see states of being. And Jesus saying, if you are in this group of people, then the kingdom of heaven is yours. if you are humble, if you are meek, if you are those amongst the suffering and the mourning, if you are pure of heart, if you are persecuted, I don't see actions or Jesus saying do X, Y, Z.
So again, you don't understand like
I
the
do understand what you're saying with the
no,
hermeneutics. You
no,
are
I'm
saying
not
a
saying
person
what I'm
can read
saying.
this. Oh my God.
So again, you're obviously unhinged emotionally,
Sure,
and
yeah,
that's
because
fine.
like the
And
fact the fact that I had to
and
ask you 10
I don't
times,
think you
the fact that
think
I had
that
to
this
ask you
is
10 times,
serviceable. You think this is
10
serviceable to your
times.
platform, but it
The
actually
fact that
makes
I
you
had
look
to
very
ask you,
silly.
the fact that I had to ask
It
you
makes you
10
look
times,
incredibly
the
silly,
sure,
and you
cool.
think it serves your platform, and it
Okay, okay,
doesn't.
great. The fact that I had to ask you 10 times
I
to
was
do
actually a
what, for
fan of
what
yours. Of your,
purposes?
I
I
was a
don't
fan.
care. I
I was a
don't care.
fan of
I don't do this for
your,
fans. I
your.
don't care. You telling me that does not change
Well,
anything.
okay.
I
Well,
don't do this for
again,
fans.
you're a silly
The fact
person,
that I had to, okay, cool. The fact
and
that I
you're
had to ask
incoherent,
you 10
and you don't have the
times,
range to have
the
this
fact
conversation.
then you were never a fucking fan because this
No,
is
you
who I
don't have the
am.
range. You don't
Then you
have the
were never
range.
a fucking fan because
You're
this is who
incredibly
I fucking
incoherent
am.
and
And the
unhinged.
fact that I had to ask
You
you
do a
10
disservice.
damn
You do a
times,
disservice to
the fact that I had to ask you
do a
10 times
disservice to what
the fact that I had to ask you 10 damn times for you to make it plain on this hermeneutical interpretation that, and all you were saying was a person can read that and get motivated for civil rights or political agenda. Like y'all, I don't even know why y'all want to come up here and pretend like you are on some fucking scholarly ass level. Like I don't know why y'all want to do that shit.
That was ridiculous.
It don't make any fucking sense. How many times did I say you're saying that Jesus is saying that the poor in spirit, like to prioritize the marginalized people, that you can use that scripture as for political purposes? How many times did I say that?
Too many, to be honest.
But it, like all he kept saying was it could be used as a political inversion. To do what? Is what I kept asking him. Like if you're gonna say that there needs to be more Jesus followers, followers do something. And if you're giving me the Sermon on the Mount, you are telling me this is how you need to be, because these are states of being. And even when if you're going to give me a hermeneutical interpretation and you just state some shit and there still is no action there, I'm going to ask you to do what? Because you are talking about following. The fuck is wrong with y'all? No, there's no need to block him. And then I don't care about fans. Like I love y'all. Those of you that are supporters, but y'all if you are a supporter, you know that I'm not going to change who I am for support. Cuz you're going to support me because of who I am. Don't come up here and tell me I used to be a fan, cuz that's not going to make me change who I am. That's some crazy shit. And ain't no way in hell you was a fan, motherfucker, because I'll cuss a motherfucker out in a minute. And that ain't never been anything different in this motherfucker. The fact that you are surprised at that shit is crazy to me. Lori, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Like that's crazy. I asked him, I don't know how many times, what is the purpose? Like I don't. Mm. I see. Also, ass is in the chat, and then I don't know. Like, did his ass think saying hermeneutical 5,000 times was enough? I This is a hermeneutical inversion. Okay, for what motherfucking point? What does that have to do with following? What, like, what? God damn. And then this is what I'm talking about. This is how they convince people that slavery was against Jesus. Hermeneutics. They had to do that. They had to uh, reinterpret the scripture, or scripture interpreting scripture, to convince people that Jesus was against slavery, because there ain't nothing in this book that says that he is. That the blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven, is not Jesus saying do something. It's Jesus saying, if you are a part of this group of people, then the whatever you think the kingdom of heaven is yours. Whether you think that it is within, the peace, joy, being favored, whatever you think the kingdom of heaven is, whether you think it's going to heaven when you die, Jesus is saying that the kingdom of heaven is yours if you are poor and a beggar. So if you are saying that people need to follow and be like follow the Sermon on the Mount, do we need more poor and beggars so they can achieve this kingdom of heaven? With your hermeneutical interpretation, are you saying that more people need to galvanize for the marginalized group? Like, what? That just pissed me off.
Yeah, what's going
Duh,
on?
duh, but for what purpose? Like, but what? Hold on, go on mute for a second. To say that people need to follow the Sermon on the Mount, even from the hermeneutical inversion that he was giving, what instruction are people following? Just saying it is a political inversion does not say, therefore, people should do what? I don't know why y'all don't get that. Also, I ought to kick your ass for that. You know what? I looked at that and I thought also, but then I looked at the name and I was like, nah, that ain't. I thought that your other account. I'd kick your ass. I wonder if he was reading and could it, like, I don't think that he could. I don't even think that he could put in layman's terms what it was that he was saying. Yeah, I think that's why he went the way that he went. I don't think he understood like what he was saying. And then, like, I don't want people to come up here and try to sound smart. Like, if you can do hermeneutics, cool. But you're gonna have to be able uh to put it in lame in clear terms, concise terms. What is Jesus telling the people to do? What is Jesus saying will happen in your reinterpretation? You sent a super chat. Uh, is guest doing original intent role play, or icy Jesus with self love benefits, or maybe it's Pee Wee hermeneutics? That's a good one. That's a good one. Thank you. I should have read that shit while he was on stage. Flower Goddess Jamila, are you in the box on purpose? That was good. Flower Goddess Jamila?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh my God, I made a mistake, but I love you.
I love you too. Thank you for
Okay.
accidentally coming up.
Okay.
All right, have a good one.
You too.
That's what I think it is. I think he didn't have a way to articulate it outside of whatever he had read or heard from somewhere. Keeman?
Kimon, like
Kimon.
Pokemon.
Okay, can you turn your camera off for me, please? I don't allow cameras on stage.
Oh, hold on.
Thank you.
There we go.
Uh, Thank you. I appreciate that. And can I get your age and let me know if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing or an atheist, please?
I am 42. I left Christianity in my 20s and ended up going into another Abrahamic religion, but I'm kind of still wishy washy on things. I
Okay.
actually left
Are
Christianity
you
for
Islam or?
Judaism. No, I
Oh,
left
Judaism.
Christianity
Okay.
for Judaism actually in my early 20s.
Okay. All right. So are you a Hebrew Israelite? What's up,
No,
Satirical?
no,
No.
no, no, no,
Oh, okay.
no.
Okay.
I'm not going to yell at you if you walk by me on the street.
Okay. And which one of the topics did you want to discuss?
That very first one up there. I don't know if my comment popped up, but the deprioritized knowledge. This is one of the major gripes I've always had, especially I can't speak to everybody's situation, but you grow up like let's say around a bunch of Southern Baptist folks, and especially African Americans, while we say had a tendency to sweep certain things under the rug. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. That had wearing shorts around uncles, things like that. You follow me?
Yeah.
Okay. And allowing nonsense like that to continue is a what I thought was just a symptom of a bigger issue that we allow BS because it is God's will. And they will sit back and not do anything. And then we had the nerve to tell us as kids, like, have you ever heard somebody tell you the acronym PUSH, pray until something happens?
Yeah. Hmm.
And I'm like, don't you have to get up and do something too while you pushing? Like push your ass off the couch? But yeah, that part of the very top struck me because I see that now a lot with even governmental issues. You will see people let the world around them basically rot away on things that we could easily solve or start cleaning up to make better, and they will say, nope, it is the will of the Lord to let this happen. Or even worse, you have the end times prophetic folks who are waiting for what's that word? They just the rapture. It's like yeah, they'll let it happen because they think oh yeah, my time's coming anyway. We're gonna be gone soon.
Yeah. So I agree with what you're saying. I don't necessarily think that believers of Judaism deprioritizes knowledge as much as believers of the Christian God and the Muslim
Nah,
God does.
nah.
Um,
I've noticed that a lot. They will.
I'm sorry, one second. Let me,
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
finger was right here. Um, damn. Yeah, the reason why I say this is because I think the Hebrew scriptures focuses on teaching them how to be conquerors, and knowledge is needed for that, right? Um, I think they are taught to lean on the God also, and first, but they're not taught to like just not question or reason. And when in the New Testament, when Jesus comes, well, actually, after Jesus dies, they're kind of taught not to question, not to entertain um, conversations with philosophers, with people who deny their belief system, and so it does create a atmosphere where a lot of harm can exist because I think violence lives in the unlearned or in the ignorance because people either are afraid to speak out because they don't know how or they don't know that they can or uh, they think it's justifiable, right? They think their actions are justifiable because of a lack of knowledge. So I do think that within where amongst a lot of Christian believers, there is a lot of lack of knowledge and a lot of harm, but also with the other religions too, right? With the other Abrahamic religions too. I'm not saying there's not harm there,
Oh, there
but
is.
I think Judaism, yeah, I think Judaism is the has the least amount of ignorant believers versus the other two.
It will. Yeah, Judaism. A couple of the traits that you notice that will be different from different Abrahamic religions is you will not find like. I mean, I'm prior military, so we spent time in certain countries that were heavily Muslim and heavily illiterate. You don't find illiterate Jews, and it's
Right.
basically like the education aspect is pushed. Like you won't see Jewish families telling kids college is a waste or it's a brainwash. They will tell you you need to get your education, and just knowing the Bible is not enough because they will. And I've from being around this for 20 some odd years, you will have the aspect that yes, part of this book looks on ancient peoples that are may or may not have some historical aspect to it, but it is also full of allegory. But the reason that the book is kept is because it's a tradition. It's a tradition that kind of held bonds of people together, but you don't have to look at it as, oh, this literally happens. Like, no, this is a book that your people or the people that you acknowledge read before, and it's kept as something sacred just to pay homage to those that came before you, but you don't look at it as literal history, and you definitely don't use it in an argument to prove your own argument. Like the whole, the Christian knack to use the Bible to prove the Bible's existence. No, you have to have philosophy and outside references, and it welcomes the debate. It wants you to debate the perspective of maybe this means this or that.
Yeah, the uh one thing I've noticed about Judaism is that they can question it and they do know that 99% of the stories in this book never happened. Or they say something like 95% of the stories in this book are there for them to basically wrestle with their morality, right?
Yeah, they're
And
fables
to
to
yeah,
what to teach, and you know that
but
they
they
don't
do
apply
believe
any.
their God. They still believe that their God exists, and they have like a concept of the God being all knowing and all powerful, but not like the Christian God, not the the omnipresence of their God isn't necessarily like the Christian God, although they still believe that their God has power and does exist, and that is still within itself dangerous because they also know. Let me not speak of them as like they're just one group because they're not all one group, but there are some of them that believe that this God has taught them how to um, use psychological warfare to get people to behave or do a certain thing so that they can rule. Does that make sense?
Oh yeah,
Um,
the
yeah,
different
and
sects you will find have vastly different, from heavily orthodox views to more liberalized views, as you will see most Jews in the world have. But yeah, though the dangerous part is when you get to the heavily orthodox that think that it is their divine right, and that's when we start having the issue. And anyone who doesn't follow,
well, I think the idea for me, the idea of any human on earth being chosen out of all humans on earth is supremacy ideology, no matter what. Um, I think that's problematic, but the belief, the way the text is used against the unlearned to get the unlearned to do certain things, I think it, in some way, there are people in society who identify as Jewish people who promote more unlearned individuals so that they can rule them or control them, manipulate them to do their dirty work.
one example would be a particular senator from Texas who got his butt on TV and was screaming about, "I'm commanded by my Bible to bless Israel," and even any Jew looking at him was like, "Yeah, it never tells you that." But those who want to continue, some of the atrocities that are currently going on right now, I'm trying to dance around the algorithm here. I don't want to get you a strike. They will use Christians for the aspect of, hey, give us money because it tells you got to bless us and you got to protect us and keep this for us. And yeah, they'll use them to
I
further
think
their
they're
own
using
agenda.
each other. I
Yeah,
think I
well,
think I think they're
they're
using each
using
other.
they're using us because they have some goofy end times prophecy that involves us being unalived, minus a
Hmm.
particular 144,000 of us,
Hmm.
and they just need us to be in that land for their prophecy to be fulfilled and bring forth this, Armageddon rain down and, have their
Hmm.
savior come back. So
Yeah.
yeah, that's why I get no credence to any of the evangelicals who say, "Oh yeah, they'll bless the Jews." Like, you don't like Jews, you just need us to fulfill your little weird prophecy that ends up with me being, I don't know, struck down in fire.
Yeah, but it's crazy how the two have allied against the other brother um right now, right? Like both are fighting against the third Abrahamic religion
Yeah,
right now. And it's interesting that you brought this up, and this is why I say knowledge is important, right? Because if we don't know how we are, where we fall in line in that, like how we are part of those plans and advocating for it, or how we can participate in raising awareness. But um, I've talked about this several times in here, and how the evangelicals are sending over $200 million a year over to Israel because they believe that the Bible says that the Israelites needs to be in the Holy Land in order for Jesus to come back, and they
yep,
feel like that is their way of helping Jesus come back. And then eventually, they believe that there is going to be a war fought between Israel and the Christians, and they believe that the Christians are going to win, and the Israelites who do not bow down to Jesus will be killed.
yeah. You always got to
Hmm.
ask them the second part, like, okay, so if you get us all back to the Holy Land, then what happens? Yeah, they never want to say the second part. It's like, yeah, you basically got to be a casualty of this war that we're planning on coming down.
The thing is, Netanyahu, I don't want to say his name, he knows the plan. Like he knows what they're planning.
Oh yeah, and he
He's
takes
talked
full
about
advantage.
it. Yeah, he talks about it. And so I'm trying, like I don't quite understand what the fuck the United States is expecting, because he, like I don't know, let me not talk too much, but it's just interesting how when I am talking to believers and I try to tell believers what I see, and from watching and listening to these people talk, from studying the book, from reading Revelation, right, from understanding the plan in this book, they deny it. Believers will deny it and say that I don't know what I'm talking about.
Oh, they know, but the majority, I would say, of Jews worldwide are, if they say we like the idea of having a home with borders to protect, so something of, early 20th century Europe does not occur again, but the idea of not having a two-state solution and pushing other people off of their land like is not enough to share is actually frowned upon. But again, you have those, like you said, that can use things to manipulate the unlearned that end up gathering a power seat. And I'm not sure if you know what Knesset is, but it's kind of like the Jewish version of Parliament or the Senate. They basically filled it with a bunch of far right Orthodox types who will be like, yeah, bring the money in and let's push whoever else out of the way, while those of us who are outside of it, who will speak up against it, are called, the self-hating Jews. And it's like, no, bruh, like what you're doing is wrong. The stuff that we had going in the early 90s before Netanyahu and his crew came in and started with the settlements, it's like, yeah, you had ideas like, uh I don't know how old you are, but do you remember like the peace accord stuff that Clinton was doing with Yitzhak Rabin? Yeah, you had a path toward a solution, and then it just went haywire when the wrong people got in there.
Is that the guy that was killed?
Yes,
The
Yitzhak Rabin was the
mhm.
prime minister of Israel who was taken out, and yeah, but after that there was a power vacuum, and then those who filled the gap said, nope, we steamrolling everything in north, south, east, and west. And it's been basically a shit show since about 1996.
Yeah. Well,
And
I
those who
definitely
are
think that people,
outside get called out for disagreeing with it.
yeah. I definitely wish that more people would educate themselves on how the belief system is showing up in society, and stop trying to just, it's nothing wrong with like reading the text and getting inspiration from it, like for your personal life, but to completely ignore how it's showing up in society and how other people use the text and the other way that the text is meant to be used, right, is, I wish more people allow themselves to engage with it in that way, so that more of us, could be aware. But this is another reason why I don't like theology and like hermeneutics, because it allows them to not engage with the text that way,
Yeah,
right?
my
Like
Judaism is more community based anyway. It's like when you go to a shul or a holiday celebration, we I would almost say, it's weird to say this, but God almost seems like background noise. But we're there basically as a community to say, hey, stick together as opposed to falling out with holiness stuff. And I have the same thing on both sides, being that I am African American. So it's like, okay, part of my family observes some traditional African, worship stuff. And it's like, yeah, I have a balance of both actually. Do we have stuff in the house dedicated to ancestors? Yep. Do I have Jewish stuff in the house? Yep. Because it's all keeping community. It's not about, punishing somebody who's a non believer in the name of the Lord, or forcing my belief upon them, like, let's say, a Christian lawmaker in the US.
Yeah, but like, do you when you see people using the text um, in order to do the things that are harmful in society, do you just look at that and go, "That's not what my God originally meant by that," and then just you know
Oh,
separate yourself from?
we get highly annoyed because again, we can see like being in America, you hear somebody use the text for their own, you know, nefarious purposes, whether it's a Jew teaming up with a Christian dude or a Christian themselves, and we go, dude, you read a Torah portion once a week, every week, and then we recycle it all over. So every year of your life as a Jew, you read I don't know, sure if you know this, but they break up the Torah into portions to where every week on the Sabbath you read this portion, from this to this to this, and at the end of the year you basically say, "Hey, here's a little celebration. We did it," and then the next week you start over again. So you've read it so many times to where when somebody does something or uses it out of pocket to, I don't know, like let's say shame the LGBTQ community, you're like, hey, not only have you read that wrong, but you completely misinterpreted it, and this is what it means. Because again, we've had centuries of debates and whole books on, you know, 10 different Jewish philosophers each gave their opinion on it and came to this consensus of this is what it actually meant based on history, the time period, and this. And then you can't apply it to people from this group today. And when we see that, we're like, yeah, you're completely doing it wrong. And we're glad to interpret it for you, but you don't want to listen to us.
Yeah, but there are people
Thickens us.
who are doing that, right? Who identify as Jewish, right? Like
Yeah,
the belief that the genocide that's happening right now, right, in Palestine is because of the belief that a God gave land to a specific group of people eight
because
thousand years ago
and they know
or
they can
six
use
thousand years
somebody
ago.
else. They know they can use somebody else to back them, i.e., evangelicals who are pushing their own beliefs through the law in places like Britain and the US and don't read this stuff to say, hey, back us up, be our bully. And they'll do it. Because, as you probably know, did you grow up like, just a question, like with church folks, family who would like go and listen to the sermon from the pastor and like highlight it and like underline the stuff for the week and they would
No,
never
no,
read?
I get.
Yeah, they would
Yeah,
never read
no.
anything else but that. So they skip most of the stuff and then
Hold on for a
I
second. I
can
get what you're saying, but are you saying that when they read this text and the text says that a God commanded the Israelites to go into that land and take that land, that they're reading it wrong? Or
no,
are
what
you
I'm
saying
saying
that
is the people
they
who
shouldn't be
know
applying
better,
it to today?
yeah, one, they can't apply it to today because it's not even the same geographical parameters, but those who want to use it for, you know, foul purposes can get somebody else to help them be the bully. Because again, Israel is a smaller landmass and it only has this many people. So they know they have to get other folks to financially and militarily back them to do these things. And the people who they get to do it are a bunch of people who only read a couple fragments of this book that they were told to read. And if somebody who they say, hey, I've read most of this, I can tell you, you're supposed to help me. Okay. It's like, no. So yeah, the few people who want to be foul can use it to manipulate others into being their useful idiot, basically.
Yeah.
And as you've seen, we have a lot of useful idiots who have made their way into certain positions.
Yeah, no, yeah, I think it is a oversimple. It's a very complicated topic for sure, but I definitely thank you for coming up. I don't want to say too much, but I definitely thank you for coming up. Did you have anything else?
I was gonna just say, like, with that useful idiot comment, you have obviously we know as Americans who we have, and if you aren't aware, Bibi Netanyahu and his brother,
So
who's
I
no longer
stopped
here.
the conversation
Oh, I'm
for a
sorry.
reason.
Oh, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah, yeah.
Oh,
Did you have anything else? I don't
No.
want to talk about that.
Okay,
But
no, no, no. Just thanks for letting me up, and I hit follow so I can. This is like third time I've seen you, so I finally hit follow, and I'll be back for some more if you let me.
all right, thank you so much. Have a good day. Thank you for coming in. Yeah, Dragon. I agree. Anthony.
Hi.
Hi. How are you?
Actually, I'm doing well. How are you today?
I'm doing good. Did you come up on accident or on purpose?
It was like kind of a mix. I was curious to get into conversation, but I was gonna listen more, but then I accidentally hit request, and then I
Oh,
was
okay.
like,
No worries. I can put you back in the comments. Okay.
okay,
All right. Have a good
thanks.
Booba, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Mrs. Coffee, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Happy Humanist?
Hi, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect.
I take you are an atheist?
Um, I've I will say I'm deconstructing and I'm not ready to pull the full atheist trigger. If that makes sense. I don't know if I'm right. I'm
Yeah.
probably 80% there. So that's a humanist approach is what I feel more comfortable in my journey for now. Um, so that's kind of where I'm at.
Okay. And what's your age for TikTok purposes?
49.
All right. And which of the topics did you come up to discuss?
I think the first one, um, and for believers, depri- deprioritizing deprioritizing knowledge, therefore the world suffering. So, what I often think of, and by the way, I'm a huge fan of your platform. I love everything you do. So if I'm nervous, it's probably why, in getting my words out. But what has never made sense to me is there I think the scholars one have always there's always been little evidence that Jesus existed. We'll put that by the side, because there are some scholars and some historians that said yes, he existed. um Particularly with Josephus, even though that passage is kind of in question. But what I've never understood is, for all of the miracles that Jesus supposedly did, feeding the 5,000, raising Lazarus from the dead, healing the lepers. Why weren't those documented more? Why weren't those talked about? If Josephus wrote about a man named Jesus, and I know he was a Jewish historian, so maybe he just didn't feel compelled to write that much about him. But during a time where people were worshiping the sun as a sun god, you would think that of the 5,000 people that were there, they could have left that miracle spread out and say, "Hey, you would not believe what just happened." And then, people could have converted. My question coming to that is it documented anywhere in historical record that these things ever happen?
So I am going to answer your question, but before I do, I don't see how this is related to the topic of believers deprioritizing knowledge and the world is suffering because of it.
Can
And
I expand on that?
no, 1 second.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. So I do allow community members to come up and ask the type of question that you're asking
Yep.
if they are a nerd. Um, and so like to get stage priority to be able to come up and ask like off topic questions or research based questions, um, you have to subscribe to the community, and to do that, you can do that at the bottom of the screen next to the comment box. But I am going to go ahead and answer because I'm going to say this: I don't know everything. If we have to research it while we're on live, then we do that because this is a research based live. But from my um, uh, current research, no, there isn't anything documented. There's not anything documented really outside of the four gospels about anything that Jesus did, or the four gospels, the canonical gospels, and then you have some apocryphal uh, tags that people wrote. But no, there's no documentation of any of the miracles, any of the witnesses that Paul talks about. Most of the, not most, all of the so-called uh, claims of his disciples being um, having students are all third person references. Like we don't even have a first person references for any of those claims either.
And I think that's where I was getting to, and maybe I didn't explain where how I thought it fit into that first box, is those type of questions, I don't feel that believers are prioritizing those type of self-reflections and prioritizing that knowledge. I don't think that they ask the why a lot. I think that they just open the book and they take everything as it is. It's, we, as a former Christian, you call it as, and you call it the word. It's God's word, and it is what it is, and you don't question it. But I think that believers are deprioritizing knowledge and self-discovery. So maybe and I could be completely misunderstanding that prompt. But I guess that's where I kind of fall into to that prompt, is they're not asking the why questions. Um, where is the evidence? The scholars talking about these things, the historians. I don't know.
No, yeah, that definitely, you know, is the type of knowledge that is deprioritized amongst believers. Although sometimes they'll, if it aligns with validating their belief, then they're okay with using that type of knowledge. It's like anything that goes against it, right? Archaeological data, historical information, they downplay it, right, and demonize it.
Right.
But not even just that, right? A lot of believers don't read their own text, like they don't read the book itself.
Right. Correct. 100%.
Yeah, and they, coupled with not having a high level of education most of the time, for like a secular education, most of the time as well. And so even when they do read, what we are experiencing is reading comprehension is not there. And they lean heavily on the belief that a deity is talking to them. And so it doesn't matter what the context is, it doesn't matter, you know, what the words actually mean. What is prioritized is what they feel this entity is saying to them about the words they just read.
Right. Well, I mean, I was raised Southern Baptist, and we were taught that your pastor was called by God. So number one, he talks to God to get his inspiration for his sermon, and etc. And so you are to, in essence, obey what the pastor says because he's got that hotline to God. There's no reason to question what your pastor's saying because he's the expert. So if that's what the pastor says, that's what the pastor says. And so people don't look into it and gain knowledge to question some of these things. They just take it for granted of either it was something in history or they don't read context clues of what happened in the Bible, chapters before and chapters after. Um, I don't know if it's just something that has been passed down as a tradition that I know in the Catholic faith that, that's the way it was for hundreds of years. That, I mean, you couldn't even get a Bible in English to read along with. You just trusted your priest. Um, so, and in that the world suffers. I think that if people did more of their own homework, reading the Bible, actually studying it and saying, "Hey, wait, this doesn't make sense. The world is suffering because we have more of this religion." Um, and that what is what makes the world suffer, I feel.
I think that people think that, people like ourselves are just against religion. We're against having to follow rules, right? We don't want to
Right.
worship the God because we just want to go party and fuck everybody, right? And that's what they think in their mind. And
Correct,
they don't
correct.
hear us when we say, "Hey, we've read this text, and the harm that we see in society is coming from the text. It's
Mhm.
coming from the control mechanisms established in this book,
100%.
right?" And they don't they don't care because they don't see the same thing when they read it, because they're not reading from a uh a a place of comprehension. They're reading from inspiration and interpretation, and reinterpreting shit because they don't like what it originally says, right? They're either
Mhm.
trying to make it relevant to them today in 2025, or make it say something different because what it originally says is some fuck shit that goes against their morals, and they don't want
Right.
to worship a god that goes against what they've been preaching. So they reinterpret and say, or is Jesus actually saying this? Because the reality is that you'll never know, right? You can't know for sure what the writers of the text were saying, even those that
Mhm.
interpolated shit, right? Like you'll never be able to know exactly what their intention was. So it kind of leaves room for people to play around with it and say, "This is what it says to me," right?
Well, and I don't think that they're even aware. Well, I don't know if maybe they are, of the damage that, just as you pointed out, the damage that the text is doing. Growing up as a gay kid, and you hear, especially with Fire and Brimstone Church, you hear, about the evils of Leviticus, and pointing out that man should not lie down with man, and you're an abomination. And you carry that as you're forming as a teenager, and you're you're growing into an adult, and that's all you hear. That's all you hear. um, but you're not taught what that actually means. And so there's just so much religious trauma from that they're not prioritizing an actual study of the text, lining it up with the original language if at all possible, and trying to sit down and say, okay, what did this mean? What was going on during this time in history? Um, to try to determine, you know, is there something here that we can learn, or is this just not, you know, not something that we need to pay attention to?
Yeah, like I feel like they never say, like they don't have the freedom to say that we shouldn't be doing. Like, why did God allow that? Like, goodness
Hmm.
gracious, I'm glad as humans we've evolved and we no longer do that. Right? There's
Hmm.
a a couple of texts in here that I think believers, if they really wanted to use the text to become more ethical, or you know ethical minded people, right? Um, one of them is the Abraham Abimelech story, where the story says, the God prioritizes Abraham over integrity and innocence, and the God is willing to kill integrity and innocence because like for the sake of Sarah getting Abraham's property back, despite the fact that Abraham was dishonest and put the Abimelech in in that position. Also, the fact that one, the Abimelech being in the time where Abraham would have existed is anachronistic because they did not exist at that time. They were not a nation at that time. So them being there serves a purpose that the God has always prioritized the line of Abraham over the Philistines, right? So that increases the superiority of the superiority ideology or culture
Yeah.
in the story, and the fact that the God is willing to kill those that
Yes.
are, you know what I'm saying, like, and
Yes.
we
Over
should
and
be
over.
yeah, and we should be able to read that and go, holy shit. Like, this is where supremacy ideology comes from. This is where the behavior or the mindset comes from people who are willing to kill people for being different than them. I don't want to be like that, right?
Yeah.
And then they don't ask themselves, did God tell them to put this in the book so that I learn that this is the wrong thing to do? Instead, what they do is they agree and say it's just because I cannot question God. And that's what these um, a lot of religious leaders depend on. These oppressive governments or organizations depend on people not believing that they have the ability to stand up and say, I don't agree with that. I don't care if you say God said do it. That's wrong. I don't agree with that. And it's beneficial to keep people in a place of ignorance when it comes to reading the stories in this book and in that way. And as I was talking to the last guest, one thing that I like about some of the Jewish people that I talk to, some of them are just outright like denying Palestine. I don't agree with that. The Zionists, I don't agree with that. But a lot of the Jewish people that I talk to, they look at the text from a, uh, it allows them to question. It allows them to think. It's a tool that allows them to learn more about themselves and the world around them.
Hmm. And then where I grew up as Protestant, anytime I did ask those questions, it was the answer. And as I think that you've said that you were a former believer, it's always, well, God works in mysterious ways, and that's just the churchy way of saying I don't fucking know. If you don't know, just say I don't know. Let's study it. But it's just always the
Right.
God works in mysterious ways, and that's just what He wanted to do. Okay, well that doesn't really help me out. Why did God say that the firstborn needed to be killed? Why did the flood happen? Why did Sodom and Gomorrah happen? Because there are so many interpretations of that. Why did you know? Why did any of these? Why did he allow people to be enslaved? It's it and there were specifications on that. I mean, none of it just. That's where my deconstruction came in, is just because of now being able to question it. Um, so I don't know. I think that anytime that we are not giving people the tools to educate themselves, not only biblically, but in the outside world, the world is going to suffer. I mean, we're going to be left behind in various ways. Um, yeah, I guess that's all I had. That was just more of my curiosities about some of the miracles, and um, I guess misunderstanding the first prompt. But
Nope, that's okay. I appreciate you for coming up. It was a great conversation.
yep, and I'll make sure I subscribe. I thought I already had subscribed. I misunderstood the little heart at the top by your name, so I'll make sure I get subscribed.
All right, sounds good. Thank you so much.
And can you drop me? I'm not sure how to drop.
Yeah. Have a good night.
Thanks, you too.
This Hinomi chair is supposed to not cause the type of neck pain that it's causing, but a $700 chair, and this pain in my neck is ridiculous. Mrs. Coffee, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? There she go. Okay. All right, y'all. The guest box is open if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing, if you are an atheist, and 21 and up. Coin rug pull up win. Huh? Coin. What are you saying, RP? Thinker coin rug pull win. Huh? RP, what are you saying? I don't know what you're trying to say to me. This is like the church rejects. That's hilarious. I don't know. Like if they wouldn't lie so damn much, they wouldn't get cussed out. I have no patience for dishonesty, and then I don't have any patience for people who want to pretend like I don't know a person coming up here speaking hermeneutics and don't know how to give the entailment of the interpretation that they're giving. Um, it's like a Phil Bro to me. Hermeneutics. That's interesting. That's funny, Big Bad. Well, y'all, it's almost 3:00 in the morning, y'all. We got an hour to go before the rest of the world wakes up.
Indeed.
Y'all want to hear my song again? I'm in love with that damn song. I listened to it all day yesterday. You're welcome, Happy Humanist. I was hoping that some men would come up so that we could talk about it when they chose the believers don't understand the knowledge of good and evil, because I'm gonna have that conversation, because I definitely think that it's the case. Your PFP is showing also.
Didn't know the word for danger, but saw it on her skin. The way he spoke of order and the world he trapped her in. He got to decide and define that life was called paradise. But what if she saw differently through her own eyes? What if he got loud and the questions told her thinking was rebellion? Twisted lies into the truth, convinced her curiosity was rude. What if she understood control is care? What if she understood love is fear? What if while walking in Eden, he prayed for Satan just to give a reason? What if Adam was abusive and Eve didn't understand the bruises? What if the garden was a cage and she the bird he tried to tame? What if the serpent wasn't danger, just the first voice that felt sane? And she started thinking, what if the egg inside me has a name? What if God's plan was Adam playing God inside my brain? What if Adam is a monster, jealous cause I'm smarter? What if wisdom was the fruit that stripped the truth from every lie? What if she didn't want to live but wanted to die? She was raised to take excuses, trained to bend instead of break. Called it love when it was hurt and called it God when it was fake. Every time her voice got louder, someone told her to be still. As if surviving in a nightmare was the proof of woman's will. And what if Eve was never ever fragile. Just convinced she had to be. What if women learn the danger? Long before they learn it free. Be patient, be quiet, be grateful. He made you, he only wanted silence. That's why he needed someone new. Don't forget he had lived before you. What if Adam was abusive? And Eve didn't understand the bruises. What if the garden was a cage and she the bird he tried to tame? What if the serpent was in danger? Just the first voice that felt sane. And she started thinking, what if the egg inside me has a name? What if God's plan was Adam playing God inside my brain? What if Adam is a monster, jealous cause I'm smarter? What if wisdom was the fruit that shook the truth from every lie? What if she didn't wanna live but wanted to die? Oh. What if Adam was abusive? What if paradise is pain? What if every rule of God was just a man trying to reign? What if Adam was a monster and the weapon was his voice? What if leaving Eden wasn't sin but his very first choice? What if Adam was a liar? All the things he taught her kept her from the truth inside. What if Eve wasn't disobedient? She knew it was a lie. What if Eve was never falling? What if she just chose herself? What if loving him and dying so she reached for something else? What if Eden wasn't safety? Just the place you learn to hide. What if leaving wasn't weakness, but a spirit staying alive? What if every woman after carries echoes of a fight? What if Eve was never sinful? She was finally choosing right.
The name of the song is uh The Ache Had a Name. That's the name of the song. Uh and it should be on Spotify probably by tomorrow because I uploaded it today. It'll probably be on Apple Music by next week. But at least it should be on Spotify by tomorrow. Um, but
I was cleaning the sky. Can you play it again?
um, but yeah, like I wonder if people like what specifically men who are believers. What y'all think about that? Like, what if Adam was abusive in the garden because they didn't know, they didn't have the knowledge of good and evil, and I think a lot of not I think in the conversations that I've had with believers regarding that story, believers think that meant that Adam and Eve could not do good or evil. Well, they think it meant they couldn't do evil. For some odd reason, they think that they could do good because the God would command them to do good. And although they have free will, Adam and Eve just did good until the serpent came. And it doesn't make sense that doesn't make sense to me because you're either saying that oh, it's on Spotify already? Damn, that was quick. Thank you, Josh. That was quick. They usually take at least 24 hours. Um the they're either they're they're either saying that the God made Adam and Eve do good while until the serpent came, because they lacked the knowledge of good and evil. They think that meant that they could not do evil, and that doesn't mean that. That means that they didn't have a moral conscience to consider whether their actions were good or evil. And so I'm asking, what if Adam was abusive in the garden and Eve didn't know how to explain her bruises, how to explain what she was feeling, because she didn't know the difference between, she didn't know whether what Adam was doing, his abuse, was good or bad. She didn't know how to explain it. Yeah, because she ate the fruit, right? She was told if you eat this fruit, you're going to die. She took a risk. The serpent's like, nah, right? She looks at it. She does. Eve is the only one in that story that goes through a process of thinking. She analyzes it. She considers, what it's like to be that if it would be a good thing to be wise. So she goes through a process of thinking, and there's not a lot of conversation about that. The story of Lilith. I don't know when it was written. I'm not sure. Hey, Kiablo Soko. Lies. Adam was light, and Eve is evening. We have been lied to. What? What? Are you talking about Lilith? Dank. There's oh, didn't didn't she like fly off and have babies by a demon? Like they got into it about who's gonna be on top during sex. Adam wanted to be on top. Lilith wanted to be on top. They got into an argument. She flew off, had sex with a demon, and had demon babies. Yeah, but I think too, like even just the fact that we we're not told about Lilith, and even Lilith is in. She's talked about in the book of Isaiah, but she's given a different. Her name is coded. Um, but we aren't told that Lilith existed before Eve. We're told Eve is the first. Which in abusive relationships, you usually find out that the person had somebody before or did something to somebody before. Like you're not the first victim. Where y'all at? Y'all know small talk with me ain't gonna last too much longer. We got 600, uh, uh, 545 here and 100 on YouTube. 645 people watching the live. You said maybe Adam was jealous of Eve because she was first to be enlightened, then went opposite. It's a possibility. But what? But my thing is what made her, like I'm saying, before she ate the fruit, what was the what was she experiencing that made her willing to, to even go against what Adam said or what the God said? Eve had a desire to be wise in the story. Yeah, I definitely think she was made smarter. Ben Ja, good morning. You said she didn't like feeling like a dude. Why would she feel like a dude also? Why was Eve feeling like a dude? just tried to add you to the live. I don't know what's happening. Hold on.
Are they private?
I don't know. They're not in there anymore. I tried to when they came up. I clicked accept, and then they popped out. I don't know. But all right, y'all. It is 3 o'clock in the morning. It is 600 people watching the stream. 652 people. That'll be 0 people in the guest request box. It, it's so like I guess I don't know if this is like uh I don't know the same people who are okay lying. I don't know how I wanna articulate that, but I am noticing something. Ascend. Ascend.
Hello, yeah.
Hi, how are you?
Not too bad. How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing good. Did you come up on purpose or on accident?
On purpose for sure, yeah.
Okay. And your age, please, for TikTok purposes.
36.
Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing or an atheist?
I think all of the above.
Okay, so you can't be all the above. I know, although sometimes it may feel like that when you're going through. Like, are you currently a believer who is deconstructing?
Oh, I see what you mean. I think I'm I think I'm constantly trying to expand my knowledge of the truth. Whether it's right or wrong, I don't know. So I'm not sure if that's
Do you
deconstructing.
currently believe in the God of the Bible?
I think there's some truth to it for sure.
So I only talk to people who believe in the God of the Bible, people who are deconstructing their belief or thinking about it, or atheists. So I'm trying to figure out where you fit in there.
Okay. It's difficult for me because I don't think I fit in anywhere. Um, can I ask you a question?
No,
No?
no. Like, why would I allow you to ask me a question if I don't know if you qualify to be on the
You-
stage?
to be to have a greater understanding of like the discussion, this whole topic. Like I'm not going to ask you like, is the sky blue? Like, it
No,
would
because
be
I don't know if you qualify to be on stage, and that would be wasting my time for you to go
okay.
into asking a question. So,
Okay.
like, if you're not either a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist, I'm going to have to take you down, okay?
I'm very sorry. I don't want to waste your
All right, y'all. I only talk to people who currently believe in the God of the Bible, people who are deconstructing that belief or thinking about it, um, or atheists. I know there are some people who classify themselves as agnostic theists. I'm not looking to talk to you about a belief in just, some God. Um, if you are an agnostic theist who is deconstructing your belief in the God of the Bible, that's different. You can come up and talk about that pertaining to the topics, but not about the God you believe in that is some, you know, other God. Not that I have an issue with that. It's just that that is not the God we are discussing in here. Okay. Same thing with spirituality or African spirituality. If you identify as that, but you believe in the God of the Bible, that you can come up, you qualify. If it's just spirituality and you're deconstructing from the God of the Bible, you qualify. But I don't want people to come up talking about spirituality or just, Christ consciousness without it being tied to the topics in here. Jalsma,
Hello.
hi, how are you?
I'm just finding you.
I'm good. Can I get your age, please?
51.
And are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
No, I'm a believer in the Bible. I'm a believer in the Bible all day.
Okay, give me just a second. Also, Sunny, are you? Oh wait.
I am.
Okay, I need to put a lidocaine patch on my back right quick. Can you?
Okay.
Yeah, I got to do something about this neck pain. Give me just a
Okay.
second. All right.
Gotcha. All right, Mr. Josman, go ahead and choose one of the three topics that are on the side.
I like the one in the middle.
Does the world need more of Jesus followers?
A whole lot more.
Can you tell me why?
First, I follow, right? Then I started doing what the Bible says. That's when my whole life really changed. My life changed after that.
So that's you individually. We mean like outside of yourself. Do you see that we need more
Yeah,
of
but
Jesus's
nobody.
followers and why?
Well, that's all you're gonna be doing is following. Somebody got to eventually lead. Okay. Let me take that back. Let's start from the beginning. I'm a step by step. Okay, you follow. Okay, after you follow, what's next? After you follow, what you following?
The question is about Jesus's followers.
Yes. We on the topic, but what are you following of Jesus?
You tell me, you are the follower of Jesus. What are you following?
I stopped following and I started doing what the Bible told me to do. I
And
stopped
what did the
doing
Bible tell you to do?
okay. We all read the Bible. I don't know who all read it. I read it twice, right? I read it twice.
Okay.
And I said, okay, what do I do next? I had to be in my mid 20s. He said, well, follow me. Start doing what it says. Just like chemistry
Okay.
class. Just like anything you mix together, cooking, once you understand the ingredients and how to put it together, start doing it. So I said,
Okay.
okay,
Do you have children?
yes,
Have they done anything wrong that you
yes.
don't approve of? Have you
Well,
stoned them?
it's not so much that done wrong
Have
when
you
you,
have you have you stoned them?
yeah,
You've stoned your children?
yeah, with words of encouragement, with
No, no,
words
no,
of
no,
the
no, no,
Bible.
no, no,
We're
no,
not doing no
no.
song.
The Bible says if your children are disobedient, you have to take them to the you have to take them to the gates and have
You got to
your
laugh.
village stone them.
You got to laugh.
No,
Okay,
that was I was shifting myself, so I got I
okay.
had to.
Let's.
That was the sound you heard. Oh, hold on, Mr. John. So you're not doing what the Bible told you to do.
If that's the case, to not be in jail.
Hmm?
You're not gonna hit your kid. You're not gonna take your kid to a whole nother place and throw a rock at 'em. Let's be realistic. The
But the Bible
Bible.
said, hold on. No, you
Okay.
said that
Yeah.
you said you follow what the Bible says. And I'm asking you if you did what the Bible told you to do. And that's one of the things that the Bible told you to do.
Yeah. If you wanna
Mhm.
go down this road, yeah, I did do it.
So
I did.
your children not alive then.
Yeah, they're still alive.
Mr. Jones, why are you lying?
No, we're gonna go down this road. It's not about a lie. I was
It is
telling
a
you.
lie because you haven't stoned your
Okay,
children.
look. Would you stone your kids with a rock?
No, because I don't follow what this Bible says to do. You are supposed to follow what the Bible says to do, and you
I
said that you did.
Okay, let's stay on this planet. I like your topic, but let's go deep. Let's get past the 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 words, okay? And let's look what's
How we
behind the
gonna get?
music.
What?
All right. You okay,
He
no, no, no.
trying to get. Hold on. Did you hear what he said about stoning his kids?
No, I
Who
just
gonna
heard that.
stone that kid?
Hold on, Mister.
Yeah.
Hold on. I'm talking to the host. I'm giving her the background because she wasn't here. So I'm gonna put you on mute for a second. So I asked. He said, at some point you got to stop following and start doing what the Bible says. So he's read it twice, and it's like a recipe book, and he just started following what the book says. So I asked him if he has children, and he said yes. And I said, has his children done anything to disobey him? And he said yes. So I said, have you stoned them? And at first he said no, and I said, oh, you don't stone your kids? No, he said yes. And I said, oh, you stoned your kids? And then he said, with words of encouragement. And I said, no, so you don't follow the Bible, because the Bible said for you to take them to the gates of the city and stone them if they're. So that's where we are now. And he wants to go deeper and
Which
use
topic did he
his.
choose?
He chose, does the world need less or more of Jesus' followers? And that's why he was like, at some point, you got to stop following and start doing. Right?
Okay, and your answer for stoning your children because Jesus taught to follow the Mosaic law is what? Dallas?
He said be more realistic, because no one is going to do that. But at the same time, he says he follows it.
All right. All right. Okay. So I see there's a beginning and an ending with this topic. So you said following Jesus, right? No, just hear me
Wait, what
out.
do you mean
Just
there's a beginning and ending with the topic? What do you mean by that?
because when I said I stopped following and I started doing, that's when she brought up the stoning of my kids. So I can't go no further. So it ends right there. When she asked me, do I stone my kids? I say yes with a word of encouragement. She said, no, just follow
Oh,
me.
you made it metaphorical. You stoned your children
Yes.
Yes.
metaphorically, but that's not what the text was referring to. The text, Jesus was quoting the Mosaic law, which required literal stoning of children. And during the time that Jesus lived, uh, during that time, Rome had infanticide laws that did allow parents to legally stone their children for being disobedient. And so because of the way the because of when the text was written and what it's saying, it's not talking about a metaphorical stoning, it's talking about a physical stoning.
Who will actually throw rocks at their kids?
They did in history and antiquity. They
You
did.
have kids?
I, so again, we're talking about what was uh was written down for the culture of people at that time. And
Oh, so
at
we
that
talking about
time,
then, not now.
Joshua, the text was written for a group of people uh, in the Bronze Age and the Iron Age and the Hellenistic period and the Greco-Roman period. You all read this text today and apply it to yourself today. But in order to make it relevant to you today, you can't read it and say, Jesus is saying to stone your kids literally, although that's what it referred to and at the time that it was written. Because it is against the law for you to stone your kids today, you look at it and go, this is referring to a verbal stoning.
Correct. Everything in
But
the Bible is
what she
verbal.
said, no, it's not. The in the text in the Mosaic law, they were expected to stone their children. Let me ask you a question. So when it says in Acts when uh, they stoned Stephen, when it says Paul was persecuting the Christians, the followers of Jesus? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, go ahead.
Was that verbal? Was that stoning verbal, or was that a literal physical stoning of Stephen?
If I tell you the truth, you still gonna deny me. So yeah, they stone him. Well, I could tell you the truth of it, but
What's the truth of it?
any relationship you have with human beings, there's gonna be a flaw, and it's not really a flaw. It's called human trait. As they travel on this earth, as we all travel on this earth.
I'm sorry. Are you talking about Stephen and Paul, or are you getting ready to go to something else? Are you
No,
getting?
no,
What's
no.
the
I'm
truth
still.
of the Stephen and Paul question I asked?
There's no truth
Then why did you say if I tell you the truth, you still gonna deny me when I asked that question?
because I can't tell you the truth, because you're gonna
About
deny
what?
me about Stephen and these people.
What is the truth about Stephen it
The
being
truth
stoned?
is all this stuff, and I heard you say don't jump off into conscience and understand all that, right? I got that. I got that. But 100% of that Bible is not even physical.
You mean literal?
Literally, it's not physical.
What do you mean it's not physical?
Everything in that Bible is still going on to this day.
What? What do you mean it's not
See,
physical? What do you mean it's not
is
physical? Are you
everything
trying
in
to
that
say it's not
Bible
literal?
it is literal, but it's not physical.
What do you mean by it's not physical?
Man, how can I break this? Uh, how can I break this down where you could really see it
Are you
because
trying to say
I
it's
don't,
spiritual?
it's even past spiritual. It's even past that.
What is past spiritual?
Oh man.
What's the word for it? How do you define something that is past spiritual?
When you go beyond when you go beyond spiritual where you can see, and we got five senses, right? Regular five basic senses.
Hmm.
Spiritual, that's when you tap into a higher senses. It's
Which
higher
are
than
which are
your
what?
five senses.
Which are
Okay.
what are those higher senses?
Your intuition.
An
Your
intuition is
intuition.
a sense.
No, your intuition is your personal guide. That's your original sense.
Uh, So are you saying that a person that does not believe in this God or this text or whatever doesn't have intuition?
They have it, but they don't know how to unlock it because of certain things being put in place for you not to know that you could tap into all these different things that God wants you to have.
Wait, are you saying that because I don't believe in your God, that
I don't have a
I
God.
don't, I, well then why are you up here if you don't believe in
No,
the
no,
God that
no,
we're
because we
talking about?
talking. No, no, don't kick me
No,
off because we talking.
no. If you don't, you said you believed in this God. Now you don't have a God. No, I don't like liars either. God damn.
Dang it. Also was saying he needed 30 minutes.
30 minutes for what?
He's like, keep him up here at all costs. I need like 30 minutes.
Oh, oh, I didn't even. What was y'all so finna do?
I
Why
think
you ain't tell me
I
that?
think he wanted. He just because it literally just happened. Like I just asked him how long he needed. He said like 30, and as soon as that happened,
Where did he go?
he was getting kicked.
Cause he
The guy
lied.
he left. Oh, okay.
No, I'm talking. No, he
Yeah.
lied. Like, how you go from being a believer to I don't have a God? Like he's one of those spiritual minded people, and he just lied to get on up here and talk about that shit.
I hate people.
Nitram, are you in the box on purpose or on accident?
Is it you said your neck, your upper back? What?
Yeah, where I had that procedure,
Mm-hmm.
and yeah, it's acting. I've been fighting with it all day.
Yeah. Oh, Jesus. Ugh.
Like it hurt so bad, like my hand shake, and I had to find a lidocaine badge.
I was about to ask if they sent some home with you.
I only had one left. I'm gonna call the doctor tomorrow and see if she can do a prescription. This motherfucker hurt. But the thing is, this is why I invested in the chair that I have, because it was supposed to uh, take that pain away.
I know back and neck pain ain't nothing to laugh at.
Shit ain't no joke. Should have make a motherfucker buckle the fuck over.
Mm-hmm. I get the pinched nerves in my shoulder. I'm out for about a week.
That's why I have so much sympathy for people who have like sickle cell or uh,
Mm-hmm.
lupus or degenerative uh, bone disease and stuff. Because just simple back pain or neck pain hurt. Like, can you imagine your whole body being in pain?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, my sister has lupus, and I just on those days when it's
But then what the fuck are you here for, Madison? You've been here all fucking night. You obviously do like listening to me. And then on top of that, you don't have to fucking like me to bring your motherfucking ass on stage. I think you're scared because I fucking cuss. Bring your motherfucking ass on stage then, Madison. Don't be scared. Don't be in the comments talking about Thinker is scared. Bring your ass on stage if you not scared. This is what I was talking about earlier. Like, it be the people who will get up here and lie. Like, y'all motherfuckers don't give a damn about lying. You don't give a damn about gaslighting. But y'all motherfuckers are scared of somebody saying fuck. Y'all scared of somebody saying motherfucker. Like that shit make sense. Like, y'all some of the most abusive motherfuckers on the planet, but you scared of my ass saying fuck? Or of me raising my voice? Bring your ass on stage. You just gonna type that shit and then not come up here? Madison? Like, I give y'all the opportunities to prove the shit that y'all say in the chat. Y'all full of shit. Y'all mad because I won't let y'all gaslight my ass, and I'm not gonna let you gaslight the people listening. I don't want to do agnostic. I don't do that. I just finished explaining I'm not interested in having these discussions with agnostic theists. We're talking about the God of the Bible, not just some God. if you are an agnostic, if you are, all your gods are fake. All your gods are fake. They're all your ideas. That's why you get to say, I'm an agnostic theist. Like you're choosing what you want to believe. That's fine, or where the data leads you. But saying the fake God as if yours is even any more real, I don't understand that. But if you're the topic is about the God of the Bible, so if you're agnostic and you just believe in some God but not necessarily that one, I don't want to talk about that. Not that I have an issue with you with what you believe. It's just not the topic in here, and I have no desire whatsoever to debate people just for the fucking fun of it. That's not why I go live. I'm not here to debate with you. I don't care if you win. Um, None of that. But you ain't gonna lie. You ain't gonna be able to come up here and lie, uh, deflect, reinterpret words, shit like that. If you come up here and engage on with integrity, that's all I ask. And if you reinterpret some fucking words, you better be able to back that shit up. Pull up a fucking dictionary and say, this is why this word means this today. You're going to have to do that here. You're not going to be able to just say shit and it just fly. Today, earlier today, a guy tried to say in the text where the God tells David that he's going to raise up evil against him and cause his wives to lay with his son. He tried to say that word there means allow, and that it doesn't mean when he says I will raise up evil, it doesn't mean I will cause or I am causing or I am establishing. And he was just saying it uh, like it was just a matter of fact, and then said,
I heard
"No,
that.
because you have to listen to me. You have to listen to the context because this is what I say it is," and blah blah blah. And I'm asking him like, "What's the Hebrew root word? Like, what's the root word in Hebrew that you are referring to that means allow there?" He like it don't matter what the Hebrew said. He said the original language don't matter. What the the original language quite literally does matter. And then so when we broke it down, uh, that that it's using a hifo participle for um, I am establishing, right? The word is I can't say it. Hold on, let me pull it up so I can say it right.
Y'all tap the screen. If you haven't sent those heart me's, go ahead and do that. Do the popular votes and collect your points.
Okay, so it's making here. This word here, which is the hifo participle, and it means I am raising up or I am causing or I am allowing. McKean. And he tried to say that means, I mean, not allowing, I am establishing. He tried to say it means allow, and that therefore um, this isn't the same as saying that God caused the women to be raped by David's sons, or caused the David's sons to lie with David's wives. And like he kept trying to conflate the what the force behind a woman being raped today, right? Or establishing Black Dragon. That's what I'm saying. Behind the, but he kept trying to conflate the word forced behind a woman being raped, and tried to say that we're saying that the God forced the men to sleep with David's wives. but the way that he was doing it was so dishonest, and then he was trying to talk fast and say that we couldn't question it in so many words. And then a pastor came up after that and was agreeing with him and was saying that like it's hard to explain what they say because it'd be so fucking stupid. But the pastor ended up crashing out. Um, but people, believers expect us to just accept what they say and not stop and go, well, where did you get that? Show me why you're saying that.
Mm-hmm.
And they see it as that's demonic because we don't just let y'all lie to us.
And they get genuinely upset when we don't accept it.
Right.
You just want
Like
to
that guy,
sin.
the first guy tonight, that little lying little prick. He said, he literally, I don't think he had a phone call. He dropped, I think he dropped, but I can't prove that. But when that James guy was on stage, the first guy was in the comments talking about let me back up LOL, right? And then he comes up and he does the same shit that James was doing. But he
Mm-hmm.
tries to say when I was talking to him about how the God wakes, they believe that the God is responsible for waking people up in the morning, and if he woke up the Canaanites and thought while thinking they were evil, he then commanded his chosen to go into Canaan and kill the same evil people he had just woke up. So instead of them engaging with that logic, the first guy called me, said that that was the devil.
Yeah.
Because it's logical. That's the devil. And then the second guy came back up and was like, he said, well, let me ask you a question. Do you think that people who rape kids and sacrifice kids should get the death penalty? And I'm like, oh, he's asking me that because he obviously does not know that this book says the Israelites was the one doing that. So when I asked him that, I said, I'm going to answer your question. I said, but I'm guessing the reason you're asking me that is because you don't know that this book is saying that the Israelites were the ones who built the Tophet to Melech, who sacrificed their children, who was raping young girls. You don't know that. And I said, and the answer is yes. If there is people on the earth that is constantly doing that, and your God said, okay, I don't want those people on the earth, then for your God not to wake them up, would have made sense. Um, and the death penalty at that time, if that's what your God is saying, that makes sense. I said, but your God didn't do that with the Israelites. He didn't annihilate the Israelites. He didn't command for the Israelites to be genocided for sacrificing kids. And then he tried to not try, he twisted it. First he said he tried to go to Exodus where the God opened up the ground on them for going against Moses, for Korah going against Moses. I said, nope, that's them being disobedient. That's not for what we are talking about. That's not genociding them for sacrificing kids, the thing that you are claiming that the Canaanites did. Then he tried to go to Deuteronomy, and he lied and said that Deuteronomy 22 is the God killing a man for raping a woman, and literally ignored the words if and but. When I was trying to when I responded and I said those are commandments, those are laws. If this happens, then do this. He was like, no, verse 27 is God stoning a man for raping a woman. Just straight lying. then said David didn't deserve because of who David was, David um didn't have to be stoned. Like he justified David not being stoned because of who David was. Like these thought processes, the fact that y'all are willing to like lie, you're willing to go over look over grammar,
Mm-hmm.
expect us to and then expect us to let you just like mind fuck us. Like that's crazy.
Because it's a spiritual stoning, you know that.
The spiritual stoning is crazy. But when I say shit, when I say that when Jesus says, in order to be my disciple, you have to hate your mother, daughter, son. When I say that that is a spiritual that's spiritually the same thing as Deuteronomy 13:6, they tell me, nah, that ain't the same thing. But now, because you need Jesus not to be telling parents to stone their kids, that's a spiritual stoning. You can spiritually kill your kids with that way, but you're not supposed to spiritually kill them by hating them in Luke 14:26. Right, a smidge less like it's just straight bullshit the way they be mind fucking people. And I'm just gonna, instead of calling them motherfuckers, I'm just gonna start calling them mind fuckers. Like you are a fucking mind fucker, motherfucker. I think I'm just gonna add, because I like saying motherfucker. I'm gonna say you are a mind fucker, motherfucker. That's what the fuck you are.
It was funny as it.
You mind fucking motherfucker. Constant, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? This guy is. Didn't he come up the other day and say he wasn't a believer?
Howdy.
Hi.
Well,
You're not a
second to
believer,
bed.
right?
Oh, I'm a believer, just not in
Okay.
the Abrahamic God.
Yeah, so I'm only discussing the Abrahamic God.
Okay, so thanks for being so irritated with it.
You're welcome.
That's how oysters grow pearls. They get irritated with a little bit of sand, and when you get this idea into its right size,
I'm
which is
sorry.
about
I'm
the
sorry.
size of a grain of
I'm
sand.
sorry. I'm sorry. To be on stage, you either have to be a believer in the Abrahamic God, deconstructing
Yes.
your belief in that God, or an atheist.
Okay, so that would be the center category.
So you are deconstructing your belief in the Abrahamic God?
Yes.
Okay. And which of the three topics did you want to discuss?
Topics. Less.
The last one?
Oh, pardon me. Does the world, hold on, let me reread it. Does the world need less or more of Jesus follow? Oh yeah. Less in quantity would be nice. More rather than followers, more just people behaving that way. Because he didn't want followers.
So you're saying there should be more people who do what Jesus did or live like Jesus lived.
Did
What did Jesus
what
do
he
that you think
did.
that okay, and what did Jesus do that you think people need to do more of?
Um, Fed people, talked to people, listen to people, told people that they were the ones that healed themselves, that he didn't do it. He just helped out where he could.
So when you say fed people, um he used supernatural powers to feed people because he had taken them far away from the city.
Only because they believed he did.
No.
He always told them that
Hmm?
too.
No. Wait.
He
When
told
you
the woman
say,
who
hey,
grasped
hey,
his
hey,
clothing,
Soto,
right?
Soto, oh,
Hold on, hold on,
we're,
hold on.
don't go to something else when we're talking about one thing. You're saying people need
Yes.
to do more of what Jesus did. Okay?
And what did he do?
Right. You're saying he fed people, right? And
Yes.
the the situation where he fed the 5,000 wasn't because they were poor, wasn't because they could not afford it. They had been traveling with him, and he had taken them far away from the marketplace. And it was too late to send them home. So he took food from a little boy and multiplied it to feed everybody there, so he wouldn't have to send them home.
Okay.
How are you, like, are you saying that we should do that? Take food from, like, what do you say?
I'm saying that's that's kind of what we're able to do. We're just not.
What do you mean?
We can take what we have and multiply it. I mean, we do that with money all the time. We can do that
And
with
just
other stuff as well. We just
right,
have
and
to
just
choose different forms of abundance.
yeah, and just give it out, right? Like to whoever's around us. But we do that already. We don't need Jesus for that. It's not like he was feeding
Exactly.
the poor.
We we've been around for way longer than this book's been around.
But I'm
We've
saying,
understood this without.
but hold on.
So
You're saying the world needs more people to do what Jesus did in that situation.
yeah,
I
you
don't
know what's really
I don't
insane?
see that. It's
You know
because
what's
because
insane?
again, hold on. What I'm saying is I don't necessarily see why a person needs to do what Jesus did there when Jesus was not feeding the poor. Like he was just feeding people out of convenience because they had followed him far away from the city. Like, and that was
They
to
what?
show his power. I,
They
Jesus
followed
was
him.
show. They followed him. They were following him
They
around. He
didn't
gave
drag
them.
them.
Oh my gosh, Soto, can you
No, I hear you
stop?
saying. I know what you're saying.
Stop.
I hear what you're saying.
God, Lee, why do those of you that believe in a God, why are y'all like this? Goodness, the purpose of that story is not, or the purpose of that story is not Jesus was feeding the poor, although it's been reinterpreted or used to say Jesus wants you to feed the poor because he fed people, right? But we don't need Jesus. We don't need that story for that because it's not even what it says.
You're saying feed your followers.
No, he fed them because he took them far away from the marketplace and it was too late for them to go anywhere to get food.
Okay, that's logical.
You don't need Jesus for that.
No, I know that. We've been around, like I said, yeah. Okay. Well, what I'm saying is this. Even Jesus never read the Bible, and he behaved that way.
Behaved what way?
The way that they talk about how he behaved in the Bible. They
Which
say,
is
follow the
what?
Bible because that's the only way to get to God, right?
What way did Jesus behave? I still don't know because the example you gave me is that he used magic to turn two pieces of fish and bread into 5,000 to feed 5,000 because they were not around a marketplace.
Okay, so what about the lady who grabbed the edge of his robe?
What about her?
So she was having horrendous
What did
problems.
Jesus do?
He noticed that she touched the edge of somebody pulled on it. He said, "Who touched me?" And she was there, and she's like, "It was me." And he said, "Well, you did this. I didn't do anything. Go and
So
tell
what?
them that it
So
wasn't me."
okay, so we need more people to just be like, I didn't do anything. Wait, like
People
if
need to
anything,
be
the
able to.
woman in that story, if anything, the woman in that story is who I would say people need to be like. Because if there's something, right, within the vicinity that's gonna get you the thing that you need, and if there are things blocking it, or if that thing does not recognize you or notices you and you need it and you're within reach out and get that shit or fight for it, crawl for it. She's the lesson in that story. Jesus turning around and going, "Oh, somebody touched me. I felt my
No,
glory go away." And
no,
then
but you missed the second part of his statement.
hold on. Let me finish. And then he says, "Who touched me?" And she goes, "I did." He goes, "Oh, so now you healed. All right." And then walks off. Like Jesus did nothing there.
He
That
didn't.
was to
No, he
show
didn't say
that
that.
he was. So how are people supposed to be like Jesus there?
No, you actually make a very good point because what it is about, and this is what he actually ended that phrase with, was, "I didn't do it. Your faith has healed you. Now go away and tell them."
What are you saying that people need to be like Jesus there? Why not like be like the woman?
Because both of those, okay, in order for that idea that the woman is actually the correct person to be like, to be unyielding in your faith, that something that might be outside of yourself and your own capacity can heal you. Like, I can't fix myself. I need something that's greater than myself to help me fix
Except she
myself.
did fix herself. She
She did.
did.
And that's what
Right.
the greater thing,
But
that's the
she's the
wild thing. The
example. She's
greater.
the example there, not Jesus. Why
Right.
are you looking at Jesus? Why are you saying people need to
What,
do
because the
what Jesus
cool
did?
thing is, because we're weird like that.
I'm not.
Weird.
Well, that's
I'm
why.
not. I
That's
don't see
why.
the only purpose of Jesus in that story is so that you can look at Jesus and be like, "Oh, he has so much power."
Some
But
people
the
do
woman
that.
is
Yeah.
the I don't need Jesus for that. That woman,
Perfect. High five.
in the story, she healed herself. It was her thinking,
Yes.
her
That's
reaching
the.
out. She's the star of that story.
Yeah. But this is dudes talking amongst dudes, arranging books around, subduing the will of other dudes so they can have more stuff. And that's how this book got collected in the way that we're talking about.
What? Cool.
The
I still
KJV is
don't
made by
hear.
a
Hey,
bunch of
hey,
the KJV.
I get it, but I feel like you want to talk about something else because I still don't hear why we need to more of Jesus doers. Like I feel like you want to talk about something else, and maybe you chose that, and you don't
I'll
really
go to the other
believe
prompt
that.
then because that's cool. I
No,
understand.
wait. You already done chose that one though. Do you not?
Okay, we'll
I
just
feel
do
like.
the one then.
Can you wait? Do you not really believe that people need to do more of what Jesus did? Because it sounds like you don't really believe that. It sounds like you believe that people should believe in themselves.
Well, that's the nature of the apparent second coming. It's not that the guy starts walking around everywhere again. It's that everybody starts walking around like that guy did. And just being nice to each other and not fighting about absolutely everything all the time.
Wait, you think that guy? You're talking about Jesus?
Yeah.
Wait, you think Jesus walked around was nice to everybody?
No, he was often very forceful and assertive and,
And downright derogatory, insulting, narcissistic,
okay.
gaslighting. Like
There
what?
was several. It's a weird thing that happened. I don't know if the gaslighty, wrathful guy and the Sermon on the Mount guy are actually the same guy, or if it's like a bipolar twin Jekyll and Hyde thing going on with the same individual.
What? Here we go with this Sermon on the Mount. What is it that? What is it that you are enamored with the Sermon on the Mount? What did Jesus teach with that sermon?
Everything's always taken care of. Relax.
When he said, okay, so you're saying that Jesus is like, hey, you're poor, you're a beggar.
No, 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 no,
The
no, no.
kingdom of
That's not
heaven
what.
is yours.
No,
Hold on,
no.
hold on. When you said he's like everything is taken care of, relax.
Yes.
He's talking to the poor, the beggars, the people who are persecuted, those who mourn, those who are pure in heart. He's saying the kingdom of heaven is yours. right? Um, those who are merciful, he's like, you'll get mercy. Just relax it. That's what you're saying because he's talking to those people.
Yeah.
Is that what you are saying?
Yeah.
And so Jesus gaslighting people, saying that, so what? You're poor, or let me not even say. Let me not even use the word gaslighting. Um, he's saying to people, "You're so what? You're not so what? You're poor. You'll get heaven, whatever heaven is to you, because like heaven means something different to a lot of people. Um, you're poor. You're a beggar. Uh, you'll end up getting heaven. Um, those that mourn, you'll be comforted. Right? Is like a motivational, inspirational speech. Like Jesus is just saying stuff kind of like what pastors say today. Is that what I'm understanding? With no real expectation, this is just feel good sermon is what Jesus is doing with the Sermon on the Mount to you.
Yeah. If that's how you see it, yeah.
No,
That's what he's doing
I'm
for you.
asking, is that how you see it?
No, that's not how I see it.
When you said he says everything will be okay, what do you mean by that from the Sermon on the Mount?
All of the experiences I've had, I'm a mourner. I am a mourner, okay? I have lost people in my life that were not supposed to go first.
Wait, are you talking about your own life, or are you talking about Jesus?
My life.
No. What was Jesus teaching on the Sermon on the
Oh,
Mount?
that those who will, he was teaching everything is already accounted for, and our experience of the lack is understood. Because it's
Right.
an
So
only
motivational,
appearance.
inspiration.
It's an appearance of lack, but it's an appearance of an abundance of lack.
So
It's not a
again,
lack of abundance.
inspirational, motivational. Nothing.
I don't know. It seems some people find it inspirational. I don't know. Some people don't. It's
What do
like I
you
like,
find it? What is the part? Is it motivational, inspirational? What is it? What Jesus saying to you? Everything is accounted for. Every experience that you've had is accounted for.
yeah,
What is that? Motivational, a promise, what is it? Inspirational? What is that message?
confirmation of the understanding that I found.
Co- confirmation of the understanding that you sound?
Found.
Oh, that you found. Co- confirmation of the understanding that you found. Therefore what?
Therefore,
Therefore,
for in my particular case, some of the ideas discussed in those collections of stories we call the Bible are valid representations of my understanding of what God is.
okay,
Most of them,
therefore what?
however, are not. Therefore,
Okay.
that's how I see it. I'm not
Okay,
religious
and
about the
therefore
idea that
what does
anybody else
it do
agrees.
for you?
Oh,
Therefore it does what for you?
um, it helps me connect to people to whom those stories are actually valid. People from that place.
So inspirational.
No, it motivates connection to other
So
human beings that
motivational.
don't come. Motivational?
I asked
Okay,
you, is
all
it
right. It's the
inspirational or
Tony
motivational?
Robbins. He was the Tony Robbins of
Oh my
Zero
gosh.
AD.
Okay, chill.
Fair enough.
Okay, chill for a second. This is the issue that I have with those of you that have a belief system. And this is the
I
same
don't have
issue
a
that I
belief
had.
system,
I'm
by the
sorry, you
way.
do. You do.
No, you do. You believe I
You
do.
believe you do have a belief system.
My phone's going to die soon. You can drop me first if you'd like. I don't want to. I want to.
If
I
you
will
need to
come
leave, go
back to
ahead.
finish this though. No, I'm just. My phone is actually dying. I'm looking for the charger as we talk.
The
So
fact
if
that
I
you believe that one Jesus exists, you believe the stories in this book. Um, I don't. You believe in a God. I don't. you have a belief system. I have no idea why you're saying you don't have a belief system. That's weird. But those of you that talk about this text in the way of inspiration, interpretation, or when I ask, like, okay, what is therefore? Here's your interpretation. Therefore, what? What do you get from that interpretation, and what do you want me to get from that interpretation? Y'all have a difficult time getting to that entailment, right? And so when I say, is it motivational or inspirational, I gotta walk you down to that, and then you end up saying it motivates me. Oh, so it's motivational, like I said 5 minutes ago. You ain't even paying attention.
You fighting whatever it is in the background.
I think he's trying to put it on the charger.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think they understand. Um, it's like they don't. They're. I don't know. I don't think they understand the, like, if you tell me a scripture means a thing, and I'm gonna say, okay, therefore what? Like, what am I supposed to do with this interpretation? How do I what is the application? How am I supposed to apply this interpretation to life, to reality? How did Jesus want the people at the time to apply the words that you're saying he said that he meant at that time? What did he want the people to do with that? What's the application? And they don't quite understand what I mean when I ask that question. Especially if you say the world needs more Jesus doers or more Jesus followers. There ain't nothing else to discuss except for why and what is it that you're saying Jesus did and what Jesus followers do that the world needs more of. Signed Lake. Signed Lake, are you there? Stephen Davis. Stephen Davis. Are you up on accident?
Sound like it.
Yeah. All right, y'all. The guest box is empty. 21 and up, a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist. That's okay, Stephen. Y'all make sure y'all send your heart me's. I don't know why when y'all come up, your nerd badges are grayed out. That's weird. But then when you in the comments, it's not grayed out. Did Soto channel Jesus by chance? Who is Soto? Oh, the guy
That's
that
when I
was up.
was up here.
Oh,
Mm-hmm. Was that just me, or did somebody just bounce out the box?
yeah, they just
Okay.
bounced out. That was the finisher. Somebody named the finisher. I'm trying to see why Madison's ass didn't come up.
Yeah. She'll talk all. Them thumbs be working heavy in the comments.
Like I welcome every last one of these motherfuckers that talk shit. I can't believe you forgot about me. What's his name? Huh? Oh goodness.
I hope his phone happens.
715 people. 715 people in this room, y'all. I know there's somebody. There's somebody who wants to come up and have a conversation. Everybody ain't in the bed. If I can sit here with pain in my neck, somebody can come up here and have a conversation with me. Where y'all at? I can't believe they scary like that. I can't. They be all on other panels. Like y'all can't be that
Mm-hmm.
damn scared. Especially like that Pastor Mac guy. I
Oh my
offered to go
gosh.
live for him early so that we could continue the conversation about the David and the God using rape as a punishment. And he crashed out for no fucking reason. Then he kept trying to blame me for him getting muted in Empress Live when I'm not a mod. I don't have muting powers. I don't have dropping powers, but it was my fault just because I was on the damn panel. And then this is the crazy thing. He kept saying, he said, I feel like I get more peace in your live and this live talking to Empress because he wanted to talk to Empress and Empress wanted him to talk. Like Empress was telling them to let him talk. He kept saying, I get more peace in your live than I will in Thinker because y'all keep muting me.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all keep dropping me. And I'm like, how am I getting blamed for some shit that I'm not doing? You're not in my life. It's happening in the life you're saying you get more peace in. Like it didn't make sense. But that's how they be to it. Like the way he was doing that is how I see them twisting the scripture at the same time. Because what? And then they kept saying Thinker's been on mute. Thinker just came off of mute to offer to go live so y'all could continue the conversation. But he literally started crashing out just so he didn't have to go live with me. And blaming me for his fucking crash out. Then wanted to direct traffic to his own page, yeah. And then everyone was like, he got 2 followers. Like, what sense does that make? I don't even think you can go live like that with a panel with 2 followers. But it ain't like for me. It ain't even about the followers. I just know what his goal was. But the fact that I was getting blamed for some shit that I wasn't doing, and I don't blame them for dropping his ass because he was crashing out for no damn reason. And then he kept interrupting them while they was talking about y'all can't talk for us, let us speak for ourselves. I think what he did not like was when I did say, if you are a pastor, I need to know who your flock is so I can let them know that you don't know what you talking about. And I said, y'all always say follow the word of God, that this is the word of your God, and obey his word until he do some fuck shit. Now I think that is probably why he was like, oh hell no, I'm not going to her live. But it's the truth. When when the God says, I will establish, or I will raise up, or I will cause, or I am causing something to happen, that's the God saying, I'm causing this. This is happening because I planned it, I established it. Now you want to try to say that you can't take that at face value when you normally be like, it's God said. No, y'all do that at church. Yeah, exactly, AJ. And that's when I pointed out who is your flock, because if you agree with that example, then that tells me that when you say a God is speaking to you, you don't even really know who talking to you. And I think like they're so used to just being able to say, like, with people not asking questions, they're so used to being able to say God said, and then just saying a bunch of words, and then people not, some people will question. Some people will be like, God ain't told me that. Right. Some people will do that. And they'll do it in private. They might not do it to the pastor face, but they'll do it in private. Be like, I'm not doing that. God ain't told me that. Nothing like that. But most people don't. Most people just accept what a person says, a God said. Who's the BET pastor? Y'all, come on. It's been 8 minutes with no guest. Y'all know I'm not finna sit here and keep talking to myself. 707 people in here, man. Hello, sweet cereal spices, Pisces. Yeah, she's on. Lala's taking meds for her lupus. She's she's around. She's in the comments. I'm gonna give it until 4:30, y'all. Yep, Nehemiah. I do talk about the Bible all fucking day because this shit is fucking up reality. It's fucking up society. I'm giving it to 4:30 or so. You be watching K dramas, don't you?
No, but I did send you something that I thought you'd like
On
on
Discord.
Discord. Hmm. It's a show called K-pop.
What is it? A reality show? Is it
Kind
a
of,
K
sort of.
drama?
They take like K-pop bands and they fuse them with other musicians. The episode that I sent you was Meg the Stallion and Patti LaBelle.
Hmm? Oh, the
Yeah.
um. I'll check it out. But I thought you knew that I don't watch reality TV.
I mean, that's why I said kind of. I mean, realistically, it's more so about watching the musical fusion of K-pop with the soul of Patty and the, I don't know, fierceness of Meg.
Wait, are Meg and Patty in it, or are they just
Yeah,
singing Meg and Patty's song?
no, they enter.
Oh, okay. Is it interesting?
I liked it, and I'm not a huge K-pop guy, so
I like K-pop music. I just
all right.
don't. I've not watched their variety shows because I don't know.
This was more so about like them trying to figure out how to merge the styles of the music and kind of, kind of pay homage to both while creating something that's like a fusion. It's pretty nice.
Mm, I feel like K-pop already like has the R&B hip hop.
Hmm.
Like I feel like it came from that. You don't think so?
It does definitely take some notes for sure, for sure. But that's everything. So
Yeah, like it definitely has it. Um, which is probably why I like a lot of it. Dragon Sage, how are you?
All hail Queen Tinker. Hey, how are you doing?
Good.
what's up, bro?
I'm good. I'm good. It's good to be here. It's a beautiful day here in Barbados, and you're doing the good work that needs to be done. So it's a great day.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Did
I hope
you want to talk
everybody's
about a
been
topic
well.
or? Yeah.
Yes, I did actually come to. I didn't just come to glaze you guys. But yes, the topic: does the world need less or more of Jesus' followers? Yes, I believe there needs to be less, much less. I believe the number needs to be zero, zero. That goes the same for the Islamic and the Jewish deities. Zero believers in all of them and followers in all of them.
Yeah. I agree with you. Do you want to say why though? Why you feel that way?
Because the ideologies are harmful. It's clear that they're harmful, but um, I don't come up a lot, but I listen a lot, right? And the the ideas that are generated in this space, like fees. I think, well, I heard fee with it first. I'm not sure if it was hers, but they talk about the religion being scaffolding as opposed to the building. It's time to take down the scaffolding. The scaffolding is no longer necessary. So these books and these ideas need to be put where they really belong, in fiction and fairy tale sections of the library, so that humanity can get on with, keeping this rock as safe as possible as we hurtle through space.
I'm sorry. Say that again. I didn't quite understand the.
I said the ideologies are harmful. We need to lock them away in the library so that humanity can keep this rock that we're on as safe as possible as it hurtle through space.
Oh, you said lock them away in the library.
Yeah, yeah, get rid of them. They're fiction in the fairy tale section.
Oh, I thought you was I thought you were saying put them where they're gonna read them. So you think they're actually gonna read?
No, no, I
I
don't
was
think they're
about to
gonna
say
read them. I
you
just
could
think they need to be
clockwork orange.
categorized.
They still wouldn't read.
Mm-mm. No. Do I agree. Do you address this in your book about whether there needs to be less of this in the world, or do you just talk about the?
Um, no, funny enough, the my book I address capitalism, but I'm living, because I do it as part of a memoir. So collecting and living and experiencing. So I have plans to write a part two, and I will be going after religion in part two.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's that would be an interesting book. If somebody wrote a book made a case of why we need less of this type of mindset, um, and not necessarily because I think if the person makes the book about we need less of Jesus, it might be too controversial for people to actually read. But it might be controversial enough that people will read it just so they can try to like debunk it. But I do think making a case for why we need less of this mindset in the world would be a good book. Not just religion, but this mindset. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah, I completely understand. But the thing is, I because like I said, it's memoir style, so you will not know that I'm going after what I'm going after until the final chapter.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so keep it guessing.
Yeah. Okay, I like that.
I'll be publishing soon, so as soon as I do that, I'll let you know.
Okay.
He discovers Bigfoot in the last chapter, Thinker. Don't let him throw you off.
I, why do all believers say like that atheists can't decide what morality is? Morality is a system of personal values and principles that a person adopts. What do you mean when you say atheists can't decide what morality is? I think you even saying that tells me you don't know what it is.
I wonder if the person means determines as opposed to what was the word that they used?
The atheists can't decide what it is.
Right,
I think
decide. I think they mean determine as opposed to decide. Possibly.
yeah, I think they think that morals are objective, which is problematic, right? But because believers adopt this idea that their morals come from this one source, come from this book or this God, they that belief is why they end up justifying harmful shit, while at the same time um, coming from a subjective place because they're objective sometimes to them. Does it? And because they don't necessarily know that morality is subjective for one, and that it is um, typically determined off of your what you personally value and prioritize.
I
They don't
believe the problem
understand that.
is uh,
Are you there?
yeah, sorry, I didn't want to overtalk you, so I muted back up. I was going to say I believe the problem is that they don't understand what objective really means. Objective means always the case, always the truth. It can't be sometimes one thing and sometimes the other thing. So objective means something.
Yeah, I agree. They don't understand what objective means. They don't understand words most of the time, but yeah, I think that is the case as well. Plus, I
Yeah,
think they just repeat stuff that they hear other people say. They hear like larger Christian influencers say, and think they think it makes sense, so they just go and repeat it without actually making sure they understand what the hell they've adopted for themselves, because they're so used to just adopting what they're being told to adopt. They don't choose their morals. They don't choose their beliefs either, or at least they don't think they do. Is there a dragon?
Yeah, sorry. Hi, I'm here. Yeah, I completely agree. But uh, I do something on my WhatsApp every day. I put up a word of the day. So I try to encourage people who I have access to think. Every day I ask them to think, what did you think about today? So I'm trying to get people to exercise their brains because we've been taught to not exercise them. We just taught to put things in it and just store them away. But when you put them in there, you have to use them, toss them around, mix them up, think about things.
Yeah. Um, are the most people that's on your WhatsApp, are they believers or non-believers?
Yeah, I'm in Barbados, so most of them are believers. There's not a very very small atheist community in Barbados. We're not like mobilized, but well, let me not say community. They're atheists that exist in Barbados. I noticed through social media and WhatsApp statuses. There's some people who are beginning to question, and there's some people who are like, this is stupidness. But no one is outright coming and saying, hey, I'm an atheist, except for Phil, except for Phil. But they exist here, but we're largely Christian in Barbados and Muslim as well. Well, not a lot, but we do have a budding Muslim community in Barbados.
And you're able to get the believers to critically think just by asking them to think about a specific word, like what you're able to have like real decent conversations with those believers about that promotes critical thinking.
No, no, not at the time. I'm just trying to train people to to just think about everything. I've not had a chance to have an in-depth conversation with anyone as yet, but I'm just priming people to get those brains clicking.
Yeah, it's what Selena. Can I tell them what you how you're doing?
Yeah.
One thing I like about what Selena is doing, like she's deconstructing minister, and she hasn't really told anybody that she's deconstructing. So she'll post questions. She'll post like scriptures that the church doesn't necessarily touch on, like the stoning for picking up sticks on the Sabbath. And she'll like her series is um, scriptures that make me say, "Well, dang God," like that's her series, "Dang God," and she'll post those questionable scriptures, and then at the end she'll write her thoughts, and then she'll say, "Dang God," and I that has prompted you know people within her community who are
Hmm.
believers to have conversations with her about her saying "Dang God" and like the stuff that she's posting, and I think that is just brilliant because she still has their ear, and it's a good way to get them to thinking and reading scriptures that they otherwise would not have read.
Yeah, somebody said they didn't even know the that the Bathsheba and David's baby suffered for 7 days. I'm like, what? So yeah, yeah,
Yeah, I think that was brilliant.
appreciate it.
Yeah, I love that. I love that. I keep all those stories in my arsenal because I like that idea. That's something I've thought about doing, but if I poke directly at it, people are gonna start asking me their own questions. So, not asking their own questions. I think they're gonna get aggressive because I live in that kind of a society where they're gonna defend the thing that they don't really understand. So, but I do love that idea.
Yeah, but and I think like she's doing it from like they don't know that she's deconstructing, so I think like they feel like they're just having a conversation with a fellow believer, so that they're
Hmm.
probably more open to debating it because they feel like they're talking to a fellow believer, which they are. Like she's a deconstructing believer.
It's safer.
Yeah. Did you have anything else, Dragon?
No, I just wanted to say that I love you guys. Keep doing what you're doing. I'll be out here in the streets. Take care.
Thank you. Have a good
Take
rest of
care,
the day
Dragon.
as well.
Hey, let me down, please. Let me down. Let me down.
I got you.
Much love, brother man. Tell you what, Dr. McCoby fighting for his life down there.
I see.
Uh, Karen Wilkins. I'm gonna guess they came up on accident. Mrs. Coffee, are you in the
Yes.
box on purpose or on accident? Seeing Dr. McCoby and you go back and forth is a sight to be seen.
I think I would have to agree with you on that. I keep telling him to request up, and he keeps saying that you're afraid of him or something.
I cussed him out earlier.
Was he on earlier? Was he on
He's
stage?
no
No.
Mm-mm.
in the comments. All right, Joan. Three minutes.
Come on, y'all. Since y'all got so much to say.
He on y'all head for real.
It's crazy. It's
Hmm.
720 people in here, and ain't nobody in the guest box. And I know everybody ain't scared. Some of y'all sleep. Some of y'all at work. I get that. But that can't be everybody. I mean, you can come on stage. Like, why are y'all so comfortable just asking in the chat?
Right, if you come up, you get clarity.
You don't know enough to have a viable comment. Mm, okay. You and I both know that's not gonna happen. All right, y'all. It looks like we're gonna be shutting down early because I, I can't have this many people and it be this quiet. Like I can't do it. Last call for alcohol.
That's crazy.
Ain't it though?
That's crazy. The doctor said he come up after one of y'all did save it.
The doctor is already up. That's the problem.
Oh, well, they don't know that.
Weapons formed against them have prospered.
That's because everybody's waiting on Christians to come up. Like
Hmm.
that's why I said this is not a
Mm-hmm.
Christian only live. Like we can't put it on. We can't put it only on the believers. All right, because this is a research based live, and I know, right? It's the live is about deconstructing. It's about questioning what you currently believe. Um, it's about your deconstruction journey. Um, It's about how the beliefs affect society. It's not just for Christians. And if y'all keep showing up just to watch Christians crash out, their lives is gonna end early because it's not. It's just not what we are here for. And we already know, like, believers just want to win an argument. Most of us show up here to actually learn, right? Um, and but I definitely appreciate y'all for showing up. I hate that we have to end. Thank y'all for all the likes, the shares, the comments, for the gifts. We'll be back. No, do a reset. We'll be back Saturday night. Yeah. What? What are you laughing
Yeah, because I was going to suggest a similar thing. You flat
at?
out fuck no.
Yeah. No. There's 700 people in here. Like there's 100 on YouTube. There's 600 in here. That there's a reset ain't gonna change nothing.
I mean, yeah,
Um.
I kind of feel that.
Yeah. But yeah, we'll be back on Saturday. In Saturday afternoon. I hope y'all have a great rest of the morning. And
That's
no, this ain't
Saturday
got nothing
morning
to
is
do
the.
on the Christians. This is a deconstruction live. Y'all cannot be blaming the Christians. This is what I'm saying. If y'all depend on the Christians, y'all, we ain't gonna have a live. I don't base my live on Christians. This ain't on the Christians.
Yeah,
What
this
you
ain't my
say,
joint.
also?
I was just
Oh,
saying Saturday is the tens live.
is it?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
At what time?
Um, we're gonna do 9 Eastern.
9 Eastern, so 10 a.m. Central. No, eight a.m. Central.
Uh-huh.
And who's doing it?
It's me, Max, Son of Lou. I guess Bash. I haven't talked to him, so I have to circle back to that. And slow key five.
And what's the topic?
Um, I'm still between two of them. Let me pull it up. Hold on. One of them's more general, and one's more specific. Um, okay. Okay. How do you, or how do slash did you deconstruct patriarchy? And then the other one was uh,
Like,
why are
is
you
it gonna be?
misogynist?
d- It. Why are you missing? Like, do you? Is it gonna be? Like, are you looking for controversy when with the? Like, are
No,
you
not
gonna bring other
necessarily.
people up? Like,
I don't.
are you gonna bring other men up, or is it just gonna be conversation between y'all?
I think it's gonna be just between us, because the other people won't have tens units.
Okay, and then the the men that are coming up, are they misogynistic? Are they deconstructing misogyny?
Um, all of them except for Pinkbeard.
Okay, I'm trying to see how much shocking it's gonna be. Like,
Um, it should be pretty decent amount actually. Um, yeah, I anticipate a pretty decent amount, especially for Pinkbeard. He hates women. No, let me
oh
quit
no, he don't.
playing. Let me quit playing. Let me quit playing.
Yeah, he don't. Like, I don't think. Um, All of y'all are pretty decent though. I don't know that
Yeah.
y'all say anything that's gonna be like very misogynistic. Like I think if you bring up, I think what would be interesting is if you do bring up people since they don't have the tens unit. If you do bring up men from the chat, and then when they say something misogynistic, y'all get shocked
Oh wow. That's interesting. That's an interesting it's just so interesting that you because like
because y'all have to be the ones to deconstruct, right? Like y'all are the ones responsible for deconstructing it, and so when they say something misogynistic,
oh
y'all have to shock yourselves, and then that's gonna
damn.
make you want to be like, look, motherfucker, uh, that's some misogynistic shit, and stop saying that
Mm,
shit.
mm. Okay, so what you're saying is um I have the fellas come together because it's gonna be what? Me, him, 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 and am I missing somebody? I think it's six of us. Me, him, 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 him. I guess it'll be three randoms if it's only five of us and not six. I feel like it's six. Did I just name six?
You said you uh mezzo. Did you say mezzo?
Nah.
Oh, you said you Mac.
Yeah, Mac,
Mac.
Bash, Sonic Lou, Slow. Was there somebody else I'm missing? Oh, Javarius is supposed to be. That's why. Javarius is supposed to be on the list. Although I'm not sure. I'm gonna have to get up with him today and figure out where he's at with that because I don't even know if he has a unit.
Yeah, I would leave room at least for one person where so you to like switch out and that way because y'all are all pretty decent men.
Yeah, you haven't heard Javarius
Javarius will say some misogynistic shit.
yet.
Javarius needs to be shocked
Jay might
a
have to
couple
be
of
one of the
times.
randos. It's crazy.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, Javarius needs to be shocked a little bit. Although I think he's trying to deconstruct his language around the things that he said. But I think all of y'all are so far pretty decent with you know depri- deprioritizing the
Hmm.
patriarchy. So that's why I say if in order for the shocking aspect, y'all gonna have to be responsible for the shit that come out of the mouths of other men, and then
Imagine that.
yeah, kind of holding other men accountable. So y'all
Hmm.
being held accountable get shocked when other men say misogynistic shit, and then you have to be responsible for explaining to them why that shit isn't cool.
Okay, I can do that. I just want to say, imagine if the shoe was on the other foot and y'all just experience pain every time Candace Owens says something stupid as fuck. Like, just imagine.
Mm. I'm not responsible for Candace Owens. That's the believers, the pick me's and the
Mm,
proximities. Like I'm not responsible for Candace Owens.
mm,
Yeah.
interesting, interesting.
But I'm excited. I didn't know it was tomorrow.
Yeah, I said I'd do it in like the first two weekends of the month, and surprise, surprise, it's already the second one. So,
I gotta stock up on my coins.
oh goodness me,
Uh,
it's okay. I'm gonna do some core workouts today. Really make sure I'm tight. You know what I'm saying? Right where I need to be. So that Saturday, when the pain comes, the thunder rolls in. I'm straight, solid.
make sure you take some aspirin. You was gone for like 2 days after the last time.
Nah, I
Javette
think
was
it's more
texting
authentic if
worried
I
about
take it
you.
raw. Oh,
Huh?
she really? Oh, that's really sweet. Nah, so I think it's more authentic if I just kind of, you know, take that.
But Scotty, are you a believer, atheist, or deconstructing?
I was deconstructing. Now I'm definitely totally deconstructed.
Okay. So are you an atheist?
Yes.
Okay. And which topic did you come up to discuss?
Does the world need less or more of Jesus? Yeah, the believers don't understand the knowledge of good and evil.
Wait, which one?
Believers don't understand the knowledge of good and evil.
Okay. And what are your thoughts on that?
Well, I'm just speaking for myself. When I grew up Catholic. And then when I was about 13, I got kind of like groomed into this Calvary Temple Christianity. But I bailed because I knew I would never be able to handle it. But the only thing I really wanted to say was with Christians, I know for myself, even though I was deconstructing and didn't even realize it throughout my life, in 2015, see, I was reluctant to come up here because mine turns into politics, is the reason why I totally jumped over and said, that's it, I'm an atheist. Because I can't grasp why I can't grasp why Christians or of today do not see what's going on in the world. And I'm like, I'm out because I think they're sick. That's my thing. That's why I bailed. They don't understand. I mean, how can you look at this world today and think, oh, it's so great and we're waiting for the Lord, and look at Trump. My stuff becomes political because that's what pushed me over the edge. I don't understand how a Christian can say that they voted for, they like his ideas or whatever when it comes to Trump. They're in sleep mode. And I have a whole family of this. I don't talk to 90% of my family because of what's going on, because they can't see what's going on. It's like their eyes are sewed shut. So, no,
And
they
I have
can't
to
see
say,
evil.
yeah, and when we talk about how this belief system um, and how it shows up in society is doing exactly what Jesus said, right? Causing division um, amongst family members. Believers will say that that's not what Jesus wanted. And then they don't understand why we talk about what we see happening in society, right? Because it is destroying families and it is related to politics because the religious system at that time was the political system,
Correct.
right? The God was the government and the government was the God. So that's why there's this overlap, and the government uses the 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 religion and the text um, in a very it used to be in a overt way, but now with this administration it's very covert, and they're putting it out there. This is Jesus. We are warriors for Jesus Christ. And if the fact that they can do that and have people still see their God and still see Jesus in it should be enough for those that try to say that's not Jesus, that's not what Jesus wanted. It still should be enough to say, well, why is it that they're able to confidently use Jesus to do this horrible shit?
Mm-hmm.
But that question is never asked amongst the believers that we talk to, and they deny it.
Mm-hmm. Well, there's two things. One is, I know for me, at the end of my construction, I mean, I've been into everything. I have Buddhas all over my house, crucifix, rosaries, blah, blah, blah. But one thing that I could never do until this year is say it out loud. I was so scared that something was going to happen to me. And I wasn't even like following religion, but it's so ingrained. It was, and I can't even believe that it was that ingrained in me. The freedom I got from saying, I do not believe in God, And, finally telling my family what hypocrites they are. I mean, the world's crashing and they're going on cruises and flying around the world. And I'm like, what the fuck? I don't even know what's going on. They're afraid. They're scared not to believe. I really believe that. They see things that are going on, and instead of facing it and thinking about it and talking about it, they're too afraid that if they say, I don't believe in God, that the devil's going to come. I told my one cousin I'm straight out atheist now. She's like, oh my God, you believe in the devil? And I'm like, it has no, oh God, their minds are so infested. It's scary.
Yeah, and
It
it's
really
they
is.
fight against unraveling that nonsense. They rather hang on to the lie because of the
Hmm.
fear. And that's why I said I was asking. It seems like the free will that they claim that they have, which is stopping their God from actually getting involved in stopping, the evil that's done in its name or, in the world. That because free will is their excuse for why they don't actually see a God doing the thing, right?
Yeah.
Humans have free will, therefore humans do evil, but they don't, for some reason, have that same free will to speak out and say, I don't agree with what God did here. I don't agree with, you know, the Bible when it says that it's okay to genocide people for being
Mm.
different.
Hmm. Now they have this little line too. There's two lines. One is, well, everybody's a sinner and nobody's perfect. That's one line. But this line I hate the most and I can't even hear it. I hate even saying it. Well, at the end of they say this, Father, please forgive me for my sin and iniquities. And you do shit all fucking day. I know my cousin cheats on her husband that she cheated on when he was married, and now she's been married to him and she's cheating on him, and she's telling me I don't know how to have a relationship. I've been with the same guy for 42 years. We live in separate houses. We're not married and we raised a kid. But I don't know about how to handle a relationship. But she's out there cheating, and every night, God forgive me for my sins and iniquities. And they think they're going to fucking go to heaven after they say that. It drives me nuts. It's
Right, and
insanity.
that's that that's why they like it too, right? Like there's no accountability. They can be these immoral people or do these immoral things because they have grace. That's why they can justify it too and say that it what their God doing these things is just because he's showing grace, that same grace that they feel like they get when they do fuck shit. But at the same time, they don't get that grace, that same type of grace for going against it. And I don't understand that. It's
Well,
something keeping them from getting to that point of questioning and saying, is this right? Is this ethical? Is this moral? Right? Or
mhm.
saying, I don't want to co-sign that. Even if God said do it, I'm not doing it. That's immoral. Their free will don't take them there, but their free
Mhm.
will take them to cheat.
Right. And they call it grace. I call it fucking hypocrisy.
Right.
Are you
Yes.
crazy?
Yeah.
I just think
Yeah.
I can't relate to them at all at this point in my life. And I keep sending them stuff, and, I don't know if they're even reading it, but I just think, I don't know. I just can't be around it. I refuse to have it in my life. And I did not raise my child very religious. He's 26. And I just thank myself. I'm so glad I didn't. Because, he knows that I'm an atheist. He knows his father's an atheist. And we used to be agnostic. But, you got to prove it now. You know? Oh, no, I just think it's insane.
It's very insane when, especially when you have people who say that they believe that a God is in them and that a God has answered their prayers, but they deal with like anxiety and they have to take medicine or drink alcohol to deal with that anxiety, and then you
Mhm.
will still like, and that's okay. Like, I'm not saying anything's wrong with that, but the fact that you will deny that the reason you take the medicine or the reason you drink the alcohol is because you know that it works with helping with your anxiety and Jesus doesn't. But
Mhm.
you're willing to continue the ruse and say that Jesus works while drinking the alcohol to comfort yourself with your anxiety. When you're willing to lie to yourself to keep it going and lie to others to keep it going, then what's the point? Like, where else can you go with that?
My one cousin, I don't want to really get too much into it, but let's just say she had a real fucked up life. I mean, prison, the whole bit. When she was in prison, I brought her a Bible. And she, like, always thanks me and this and that. She's got her life together. I feel like they use God as a crutch. I feel like this sounds really terrible, but people that can't handle real life, that can't make a decision for themselves, that can't love themselves for who they are, can't accept how good they might be at something or life, they need this crutch of God. And I think that's another reason why they don't want to let go, is because they say God helped them through this terrible thing. It could be a bad marriage, getting abused, and an abuser falls into the hands of a Christian, forget about it, and then they wind up becoming a Christian and then they just can't let go. But they don't see that it's their own drive, their own everything that actually got them out with the help of their tribe or their community or whatever, friends. But they actually did it themselves.
I think they do see it. They're too scared to admit it that it's them. They're too scared to give themselves credit because they've been told that that's puffing themselves up. They've been told
Mm.
they have to be, meek and humble, right?
True.
Poor in spirit. Yeah, like they know it's them. They just are willing to lie to themselves and are willing to lie to others.
I
Because
sent
there
my.
was a young lady that I was talking to yesterday who literally said that God told her to text her family chat to bring her family together. And she told us this story because she said this is what made her leave the God and go search for peace and stuff in other places, other gods from other teachers, because God told her to do that thing and nothing happened. So, of of course, I'm pretty sure. I don't know how many times she's probably has told that story, and no one actually brought up the fact that in order for you to get angry at the God or mad at the God to the point to where you left, you had expectations that something was going to come of that, and whatever it was that you expected or believed that the God was going to do for your family, he didn't do. So you left him. She wanted me to ignore that and just focus on that she's saying the reason why she left was because her family didn't respond to her. So I said, but you said God told you to do it, right? If
Mm.
God told you to text your family chat to bring the family together, then either your God didn't tell you to do that. This is something you told yourself to do because you know that you have a desire for your family to come together. Like, you know what was going on in your family, and there was a desire that you had for your family to come together, and you told yourself that God chose you to be the agent to bring them together. And when your family didn't respond the way you wanted them to respond, you got mad because you felt like God should have done something.
Mm.
And she refused to admit that she had a desire for her family to come together. She tried to say that that there was no desire, there was nothing going on with her family. God just told her out the blue, send a text to your family chat, bringing them out, bringing everybody together.
The denial's real. It's scary. You know, another thing is I go in a lot of these lives, with these Christian lives. I'm sure I've done it to yours. I go in and say, what about the Holocaust guys in Ukraine? What about the Holocaust guys in Ukraine? You know, it's like, how could you be a Christian right now, especially with the SNAP thing that just went on? How could you be a Christian and think that what's going on in this country is Christian? Like, what about all the gens? And God can hear your prayers. Oh, God, help me find my keys. Oh, God, you know, I want money to buy this thing, you know, whatever they're praying for. And God's going to help you find your keys. But all the prayers that go out to Ukraine, all the prayers that go out to Gaza, all the prayers that went out to the Holocaust, where's God? Where the fuck is God? Where is he?
Well, for some of them, it is Christian because
I don't
this
get
God
it.
was a war god. And then some of them, it is Christian because it's the end times prophecy. And then for some of them, it's Christian because of free will.
Mm.
So they all have different explanations for it or justifications for them being able to ignore what's happening in the world. And they see it as peace, right? They see it as he gives you the peace that passes all understanding, which means that they can go throughout life and completely be oblivious to the pain and suffering that is being caused from their belief system, from, you know, actors within their belief system.
Yet atheists don't have morals. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Atheists don't understand what's going on in the world. I mean, look at Gaza. Trump and Netanyahu want to build a whatever there. Who the fuck wants to go there and party on the bones of dead children and mothers and people? Okay? And, you know, be happy about it. This disgusts me. This is why I come up, I request, and then I get off because it's just nuts. I don't understand them. I wish I could. I can't even make my own family understand. So, God, you know, it's crazy. But what you do is great. I love your show. I love watching it. All of you. Fee. Oh, so I don't know what's going to make them understand. And maybe when it comes time to hitting them, like I said something to somebody, like, you know, all the stuff going on with the tariffs and immigrants and all that. More money in my pocket. That's what I heard. More money in my pocket from a Christian. And then, oh, when I flipped out about it, you know, she tried to back walk. And I haven't talked to her. And no, fuck that. Because that's really what you think. See, they don't get that what they say is what they really think. Weird. Anyway, that's what I had to say. I'm an atheist. I don't get Christians. I don't want them near me. But I do want to go undercover at a church and hear what they're chatting about. I do. I've been saying that for months. I just want to go in. I want to hear what they're saying about the world and how they're justifying it. Because I shut them down when they come to me. Like, I try and explain stuff to them and, you know, try and lead them to go read the Bible. I just bought the Bible. A good one, the one that was just revised. And I follow people, and when they bring stuff up, I read it. And it's amazing. That's another thing. The whole time I was a Christian, which was about 3 years before I really bailed, I never picked up a Bible. Whatever the preacher said, you open it up, you read it. You might go home and look at it again and underline it with your little yellow marker. But, yeah, I mean, I'm going to be 65 years old. And this is the first time I'm sitting down and really paying attention to the Bible. And it's disgusting. It is. And how come they always want to negate the Old Testament?
That's why I
Mm.
said they know it's disgusting. They know it. Any believer that tries to tell you that they don't know that the God is evil, that's bullshit. They know it's disgusting. That's why they don't like reading the Old Testament. They don't like when we bring up the Old Testament, and they try their best, even though they believe that Jesus is God, the God of the Old Testament. They try their best to separate Jesus from that. And today, when I was talking to that young lady, and I had asked her how she felt hearing a male believer say that the David's wives wanted um, to be raped, and that it
Oh,
was
that flame.
just
I was on that live.
yeah.
I had to leave. She got me so nuts.
Hmm. And she immediately, when she was saying that she reads and studies the Old Testament and Jesus is in the Old Testament and that he fulfills the prophecies, and I was asking her about, I said, so you say Jesus fulfills the prophecies of the Old Testament? Jesus isn't God of the Old Testament. Like, she immediately wanted to separate Jesus from that, right? Because
Hmm.
they know that the Old Testament is fucked up. What they
Hmm.
don't know is that the New Testament is just as fucked up, because they only read the parts about feeding the poor, the parts that they think, where Jesus is feeding the poor, where he's like healing the sick. Like, they cherry pick that so that they can build this social justice Jesus, right? This peaceful, innocent Jesus. They don't know that the same shit this God did in the Old Testament, Jesus is justifying or teaching in the New. They don't know
Yeah,
that.
but I don't get it because like the Trinity, Father, Son, Holy Ghost. I mean, aren't they all one? Or am I missing something?
To some of them,
I
it
don't
is,
get
but
it.
still, the whole concept of it being three persons eternally existent in one. So it's three individual persons or personas,
Right.
so they can separate it, right? Like, that was the Holy Spirit. That wasn't the Father or the Son that did that. That was the Holy Spirit that did that, right? When it was the Holy Spirit who killed Ananias and Sapphira. That wasn't Jesus, the human, or the Father, the Creator, right? They're able to separate the actions. It wasn't Jesus, the human, who commanded the Israelites to go into Canaan and kill, although as the Father, it was him, but this human that we can relate to, who put him who came from heaven and put himself in the vessel of a human, he ain't the one that commanded it. It was the Father. Like, they're able to do that with that concept of it being three persons in one substance. Like, they all have the same substance, but they're three individual.
No. I grew up learning, tell me who you hang with, I'll tell you what you are.
Mm-hmm.
So if they're all the same, all three, whatever.
They're the same but different. Yeah,
Yeah.
they're the same substance is what they'll say. They're
Mhm.
all they're all God, but they're not all God. It's fucking
Yeah, I know.
contradictory.
It's insanity. And they shove that shit down your throat, especially in Catholicism, because that's really where I learned it. I went to, you know, my family was very Catholic, you know, but yet when my grandfather died, my grandmother raised me, and when my grandfather died, and my grandmother couldn't afford the tuition for Catholic school, oh yeah, booted me right out. That's the Catholics. They're like, oh, can't go here. I had to go to a public school, which was the best thing that ever happened to me because that's where I met real people that weren't afraid. But I'm just saying, like, they're full of shit. And that's it. So if there's any Christians and Catholics out there, they really need to be digging into the Old Testament. How could you disregard a book that's 2/3 of a book and just go to the back? I don't get it.
Well, I was saying that the book that you do read, the part that you do read, is justified and backed by evidence by the part that you won't read.
Mm. Yeah.
Like, in order for Jesus to be the Savior or the Messiah, he has to fulfill the prophecies in the part that they won't read, but they don't even know the prophecies, but will say that he fulfilled them.
Yeah, I hear that a lot on another live. They really talk about those prophecies, which is good for me because I'm learning it, but the denial is real. I was watching a live, I think it was yesterday, where this person came up and they just wanted to read, like, say, I don't know, whatever it was, from like 14 to 18. Totally disregard 1 through 14, 18 through 36. I'm just like, what?
Mm-hmm.
I don't get it. I'm trying to understand it, but I mean,
Well, and
believe
that's
me, I
because
don't
that's
know.
how the writers, the New Testament writers, that's how they applied the prophecies to Jesus. They would pull stuff that matched the story that they were writing about Jesus from the Hebrew scriptures and totally just ignore the context. That this is why I love talking about the Mark 14:27 one, where Jesus is saying that he is the shepherd that was struck, that was smit on the when he said smite the shepherd and the sheep will gather, because
I don't
that
know.
huh.
I don't know that one. I just bought this Bible like a month and a half ago. I'm all over the place, but go ahead. I love hearing it. I'm going to write it down and read it.
Yeah, that Jesus is at the Last Supper and he's explaining to them what's going to happen, and he quotes Zechariah 13:7 and says that that prophecy is about him, right? And the prophecy is smite the shepherd and the sheep will scatter. That's what Jesus quotes. Well, if you go and you actually study the history of the prophecy, the prophecy starts with Zechariah 11, and where the God tells Zechariah to um, become a shepherd, right? To prophesy
Hmm.
about two shepherds. Zechariah becomes the first shepherd, which is the good shepherd, who ends up um, throwing 30 pieces of silver. He ends up getting paid his wages, which is 30 pieces of silver. And the God tells him to throw the 30 pieces of silver back into the temple because they're not valuing him. And he tells him to annul his covenant with them, like break your staff and annul your covenant. Then he says, now um, give a prophecy for the second shepherd, and he says, I'm going to establish the second shepherd. I'm going to raise the second shepherd up, who is my associate, right? Who is close to me, who is my friend. But this, he says, the second shepherd will not heal the people. The second shepherd will not feed the poor. Like, it will not do anything good. It will be a worthless shepherd. And then he says, um, the sword will strike the eye of the shepherd and the arm of the shepherd. And then in Zechariah 13, the prophecy to strike the shepherd, when the God is saying how he's going to cut off idol worship, he says, now strike the shepherd and I will turn my hands against the little one. So the shepherd that's being smitten is the bad, evil, idol, false god, false shepherd.
Mm.
And Jesus says that that is him, right? The the writers of Mark either went and just pulled something that they thought would fit the story and made Jesus this false shepherd, this bad shepherd that fucks the Israelites up and causes the Israelites to scatter, or Jesus is saying that he is a false Messiah.
Mm.
It's either or, but like I think the writers had no idea um what they were reading, and they were just pulling shit. Like, there are a lot of the prophecies that are like that. A lot of the text, like when they use Psalms uh I think it's Psalms 21:16 or 16:21 um as a prophecy, and it's not a prophecy.
Yeah, which one is that? Because I think that was happening last night too.
Was it
I'm not
yes,
near my
yes.
book, but yeah, it was something. Somebody was trying to debate that, a Christian. They think
Oh,
it's
let
a
me go to
prophecy.
none of the Psalms are prophecies.
That's what the guy was saying. They're not prophecies, they're actually poems or something.
Yeah, they're songs. Um,
So, yeah.
Yeah, 22:16. That's what it is. Thank you, Mac. Psalms 22:16. Um, yeah. Well, I think they use more than just 16 out of 22. For dogs are all around me, a company of evildoers encircles me. They bound my hands and feet. Like, hold on, this whole
Oh, they were trying to say that that was Jesus, but it's not him. Who
yeah.
was it? David or Joshua or something, if I can
This is
remember.
David.
Yeah.
But I think there's another part. Let me see. Yep, this right here. My mouth is dried up like a potsherd. My tongue sticks to my jaws. You lay me in the dust of death. It's because he was thirsty and they gave him vinegar to drink. This 16. This one 18. They divide my clothes among themselves, and for my clothing they cast lots. Uh, right. So they they pulled scriptures from this psalm and made it
Hmm.
prophecies about Jesus. Um, but if you read the entire psalm, you know that
Oh.
it's not there. It's not futuristic, right? There is no futuristic language for it to be a prophecy. They're just saying, "Oh, David wrote this psalm about himself. Like this was about himself and what he was going through." But because lots were cast for Jesus's clothes, David's song and what David experienced was foreshadowing or prophetic for Jesus.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
big problem. I'm sorry.
No, go
Go
ahead. What are you
ahead.
saying?
Well, yeah, one of the big problems also with Christians is they don't pay attention to tense, like past and future. That's how they try and, because in that one that you're reading, that was one of the issues about how it was written with the tense. It was written for what happened and what might happen or something. I can't really remember. But yeah, they don't pay attention when they read. They just cherry pick.
I don't even think it's so much so they don't pay attention when they read. They don't pay attention to tense, but also when the tense works against the claim of a prophecy, tense don't matter.
All
So
right.
they reject the they expect us to reject grammar in order for them to claim a thing is prophetic. um Isaiah 14, is it Isaiah 14 or Isaiah 7 and 14? I always invert the damn scriptures, these damn numbers. Sometimes it's hard keeping all this shit in your head. 7 and 14,
I
thank
don't
you.
know how to do it.
um Isaiah 7 and 14, the one that says, "You shall bear a son, and his name shall be Emmanuel." They will ignore um, that this is literally, it says the Lord spoke to Ahaz. Right, Ahaz is was a king who had sacrificed his son. Um, it doesn't say whether he sacrificed his son to a different god or to Yahweh, but he sacrificed his son, and Isaiah is giving him a sign. Isaiah is saying, "Hey, God said, ask him for a sign." And the sign was that a woman is with child. Like she was already pregnant.
Oh
Then it,
yeah, that one. Yeah.
yeah, and they will ignore that. Like that
Yes.
doesn't matter. It says he
Mhm.
shall eat curds and honey. By the time he knows how to refuse evil and choose good. For before the child knows how to refuse evil and choose good, the land before whose two kings you are in dread will be deserted. That's the fullness of the prophecy, and that tells us what's going to happen, what the time frame is, right? And
Mhm.
this refers to King Ahaz. We're supposed to ignore all of this and only pay attention to the B portion of Isaiah 14.
That's crazy. It really is. I don't know.
And it's demonic if we don't, right? We're the ones twisting scripture because we read it in context, because we take the historical context, we take the literary context. To them, that's us twisting scripture and not them twisting it for their story. That's the thing that frustrates me the most, is because the thing that they accuse us of doing as their it's them doing it,
Hmm.
and they will deny it.
Yeah, well, that's because they need that crutch. They need the crutch. They can't. I don't get it. They can't just live their life and open their eyes. But you know what? I'm so free and so happy right now because I can say I do not believe in God. Any God. You want? I think nature might be not God, but it's all about nature. It's all about just, dude. I feel like I have more morals than a Christian. That's how I feel
Yeah,
at this point.
I think
I
a lot of
really
us
do.
feel that way.
It's insane. But I gotta go because I gotta walk my dog, which is usually when my leg is trying to get on your your live, because when I'm walking, my phone hits request. But I have to go because I have to go to work. Thank you so much for having me up. I love
You're
all
so
of you. I
welcome.
follow you all.
You're so welcome, Miss Scotty. Thank you so much for coming up. I appreciate you, and I hope you have a great
Yeah,
rest of the day.
I appreciate you too, and you all. You guys have a great day. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Everyone.
Can you drop me? I don't know.
Yeah.
Thanks.
hmm Grace. I don't know. Is this a nerd?
Fan.
Grace. Okay.
Ooh, damn.
Diana, are you in the box on purpose or on accident?
How many times have you get to hear that in your life?
Codan, whatever your name was. Why did you leave? All right. Anybody else? There's more people in here than before we was getting ready to shut down. There's now 800 people watching the live. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing or an atheist, the guest box is open, 21 and up. You rather, but you'd rather be judged by someone who lays it all out in a book than someone who hides behind a screen? Then why are you hiding behind a screen? Why are you hiding in the comments, Abel? Abel, why don't you come up and talk to me? I've never talked to you. I've never talked to you. I mean, if you're gonna come up here and act a fucking fool, but I mean, you are also hiding. Like, if you think I'm hiding behind a screen, which is fucking stupid because you're all behind screens. But if you think I'm hiding behind a screen, then why are you in here? Hey, Danny, can you make that make sense for me? Why are you in here if you think that like you're not getting any value from it? and you have everything that you need. You have the book. What's your purpose for being here? Well, I don't know. What Christianity spread through colonism? Yes, through European colonism. Yes. What's your point?
What is your
The
point?
fuck? Yeah, like what's your point?
What does it
It
even got
when
to
it
do?
spread in Africa first?
Huh?
What?
Is Rome not in Europe?
Are you the guy that didn't know Rome was in Europe? Abel, are you the guy that did not know Rome was in Europe?
They had no choice but to spread in Europe first. It started in Europe. What?
Are you the guy that didn't know Rome was in Europe, Abel? Like you do realize your own book has Christianity in Europe, starting in Europe.
There's no way I don't know this. Like I feel like we say a
I
lot of
don't.
stuff is really simple, but this is really simple.
And then let's say, Abel, let's say it fucking spread through Africa first. What does that change? Does that make the God no longer a genocidal commanding maniac? Is it okay to kill people for being different because it happened in Africa? Because it started in Africa, Abel? Is it okay to rape women because the God is African, Abel? Is it okay to enslave people because the God was African, Abel? Is it okay to sacrifice children because the God was African? Like, I'm trying to figure out what's your point about Africa? And you still haven't answered why you are here if you have everything you need in that book. Why the fuck are you here? In my comments. Why aren't you spending time with Jesus? Like I swear, y'all need atheists and booze. Like why if Jesus is all that you need, why can't Jesus keep you entertained? Why do you have to come to where the devil is to be entertained? The reality is that you are here because you feel some type of way about the stuff that I say about your God. And that makes you feel some type of way about yourself. Because this is the belief that this is your identity, right? So you can't pull yourself away because you don't like what I say about you, right? That's the reality. You are. That's why you're here. Of course, I know it's okay, but you are the one who typed, I would rather be judged by someone who lays it all out in a book than someone who's hiding behind a screen. Yet here you are in the comments of the person you are claiming is hiding behind the screen, Abel.
Hmm.
Do you realize that I pay attention to what the fuck you say? I mean, you can lie to yourself, but you can't lie to me.
You don't have to just be saying the words that you like that immediately come to mind. There's no way you put thought behind what you say at all.
They don't there's no follow through behind what they say. They just fucking type words because they think it sounds good. Like in their mind, their goal is to just offend, right? But
Hmm.
the thing is when you fucking with a motherfucker who thinks, 9 times out of 10, when they type that shit and they try to offend us, our thought process is gonna be like, you didn't think about the other end of that, did you, motherfucker?
Hmm.
Because you really just made yourself look dumb.
Painted yourself into a corner. You mad you're there?
Exactly. Judge Dredd,
Yes.
how old are you, and are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist? This
I don't
motherfucker
believe
said
in any religion
context.
and I'm 36.
I didn't ask about religion. I said, do you believe in the God of the Bible? Give me
No.
just a second. He
No.
said context. This motherfucker said context.
Yeah, he know he cooks. That has to be a concession because
No,
there's
I
no
don't
way you
believe in
think
the
that's
God
for
of the
real.
Bible.
Yeah, we heard you.
That's are you an atheist?
No, I just don't believe in anything. Period.
Okay, I only
Okay.
talk to people who believe in the God of the Bible, people who are deconstructing their belief in the God, or atheists, okay?
Oh, okay.
All right, thank you. Have a good day.
If an atheist is someone who's not convinced in the existence of a God, and you say I'm not an atheist, I don't believe in anything, wouldn't that make you
I think some people are still scared to, or not comfortable with putting that label on themselves, because I used to say the same shit. I wasn't ready to identify as an atheist.
mm, I don't know. His sounded I don't know if I think that that's true for a lot of people. I don't know that that's necessarily. He said I don't believe in atheism. See, yeah, I didn't think that was his case.
Well, ask him
What is
why he
there to
don't believe in
believe in?
atheism.
What is there to believe in?
The lack of belief that a God exists,
Like, what is there to believe in? That doesn't even make sense.
that a God exists, like having to believe that a God, a lack of belief. Like he most likely misunderstands what atheism is. But I know I used to not say that I was an atheist, even when I didn't believe in a God, because it was still a like that connotation on, like I was
Hmm.
scared to say it.
Yeah.
And I had never even taught my kids what an atheist was. But then when I told them I was atheist, my daughter immediately said, "So you believe in the devil?" And I'm like, "Where did you get that from? Because I didn't teach you that." And so I think that I think society just it's in society so much
Hmm.
that it has like this negative, it has a very negative stereotype, connotation on it. And then I think too, like some people don't understand what atheism is, because there was a you see what I'm saying? Look, I don't believe in God, but I could be wrong. There is a, yeah, he don't know, yeah, he don't know what he
Yeah.
believed. But there I saw a live yesterday, right before I went live, where black Christians said that atheism is the new white religion, and they had created this AI image of
Hmm.
people bowing down praying to the prophet Reason. His name is
Wow.
Prophet Reason.
Wow.
And yeah. And so they think that atheism is about critical thinking and applying reason and logic,
Wow.
which is crazy within itself, because atheism is just a lack of belief in a God.
Right.
But the fact that you think it is critical thinking, reasoning, and logic, and that's the thing that you are calling a white religion, I want to punch you in your fucking face. But that's crazy, right? Because you're telling black people that critical thinking, reasoning, and logic is of the devil, and you're saying it's only for white people on top of
Hmm.
that.
Yeah.
and you put that shit up and thought you ate,
Yeah,
had the
that's
AI
crazy.
create an image for you and thought you ate, and then you have all of these black Christians on this panel discussing this shit like y'all are like y'all are making sense.
Wow. Wow. I mean, at what point in the creation process do you put this all together and not look at what you made and think to yourself, is this sending the message that I thought it sends?
At no point, because critical thinking is the devil and they don't want to be nowhere near the
You're
devil.
right. You're right. You're absolutely right.
This is
Which
why
is
I
crazy
said
because they so thoroughly ripped apart their own selves and didn't even realize it is.
right.
Oh wow.
Dr. B said, will prophet reason call out bears to maul unruly children? No. Nope. But prophet Elisha will.
Prophet Reason has my phone number, so we don't know.
But this is why I ask, like, why is it that free will is enough to have them cheat and kill and steal and lie, but free they don't use a free will. They can't use free will to think, to
Hmm.
reason. It's something stopping that.
Yeah.
Because hell, obviously, the fear of hell obviously isn't enough to stop them from having uh, extramarital affairs. But
Yeah.
the fear of hell is enough to stop them from questioning the God. How, Sway?
I mean, I guess it's because cheating won't make you leave, but learning will.
Cheating won't make you what?
Cheating won't make you leave, but learning will.
Make you leave what? A
The
person or
overall relationship.
of the God?
Yeah, with the book, the relationship with the book.
But why? Is what I'm asking.
Um,
Why won't sinning against the God in that way with cheating make you leave the God, but learning will? Like why? Oh, I get what you're saying.
yeah,
Okay, I get what you're saying. You're saying if they actually did read, but what? No, what I'm asking is what is stopping them? They don't know that. They don't know if they actually read or use logic that 9 times out of 10 they'll end up leaving the God. Something is stopping them from even doing that, from getting that far.
I
You see what I'm
really
saying?
do think that that's something that's inherent. You know, like thinking back to a lot of the conversations I would have with my mom about this stuff, she'd be like, "Man, I'm telling you, bro, like you really gotta just like turn your brain off. Like not necessarily in those words, but the conversations would be like, bro, you really just gotta chill with all these questions and shit. And I'd be like, well, what? Why? That's kind of my whole thing. But like I think it's inherent. Like you could learn your way or talk your way into leaving.
Oh, I get what you're saying. You're saying that they do question, but they just
They're afraid of the answers. They don't want the answers to ever come about. They do have the questions already. It's pre-downloaded.
and they're lying to us when they come in here and justify shit
Yeah.
and say, "Oh, he's sovereign." They're lying because they have questioned this shit. Is what you're saying?
And yeah, and they can't come back with a good answer. And truth be told, some of them just get told something and they would prefer to live in the, delusion of whatever answer they get told. So that is it for them. Like they don't look any further. Some of them look a little bit harder, don't necessarily like what they find, and they stop right there. You know what I mean? But like, I feel like it's inherent that like the further you dig into it, the more you're gonna realize like this does not make sense. Because if it's at the base level, doesn't make sense. Why we're going in, like if it's incoherent at the very you know, I don't know, I guess the elementary level of reading it, why in the world would it be uh more coherent the deeper you get into it and the more analytical you become about it?
Yeah. Yesterday we were talking about this on Empress Live. A believer was like, y'all are asking these questions in our face, and we don't get to answer for you. Like stop answering for us.
Hmm?
We yeah. Empress had asked. If y'all don't know Empress, make sure y'all follow the Empress. She has some really good lives. But she had asked, what do we as non-believers think? Like as far as when people, she's like, is it cognitive dissonance when they have left the belief system and gone back into it? And they justified this shit. And she's like, is it cognitive dissonance? Because she's like, I'm at this point where I'm like, they willfully chose this, so it is what it is, and I just respect
Hmm.
it. And I agree. I told her, I don't know if it's cognitive dissonance. I'm still trying to figure that out, and I'm
Yeah.
still trying to find whether I need to have empathy with these people, but I don't respect it. Because I'll never respect them lying. I never respect them. She's not saying that she respects them lying or nothing like that.
Yeah, yeah,
What
for
what
sure.
what I'm saying is I'll never respect the justification of like uh rape and all that. So I don't necessarily respect the belief, but I'm trying to. It's the person that I'm trying to figure out, how do I have empathy for this person, because is this person suffering from cognitive dissonance, or are they really, did they really just willfully choose to go back into it for selfish
Mhm.
reasons? I don't know yet. I have no idea, but I'm trying to learn how to have empathy for the human and say fuck the
Yeah.
belief system. That's what I'm trying to learn to do.
I think in order to do that, you kind of have to just let it be case by case.
Yeah, and unfortunately, case after case after case, I be wanting to say fuck the human too, because they be some motherfuckers. Like
Yeah,
it's
Lord.
you, to get to these conversations. Like it'd be so difficult to even just get to the point of understanding with them,
Hmm.
because they come from this defensive place, and me asking questions to further understand what they mean, they take it a, very offensively, and they just
Hmm.
become these hateful people, and so we can't ever get to that, and I end up having to cuss their asses out. So I don't know if I'll ever get to this place of empathy for the human that I'm talking to, because all I see is just a bunch of dangerous uh, uh, tools right now that are, human vessels that are being used to further cause harm.
Yeah.
Ain't got nothing to do with that shit being harsh, motherfucker. You just sat here and said that I'm hiding behind a goddamn screen, and I invited your ass up on stage to come and talk to me. Fuck your feelings. And you are one of the motherfuckers that I'm talking to. Naya, are you on stage on purpose or on accident? You did fucking say that shit in the chat.
Now we lying now.
I'm
Uh,
alive.
huh? Are you up on an accident or on purpose?
Sorry, my internet is lagging.
Did you
Um,
come up on accident or on purpose?
no, I came up.
Okay. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I was a believer. I'm not anymore.
Okay. You have a very huge lag. I don't know. Maybe try to go down and come back up. Because we can't wait 5 seconds for an answer every time.
Uh, yeah, I know my internet is lagging. Okay, I'll do that.
Okay. Let's see if it fixes itself.
In 5 seconds, when you hear this, I liked you 5 seconds ago.
Mm. Look, now my fucking internet wanna lag. I can't even get the damn box to open.
Oh, good gravy. Goddamn patriarchy.
I'm so excited for tomorrow. I don't know what to do. Damn, why didn't I?
I just sent out the messages. I made like a, I made a group for the fellas.
I got a
Mir,
question.
Mir,
Hey,
how old are you?
I am 35.
Are you a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist? Believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I know the differences. I just got a
I didn't
question.
ask you for a difference. I said, are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
I thought you were breaking them down. I'm sorry. I said I'm a believer. I said I just have a question.
Okay, I didn't hear you say that you are a believer, and I don't allow people to just come up and ask random questions. If you come on stage, you pick a topic and we discuss that topic, and you have to work your question into the topic.
Okay. So, believers don't understand the knowledge of good and evil, right?
Mm-hmm.
I can pick that one.
Yep.
All right. Well, I want to hear. I want to know what is the knowledge of good and evil.
Well, that would defeat the purpose of me saying believers don't understand that, right? Like, what are your thoughts on what the knowledge of good and evil is?
I mean, that would be yourself. That would be yourself, right?
The knowledge of good and evil
Huh?
is me.
Yeah, because you decide what you want to do. He gave us free reign. You use your knowledge to do good or do bad. It's either. It's either. Well, I mean, you got to
So,
make
can you
sense.
do good or bad without knowledge of good and evil?
Yes, you can do good or bad because it's you got the right to. You don't have to have
Is it
the
because you
knowledge
have
of
the
good and
right
evil.
to? Is it
Yes.
because you have the right to, or is it because your body does stuff?
No, it's not your body.
It's
It's
not.
everything that no, it's not your body that's doing good
Oh,
and
so
evil.
if
It's
I
your
if I
brain.
slap you if I slap you in the face,
Uh huh.
is that my body slapping you?
Yes, it's your body. It's
Okay.
your hand part.
All right.
It's your hand part. But ultimately, you
Right.
had to have
So
a
a
signal from your
person,
brain
so
and
a
your
person. Oh,
spirit. You have to
sure.
be evil.
Okay. So a person, you no, you don't. So a person
So
can
you can smack
do
somebody out
evil
of good faith.
things uh, without knowing that you are doing an evil thing. Are you saying a person can't do that?
No, they can't. They know. Everybody knows what they're doing.
Oh, so with today, when my 1 year old, almost 2 year old grandson hit his dad, he knew it was evil.
This is 18 years or older,
No,
ma'am.
no, no, no,
Make it
it's
make
not.
sense.
What?
No, it's not. It is
Yes,
not
it is.
18 years or
What?
older. No, when
Every
I am talking about a human being able to do something good or evil
okay, let's break it
without
down.
knowing. Stop. Without
Box.
knowing. Will you stop? Wait until I get done. Until I'm finished. I'm talking about a human being able to do something good or evil without knowing whether that thing is good or evil.
Okay, since we're going by the Bible, right?
No, we're going by just life. Can a human do something good or evil without knowing whether that thing is good or evil?
Ultimately, yes, they can do evil stuff without knowing because if it's a baby, the baby hasn't grown. But I thought we were past that stage. Everybody
No.
past the age. Everybody past the age of babies knows what they're doing.
Talking
Even
about whether you know what the knowledge of good and evil
you don't
is.
have to have knowledge.
You're proving the point. You're proving the
You
point
don't.
that believers don't
No,
understand the knowledge of
that's
good and
not
evil.
it.
That's hold on. The
That's not
topic
what I'm
is
making, ma'am.
Mirror. That's the topic. The topic is believers don't understand the knowledge of good and evil. You are proving that point right now.
Also, you should have changed your name to Mere Factor. That'd have been funnier.
You're on mute, and you won't be muted if you don't talk while I'm talking. That's the only way we can have a decent conversation.
Okay, can I talk now?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So believers don't understand the knowledge of good and evil. That's not true. You don't have to be a believer to know the good and knowledge. You don't have to have knowledge to do evil. You know what I mean? Because it's already instilled in us. Do you understand that?
Okay, let me ask you a
It's not the
question.
point.
Let me ask you a question.
Yes.
So we have already established that a
Yeah.
person can do good and a
Uh-huh.
person can do evil without the knowledge of good and evil,
Yeah.
right?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Now let's talk about Adam and Eve right quick. Okay. Adam and Eve were humans that could do good, could do evil, although they lacked the knowledge of good or evil, correct?
No, that's not true. I don't the rhetoric that you're using is not true, ma'am.
Okay, hold on.
Because,
Were Adam and Eve humans?
ma'am, can I break it down? I don't want
Hey, hold on. Were Adam and Eve humans?
right.
Okay, could their bodies do things?
Yes.
Could Adam slap Eve?
Yes.
Okay. Even though Adam did not know the knowledge of good and evil, he could
Hmm.
still slap Eve, correct?
Yes.
All right. So Adam and Eve could do good and they could do evil without knowing that they were doing good or evil, correct?
No, they could not because it wasn't installed in them. In us, where we're at right now, it was installed in us.
Okay, so what did
Because
Adam and Eve's body?
they ate
Hold
of
on.
the tree,
Okay,
man.
hold on. How did
You
Adam? Hold on. How did Adam and Eve make decisions about the things they did in the garden on the daily? Was your God moving them with His hands?
God,
If Adam wanted to take a walk, did your God put His hand in Adam's back and walk Adam down the garden?
no, but he gave him instructions on how to till the land. You know what I mean?
Oh my gosh. Oh my God. If Adam wanted to have sex with Eve, did your God command Adam to go have sex, or did Adam decide to have sex with Eve without your
That
God
was
telling him?
after they ate the
Oh,
knowledge
oh,
of good and evil.
okay.
That's
If
after.
Adam wanted to eat a fucking piece of fruit, did your God command Adam to go eat, or did Adam decide to go eat?
God told them what to eat so they knew where to eat at. It was sectioned off. You're not making
Whenever
any sense.
Adam got hungry,
Your
oh my
topics are
fucking
off.
God. And when Adam got hungry, after your God showed Adam what trees he could eat from,
Uh-huh.
whenever Adam's stomach growled, did Adam only eat when your God said, Adam, go eat? Or did Adam eat whenever he wanted to?
Was he eating bad things, man? You're not making sense. You're not staying
You're
on
Yeah,
proving my
topic.
point.
opposites, dude.
You're
Did
proving my point. You're
no,
proving my
no, I'm
point.
not.
Y'all
How?
are fucking dumb.
How? Tell me
Uh,
how.
oh my fucking
Tell me
gosh.
how.
He
If
said you're
if
not
Adam
staying on
could
top.
it's so fucking dumb. If Adam if Adam wanted to eat a piece of fruit, Adam as a human, whenever his stomach got hungry, would
Was
go
it
eat.
evil or good though? You're not making
Oh my
sense. Was it
fucking
evil or
Hey,
gosh.
good?
you gotta calm down, Mir. I know it hurts. I know it hurts. I know it hurts. That motherfucker sting like a motherfucker. I know it. But you gotta calm it down. We're gonna push through the pain and come out better people. But in order to do that, you gotta calm it down. It'll hurt less if you listen more. Or you could just fucking leave.
You
You did
can.
seem quite bitch made. I don't know.
They don't understand the knowledge
Mm-mm.
of good and evil. And I hate it, but they are fucking dumb.
Yeah.
They are
It
fucking
is what it is.
dumb. This motherfucker said,
No, what you gonna call them, Thinker? You gotta.
no,
What you
that
say you
wasn't a
gonna
mind
call
fuck.
them?
He wasn't
Oh.
mind fucking. He was just dumb. They are,
You gotta stay
and
on
I,
topic. Did he eat bad? Did he have pork rinds and shit?
he told him where to eat. What mother? They don't. Their brains don't go any further than that.
Yeah.
And then he says, yes, a human can do good or do bad without knowing that their actions are good or bad. And then as soon as I get to Adam and Eve, no, because it wasn't downloaded in them. Then what the fuck? Like, I swear
Shit,
Adam and
we.
Eve are paper dolls. They're fucking paper
Yeah.
dolls. And they didn't do anything. Like, in their mind, Adam and Eve did nothing except for what's in the fucking story. They're paper fucking dolls.
Hmm.
And me saying that, they wouldn't get it. They don't get why I would say Adam and Eve are paper dolls.
I'm just imagining them sitting still as fuck, not doing anything until being engaged. Hey, come over here. Okay.
He told him how to till the land. Did Adam move
Okay.
unless your God moved him? Like, after he gave him instructions, what did Adam do? Like, the fuck? Here,
Not
y'all
staying on
take this one. I
topic.
gotta go to the
I gotta go.
bathroom. Huh?
That's that's if he got it.
I'll be right back.
Hey y'all, good morning. Is it
More to be.
Benny? Good morning. Hey, also good morning, Benny.
Good morning, guys.
What's your age for TikTok purposes?
I'm 29.
All right. And are you a believer? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
I'm a believer.
All right. Which topic would you like to choose?
The believers don't understand the knowledge of good and evil.
Okay. Well, can you tell me what your understanding is of the knowledge of good and evil?
Yeah. So what I gathered was, well, from church was that when God created the planet, he made Adam and Eve. Well, he made Adam first. You know, I guess Adam needed a help partner. He put Eve there, and he gave them pretty much commandments of, hey, don't eat from this tree, but you can have pretty much anything else that I've created for you. And I believe Eve was by herself, if I remember, and ate from the tree of good and evil, which led to humanity being doomed. But I think the serpent like had talked to her alone or something like that, saying that she can be just like God if she just eats from the tree.
Okay, that's recounting the story, and it's you're a little bit off, right? Because depending on which creation story you read, Adam and Eve were created together, and he created Adam first in the other one, so you'd have to pick which story you believe. There's also nothing in the book to state that Eve was by herself. It definitely says that she ate from the fruit and then gave some to her husband. It wasn't anything about a distance. It didn't say any of that. But what we're talking about is understanding what it was that this tree represented. Because it seems, did you hear that last conversation?
I did, yes.
Okay. It seems like believers conflate the ability to do good and evil with the ability to label one's actions either good or evil. Because this fruit represented the knowledge of good and evil, which means that up until they ate from this fruit, whatever actions they took or whatever commands they followed from this God, they had no idea of whether or not those commands were good or those commands were evil. And it seems as though when we have these conversations with believers, they look at this story as though eating that fruit gave humans the ability to do bad, when in actuality, it gave humans the ability to recognize evil, not the ability to do it. And I think that was part of the confusion in the last conversation, because as opposed to realizing that what the serpent said, it wasn't a lie. He said, he told Eve that it's not true what God said. God knows that when you eat from the tree, your eyes will be open and you will be like God, knowing good from evil. And that's exactly what your God confirms in Genesis 3:22. So it seems like overall believers ultimately conflate they conflate the ability to do with the knowledge or the information to recognize or label. Does that make sense?
It does, yeah.
That's a good point to raise. I did question that with when I went. I did like a lot of Bible study inside the church, and that was one of the questions I had. Like, how can they recognize evil? Like prior to all of that, like what were they robots? You know what I mean? Like what do they do in that point? But I was told that like you can still be disobedient without acknowledging that, I guess good and evil is a thing. Like it's still to God, it's like, hey, I told you not to do this said thing and you did it. So to him it's bad, right? And that's what I've just been honestly going with because I mean, and I'll be honest, it don't make sense to me.
No, it doesn't. And I mean,
It,
and I think you're right. Like it is about obedience. Like people think it's about evil or the ability to do evil. And it was like people tell us all the time, when the woman ate the fruit and then, gave it to her man, then now humans can do bad. No, they could do bad before. They just did not know that what they were doing was bad. This tree eating from this fruit gave them the ability to look at an action and determine whether or not that action was good or evil. It wasn't the ability to do. And I think that's the problem. And you're right. Like it doesn't make any sense. The reality is snakes don't talk. Fruit doesn't give you the ability to distinguish between whether or not something is right or wrong. None of this story, maps with reality. And it's really frustrating, like to have conversations with folks who, like the previous guests, who don't even recognize, they can't even conceptualize what the question is asking. They just come up here and say that it's a stupid question because they don't understand it. But I think that's a pattern that we're recognizing with belief and indoctrination as a whole, because you're ultimately told just do what you're told to do, whether you understand it or not. And that emboldens people to label things that are evil actually good because it's tethered to a command from a god. And it's led to and is still causing so much harm in this world.
yeah, and I can see that. I go to a non-denominational like Word of Faith church, and that's something I've noticed lately. When I was younger, I figured that maybe I'll understand it more when I get older. But like that this story in particular, they really speak on like, hey, like Eve was, she shouldn't have. This is why you got to follow your man, and it's they and somebody questioned it actually. My pastor was like, hey, well, if they don't really know what these things are, how they put the blame for that? And he was like, well, God, he said God is sovereign, and they have. He's like they have. It's inherent for them to know these things. It was something crazy, and I'm like, then why put the tree? If like I don't know, it's just I know it's really frustrating. I hear I follow Thinker, and I sometimes uh, listen to the lives, and I hear believers like myself come up, and we say stuff like the last guy said, and it makes no sense, and it's almost if it's our brain shuts off at a certain point, and I get frustrated because I think if we want to bring people to the faith, we have to like be open minded to understand where their like you said frustrations or understanding is coming from, and ours don't make sense half the damn time. It sounds like so.
Well, I guess I don't understand bringing people to a faith that you don't fully understand. Right? Like I grew up a Jehovah's Witness, so I've knocked on doors, so many doors I can't even think of. I can't count even if I wanted to. But I think if I were questioning, then I would probably have been very hesitant. I mean, indoctrination doesn't necessarily allow you to your brain isn't even developed enough to question. That's what indoctrination is. It's teaching someone to think in a particular way before they have the critical thinking skills to question anything. That's why religion is so heavily taught when they're young. They're baptizing babies. They start super early because if you prime a mind to not ask questions, then you pretty much set it up to engage in conversations like that previous guest and so many that come up here. And the reality is none of us know what we don't know, but the moment we hear a question or the moment we think of a question, I think we owe it to ourselves, if we're being intellectually honest, to ask the questions and follow where the information leads, as opposed to digging in and holding on to our belief systems even in the face of it not making sense. Because you make a really good point, and that's what we're trying to say. How can you How can you be punished for doing something wrong when you, or doing something evil when you don't know the difference between what is good and evil? And to ask questions or place blame on Eve is really rich, considering the fact that this all-knowing God is the one that allowed this serpent into the garden to begin with. He knew exactly how this would play out and let it play out in the exact fashion that it has. So I think I think each individual has the responsibility to, I guess, to the level of their curiosity to ask these questions, because people are losing their lives. Like,
Right.
families are being ripped apart. Members of the LGBTQIA community can't go outside safely without knowing that some religious zealot won't, come up to them and do them harm. You've got a whole ass genocide happening across the country because these people think themselves to be the chosen folks of this God in this book, and they don't ask the questions that are legitimately logical questions, and they come up here telling us we're crazy for asking the questions that honestly anybody that's accepted this belief system to be true should have already asked themselves.
I
Yeah.
think like the song that I wrote, "What if Adam was abusive?" I don't think believers would understand that, because they don't think that they had the ability to make decisions, to do things without having the knowledge of good and evil, and while at the same time holding the belief that they have free will, and that the purpose of the tree being in the garden was so that the God could test their free will, and then saying that it wasn't downloaded in them. Like, I don't think they have the capacity, like the mental capacity, to understand that when they believe that they couldn't move on their own and do things on their own without this knowledge, that that negates the test from the beginning.
Mm.
Like,
Um,
they don't have the follow through in their thought processes for that.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense though. I mean, like I'll be honest. Like I've been in church so long. I think I've just stopped trying to figure out like all of the intricate details of how is this possible, because all you hear is God is sovereign, God is powerful, he's all knowing, and his ways are higher than our ways. And when you hear that a lot, you kind of just go, you know what, like what good am I to figure the rest of this out? Like I could damn near figure out how to handle certain things in my own reality. So me trying to figure out why God did a thing back then, it's like just crazy work. And it's frustrating too, because I want to sometimes go to my religious leaders and say, hey, look, like this don't make sense to me. You see that other people don't understand this. Why are we continuing to spill it? And then when people question it, you crap on them. I know Fee. I hope I'm saying that right. Is it Faye or Fee?
It's fee. You're right. You had it right.
I know Fee just mentioned like people being harmed by this. I know my sister is actually she came out as can I say bisexual, and my
Oh,
mom had
what?
bisexual, so
Oh,
she got
you can say bisexual.
bisexual. Okay, and my mom haven't spoke to her in 3 years. Like don't know what she's doing in her life. Refused to because of the like she always say, oh, she's gonna go to hell every time we talk about her amongst other families. And I'll be like, and I'm always the middleman, like, hey, like, how about we bring her into the circle to talk about these things? And it's like, no, she's going to hell, it's abomination. And it hurts because I haven't, like, when I do hang with my sister, you can see that pain, like, ride on her. Like, hey, I haven't even talked to my mom. And so it is harming people. I could see that myself. And it makes you want to walk away from it. And I'm thinking, oh, maybe it's just word of faith, like the church I'm at, right? But then you hear about this in other denominations, and it's like, what am I following? But I also don't want to. I
What's
don't
keeping
also.
you
Yeah.
what's
Go ahead.
keeping you in it? Like, if you see all of this, is it the fear of hell, or are you actually um claiming that a God, that you see a God doing a thing, Like, what's keeping you in it if you see the illogicalness and the beginning of the story that's, has you trying to figure out what these two humans did in the beginning of time that you now need to take blame for. You see it, breaking up your family where your mom won't even talk to your sister, especially over a mistranslation or a forced translation, because this book doesn't say that same-sex relationships are an abomination. Doesn't say that in the Hebrew, but of course your mother doesn't know that because her pastor hasn't told her that, and she hasn't, you know, researched it enough to before she even validated her dislike or hate for her own daughter. And I'm saying that because my daughter is LGBTQIA. I didn't think LGBTQIA was a sin anyway, but when my daughter came out to me, and I knew that my mother was going to do what she do, and I made sure that I researched everything about the scriptures so that I could defend my daughter, so that when my mom came to me with that stuff. But so, like, knowing this, what's keeping you in it?
Yeah, I guess because what I've been brought up in, and I guess I wouldn't say it's fear, but maybe if like, what if I'm wrong too, right? Like, let's say, oh, this don't make sense to me, and I leave, and when it all comes down to the end, I'm like, damn, I left something that I thought, was wrong. I mean, and it is wrong. And a lot of, I just don't understand. Maybe it's been taught wrong. That's what I think. Maybe like the religion is being taught wrong. It wasn't supposed to be taught this way. And we're just using it as a weapon. So it's not really fear. It's just like, I don't want to be wrong neither. And then,
But I think that is fear. You're saying it's not fear. I think even your desire to say maybe it's taught wrong is either coming from I'm getting benefit from it, or it's that fear of what if I'm wrong and there really is a hell. Because it's got to be one of the two. Like, you actually see it working in your life and you're just like, all this other crazy shit has to be that is being taught wrong because it's not what I'm experiencing. I'm really experiencing Jesus or God doing things and changing my life, and or it is the fear of what if you die and there actually is a God and he's going to send you to hell because you didn't believe.
like, that's a good point. I think, I mean, it has done good for me. Like, I've benefited from being part of this, being a Christian, right? Like, you do see works that happen. Like, says like, oh, I can't say, oh, it's not like it's all made up. It's like I've seen things happen, in the church, outside the church. Was okay. Like, I could at least acknowledge that God is real. I know He's sovereign and He's love. I think it's just what man does. It's like, oh, like, we kind of use God's name in vain, right? And project hate, and those people will be judged. Like, when it all comes down to the end, like, those people they're going to go up to heaven, and they're going to get judged, and they're going to get sent where they need to be sent to. And I hope everybody make it to the kingdom of heaven, of course, but I can't vouch for everybody the way things
But
are going.
the people that are doing the harm, the slave masters, are following your God's law. There's nowhere in this book that says slavery, enslaving another person, is a sin. Those people are going to be in this kingdom of heaven. The people who murder, as long as they ask for forgiveness, they're going to be in heaven. The people who essay children, going to be in heaven, because this Jesus is the savior of sinners. He literally says in this book, he does not come for the righteous, like for those that are already got their shit, like they're not sinning. He didn't come for them. He came for those that are sinning. So the people who need him the most are the ones who can't get right. He's the God of can't get right. And so those people are going to be in heaven.
Well, you know what? To be fair, yes, they will, because if they change their life and accept Jesus, like, yeah, I mean, and I know that sucks because
It
there's
doesn't say
people.
they have to change their life though. It just says they have to repent and believe that they is. Doesn't say they have to change.
Well, I mean, no, they can't just say, "Oh, I repent," like, and let me get up there. Like, they have to like show works.
Yes,
They
they
have to
can.
show.
No, they don't. His book does not say that. No, they do not. They do
That,
not. Paul and James argued about that. James, the brother of Jesus, felt that works were needed, works of the law. Paul said, "Nope, it is faith alone."
mm. So, I mean, see, that's I need to do my own reading because, like, to be honest, I'm like I'm one of those people. I'll listen and I'll absorb, and instead of me doing my own due diligence. That's what I was taught. Is that like, hey, like you have, like you could, that you can't finesse God, essentially. Like, where I can't go, oh, like, hey, I did this and that, and or just try to get my way to heaven by repenting every time I mess up. Because at that point, it's like I know that I'm messing up on purpose, and I think I have with like insurance, life insurance, right? Like, like, oh, I could just repent whenever I do it, and I'll get up to heaven. I don't think it like works that way. I think you got to actually like live.
The thing is, Jesus says that you can ask for forgiveness 70 times 7, which is an unlimited amount. But then a pastor comes and tells you that you can't, right? That
Right.
in the book of Hebrews, the writer of Hebrews, whoever that is, um, says that there's no sacrifice for those that continue to willfully sin. But that goes against what your savior said.
Mm.
And then that goes against what Paul said. Paul said it's faith alone that justifies you, that saves you. And it is the grace of Jesus that sanctifies you. That his whole purpose of his sacrifice was to die for your sins, and that the wages of sin is no longer death. And all you have to do is believe that he is, and that he is a rewarder of those that seek him. It doesn't say anything about you having to change your life and live this perfect life. And then the whole point of the story of the thief on the cross, all the way up until the 11th hour. You
Yeah.
like you could he gives a parable about the workers in the vineyard and how they get different wages, and even the workers who came in at the last got the same pay. There,
Mm.
there's nothing there that says that you have to live these perfect lives to get to heaven.
And even if
A
you
person
did, oh, I'm sorry.
I was gonna say a person could be like Jeffrey Dahmer and eat human beings, literally be a serial killer eating human beings right before he gets electrocuted, give his life to Jesus, and bam, he's in heaven with y'all.
Mm.
And even those who say that it has to be accompanied through works and you have to, make changes in your life to align with what you're asking for, you're the only one who determines what that looks like. There you may have a believer who thinks that, say they think smoking is bad, and they're trying to quit, but they do like a cigarette a day. God is going to forgive them for that one cigarette a day. But you have another believer who has that same struggle and they do two cigarettes a day. Yep, God is still going to forgive them for that because they've made progress. Like, you chart your own progress, you chart your repentance, and you determine your forgiveness. All of this is internal. And even if the writers of the actual books couldn't tell you what the God actually wanted, then where do you go? So to me, that doesn't scream divine. You talk about people doing things wrong in the name of God. If somebody were out here like fucking people up in the name of Benny, I'm pretty sure you'd speak up and say, no, I'm not that. I'm not sanctioning that. That has nothing to do with me. My name is not on it. You would clear it up immediately. Your God has the ability to do so and doesn't. He's everywhere, seeing everything. All of these churches that wouldn't get at that woman any formula for a crime, baby, he sees that and says nothing. He doesn't clear up any of that. I don't see God's divine hand on anything. I see people slapping the label of God or a God sticker on things, on other things that humans are doing. But until you can show me the divine, I can't. I don't see anything. People always say in these conversations, God's ways are higher, but it's only when He behaves lower, when He does things or doesn't do things that we as humans would do to help another human being, to feed a child, to protect a child. None of that is being done by this God who's supposedly sovereign.
That's true. No, I agree with you guys on that. I, I understood this, that like we got free will and that's is why like a lot of atrocities happen. But I also, to be fair, it kind of makes me question God, because it's like the stories that I have been taught in the Bible, like the story of David and Job, and it's like he seems to intervene in those moments, and it's like why, if you see all this evil like in Sudan right now, it's like I believe there's like a cleansing going on, and it's like like God, I don't understand, like there's no way you just, like you this free will shouldn't override like this type of like stuff. And so I get that, like that part really messes with me. And I don't know if it's in the grand scheme of things, this is why he sits back. But then again, it's like, bro, if you're all powerful, like why am I thinking of ways to stop this if I had your power versus you like showing us, hey, look, I can stop this. And that does bother me. And I want to go to church and talk about this, but like I just feel like they're older people. They don't want to hear it. They kind of like just stuck into what they think about. I don't think it's not nuanced enough for them. Like, yeah, let's open up some discussion. It's like, no, they preach the same stuff. Word of faith is like prosperity and like, oh, whatever you say out the mouth it comes to truth, and you can't be depressed. Like, like in our church right now, like if you say, hey, I'm depressed, they'll say it's Satan, and it's bad. It's really
That's in
bad.
damn near every black church.
Yep.
Uh, right. That's why mental illness is running rampant amongst the black community, because we look at it and we call it demonic, and we say that we need to do an exorcism and we're casting out demons, right?
Yeah.
And I asked somebody this yesterday, like, why is it that you're willing to make excuses for or justifications for the men in this Bible that were murderers, liars, adulterers, slave masters, right? Um, he is the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and all three of them were deceivers. They were all liars, which means that he is the God of liars. And she said, "Oh, God uses he uses imperfect people. He chooses imperfect people as his chosen." And so you look at that and say, it's okay for these people to be murderers, for these people to be liars and adulterers and rapists. But my daughter who loves another woman, fuck her.
Mm,
That's crazy.
that's deep. Yeah. Yeah.
And then to say that, oh, we all have free will, but fuck her. Her free will doesn't matter because that's abomination. That's crazy to me. How we were be so forgiving of another group of people's atrocities that they have done to other people and have done to our own, but our own children we are willing to throw away to be a part of a God of liars?
mm,
Why are we trying to attach ourselves to that? And then why do we think salvation is going to come from deception?
no, you're right. That's deep. I mean, I never even heard it that way. Like what we do accept and what we want. Like it's just like it don't even sound just. Like I know they say God is just, but it don't sound just. And my sister's prime example of that. Whereas my mom, I know my a deacon actually in a church that we go to, he was caught for child pornography. Can I say it like that? It's child pornography.
Uh,
Or corn.
Pornography, yeah,
Yeah.
pornography, yeah.
And I remember everybody like they're like surrounding him and like, okay, we can get through this. And I'm like, what the fuck? Excuse my language, but I didn't
You could
get it.
say that. You could say what the
Oh,
fuck, because what the fuck?
yeah, it was rough. And I remember like my mom is like, well, God has his hand over him and he's gonna come through this. It's them less demons. And I'm like, mom, you're mad at our sister for being herself and loving. And my sister is married, remind you, to another woman, so she's happy, right? And like she's just out here doing anything. And if she was like, I don't get why that matters what someone does in their like with their sexuality and like their bedroom. But my mom cares more about the deacon and him coming back to God and getting out of this like court situation of him hurting and harming children versus like her own daughter. And it does. I hope this is like a safe place, but it makes me like low key like despise my mom because it's like I don't like she gives like so much to the church, and it's like, bro, like you have children that like need you, and you just like, oh, I got to give it to God because you're like she keeps talking about, oh, God is gonna give me a golden gown. Like she said, I had a dream about God giving me a golden gown, and I was up there and fixing food for everyone, and I'm like, I was like, it sound like a slave, but okay, like I don't get that part. But you made a good point right there. It's like we accept so many like bad stuff, like child rapists, murderers, and then when we our own family members who's living a normal life, it's like, ooh, that I don't like that, and then we just push them out and don't talk to them for 3 years. It's
Like
weird.
how it sounds weird, but it's working exactly the way it's supposed to work because they're primed for that, right?
Right.
David was a murderer. David was a adulterer. He was a coveter. He was supposed to be stoned according to the law. But because David is David, right? He's the king. He's the chosen and the one that the Messiah, the line that the Messiah comes from, he gets to get excused. He gets a lesser punishment, right?
Yeah,
David's murder ain't really that bad.
it's true.
And so when deacons, when people in titles, right, deacons and pastors and politicians, oh my, when they do things, then it's more acceptable. You should understand. You should pray for them. That's God's gonna get them. We all sin, but let a common person, a person without influence, without power, without wealth, without charisma, without status, then it's demon. Then it's stone them.
Yeah.
It's working exactly the way it's supposed to work, and this is why when we ask the question about David not, you know, David's son being made to be the sacrifice for David's sin, David's wives being raped to punish David for David sinning. When we ask a believer about that and why they call it just, they don't understand our discuss with that because it's what we see in society. The reason we're asking is because your mindset has been, nobody gives a damn what color Jesus is. Your mindset has been primed for that, to accept this behavior from humans today in the world.
Yeah.
And that's how the God works.
Yeah, I could see that. Definitely with the David story for sure. I think that's one of that's actually preached a lot as well. Definitely in Word of Faith. And that's crazy how they spin that story because no matter how you look at it, it's like that baby got the short end of the stick for no reason. And the pastor, I think he's leaving now, retiring, but like he keeps spinning it like God will take those close to you to teach you a lesson. And it's like, bro, like, so you're saying he's going to be unjust because he don't like something I did. And I think they just ignore that a lot. Like us believers, we just, it's hope. I don't know. I'll be honest thinker. Like, I don't know if like how to like really leave it. I think it's hard to leave it mentally because I haven't been able to like to express how I feel about it. I've been wanting to leave the denomination, which is Word of Faith, and go, find another church where it's more it aligns with me. And even that's scary because I go to when I do visit other churches randomly or something like that. It's like they almost act the same. It's like it's always toxic. It's, sister so and so is talking about somebody else, and it's like, bro, I thought we were coming to learn about God. But then I listen to your lives and you tell me things that are in the Bible about God. And yes, I wrestle with it because it does bother me because I've been taught otherwise. And then when I'm like reading behind you, it's like, oh, like he actually is low key. I don't know, something's wrong, you know? Like, what if I'm following Satan for real and we're all going to hell? Or I don't know. It just feels weird.
I mean, because nine times, like one thing about me is I'm going to take you directly to the scripture, and I'm going to read it word for word. Like I'm not giving an interpretation, and 9 times out of 10, when you are double checking me, is because you've been taught something different. You've been taught an oral tradition, right? And the oral tradition isn't lining up with what is in the text. And sometimes the pastor will give you a hermeneutical interpretation, right? Or their Holy Ghost filled interpretation. What, like, they may not understand what hermeneutics is, but they've done some reinterpretation of the text to make it to fit some type of theological message that they have been taught or that they want to teach. But with me, I'm just saying, here's what the story says. Here's the historical context. Here's the evidence. Here's the proof. Right? Here's
Hmm.
the archaeological data. So when you look at that and you go and you double check me, you fact check me, which I always tell people to do,
Yeah.
and you see that, you're like, oh, she's telling the truth. That it does read that. There is the archaeological evidence, and then you line that up with what you've been taught. At that moment, you have to either choose to accept or reject. Right? That's where the decision or the choice comes in. And this is where I'm asking, like, are people willfully choosing this, or is it cognitive dissonance? Because after sitting in here and listening to these lies, right,
Hmm.
and us reading the text word for word, the decision that's being made, you have to ask yourself, like, where is that coming from? And I think even when you move from one church to the next, or one denomination to the next, I think I think the thing that you have to ask yourself, right, is what is really keeping you in it. And you don't have to tell nobody that, right? Like, that's for you. If you write it down and just like have a serious conversation with yourself, authentic, transparent, and if you could just say everything that you needed to say without judgment, what would that be? And that way you find out why you're in it, right?
Yeah.
and and then if it makes sense for you, and if this is something that you can validate or invalidate, is this worth me attaching myself to all of this, what I think is evil? Is it true? And is it worth me attaching myself to all of this other stuff? Or is this not true, and can I just let it go and actually start working on what I think life should be?
Yeah. No, I agree. And I'll be honest with you guys. Like even earlier, I was like trying to find a way to, I guess, not tell you guys like why. Like I won't leave it. It's really just because I don't know if I'm making the right decision. I do have like a fear of not really hell, but like just not existing. I think that really like fucks with me. Like if I like after this, that's it. It's like I would like to think that even if it's something crazy, like hey, like my energy transfers to another planet or something. I would like to think that will happen versus like no, this is the only reality you get. After this, there will never be another you ever. No, I don't know. It just it's a mind fuck for real.
No, it's
Think
not
about
like
how
tell
I mean, you
yourself.
won't feel nothing though.
But the
You won't know
reality
what
is,
it's like
no,
to not exist.
none of us have died. Nobody on this stage have died. We don't know. And if you like, who's gonna tell you that you're wrong if you believe that your energy is gonna go to another planet when you die? If this is what you need in order to get away from harmful ideologies and to not be a part of what's contributing to the harm of your sister not being able to be with her family, if that's the only thing that's stopping you, the thing that's stopping you is the thing that no one can verify or deny for you, because nobody alive has died. And does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it's like, yeah, no,
I think about it like this, or I thought about it like this a while ago. My mom was 28 when she had me. I have no idea what life was like when my mom was 23 or when my mom was 12. Like, I have no knowledge of that, no cognition of that at all. So I have no reason to believe that life after I'm dead will be any different than life or awareness before I was born. The belief or religion constantly tells you, yeah, your soul was with God and then they put it in this body and blah blah blah, all of this stuff that they can't demonstrate. Well, I didn't know what that was like. And I get, like, to Thinker's point, I get that people are concerned, right? It's a natural desire for biological things. Self-preservation is natural, right? Very few people, depending on their life, wants their lives to end. But we don't know. The people that have these near-death experiences come back and tell various stories, most of them align with their religious upbringing. And oftentimes we hear people make like these crazy claims about what happened, who they saw, Biggie in a blender, like all of this stuff, and none of it is falsifiable. So when we get to the point where we realize, you mentioned, the older people in your church not wanting to have these conversations, but when we get to the point that other folks comfort is not our compass, and we want to align ourselves with things that are true, that's when we start asking these questions. And the bottom line for me is that I don't want salvation from a God that acts like this. I don't want favor from someone who will think that having 10 women raped as a punishment for a man doing some shit he wasn't supposed to do is okay. I don't want anything from this God.
yeah, I agree. I agree with that. And I guess too is like you said, like when you do think of like the things God do, like the atrocities that I have read in the Bible and that I've learned from you guys, it's like, damn, would I really want to be? Would I really want to spend all eternity up there with a person like that? Because it's almost as if I could do anything to piss him off. And I think about this too with Lucifer, right? Satan. It's like he was in the best possible place you can be, right? Essentially, but like he didn't even want to be up there. So how bad was God to where Satan was like, nah, I'd rather take over this, or I'd rather not be here. Or, I mean, he was casted out, but he had the idea to take it over. It's like, how bad do you have to be for somebody to even consider it, right? Like, I
Who
don't know.
told you that?
What? Yeah, where are you getting that? That's not
A
even in the
church,
Bible.
It's not in the book.
that's what we're taught. Like that, I've been learning that since I was a kid. Like, oh, he was trying to take over heaven, and God told him no.
The fact that there are humans today who think that it sounds logical, that they know what happened in this so-called heaven before there ever were humans, is fucking hilarious to me. But also at the same time, the scriptures that they use for this devil, because he's not in the book. He ain't in the book doing none of the shit they teach us in church that this devil does. They have to use they trick our minds so much. Well, they never tricked mine to that point, because if it says the king of Babylon, I'm like, that don't say Lucifer, that say the king of Babylon. That don't say Satan, that says the king of Tyre. Why are you telling me this is about Satan? But they will trick the person's mind. Like, people will come in here and they will argue us down about Ezekiel 28 and Isaiah 14, I think it is, and say that that's about Satan before he was kicked out of heaven. No, it literally says, say to the king of Tyre, write a lamentation about the king of Babylon. Why do you want me to ignore that?
Wow, I didn't know that. I've been running. I can't even tell you how many people I told that story to. Like, oh, like, wow, I did. Like, I mean, to be fair, like, I do feel like a dumbass, like, because you think like, oh, I've been saying this for the past probably 10 years to people, and who have I told that's been telling somebody else this, and this is why it's important to study too, because I didn't even know that. And be honest, thinker, when I first started joining your lives, I used to try to fact check you because I'm like, oh yeah, I'm gonna prove it wrong, right? Like I had it in my mind to do so, like just being an asshole. And I remember like every time I would, right, you were correct, and I just felt like so dumb, right? Like I would sit there and listen, like, wow, like what the hell am I doing? Like, and why? And I'll hear other Christians come up and try to defend it, and I'm like, oh no, she's actually right. And it's like, I guess I got to a point where I'm like now learning, right, and not trying to fact check for the wrong reasons, and so it's like just like now, I thought that story, I thought that was a thing. My pastor, he preaches that like it's clockwork, right? Like, oh, like Satan, he had the best outcome, and this, that, and the other. And I've been telling my friends that, and they're like, you're right. And now I'm actually gonna go to my friends and be like, bro, just don't listen to me. Like, don't listen to me no more, please. Like, I got a whole lot.
I also think that, like, I think we all felt what you're feeling right now at a certain point, but you have to realize that indoctrination works by design. It's not dependent upon an intelligence level. It has absolutely nothing to do with intelligence, and it's all about developmental biology because it begins in childhood before we even possess any critical thinking skills at all. And then when you think about, if you're in the States, our school system, our educational system doesn't even teach critical thinking. It teaches obedience. It teaches memorize this and repeat it. Like, don't think about it. You get some critical thinking skills once you go to college, which is why higher education is usually not, recommended for a lot of really strongly fundamental religious people. I definitely wasn't in the religion I grew up in. But the thing is, like, if a child was raised thinking, being taught that fire is cold, and it wasn't until they actually touched it to experience it, their belief wasn't stupid. It was trust. And when we are children, we trust the adults who are in charge of us. We trust the people that are placed in positions of leadership, and they teach us what to think. And I think that's the thing. Like, as a society, we have to become more comfortable in pushing back against those who have told us what to think and give ourselves permission to learn how to think. Their comfort, they can be as uncomfortable as they want to. Like, if you're telling me this is what happened, show me this in the book. And if you can't show me in the book, I have every right to ask you, where did you learn that? Who told you that? And if you tell me it was the Spirit of God, show me how that works. Because anything that is true is going to become more clear the more you investigate it, not more cloudy. That's just not how truth works.
I agree. Well, yeah, it looks like I got a lot to learn. I'm gonna continue to join the lives. I feel like that's the most important thing to do now. I do. I'm not. I don't. You know what? I don't know how I feel about leaving the church like right away. I don't know because I feel like I'll feel stupid just going back though too. Like I don't know how to step away if that makes sense. I don't like. What do you just?
Eventually, you will just keep going, and
Yeah.
like the one day the pastor will say something that you know damn well ain't true, and it's just gonna sit in and click, and you'll be like, yeah, no.
Yeah.
The more you study, right, the more you fact check, eventually he's gonna preach on something that you know is an outright ass lie,
Yeah.
and you're gonna be like, nah.
I want to. I want to bring my sister onto your lives. And I know she's been trying to like stay away from like the religious talks and things like that. But it's a lot that she's still battling with when it comes to like what she's learned in church as well. It's like she still has like this fear of hell, even though she knows it goes against like what she believes and like what she wants to do with her life. She like still fears it. Like she tells me all the time, like, hey, like I know I'm going to hell and that's okay, but like it sucks to know that. And that hurts me to hear because I know she wants to like just be free of it all. And my mom and church has really fucked her up so bad to where she's like, oh, I'm just accepting like getting burned, and it's just weird. So I'm gonna tell her to come.
Yeah, somebody time stamped it. What time? We at 7:39. Hold on, 7 hours 7:39.
7:40 a.m. Eastern Standard.
No, I'm talking about like for the YouTube. The hour, the what hour are we at? Um, seven
Yeah,
7:39.
7 hours 40 minutes.
Yeah, 7 hours and 40 minutes to Benny's sister. Just have her watch this, and I'm just gonna explain something to her right quick. You aren't going to hell. One, because hell isn't real, but two, when they quote this scripture to you to tell you that you are an abomination, the text for Leviticus 18:22 in the Hebrew does not read, "Do not lie with a male as one lies with a woman. It is an abomination." This is a forced translation. What the text actually says in Hebrew is Ve'et Zachar, says in male, lo, do not, tishkav, lie down, mishkave, on the beds of, or the lying downs of, Isha, a woman, to avuhu, impure it is. This is what it says. There is no as one lies with. There is no comparative construct here that says and man don't lie down with another man as one lies down with a man. This is a forced translation. Don't hate yourself for something these people didn't even understand. No scholar today knows definitively what this writer was trying to say. It
Wow.
does not say that in the Hebrew. It does not say that. And so if you take your sister to today's recording on YouTube at 7:39 in the video and just have her watch that. And then there's also a song that I wrote called Your Pride is the Beat. It's on all the streaming platforms. Um, just have her listen to that too, so
I'm
that
writing
she
it down.
doesn't keep hating herself and keep believing that she's going to hell over a mistranslation or a forced translation that is incorrect.
Wow, yeah, this is definitely gonna help. Like, wow. And you said, the pride is the beat.
Your pride is the beat.
Your pride is the beat. Well, I appreciate you, thank her. Honestly, I've been trying to find ways to talk to her. I feel like this would help her a lot. Like, at least get a idea, and like, and I'm gonna tell her to join too, join the lives.
Yeah, bring her in here. Like, there's no need for her hating herself. And even if, like, let me see, is it? Hold on, y'all. Okay, clean it, clean it like you did yesterday. Just keep putting Neosporin on it. Y'all, she spilled grease all over her hand yesterday, and it's blistering. Um,
I bet
but
that hurt like a mother.
man, and I told like I have her put her hand under water to draw the heat out, like the hot water to draw the heat out, but she couldn't keep it in there long, so some parts of it is blistering. But the even if like one thing that Justin does, Justin is like he rather you know talk about this part, even though this part doesn't match. He still goes by this part because he's like it's worse that a God would give a damn about who you having sex with. So, and I agree. I see it both ways, right?
Yeah,
Even if this God is willing to burn you for loving someone who has the same genitals as you, but is showing mercy to someone who would take another person's life.
I'm sorry. I got a call. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. I was saying, even if this did say that, like the fact that a God would throw you off or cast you off or burn you for loving somebody just because they have the same genitals as you, but would show mercy to someone who would take another person's life, show mercy to someone who would essay a child, but because you love somebody who has the same body parts as you, that God is gonna burn you, fuck that God. Why would
Mm,
you want to be loved by that God anyway?
right.
Yeah, that's deep. It's like it's just straight facts. It's like it makes no sense. Like why would I? And I'm glad she got away from the church and stuff. Although she has like that way of thinking, and her wife is like her wife is like fuck God. Like it's that like she do not care. Her wife is an atheist, like full on. She tries to tell my sister like all of that shit is make believe, and my mom of course hears about these things because there are other people in the church that hang around my sister still, and I don't know. I feel like they're like little imps, right? Like they listen and they run to my mom and they run to the church. Like, guess what so and so say? It's like, geez, dude, what is wrong with y'all? Like, you only hanging around her so you can get information to like shit on her. And I tell my sister this, but my sister was like, "No, I'm gonna love them anyway because I don't think they get it." And it's like that sucks because like here you are trying to still show love to people that you know is actively trying to harm you, and I don't. It's just it's stupid. It's
But
just
she's still
dumb.
trying to live by what Jesus said. Love those who despitefully use you, who persecute you, right? Turn the other cheek. She's your sister is trying to live by what she was taught, right? About with Jesus. And that like if Jesus can even like if she believes that Jesus can see her trying to love and trying to be the person that he wants people to be, but he's like, oh fuck it, I don't give a damn. You liked coochie and he's gonna send her to hell. Fuck that.
You know what, you're spot on because she said that. She was like, I could still take some of the morals from the Bible, like what Jesus did, and hopefully one day, like if God is watching, He sees that I can't control like my sexuality, but I can control how I treat people. So like you're spot on. That's crazy. And so she like still like secretly thinks she's in like the faith, but I don't know. It's like she want to be in it, but she's not in it, and she's trying to, I guess, show God that. But it's like, what's the point though? Like, I just want. I'm gonna look. I maybe me being in it too is stupid because she probably like, now look at it, my brother, he's in it, and maybe if I get away from him, maybe she'd be like, yeah, fuck that, like fuck all of them.
I mean, think about she because she's gay, she's expected to be more perfect than straight people. Straight people can fuck up. She has to not fuck up and not be gay.
Mm,
What?
right, it's crazy. And I think like how do you feel about like I'm gonna hop off after this, but like so she had an incident at the church where one of the pastors, I don't know if he was like a friend visiting the church. You know, where the pastors have people come and sit in at the front, and like he tried to talk to my sister. This like a while ago, like maybe 2 years ago. He tried to talk to my sister like romantically, and my sister like told him like, hey, you know, I'm with a woman already, pretty much, and I'm not interested. And he like got pissed, like he went to like the church, was like, hey, like, oh, do y'all know y'all have this? And just like crapped on her because it was because she turned him
Wow.
down. Yeah, and then my I remember my pastor and my mom and them was like, well, she's gonna have to, go up to God with that, and I'm sorry you had to go through that. Like they're saying this to the guy, and
Oh,
I cut my mom off. I said, hey mom, like I said, what are we apologizing for? And she's like, well, when you have a man of God that's trying to bring you into his kingdom or some stupid shit, that's God's trying to get her away from that. She said something like, I guess whatever they call like gay people. Can I say that? I really don't want to say the wrong
yeah.
thing. Yeah, whatever they call like bisexual gay people, she's like, that's God trying to get her away from it. And she just turned down God again. And this is her final straw and we're done. And I said, y'all over here, you just made him a victim. Like he's pissed because she said no. And he didn't even want to take her out or nothing. He was like, my sister said he told her, hey, we can get a getaway and spend some time together, and I can go over things with you. Like I'm talking about like getting a hotel with my sister. No, it took all of me not to beat the living fuck out of this guy, right? So I'm over here like, oh, turn up the cheek. That's stupid shit. And it's like I really don't want to turn up the cheek right now. I could just like beat his ass, but I feel like a punk now to this day because I didn't do it, and I should have. I should have defended my sister, and that's another thing. She probably saw that. I was like, damn, my own brother over here having fucking secret meetings, like we're in a cult or something. I don't this, but I was gonna ask you guys like, how would you approach a situation like that? Because that's happening now in the church still. Like, there's old ass men coming up to 22-year-old women and saying, hey, like, I want to show you this lifestyle. God has brought me to you and just saying this. And I'm like, bro, you know he didn't. And you just see somebody younger and you're trying to, you know, her mind is open and you're trying to taint her. So, like, how would you approach that without being offensive?
Approach it to with your mom or with your sister?
With the church, because
Oh, with
this
the
is
church.
yeah, this is common. Like, they're doing this almost every Sunday.
You can't like to you going. It's going to be offensive. Like I don't asking me how not to offend a homophobe or a transphobe. I don't know because I'll cuss a motherfucker out in a minute. Like I don't pussyfoot when it comes to that. And the only thing that I can do is just tell it like it is. One, even if you do believe that it is a sin, you also believe you are a sinner and you are basically separating the sins and saying that this one is worse and pointing fingers at them because you don't do it. That's what you're doing. You're being hypocritical.
Mm.
Second, you would rather that she be with a man that's going to use her for her body parts than love her just so that she can look or play a specific part so that you feel comfortable. You are willing to um her for her to go through harm then be happy so that you can feel comfortable. Like I would like honestly I would and I probably wouldn't use nice words. I don't. You're gonna have to ask Fee how to be nice and say what I'm trying to say because she knows how to like ghost whisper it. But I they're
Ask me.
prioritizing. Don't ask Oso either. They're prioritizing their comfortability with her lifestyle over her.
I'm sorry.
And
It cut off really quick. But my mom is actually calling. That's crazy. But no, go ahead.
she might see on TikTok. No, they're prioritizing their comfortability or uncomfortability with her lifestyle over her life. Like it doesn't matter that he had no plans on treating her right. It doesn't matter that he only wanted to have sex with her or take her out and have sex with her. All that matters is that she had sex with a man. And what's so crazy is that this right here, what I just pulled up, what I was trying to pull up and read for your sister, is where the whole idea came from that women could not be lesbians. And in antiquity, like the Bible doesn't say anything about women having sex with women. Even the Talmud, like when you read the Babylonian Talmud, the Midrash, none of that, right?
Right.
But when you get to Greek and Roman practice, and it was actually Roman practices that said women could no longer be lesbians because it was taking away pleasure from men. It was robbing a man the opportunity to enjoy the woman's body because the woman was created for the man. So they made it illegal for women to have sex with other women. That was a Roman law. It was never biblical.
Mm.
And so
Wow.
the the church is following what men in Rome wanted, and they're prioritized so that they can fit into society. Their parents, religious parents, don't want other church members pointing at them and saying, "God gave they got a gay daughter, they got a gay son. What they done did."
Right.
They don't want fingers pointed at them, so they'd rather prioritize their status, what they look like, their uncomfortableness with their life, and allow them to go through harm. And why would tell your sister, don't listen, girl, don't do that. You don't have to be nobody's sacrifice.
Yeah.
If they said Jesus died on the cross for their sins, let that happen. You don't die too. You don't have to die emotionally. You don't have to die mentally. You don't have to die physically for them. Their Jesus already died for them. You can live.
Yeah. Yeah. I appreciate that, honestly. And I'm writing these things down too so I can show her because I know she's trying to stay away from it, but she's also like trying to find little pockets where she can input herself. And I told her, like, please don't do that. Cause she's like, she was looking at Islam at one point. I was like, no.
Definitely not them. They
Yeah. I was like, they got something going on there too. But yeah, I'm definitely gonna tell her, and I talk to her today. I talk to her every day, honestly. And my mom, what's sad is she wants to talk to my sister too, but her ego is so like crazy. It's like, oh, what's your sister talk about with you today? It's like I said, I'm not telling you. Don't worry about it. Like, why don't you call her and like be a woman and like talk to your daughter? So it's like, why are you asking me when you have her number? You haven't spoke to her in 3 years. Like my sister has tried to call her for holidays. My sister has apologized. My sister like almost not married her spouse, right? Because she's like, okay, I'm doing my mom wrong. Like literally just like bet to like shut her life out. And my mom still to this day just won't talk to her, or she'll ask me what she said. And I'll say stuff like, Mom, she still loves you. And I hope one day y'all can talk. And she'll go, well, I can't talk to if Satan got a hold of her, it's not her talking. It's Satan saying he loved me so he can bring me over to his side. And I said, who do you think? Like, you got to think you're somebody. And it's my mom. I hate to like talk shit, but it's like, who the fuck do you think you are, bro? Like you act like you're the main character. You're not. Like no one cares, bro, like that much to bring you over
self
to the dark side.
righteousness.
Yes, it's so annoying. She does this all the time.
I think
They're
they are the
special
main.
to the God.
Yeah, I think they are the main character. Like every single Christian and you probably notice that in these conversations when they engage as though they are the main character in the story. When in reality, like we know what the purpose, common sense, right? We know what the concept of sin is. Like, don't do something harmful to someone else. So, what's the real world suffering that's created by two consenting adults with the same genitalia being in a relationship, compared to the real life harm done by those with spiritual authority abusing their power? Which one is actually harmful? Which one can you point to the victim of? Like it is absolutely main character syndrome. And I don't prioritize their comfort. I'm with Thinker on this one. I don't prioritize their comfort. I think their discomfort is what they need to sit in, and I think questions are the best and most powerful way to do that. And then having those questions at the ready for them to, even if it's about the biblical interpretation, if it's about power and authority or harm versus impact, having a series of questions ready to utilize if you want to do it in a without cussing a motherfucker out, which sometimes that's necessary. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, you just got to go there sometimes. But if you want to do it in a way that provokes thought, have questions ready, questions that you've entertained and that you understand your position on, and ask them, because it's going to lead them to a realization if they're willing to be honest with themselves.
Mm, that's true. That's true. I'm gonna have that conversation with my mom one day. I've been wanting to because she is self righteous, like you said, main character syndrome to the top. Everything she does is like, oh, she's the center of it, and God is seeing favor on her, and she's brought 100 people to the faith. And you know what? I even said that earlier. That's even like hearing it back now, like it's so cringy, right? Like, oh, I gotta bring somebody to like it's like who wants to bring anybody to this? And like Thinker said, like I don't even know fully what it's about, and I'm over here trying to like drag somebody with me. That's how cults are. It's like you just bring somebody and hope it works out, and you follow this one thing and you think it's it, and it's really not. It's full of shit, and the people are full of shit, and then before you know it, you're full of shit, and getting away from it is hard. You end up drinking Kool-Aid at the end of it, and it's like it's shit like that that really messes with me. But
As much as I would love to take credit for that, that was Fee who said that to you.
oh, Fee, that's right.
Yeah, but yeah, I definitely think that like your mom sounds a lot like my mom, and she is right there with Jesus, writing names in the book of life. because she has this routine, and like I love my mom, but she does believe, right? Like she has the ability to say who went to heaven and who went to hell. Um, in with those type, like you're not gonna be able to really ask questions, because they have it figured out and they're close to God. So I think more so appealing to just like appealing to reality, right? To life itself. Like when my mom wanted to talk to my daughter when my daughter came out to us, and I had to tell her no, and she was like, "That's my granddaughter, and that's my daughter.
Right.
I'm responsible for her mentality. I get to decide." And I said no, and I had to set that boundary. You're like I'm not about to let you make my daughter hate herself.
Mm. Yeah, that's literally what it is. It's like they just try to drag you in it so quick. Like, oh, I can allow her to get too far ahead, and that's I feel like that's how it is. Like with people that's self centered like that. I I had a baby last year, and I remember my mom was like, "Oh, I'm gonna pray over the baby every day," and she came to the hospital, and I think it was like two in a room at the time, and like a buddy of mine came, and we're like in the hospital. I'm like, "Mom, you can't come." Like he wanted to support and everything, and I remember she was like, "No, God wants me to be," and I had a dream about this, and God needs me to be in that hospital, and the security had to escort her out. She made a huge scene, and I'm thinking it's like, and then this is the thing. I had a baby outside of like wedlock. That's been a thing ongoing too. I've been getting shit on still for this. Like, well, if you didn't have a baby out of wedlock, you wouldn't be going through what you're going through. It's like I'm not going through anything. You just think so because you want me to go through it so you can feel good, like you're prophesying something. But it's
But
like,
also, you're not excommunicated for having a baby outside of wedlock. Pay attention to that.
oh, that's true because they have yet to go. Hey, like that's a thing or whatever. It's kind of like since I'm the guy, it's like oh, like great job. And you're right. And I just thought about that. Wow, like no one has like shit outside of my mom saying little stuff. The church haven't said anything, and they know it. And my mom she was in the church like he had a baby out of wedlock, and the girl she halfway in the faith, and it's like stuff like that. Like and she still says that, but I haven't been excommunicated for that. Wow, actually,
Well, it's harder to shame when there's no belly to point at, right? Like the men get off on that. Like even what you were saying about the pastor who was caught with corn or whatever he had, like he was worthy of forgiveness, right? And you lay hands and pray over him, but you excommunicate your own daughter. Like, what are we saying? And I think that distinction needs to be made clear. They constantly talk about, this being as a demon of lust or a demon of whatever. Like, what demon was on him? And if that demon can be prayed away, but you have to ostracize the one that's apparently on your daughter, like what are we even saying at this point?
right.
It's about control. It is absolutely about control and the baked in subjugation and shame that is bestowed upon women throughout this book is perpetuated today. That's why you see that difference. Like we growing up, we had like girls that would get pregnant. I think my cousin got pregnant at 14. And it was around the same time her father got caught with some spicy lettuce, right, that he wasn't supposed to be smoking. And the amount of emotional damage this girl went through because what was spread throughout the congregation is that she was pregnant by her father because they got in trouble at the same time, which wasn't the case. But she's still reeling from that right now, and her son is in his 30s. So
Wow.
you have these situations where you're supposed to be in an environment that's supposed to foster love and acceptance and glory to God, which is nothing but goodness and peace, and it's filled with nothing but gossip and shame, like shame of people for being who and what they are. With old people, maybe think you may think this is gentle, but I do ask the question when they say, "Well, yeah, it's just a choice." When did you choose to be straight? How old were you? And why I
Right.
didn't choose that. So if it's not a choice for you, why is it a choice for everybody else? And
Exactly.
I don't see why they don't see, well, let me take that back. I do see why they don't see it because they've been positioned in this place that they put themselves of being the voice of God. They are the voice of God. God always agrees with them. They can speak for the God. they have become their own god in the way that they've centered themselves, and to the damage of folks that they should be caring for. Your mother is the one person on this planet you should be able to go to for a soft place to fall, not fucking thorns and judgment.
Yeah, and but see, I think they like I've asked that question before, and they think that the fact that they didn't have to make a choice means that they are the default, and that's the way it's supposed to be.
Wow. So they
That's why
just
they think the way they think because they didn't have to choose.
wow. Thank
And
you
they
very much.
can't see that neither
Not
is the other person, right?
right. There
They
wasn't
can't
a
see
choice.
that.
That's crazy.
They think the other person is willfully sinning, is willfully choosing to be attracted to the same sex.
Well, I mean, if that were the case, I damn sure wouldn't be heterosexual. No shade to you, Benny and Oso, but I wouldn't. Like, if it were truly a choice, I wouldn't have anything to do with men, specifically men of this generation. Like the backwards mentality, the fact that there's this concept that so many hold that women should be beneath them. Like, it ain't a choice for me. I can tell you that.
Like
Yeah.
if y'all would read this, the history behind pedestry in Rome, ancient Israel, and Greek during the Hellenistic period, during the time Jesus would have been on earth. Like it's very telling, right? And it explains why they're more um, acceptable of child pornography, like forgiving of that, or willing to look the other way. The title of it is Ancient Pedophilia, um, by James Gentry. It is presented in partial fulfillment of the requirement for graduation with distinction in classics in the undergraduate colleges of The Ohio State University. It was a thesis submitted in 2009. Um, it it is filled with the bibliography is filled with other um, articles and books that you can read regarding pedophilia at that time and pedestry and how it was acceptable to have sex with young boys who were slaves in Rome or in ancient Greece, but you could not, as the ideal of patriarchal uh, norms and masculinity started to rise, it was don't have sex with, well, the Greeks didn't care. The Greeks, you could fuck whoever. But with the Romans, it was don't have sex with a free Roman male. You could have sex with a male slave. You could have sex with a young Roman boy. And if you had sex with a young Roman boy, their parents basically would give them to you so that you could teach them how to be high society. So in exchange for the sex, the high status Roman man was teaching the young boy how to be a high status Roman male. And when he became an adult, then he could no longer have sex with another male, right? He would then start having sex with young boys, and then he would get married and he would have a wife. That was the way it worked in ancient Rome. Um, and then in ancient Greeks, you could have sex with male slaves, free Greeks, like Roman citizens. I mean Greek citizens of Greece, whatever. It didn't matter. Um, but for Rome, that's if you wanted Roman citizenship, you couldn't be a male having sex with a free Roman citizen, a male that is a Roman citizen. It had to be a foreigner or someone of low status. I take that back. If they were of low status in Greece, you couldn't have sex with a person who was of the same status with you. They had to be low status, and you had to be the one penetrating. You couldn't be penetrated in Greece or Rome. You had to be the one doing the penetration because it was considered low status for you to get penetrated.
Wow.
Yeah. And which is what some scholars think this is referring to, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um, like in ancient Israel, like it's okay to have sex with same sex, but as a high status man, you have to be the one doing the penetration. You can't take the position of the woman, right, and get penetrated. That's
Right.
what some scholars say that Leviticus 18:22 is referring to, because again, it's not clear, right? Some scholars say that this is referring to the because the rest of this up here is talking about incest, and incest as it relates to the male kinship. So don't sleep with your son's wife. Don't sleep with your son's daughters. Don't sleep with your female cousins. Don't sleep with your aunties. Right? It's talking to the male about their female kinships. And then when it gets to verse 22, it says, "Don't lie down on the beds of a woman, or don't lie down the lying downs that belong to a woman," because this word right here, mishkave, is possessive and it's plural. It's not like it's not a singular noun, um, and it's possessive. So it's something that belongs to the woman and it's plural. And so some scholars say that this is saying, and likewise, whatever kinships, relationships that belong to the woman, right? Her son, her son's daughters, right? Her uncles, don't sleep with them because that's your kin.
Right.
So it's three possible uh translations for this. One is the forced one: don't have sex with another with the same gender. Two, don't be the receiver, be the penetrator. Or three, don't sleep with the Israelite, the kins of the female Israelites who are kin. So it's one of the three. Well, nobody knows, or it could be something else. But another thing that scholars use, scholars discuss, is if we go to verse 23. This is talking about having sex with animals, right?
Hmm.
And it uh, tells the men not to have sex with animals, but then it says Vaisha lo ta'amad lifne. So it says, and likewise women, right? So it up here is just like, amen, don't do this thing. Then down here it's like, amen, and likewise women, don't do it either. So if this was about same-sex relationships, um, the scholars are basically acknowledging that if the same way the authors applied verse 23 to male and female, they
Hmm.
would have done it here too, but they don't. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and then there are so many other ways in this book where they explicitly talk about sex and say, you know, don't do this when it comes to sex. They knew how to be very explicit and say that we're talking about sex. They didn't do that here. So there's no definite in the law of Moses against same-sex relationships. There's just not. It's
Wow.
not. Yeah. And so you have people who are condemning people to hell, who are in other countries killing people here in America, right? Killing people for same-sex relationships because of their hatred, their bigotry, causing people to harm themselves because of their hatred and their bigotry over, misunderstanding of the text. But
Wow.
even if it did say that, this shit is for a culture that it that is very different from ours. They were unlearned. These they didn't even have running water. They shit where they slept, right?
Right.
They didn't brush their teeth. Like their hygiene fucking sucked. They thought bats were birds. They thought animals got spots from fucking in front of poles. Their knowledge was very limited about the world around them. They were just learning how to live in communities with each other, right?
Mm.
Why would we base our knowledge today, our ethics and our morals today, on a culture that is very different from ours? Like these people stoned their kids. If they daughters were seen as uh low value. And so if their wife had a daughter and they felt like they had too many daughters in the family
Hmm.
or they didn't want a daughter, it was legal to throw the child in the sea and kill it. It was
Wow.
legal to suffocate it.
And we just eat this shit up like, oh yeah, it's the best thing that came since fried bread. It's like it's crazy. And I guess if you tell, like the church this, like, and like, hey, like this was like common during those times. Oh well, that was it's like they always the result of Satan, right? Like it has to be Satan because God wouldn't tell him to do that. And I remember you telling, I believe it's actually on Oso's live. He was talking about I guess the Canaanites, the story behind that. Like I guess it was like a 400-year thing that happened, and and that's when God was like, oh yeah, you could just go ahead and wipe them out because of this thing that happened 400 years ago. It's stuff
Mm-hmm.
like that
Yeah.
they look at that and I'm like, well, it's God's promise, and it's like, but what makes it just though? Like, like how's God just? These people had nothing to do with it. Like you said, the hygiene was different too. I remember you did a live on Jesus like look, or that it was an image you posted of Jesus, and that when I say I told my mom this, right? I said like, Mom, how does Jesus look to you? And she said and she said in the story of in Luke, I think they talk about how he was beautiful and he had. I said, what story? I was like, he pointed out. She's like, I don't remember, and she's like, I'm gonna find it for you. I said, well, let's find it right now. You ain't doing nothing. And she's like, well, I don't feel like. I said, Mom, it ain't no damn story in no Luke about Jesus looking beautiful, and like, you're literally about to sit here and lie. So I wound up telling her, right, like, hey, what about this? I think you noted Apocrypha of John where he was like he's
Mm-hmm.
and she was like, well, a lot of the devil wrote a lot of books.
What?
She was so upset because it said he was unappealing and weak and frail and stuff. And I was showing her all of the. I wrote down everything you said and I was reading them to her. It was pissing her off. Like she's like, he don't look like that. That's Satan just wants you to think that he was ugly. I was like, this is the thing. You said something too. If Jesus came from the sky, y'all try to hit him because he's ugly, right? Like you like, what the fuck is this coming out the sky looking funny looking and frail, and y'all gonna try to attack him. So it's just
Did
funny.
you
Like
ask her why he has to be beautiful? Did you ask her that?
I didn't. No, I did. I said, why does it matter? I didn't say why he has to be beautiful. I said, why does it matter what he looks like? And she was like, because anything made under God is beautiful. And I was like, I was like, look, we're gonna be real. Some humans is a little questionable, and we have things wrong with us. So it's not divine or beautiful. But I was like at the end of the day, why does it really matter? And she's like, because that's not what's told. I said, Mama, show me where it's told that he was beautiful. And she's like, I'm done with this. It's like, no, you just want to believe that he was beautiful. And I think she believes he had like blonde hair and no, she said he has like some like blonde. He's pretty much white. She was like, yeah, we know he's white. And I was like, ugh, like I was like, that's what you just want to just think that he's like this white guy, like Fabio looking type of guy, and really he's just a bald, ugly guy, right? Like it's like weird that people just attach that look to him and run with it. And she's prime example. I want to go to church though and do this too. I want to say, hey, what did Jesus look like? And I want to bring up all of the things that you
Bring
noted.
up Isaiah 53. So, like, even after, first, I want you to bring up the John. I'm going to send you every fucking thing I got. And
Yes.
then, but don't go to the Bible first. Go to all that, let them do their whole discrediting, and then go to Isaiah 53. This is the scripture that they believe prophesies about Jesus suffering on the cross. And Isaiah 53:3 says, he was despised and rejected by others, a man of suffering and acquainted with infirmity. And as one from whom others hid their faces, he was despised, and we held him of no account. So like he was actually I start at 2. For he grew up before him like a young plant, like a root out of dry ground. He had no form of majesty that we should look at him, which means that he was not appealing.
Mhm.
Nothing in his appearance that we should desire him. He was despised and rejected by others, a man of suffering and acquainted with sicknesses. So he was weak, sick, not beautiful in Isaiah in Isaiah 53 2 verses 2 through 3. But go to this last. I'm gonna send you the books that I have with the page numbers, the digital copies with the
Yeah.
page numbers. I'm gonna set you up and have the conversation. Let them discredit all that first, then take them to the book.
Oh, that's gonna be perfect. I can't wait. I'm actually we're doing it's a Bible study tomorrow, and it's always hella people there at that Word of Faith church. And then they do open discussions there. Was like, hey, if you have questions about something that you've studied, right? And I'm gonna bring that up, and I'm gonna record it. I have Ray-Bans. I'm gonna record it and send it to you.
Thank you.
So you can see it and then you can post it. But this is about to be funny. I know it's gonna piss people off. If I get kicked out, you better see all of that stuff because they do that. So, oh
I'm
man, it's
sending
okay.
you the Schmeagle Jesus picture so you can show it all of it. And then the AI just uses the words from these are the early church fathers. Like I'm sending you all of it. I can't wait to see it because
Oh yeah.
and then I want to know why does it matter? They
Oh,
don't. They always say, "Come as you are." Why can't Jesus come as he is?
yeah. I'm gonna write that question down too. I'm gonna be like once they go through all that, I'm like, why does it matter at all that he looks like that? And see, you will see everything. I go tomorrow at 6 o'clock. I'm in Texas, so it's like so I don't know what time but it don't matter. I'll
I'll
still
send
send
it
it
to
to you.
you after the live. I just followed you.
All right, perfect.
You said they kick you out for asking questions?
They do, yes. If you get to they say it's off topic, they'll tell you, hey, we you need to go to. It's like a part in the church where you have to talk to another person, and they'll kind of guide you through what you have. So it's essentially kicking you out so you won't mess up anybody else that's within the circle of study. So they kind of send you to somewhere else, some off person, like, oh well, ask that person over there, but don't do it right here. And I'm gonna stay, even when they be like, oh, can you get up and go? I'm like, no, I have questions, and I don't want to go to talk to brother so and so over here. I like y'all gonna see all of it because you're gonna just see how stupid they are.
I think the way questions are handled is one of the largest indicators of whether or not you're dealing with somebody who is being honest or not. Because if you can't get to the point to say, well, wow, you know what, we don't know, I don't know, or recognize or at the very least acknowledge the points of tension. Usually when questions are being suppressed, the truth is what's being concealed. Like they don't want you to ask the questions that'll lead to or either that will lead to the logical conclusion or to the internal contradiction in their position. Like it's one or the other. But if questions are a problem, you need to look around where you are, and that's with anything. I don't care if it's I think about it from a relationship perspective. If you were in a relationship with someone who bristled every time you asked a question, or gave you limits to the questions that you could ask, just basic questions, not even just not common knowledge questions, things that you needed to know about the commitment that they've made to you, you would be raising some eyebrows about, okay, well, why is this a problem? If your story is consistent, additional questions shouldn't make it inconsistent. It should make it clearer. But if you're in an environment where they push against that, I think that's a huge red flag.
Wow. Yeah. No, it is. It is. It definitely is. It's like they just want you to remain just dumb, because they are, and it's like I'm not gonna. So like, yeah, yeah, I feel like this would be actually just good for also the people that are watching, right? Like, and I hate to feel like I'm like being sly or something, but this goes to show you how they think and how they just don't accept what's like in the Bible. And I've been doing that too, right? Like I'm coming out of that, like, oh, I just can't accept it because it don't sound right. But if it's some good, I eat it up and I project it and all of that stuff. So I'm definitely going to record it. And what's that? It's Friday today, right?
Yeah, it's Friday.
Oh yeah, then it's tonight. So yeah, I'll record it tonight and send it to you soon after I leave. Thinker and
Okay.
whoever else
I
wants it.
will. Yeah. As soon as the live is over, I'll send it to you to your DM.
All right, sounds good. Well, I appreciate you guys for having me. I'm gonna go ahead and get ready for work.
You're very welcome. Thank you for coming up. It was a great conversation. Hopefully your sister, will come in and holler at us. Let her know that she doesn't have to go through this alone. That there is a community of people. Some people in this community are believers who, you know, um, if she's looking for like other believers who accept her and wants her to know that she's loved. This is a community is that wants her to know that. And she doesn't have to be out there by herself.
Yeah, for sure. I definitely will. I appreciate you
Please,
guys again. Thank you.
please play
You're
her
welcome.
finger song too, because it is absolutely amazing.
I am for sure. I wrote it down. I'm gonna send it to her to the link. It's through YouTube, right?
It's on Apple Music, Spotify. It's not on YouTube Music though. I didn't do YouTube Music.
Okay, she has Spotify and I believe Apple Music. So yeah, I'm gonna send her the link and send her everything that you told me and showed me and go from there. And then until hopefully she join the lives eventually.
Sounds good. All right. I look forward to seeing the clip.
I got you guys. Thank you.
All right. Have a good one.
You too. Bye.
Hey,
Sometimes when we
Fee,
go, oh, yes.
just know that I'm intelligent. I
Why
knew
you got,
he was better in your hands than mine, so that's why I gave him to you.
I appreciate that, Osa. Thanks for the clarification.
Hmm.
I don't know why. I think when you bring up like the Hebrew and you go through the original language, I don't know why that's not like more impactful for folks who are relying on translations to understand this book, because every single translation of any kind involves decisions, which means that it involves bias, which means that it involves assumptions. Like to your point, Hebrew has words that don't have English equivalents. English
Right.
has words that don't have ASL equivalents. So when a person says something in English that there is no sign for, as the interpreter, I have to listen to what they're saying and figure out how to convey that concept within the parameters of ASL. And all of that has to be filtered through my bias as a human being. It has the limit of my vocabulary as a human being. So for a deity, an all-powerful, all-knowing God, to leave instructions in a language that had in a format that had to be translated by humans tells me right there this is not from no damn God that knows anything about humans. If it is a God, then he just met us, because he clearly would have known that that would be ineffective.
I think it has a lot to do with just their own bigotry, because I did a live one time and said your hatred of the LGBTQIA community is rooted in your own bigotry. And whenever they would come up, they would ask me, why do I say that? And I would go through the translation, right, and show them how it doesn't say what they've been told it says. Um, and they would deny it. They would still say, well, it's still wrong and blah, blah, blah. And I would say, well, now that you know the text doesn't say it, why are you saying it's wrong? Because it is.
Right.
Because you're a bigot. You think it's wrong. You don't understand it because you think that a male and it's supposed to be male and female. It's rooted in their own bigotry. That's why it doesn't. They hide behind the God, like because they believe that the text says it. They can hide behind that and say, well, God said. But if you take that
Right.
away, they can't anymore. And so now they're it's just them. It's just they're a bigot.
I totally agree with that. It
Uh,
can
one
be
one one
biased.
one one second. Let me finish with her, and then I'll introduce you into the conversation. Okay.
It's almost like I put you on mute for a reason.
One second. Does that make? Did you have anything else? I don't want to.
No, yeah, I agree with that. And the crazy part about it is they're not even hiding behind what the God actually said, because they're not looking at the original text. They're hiding behind what the translator said. The fact that the word homosexual wasn't even added until centuries after the original text was written, they don't care about that. So your God never said shit about homosexuality. the translators of this book did, and that's who your authority figures are right there. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. Yep, I agree. Ace of Spades, how are you?
I'm doing fine. How are you?
I'm doing good. Can I get your age, please? And then let me know if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist.
So first off, I want to just start by saying I love your content. I love everything that you guys discuss on here.
Thank you.
I've been watching for a while now. It's just great. I was just coming through just to congratulate you guys. I know Thanksgiving is coming up, you know. I always feel welcomed here. So I really like your topics. Now this specific topic drew my attention because
Before you get into that, I need to know: are you a believer? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
um I think I feel the way that I feel about it, but the way that I feel is not like I'm accepting at this point, you know,
Do you
and it
believe
could
in the
and it
God of the Bible? Like, I need to know, because from watching the show, I'm sure you have heard me say that I only talk to people who believe in the God of the Bible,
right.
or people who are either deconstructing or thinking about it, or
Mhm.
atheists. So I need you to kind of let me know which one of those categories you fall into.
Well, I'm accepting it, like, you know, because I've lived, and it's certain things that I had to apply to my life. So I'm not sure if
Does that
I
mean you are
mean,
a believer when you say you're accepting it? That you believe it? That you are a believer of the God? Or I don't quite know what that means when you say you're accepting it.
what you talking about?
Do you believe in the God of the Bible? Or are you deconstructing from that God? Or are you an atheist?
Um, I just feel like, you know, my standpoint is I look, I what I get in I don't know if you get it in your spirit or like, you know what I'm saying, like if you're discerned. You know what I'm saying? I do
No, I
follow
don't.
with that because certain things make sense.
Well,
But
is there
then
a,
again, I
is
do
there
have
any
to I do have to understand where I am at this certain time right now.
1 second? So it sounds like you don't want to say you are a believer.
Hmm?
Is there a reason? It sounds like you are a believer, but you don't necessarily want to say you're a believer.
Why would I say, like, why would I do that?
Okay, so I'm gonna have to take you down because I don't
Wait a
know if you
minute.
fit the conversation.
What you talking?
Hey, man, I'm gonna tell you this here, man. He might not be a believer, but I am, because I know my God done brought me a long way.
Yeah,
So
God is
you are a
good.
believer. Okay.
I am, and
Is
he gonna be one too for us over with. I promise you that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know about that one, Chief.
Oh,
Man, look,
okay,
I'm gonna tell you something, bro.
1 second. No, stop. So who am I going to be having a conversation with? You or him?
Oh, well,
oh yeah. She
yeah,
she
yeah,
she
that,
like, yeah.
okay.
You can't do that on here.
Who am I having a conversation with?
Hey, it's me, H of Spade. Hey.
Okay, and you do believe in the God of the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
Um, okay. And how old are you for TikTok purposes?
I'm 25.
All right. Which of the three topics up here did you want to discuss?
Okay, so now that we, you know, because I just want to make sure that everybody on the panel is comfortable. Thank you, L. Um, thank you, Fee. I'm just, you know, I just
Which of
want to
the three
just,
topics, please?
okay. I want to discuss, does the world need less or more of Jesus followers?
All right. And what are your thoughts on that?
My thoughts on it is, I think everybody has a path that they're on. Not necessarily what nobody wants to accept at certain vulnerable, because we all get vulnerable sometimes. We're to the point where it's like, you know what? I'm in my feelings. I'm thinking about this. But do you consider your feelings intuition, or is it based off of like something else, like a god or something?
So the question says, does the world need less or more of Jesus followers? And I haven't heard an answer to that. What are your thoughts on that topic?
So I'm saying, are you following your feelings? Are you following spirituality? Are you
Okay,
following
I'm going to
God?
ask the question one more
Are you
time.
following
And
like
then if not,
what
I'm going to move
you
on, okay?
what
This
you
is the last time.
like grew up
Does the
in or
I
not?
world
think the
need
other one
less
should get on.
or more of Jesus's followers?
No, I believe they should.
Need more?
Would you agree?
No, are you I'm like I honestly I don't feel like having this conversation with myself, and I don't know what your purpose is for being up here. Okay. So I hope you and your husband have a great rest of the day, okay?
Thank you,
Uh,
ma'am. Man, why you make that so difficult? Why you make that so difficult? Make it ask me a simple question, man.
and I said,
But you make that she was being
That
Joel.
stays like spiritual. Is that your spiritual counselor or something? What's going on there?
no, it just, let me tell you something.
Who is that?
This my name Eugene.
Okay, Eugene. What's your relation to Ace of Spades here?
He a good friend of mine. You know, I'm just trying to. You know, I'm pretty much like a community advocate. So I spread the good news of my God and what He done did for me. You know, around the community.
Mm.
And so, did you encourage them to come up here and have a conversation, or what's
Actually,
up?
I have never even heard of this. Whatever
Mm.
this he's on right now. I just heard. I was on my laptop and I
You
heard
can
him
say
in the
that.
back of me talking. So I turned around because I started paying more attention to it because I heard the female talking and I just kind of started paying attention. This is my first time.
Female what? You heard the female what
I'm,
talking?
I'm, I'm sorry, man, because like I just said to him, I don't even know what show this is he called into. I was on my laptop. I heard him talking. He was talking
Yeah,
about
but
God.
I'm a woman. Like
You
calling
know
Yeah,
me a
what?
you can't say
I'm
that.
female.
sorry. I am so sorry about that, ma'am. You are so right. I am so sorry about that.
Yeah.
I
But
am.
still, but this is
I don't know
this.
if I buy
I feel
this.
like this is something where everybody, is accepted. But you do,
You
but
blew your
there is
chance.
a
You blew your
disclosure.
chance. We
Like you
talking to
cannot just
Eugene. You
do
blew your
stuff.
chance.
See that kind of stuff
You
right
blew
there.
your chance. We talking to Eugene.
Hold up. Just
Hmm.
I'm more concerned about what Eugene got going on.
let
I
him speak.
understand
Hold
you
on.
got whatever you got going. That's fine. But Eugene is what I'm worried about.
Oh, you
Eugene,
Hold
can't even say that.
on.
Oh yeah, because she is like that.
how
But
are you? How are you leading spiritually? What does that mean? What are you doing here? How are you sharing this news?
Um, pretty much. I did 18 years in prison, right? So, the one thing I knew is that out of those whole 18 years, I wouldn't have made it had my God not been walking next to me.
right.
I knew that it was a bigger plan they had for me. So on December 25th, 2012, when I walked at the front gates of that prison, I said to myself, you know, my God, whatever your will is, I accept it and I'm going to follow it.
Mm.
Now there's a program called, it's a grassroots organization, FRRC. And what we do, we go into the communities, we find the disenfranchised. We bring them to our director. We pay their fines and fees, get them back in the court so they can vote. And in the process of me, in my journey in life with with FRRC, you know, the one thing that I make it a habit of doing is spreading the good word of what my God do. I
Right.
did 18 years in prison. I got a federal job right now. I'm a federal correction officer. So it's like nobody can tell me my God ain't real.
Amen.
Because you work for the government?
No, I believe in my God. I know
So
my.
why it had to be government?
Let me talk. Hold
It's Eugene time to shine. You demonstrated you could not answer the first question, so we passed that. Sorry.
Just let him
Okay,
talk.
go ahead.
Let him talk. No, my one thing. My grandma was an old spirited lady, and the one thing she brought us up on is the church. She brought us up in the church. I already, years and years ago, I used to always say that my God, there was no God, pretty much. But as time went on, I realized, because one thing I'm not an atheist. I'm a wholehearted believer, and I'll tell anybody in the world, that I didn't make it this far by myself.
Right.
Interesting. And what exactly did Jesus do
Repent of
for you?
suffering.
Say that again, sir. Can you repeat that question again?
What exactly did Jesus do for you?
He saved me. He saved me and made me a whole new man again. He saved me. He
Oh, what
made
a
me.
shitty time for my service to be bad. I said, what exactly did Jesus do for you?
He died on the cross for me.
Wait, who is this?
Let him speak. Let him
No,
speak.
I'm just saying who is this? Because you
Okay.
don't even know.
He died
Okay.
on the cross for you. That's it?
Are you looking at this one?
No, I'm not looking at nothing. I'm just speaking. I'm speaking from my heart.
Oh,
I'm speaking from my heart. I don't even know who I'm talking.
yeah,
But
because they.
my God don't walk me.
Oh, they trying to say it's us. That's what.
Y'all
Are
have
you
that
good? I'm
conversation
trying to
just a
talk to
little bit. Yeah.
Eugene.
Mr. Eugene,
Did
you
they
can
mute
come off
themselves?
mute and have the conversation.
Eugene ain't even at the phone though. That's the.
God dang.
Did you muted them?
Whose page is this? Yeah,
Hello.
because they're talking back and forth and you
It's
trying to have
not.
a
It's not
conversation.
No,
Eugene page. It's the other person page.
we. I'm trying to tell y'all,
I'm gonna get off this.
he is
I'm gonna get off. I'm gonna get off.
explaining, and I don't think you guys are really listening to what he's saying because you guys keep asking
I'm
him.
having the conversation with him. Who is you guys?
Okay, but
And
we both
you aren't
answered the
in that
question.
conversation, so I'm confused why you giving your 2 cents. You tried to have the conversation thing. You demonstrated you can't answer a single simple question.
Thinker, I'm just
That's
gonna let
fine.
you have your
I'm more interested in what
platform
Eugene got
because
going on
I
because
really love your
Eugene
content and
actually
stuff, but
thinks
we're not gonna do
that the
this
world
right
needs more
now.
believers.
So
So
I'm
I'm
just
trying to
gonna
figure
have
out
to
what
leave the
Jesus
panel
did for
because
them.
that's not what we're gonna do.
Oh,
Not
okay. Well, go ahead and
live,
leave.
not in front
Goodbye.
of
Save
people
Eugene.
because
Save Eugene.
we
Save
we
Eugene.
we not
Goodbye.
gonna do that. So
Goodbye.
Thinker, I know your
Goodbye.
standpoints and I
Goodbye.
know
Goodbye.
what you follow and I
Goodbye.
understand your
Goodbye.
perspective, but this
Goodbye.
is what we're not gonna
Goodbye.
do right here because
Goodbye. No, what we're not gonna do is have you try to jump in the middle of a conversation that might actually be productive. That's what we're not gonna do. You're upset because you want to keep Eugene from critical thought. You like the little dynamic that y'all have. For whatever reason, it makes you feel good. And I want to dig into that. And I think you're afraid of that.
That's the issue.
But if you don't want Eugene to have the conversation, because I guess Eugene's not an old enough person with autonomy to make decisions for himself, then fucking leave. It's your phone. Fucking leave. But what you're not gonna do is sit here and pretend like I give a fuck. Like, come on now.
I don't know why he kept saying my motherfucking name like I know who the fuck he is.
Right.
You don't really be in here for real. Because if you was, you'd be following Fee, and you don't. Now, Eugene seemed like he might have been worth a decent conversation though, because he don't seem like he.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It sounds like it'd take him a lot for him to get crazy, but oh well. Guess we'll never know.
Gene was trying to.
Marie, are you in the box on purpose?
We all Gene today is crazy.
Man, go home, Mac.
Oyo Komori. I always say that name wrong. Are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Abel, I saw you request several times while Benny was on stage. You don't want to come up? You were requesting while we were talking about Leviticus 18 and the translation. Um, what were you coming up to say, Abel? Cutie said, "Free Eugene till it's backwards."
I agree.
I will never understand how our questions about give us an example of what Jesus actually did for you is problematic. Because if like when I talk to people about like how y'all stepped up, you know, and helped me out when Justin got hurt, how my local friends did the same thing, like that was actual help and assistance. I can then follow that statement up with verbs that I can assign to the people who did things. But when we ask this question about, you know, okay, I can't tell you your God didn't help you, but just how? What did he do? And that was the only question that you asked, which seemed to make the conversation go off the rails.
That person wasn't serious at all.
Nah.
They, yeah, they.
Mm-mm.
I don't even think that they went off the rail because of that question. Like they was just made
Mm-mm.
up some shit to.
Yeah, I don't think they were ever on to begin with.
Yeah.
They wanted to be the center of attention, but when something more interesting happened, they couldn't stand that.
Yeah, that was. They sound like they were drunk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Their page is
Weird.
confuzzling, but it did add a lot of context, and I was going to try to see if I could get some more, but afraid.
A lot of Jesus followers be on that sauce though. Jesus was on that sauce.
Yeah, I thought you said that soft stuff once. I was like, yeah, that makes sense too. Actually.
No, that sauce like be drinking.
The sauce too, but some of them motherfuckers be on that soft stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Are you saying soft stuff?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, that too. The holy mushroom. Wow.
Nah, I'm talking about that motherfucking well, that powder.
Brandon,
Thinker.
goodness gracious. How old are you? And are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
I think I deconstructed already. I'm not an atheist. I'm 39 years old here on the East Coast.
Um, so you deconstructed already, but you're not an atheist. So that means you're agnostic, or
No, I'm just I guess I'm not religious, so I'm an Old Testament believer, but I believe in the politics. I believe that it's you should be looking through a different lens instead of religion. I think that's the always gonna be like a bigger topic.
yeah.
Why
I
we
don't. I didn't ask if you were into religion though. I'm asking, do you believe in the God of the Bible?
yeah,
No,
I'm
but you said you deconstructed already, so
from Christianity I did.
uh, yeah. But I didn't ask about Christianity though, Brandon.
What do you mean by deconstructing it?
From the God.
Oh, you deconstructed all the way from God.
I didn't. We're not talking about me, Brandon.
Hmm.
I asked if you are a believer in the God of the Bible. If you are deconstructing or thinking about deconstructing from that God, or if you are an
Heard you.
atheist.
I told you I'm no Old Testament. I heard you.
So, okay, so you are a believer in the God of the Bible.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. I don't know why this question is the hardest question for people to answer. Which of the three topics did you come up to discuss, Brandon?
I want to know. Are you deconstructed? First of all, I want to know. Are you?
Brandon, I'm an
That's
atheist.
none of
Which
your
of the three
business.
topics did you come up to discuss?
Um, I want to know which topic do you think is the most important.
Brandon, I'm going to ask one more time. Which of the three topics did you come up to discuss?
Believers don't understand the knowledge of good and evil.
What are your
I'm,
thoughts on that?
I believe that there are good and bad people, even in the Christianity faith, even that are maybe somewhat you can say atheists. They don't believe in God. I believe there are good and bad people. I believe that people are just really trying to do good for their kids. You can't say people aren't trying to do good for their kids. They just might have evil intents. And some people are really, really bad people. And but at the same time, I don't believe it's always believers. I believe it's the lifestyle. I believe it's the choice, how you treat people. I believe that that's what's going to structure what you really believed, and how it's going to project to us is how you come off. Like, I'm real calm right now. I'm not tense. I'm relaxed. I'm cool.
It's interesting that you told me all of that, yet that has nothing to do with the topic.
Well, you understood it, didn't you? So that's all that
It
matters.
has nothing to do with the topic
That was just my
at
take.
all. It has nothing to do with the topic, though. Do you want to tell me what your thoughts are regarding the topic that you chose?
I believe I just did. I'm gonna leave it there, and
You didn't.
I think I should leave it there. Yeah,
You
that was a
didn't,
that was.
and you proved the point, right? You
Yeah.
proved the point that you don't understand the
Okay.
knowledge of good and evil.
You got it. You got it. You can judge me all you want. I'm not gonna judge
I'm
you.
not judging you.
I hope you have a
Not
good
that's not
Friday, man.
judging.
And Chad, I hope everybody has a
Sure.
good day. Shalom.
Don't talk to our chat,
They
please.
are
Talk to Thinker.
in fucking sufferable people.
And it doesn't have to be that way, right? Like we constantly
Doesn't.
say all the time, we don't have to agree on everything. We don't have to see things the same way. But if you are incapable of engaging with a person who sees things differently than you, to be able to understand why, or even to be able to understand what the topic is, like everything that he said had nothing to do with the actual topic that he chose. And it's
Just letting you
frustrating
talk.
because
I'm right here. I'm just letting you talk.
wasn't
I just made my point. That's all.
Yes. So I wasn't speaking to you. I was talking to Thinker. Yeah, like the responses that he gave to you didn't have anything to do with the actual topic. And instead of asking, okay, what do you mean by knowledge of good and evil? Like, what does this topic mean? They don't. It's almost like basic conversations that go deeper than the surface are a struggle, and it's frustrating.
Listen, y'all got a lot of energy. Like, y'all put me on mute and everything. You got this chat going crazy. I'll just make myself clear because I'm not trying to really argue, but I do want to be understood. If she's really that confused about what I said, I'll tell you. I'm saying,
I think you came up here to be divisive or
well,
even antagonistic. I think that's what you came up
you
to do.
wanted to understand. I'm trying to explain. What's up?
That wasn't the
No, because
topic.
she's already
I don't
told you
need you to
that what
explain
you
that.
said had nothing to do with the topic.
It
And
did.
now you want to say, well, it kind of does, but it actually
No,
doesn't, right?
it does. It does. I
Oh, okay.
just,
Oh, okay. Oh,
I
okay.
just,
Tell us how.
this is the way
Tell us
how.
how. Tell us how what you said addresses the topic.
Believers don't understand. Read what I just said, what you wanted me to choose. All right. I chose the one at the bottom. Do you read it? It says believers don't understand the knowledge of good and evil. I
Okay.
said the
And how did what you say relate to that?
because people are not going to understand good and evil all the time that we all think they understand it because people are different. There are good and bad people. There are good and
Are you a
bad people.
believer? Hold on. Are you a believer?
I'm a believer in God. Yes, I'm not an atheist.
Oh, okay, okay, okay. Do you know what the knowledge of good and evil is?
I do know what the knowledge of good and evil is. Yes, sir.
Break that down for us real quick.
You said write it down for you? What you
Break that
Break it
down.
down.
break down what's good and evil. What's inherently good is what's going to make
Break
it.
down the knowledge of
The
good and evil.
knowledge.
The knowledge of good and evil is what you know
Uh-huh.
about what will make you a person that is righteous or unrighteous. It's what you know. It's what you know. You heard me?
Would you
It's
like
what
to,
you know.
Brandon? Would you like for us to explain to you what we mean when we're engaging
Oh,
with
you
this
guys
topic?
are atheists. You don't have. I see why your intent is like this. Like it makes me upset that as people try to be
What's the
comfortable,
intent? Brandon,
but
what's
you
the intent?
uncomfortable and stank in
Brandon, what's the
here.
intent? Brandon, what's the intent?
My intent was to finish my sentence, but it doesn't seem like that's going to happen this morning. Like the conversation is about the fact that most believers conflate the ability to do good or the ability to do something evil with the knowledge of being able to tell the difference. That's what this topic is about. When you came
Good.
up, you started talking about there are good people who do good things. There are good people in church, but most people want good things in, or want to take care of their families. I don't disagree with you on that. I think most of us would
You
agree.
understand me? Oh,
Can you?
so I'm not so crazy.
Like it, and this is another thing, like I'm mid sentence and you're cutting me off for some reason. You can't respond to what I'm saying if you don't hear all of it. What I'm trying to do is kind of hit the reset button so you'll understand what we mean by this topic, and if you want to respond to it, you can. Nobody is being antagonistic with you. You came up and you shared your thoughts, but your thoughts were tangential to the actual point that we're discussing. That's all we said.
Is it my turn? Can I speak now?
Possibly.
Let me know. I'm calm. Let me know. Can I speak now?
Give
Can
us
we hear
about
from
15
Pressure?
more seconds.
Can we hear from Pressure, please?
I don't know. Son, are you awake or what's going on here?
Free Pressure. Free Pressure.
He just kind of standing up with his eyes closed. I don't know what he doing right now.
Oh man.
I don't know what he got going on.
Pressure said, "Nah, I'm good."
All right. Let me just say this, y'all, real seriously. And this is not to take away from nothing, but I like having conversations on TikTok. But I'm gonna be honest, if we're all black in here, we gotta really start thinking what's going on in America out
Hey,
here, man.
Brandon, are you ever going to talk about the actual topic or?
No, I'm landing my plane, honestly. I just want to finish.
Oh, okay. So if you don't have anything else to
About the topic,
contribute,
do you?
especially along the topic, then I guess that's it. Goodbye, Brandon. Yeah, if you're not going to talk about the topic, then we have nothing to talk about. Goodbye, Brandon.
Okay, well, grow up, man. Bye.
Okay, well, eat several peniles.
I won't grow up. I won't grow up. I will never wear a tie.
Brandon want to give a benediction. It's crazy.
Benediction, Brandon.
Also, several peniles. Oh, so really?
Yeah.
Look, TikTok been on my ass as of recent. So
It's so frustrating. Like it is so incredibly frustrating because you just want a conversation on the actual topic. It should not be that difficult.
I mean, and honestly, he didn't come up for the topic.
Men who are intimidated by
How y'all doing? How y'all doing?
the knowledge and intellect that we have. Just insecure motherfuckers. Um, Z, how old are you?
I'm 21.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I'll just say I'm a believer, but more so, I'm a child of God.
Which other three topics did you want to discuss?
Where it says, does the world need less or more of Jesus followers?
And your thoughts?
Okay. If God said, I'm going to just say what he says, like just the number one commandment. Love God with all your mind, heart, and your soul, and love your neighbor as you love yourself. If everybody did that, would the world be a better place?
Let's see.
No.
The white supremacists loved this God with all their heart, soul, and might, and they
Mm-hmm.
loved their neighbors, which were other white people, as themselves. So I would say when they did that, the world was not a better place. So no. And in the Bible, um, when Jesus says, "Love your neighbor as you love yourself," he's
Mm-hmm.
quoting the Levitical law, which was a law pertaining to Israelites. And white supremacy knew that. They knew that that was a cult law, saying to love the person inside of your cult, inside of your ethnic group, as you love yourself. And
Mm-hmm.
later, a little further down in that same law, the God tells the Israelites, when a foreigner or someone who is not an ethnic Israelite lives in your land, in your country, you
Mm-hmm.
treat that foreigner as yourself, love that foreigner as yourself. but there's no obligation to love a non-Israelite or treat a non-Israelite as yourself when they do not live in your land. And so, looking at the how supremacy ideologies have affected the world within the book and outside of the book, I would
Hmm.
say no, that the world would not be a better place.
So can I read this verse of what the definition of love is and tell me if this is if everybody lived off of this love, would the world be a better place? Right here. Can I read it?
Sure, you can.
Okay. He says, love is patient and kind. Love is not jealous or boastful or proud or rude. It does not demand its own way. It is not irritable. It keeps no record of being wronged. It does not rejoice about injustice, but rejoices whenever the truth wins out. Love never gives up, never loses faith, is always hopeful, and endures through every circumstance.
So, love keeping no record of wrong.
Right.
When a grandfather
Mm-hmm.
is essaying a child
I hear you.
and the mother says, "That's your grandfather. You should
Mm-hmm.
forgive him." Is that love?
Wait, say that one more time. I'm sorry.
When a grandfather essays a little girl
Mm-hmm.
and the mother says, "That's your granddaddy. You should forgive him." No matter how many times he's done it, is that love?
For forgiving, yes, it is.
It's love for the grandfather to essay a little girl, and the little girl is expected to just keep forgiving her grandfather every time he essay her. Who's being loved, the grandfather or the little girl?
I do understand where you're coming from.
Can you answer the question though? Who's being loved?
The grandfather, most likely.
And so, what about the love of the little girl? What about the love of her? Who's loving her?
From that scenario, nobody.
Okay.
So then, the definition of love there, for
Mm-hmm.
me, that's not love to me. And I think love to people is different, right? No one can tell me how to love me, especially not from a book.
Okay, when it says it keeps no record of being wrong, let me say this. So, and this is the instance of like being Christ-like.
Mm-hmm.
You know, this is the instance of being Christ-like.
Mm-hmm.
So when it says it keeps no record of being wronged, so
Mm-hmm.
for anybody that believes or anybody that's trying to follow Christ, honestly, if you're trying to stand up for God or trying to walk like God or present God in a way, that's why I say it keeps no record of being wrong. So if somebody pushed me or like says something about me and I'm like, you did not, if I get out of character, you know what I mean? Oh, what? Who am I to get out of character if I follow God? You know what I mean? That's why I say it keeps no record of being wrong. Because if
I
somebody
mean,
looking at
you're
me,
just saying the same thing, right? Like if a man smacks his wife,
mhm,
like is she supposed to like forget that he slapped her the day before?
I mean, if he smacks his wife, I feel like the lady should just leave at that point.
But she keeps no record of being wrong. And is she supposed to be patient with him and while your God works on him?
No.
Right. So again, love for me is not defined by your book, and I don't follow your Jesus. And there are a lot of people who do follow this, and they do cause a lot of harm. They expect to be forgiven where forgiveness isn't warranted. They expect to be forgiven where they haven't even asked for it just because your Jesus said so.
I don't see how this concept of unconditional acceptance would be a good thing. And that's usually how the Bible defines love. Because what it
Mhm.
does is it creates an environment where harmful people can continue to do harmful things without consequences. I think a world with proportional accountability would be a safer
Right.
place. Like this concept of loving your enemies. Why the fuck am I gonna love someone who is intent on hurting me?
No, you ain't gotta be sorry.
So let's
You want something to eat?
I don't know if Lawrence knows she up here.
Lisa, Lawrence,
Lawrence, I want something to eat.
Hello?
just
Y'all
grits
heard me.
or is it a beignet?
my my thing
I,
is, okay, like say if like your enemies, do treat you in a harm way. At the end of the day, I feel like that person still, no matter how far a path in their life, how far they gotta go, everybody gotta face death. You know what I mean? So if you feel that you gotta get out of character for that one temporary moment,
who
you
said
know what I
anything
mean?
about getting out of character? And who's
Mm.
talking about death? Like, I
No, I'm
feel
not.
like nobody mentioned getting out of character. No, nobody mentioned death. Like,
Is it not getting out of you just told me, hold on, you just told me, you said if one of my enemies.
Mm-mm, she was in the middle of saying something. Don't do that. Don't cut her off. Let her finish, and then you'll understand what she's saying.
Okay.
what I said was, why the fuck would I love someone who is intentionally causing me harm? That doesn't make logical sense. That's like leaning into a punch. Why would I do that? That goes against everything that natural survival instinct tells me to. So if I could choose to be around people who treat me kindly and who deal with me in actual love where it's beneficial, then why would I choose to love someone who harms me? I never mentioned acting out of character.
I hear that, but you don't have to put yourself in that circumstance, like you said. You don't have to, but it's just if you do encounter stuff like that, you would know how to react.
What do you mean know how to react? How should
Okay.
I react?
Okay. For me, for
In a
instance,
biblical sense, yeah.
okay, somebody came up to me, and let's say they just came up to me and punched me, right? The old me and like the me not transforming into God. Say if I did like get in a fight and I just like, all right, no, you know what? He just hit me. Now I have to deal with that. I'm not gonna say I probably have to deal with that the rest of my life, but now I gotta look behind my back like, okay, dang, he he didn't hit me. I didn't hit him. I didn't fall him. Say I knock him out or I just, do what I did. Now I gotta
Do
worry
you
about
love
that.
this person?
Huh?
Do
Yeah,
you love this
I was
person?
about
Because
to
remember,
ask,
the whole point is love, right?
You didn't listen to what I said, brother.
no,
I
but
said
do
the
you
old
love
Do
them?
you love this person?
I said
Because
the
the whole
old
point of this is
can you
love.
can you listen to what I said, or you just not gonna listen
Yeah, I'm
to
asking you, do you love
the
this
whole
person in your example?
scenario?
Because I'm confused.
I said the old way of how I used to live. If I did hit him, now I have to live like.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear
Okay,
you.
okay.
He's not making sense.
No,
And
I
y'all
just
He
need to
just
please
know
not
whether or
remember.
making
not
sense.
you
Hey,
love this guy.
hold
I
on,
don't think there's no
Hello. Y'all please remember not to have everybody talking at the same time because my mind can't take it. One person at a time, please.
I
For
really
sure.
came up here to ask if love keeps no record of wrongdoings,
hmm
what is God judging you on?
about how you love others.
But what is he judging you on if he's supposed to be love and this
Okay.
love keeps no record of wrongdoings?
Okay.
What is he
So
actually judging you on?
the way that you treat people, the way that you act. Okay, I'm gonna tell you an instance.
Now, wait a minute, Z. Do you understand the question that I'm asking you?
Yes.
If he
You said what is.
keeps no record of wrongdoings, then
Mhm.
there would be nothing to judge you on, correct?
Exactly. So if I'm just
So,
treating everybody with love, everybody I encounter, what can God say
no,
about me?
no, no, that's not, no. You said, and the Bible says, First
hmm
Corinthians 13:4 says, love keeps no record of wrongdoings. It doesn't say you don't do wrong,
It
right?
said it keeps no record of being
No, it's
wrongdoing.
No,
it
it
keep
doesn't.
no, it doesn't. It says it keeps no record of wrongdoing,
It said being
right?
wrong.
So
I
but
hear you
either
though.
way, right? Either way,
hmm
if it keeps no records of these wrongs, whether you're doing it or it's being done to you, what is Jesus? What is God judging you on?
Nothing. It's no point of being judged if you just loving. It's about your inner purity in your heart. Is you really
No,
loving people like you say you do? If you
Z,
really love God, your love for people is gonna show.
it says that love keeps no record of wrongdoings, right?
hmm
right? So it doesn't mean that you don't do wrong. It just means it doesn't mark it down when you do wrong. It keeps no record of it, right? It
Right.
doesn't it doesn't it doesn't record when you do wrong. So then what is God judging you on? That would mean that everybody would be equal in God's eyes, right?
If you love.
Z, what Lord is saying to you, and what we want you to understand is
Hmm.
if you do wrong, correct?
If I do
Because
wrong
the,
and
the
like
Bible
saying
said,
what.
so hold on, wait, let me get it all the way out. If you were to do something wrong, God would look at that and not even write it down. So when the day of judgment comes,
Hmm.
since he didn't write anything down because he kept no record of your wrongs, why are you being judged? What would you be judged on, since there's nothing on that paper that God supposedly doesn't keep a record on?
Okay. If you say wrongdoing, but right here it say keeps no record of being wronged.
No, but
It
listen.
does not say that. It says it does not insist on its own way. It is not irritable. It
Hmm.
keeps no record of wrongs. It's right there on the screen.
What my bad. What translation is that? Because I'm reading it in
No,
the New
but
King James.
Z, but it's still the same, right? Even
Hmm.
if you were being wronged,
Hmm.
someone else would have to do that wrong to you, correct?
Exactly.
Oh, okay. So
Okay.
that person, what Selena said, and what I'm trying to say still applies to that person, right?
The person that's being wrong, right?
Oh, the person that's
The
doing
person that's
wrong,
doing, sorry,
wrong.
Lord.
Hmm.
Right? It says it keeps no record of wrongs, right? It keeps
Hmm.
no record of wrongs, whether it's the doer of the wrong,
Hmm.
right? Or the person that's being wrong. So what I'm asking is you get up there to them pearly gates. What is God judging you on if he keeps no record of wrongs?
Nothing. Because once he give you his spirit, which is love, peace, and all these things, he if you do have faith, he expects you to exercise them type of fruits within yourself. So if you have his fruits living inside you, if you have his fruits living inside
So
you,
everybody should be
So
done.
so are you saying
Y'all,
that God
please
doesn't judge him?
remember. Y'all, please remember.
you
Not
get
Sorry,
everybody
sorry,
cannot talk at
thinker.
the same time.
you get you get judged off of his righteous judgment. Because you're supposed to just live righteous and seek the kingdom of heaven. And how you get into the kingdom of heaven is based off of the fruits that he gives you from the Holy Spirit.
Not if he's not keeping track of your wrongs.
Because your sins are forgiven. But when you grow into maturity in your faith, you shouldn't be keep constantly treating people with harm or doing certain things because you are living in the fruits of his spirit. You know what I mean? So how can you just keep treating people or having anger when he gives you peace, love, joy, faithfulness
I
within
mean, you
yourself?
have to ask Christians that they're the ones that keep sinning. But my point is,
Hmm.
right? My point is if this were all true, there would be no need for anybody to be judged, right?
Exactly. Exactly. And this is the thing about Christianity.
But no, but he judges you all the same. You can't escape judgment, right? No
Hmm.
one escapes judgment, whether you're goody two shoes or whether you're Beelzebub. Nobody escapes judgment. So if
Hmm.
he's not keeping record of wrongs, then what other criteria could he be using to judge you on?
Your heart, what's living inside your heart to make you
Your
speak the
your
way that
good
you
your
speak.
good heart that because he sees no wrongs. So the heart that's good.
God said he examines people by their heart. In the course of like your heart is just gonna tell you how far is what you living for. Whatever your
I
heart,
have a
whatever your
question.
desires is that's what your course of life gonna be.
I have a question. So
Go
this
ahead.
spirit, it's is Jesus' spirit. It mimics Jesus. Is that correct?
Yes, his spirit. Yes.
The same Jesus that called the Canaanite woman a dog for being a Canaanite woman.
Where does it say
Isaiah
that
in Matthew 15, starting at verse 21, Mark 7, starting at verse 26,
at? Matthew
and
15.
Revelations 22. But Jesus sees Gentiles as dogs, as inferior
Mm-hmm.
to Israelites. So the same spirit that sees non Israelites as inferior dogs, that same spirit is what you're saying should be in Christians.
I feel like God used metaphors and things like that just to show how wicked people is.
Cool. A metaphor, a dog is a metaphor for an inferior being. So he used a dog as a metaphor for calling her inferior. So that same spirit is what you're saying should be in Christians.
I can see where you're going, but it's just hard to just say, "Oh no." I mean, I got peace, I got love within my soul,
I'm
and I
not
didn't
asking
have that
about
before.
you. I'm not asking about you. I'm asking about the spirit of your God in this book. That spirit that called the Canaanite woman a
Hmm.
dog.
And you
That
said
same
Matthew
spirit that
15.
Matthew 15, starting at verse 21, Mark 7, starting at verse 26, Revelation 22. Um, but also the same spirit that plaited cords together and chased people out of the temple with a whip. That same spirit. Are you there, Z?
Yeah, I hear you.
So when we see Christians
Hmm.
call non-believers demons,
Hmm.
because Jesus called non-believers of him children of the devil, um, then that's the spirit of Jesus.
I got a question though.
I'm asking you a
Is
question.
Christianity in the Bible?
I'm asking you a question about your Jesus' spirit, Z.
Hmm. What
That
about a
same
spirit?
spirit, that same spirit where your Jesus is calling people children of the devil, that is the spirit that believers should be possessing, right? When we see believers call non-believers demons or Satan or children of Satan or witches,
Hmm.
that's the spirit that you're referring to, that you're calling love.
I mean, he had the authority to say whatever he wanted
I understand he has the
because
authority, but
he's,
he is your
yeah.
example. I get it. He is your example. That is his spirit
Hmm.
that you are talking about. So that is the spirit that believers should be displaying and
So,
you calling love.
so if he's the same Jesus that said that, he is the same Jesus that was healing people and um doing all these miracles things. So if he was doing those type of things, I feel like don't he have the authority to do whatever?
I mean, if he has the authority to do whatever,
Mm-hmm.
again, he is the example. And the people that he were healing were other Israelites, right? And so if he has the spirit of supremacy,
Mm-hmm.
then that is the spirit that has the authority to be supremacist and prioritize one group of people over another, to treat another group of people as if they are inferior, then that is the spirit that you should expect to see in those that follow his example, because that is the only example you have. Correct.
Yeah.
Mhm. No, that is not love to me. And again, when supremacy ideology exists in the world,
Mm-hmm.
harm happens. As we can see, there are people today justifying the genocide of Palestinians in the name of their belief in this God. There are women being beaten by their husbands because of their belief that a God made men superior. There are parents beating their children, killing their children because they believe that a God made them authoritative or superior over them because they're parents. And Jesus, in Matthew 15, in that same chapter, where he called the Canaanite woman a dog, said that God said children who disobey their parents or who dishonor their mother and father were to be stoned, were to die the death, according to the law of Moses.
Mm-hmm.
So if they followed Jesus and Jesus' spirit, then you have parents who beat the shit out of their children for disrespecting them. And sometimes those children get hurt really bad, and sometimes they
Mm-hmm.
die.
Well, speaking for me, I don't have the thoughts to do anything like that.
I'm not
So,
talking about you, Z. You read a scripture. You asked me if that was love. You asked me if people followed your Jesus' spirit. Do I think that it would be better on earth? And we just went through
mm-hmm.
your Jesus as the example in this book, what his spirit is expected to portray, what he calls love, and what the ramifications of that is in society, and how we see that in society today, in our world, in history, and today. And the results of that is genocide.
Mm-hmm.
It's slavery based on the discrimination of ethnicity, race, and belief. The femicide of women because of the superiority of men. Homophobia because of the belief that men shall leave his mother and father and cleave to his wife, and the two shall become one.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So no, I don't think that your Jesus' spirit produces a safer or more peaceful society. And in fact, your Jesus says in this book that he did not come to bring peace at all. He said he came to cause a divide and to turn the mother against the father, the son against the daughter, the mother against the daughter, the son against the father. How can, why would I expect peace from an entity who declared that he did not come to bring peace?
Mm-hmm. Can I, from that scripture, we say he did not come to bring peace. Mother against father, father against. Okay. When I got closer in my walk, it was so much division within my mom, my dad, and everybody around me because they like, okay, you trying to move too holy for us. So they really started to like, I can't really say hate me, but it was more so like, oh yeah, you just trying to act perfect. And I'm like, how am I trying to act perfect if I'm being transformed spiritually? You know what I mean? So I think in that case, people really don't know who he really is because they don't really have his spirit within them. So they just think they can do whatever they want in a way. And I think that's what he means by like division, because he's causing division because of his holiness.
I mean, regardless of what you put on it, right? Like your interpretation of what your Jesus considers holy,
Mm,
as we can see, is not, you know, doesn't necessarily mean that it's the right interpretation,
yeah.
right? Because you didn't know that he was supremacist, right? But so I'm not talking about why he said he doesn't bring peace. I'm talking about the fact that he said he did not come to bring peace. And so you expecting the followers of Jesus to be the result of peace is hilarious if their spirit is in him, if they're following his example.
Hmm.
You should not expect peace.
I mean, I've been
You
following
should
them.
expect division.
I've been following them, and the people around me really feel peace and joy around me. So I don't know the difference
Feeling
between.
peace, feeling peace,
I don't know the
and
difference.
at feeling peace,
Hmm.
you can feel peace amongst the fact that your God caused division in your family because your self righteousness and your idea that you are living holy and they are not brings peace
Hmm.
in your mind while there is division all around you. They're not the same.
It's more so a loving thing. You know, if you're trying to really grow in the spirit, which he says bring love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self control, and you're around such people that aren't matured in the faith or growing into the nature of the spirit, it's kind of hard to just keep kind of like looking back, like, okay, I'm gonna wait for y'all to get right, or I'm gonna wait, I'm gonna be patient with y'all. Doesn't that lack my timing of my salvation and my enduring in my faith?
I mean, you prioritize that and you allow the division in your family because you prioritize that. And in your heart, in your mind, that's peaceful to you. That does not negate the fact that it's not peaceful around you. It doesn't negate the fact that there's not peace in the world because that is not your God's mission
How is it not his mission
because He
when
said
he
so.
because he wants people to get out of their sins?
It doesn't
And he's
matter what again, it does not matter what reason you put on it. The
hmm
fact is that he stated his mission or his goal was not to bring peace to the world. So you expecting that is, I don't know, it's kind of weird, especially when you are saying that the result of you accepting this Jesus has created or caused
hmm
division in your family and those around you because you're holy and they're not.
I say because I'm growing into his nature.
Hmm.
And yes, it's going to cause division because their sins are going to be exposed.
Hmm.
When you come closer to
Wow.
God, all your
Hmm.
sins get
You,
exposed.
you're
And that's
talking
why,
about your family, the people that you're supposed to love?
yeah, their sins get
Wow.
exposed.
Wow.
It's still, regardless of that, it's still not peace.
How's that not
It's
peace?
it's if there's division
Hmm.
amongst your family and there's division in the world because your Jesus has a group of people who are so holy that it exposes everybody else's sins around them
Hmm.
and that causes division,
Hmm.
that's not peace. You may have peace inside of you, but there's no peace in the world and there's no peace around you either.
So,
It
okay.
sounds
If 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 my family members have seen me struggle with so much, let's go from just smoking, sex, all these things, right? And out of nowhere, I just become peaceful, calm, patient, not meddling in other people's business, just calm and peace. Wouldn't that want them to be like, dang, how did you do that?
Is that what happens? Because you told us there was
Some
division around you. So
some of them, but
is it
some of
now
them,
peace around you?
can you hear me out? Some of them, when they see the change, they don't really understand it, you know, but it's just more about a seed being planted in their heart so God can work with them as well. I can't just be like, oh, give your life to God, he can change you. No, it's about my actions, that's my fruits, that's going to bring them closer to God because they already
So
believe.
okay,
It's
so
just,
you want me to give you an answer for something you yourself have not seen a result of? Like I can't testify for you for your Jesus when he hasn't actually done the thing that you are claiming that his peace will do. So no, if you are saying to me that around you it's not peace, it's division because you are living holy and it is exposing the sins of people around you.
mhm.
I mean, I guess we're gonna have to wait until you see peace around you.
I think
I also
more,
think
go
I
ahead.
also think judgmental detachment can feel like peace to a person that thinks they're right. Right? Like nobody, you've made changes, the changes that you felt like you wanted to make, and you're like, cool, congratulations. But to call it peace because you now separate it from your family of origin, and you're now deeming their reactions to it or their continued engagement in whatever it is that you've opted out of as being sinful. Yeah, I mean, okay, you can call that peace, but is it really? I think peace comes from acceptance. Peace comes from acknowledgement, and peace comes from authenticity. At least it does for me. And when what you're saying is, oh, I'm at peace because you've considered your position right and everyone else is wrong, and they've got to eventually figure out how to get to where you are. That doesn't sound like peace to me. It just sounds like I said, judgmental detachment.
It's not judgmental attachment because
I said
I didn't
detachment.
I, I didn't have I didn't have peace at all at a point where to the point I was looking at peace within other people. You know what I mean? So when I did receive this peace, that should just tell you something. I'm not saying, oh, y'all need to change our lives. I don't judge my family at all because I understand that the road of life is
You just talked about their
Just said
sins. What do you mean? You
I
just
said it
said
exposes. I didn't say that there. I said it exposes. So
Judging it though.
if I'm growing into holiness, right? And I'm changing my ways from my sins and God has taken me out of my sins, right? And my family sees that, right? They
You just
know
did
and they're
exactly
gonna
what your
expect
Jesus said. Like
they're
that
gonna
you
go ahead.
you did exactly what your Jesus said, right? Like you're prioritizing um your Jesus over your family. And the reality is that it creates division. Regardless if you're judging them for their sins, if your
Mm-hmm.
holiness is exposing their sins, it
Mm-hmm.
creates division around you. You can call it peace all you want to, because some people find peace in them looking down on others or them feeling holy or
I don't.
righteously superior. You do. You get peace
I
from it.
don't at all.
You've
I don't
already
at all.
told us that you get peace from it. You've already told us that. And you might not understand that the entailment of you getting peace from that is that you enjoy being morally superior or looking down on others for their so-called sins while you, I guess, I don't know, have reached Jesus level and don't sin. But whatever it is, it brings you peace. But
I got a question.
around you
Mm-hmm.
is division, right? And you're not the only person in the world like this. There are multiple believers who believe that they are morally superior, and they go throughout life thinking that they, you know, are exposing other people's sins, and so it creates division in the world. As I
It's
as
not.
I stated, as I stated, this superiority complex, right?
Mm-hmm.
Whether it be from ethnicity, whether it be from belief, whether it be from race,
Mm-hmm.
creates harm in the world. And so, in answer to your question, would the world be better if more people did this? No, because the result is exactly the world that we have today. No.
And something you said earlier, I came off mute to respond to. You said that you read these words and you look at them as a way to improve yourself, and that's great. But there are a lot of people that look at these words and read these words and they use them for different reasons, and those reasons can be very detrimental to other people.
You're right about
So
that.
if as long as that flexibility of interpretation is there, which it will be in any text that we have, then we're subject to how an individual reads those words. So, love your neighbor as yourself. As we
Mm-hmm.
know, our ancestors were enslaved because there were people in power that thought that because we were from another country and we spoke a different language and we had different gods, this book
Mm-hmm.
gave them the authority to enslave our ancestors. So, while you may use it for beneficial reasons to grow and move away from things that you don't want to do, there are other people who use it for harmful reasons to subjugate different people, to judge and marginalize groups that are different from them. So no, I mean, if it were if it were really the case that Christianity helped the world would not be in the state that it's in right now. We wouldn't have a situation where you have churches not being willing to feed starving babies. We wouldn't have situations where I just saw a TikTok the other day where some church raised the rent on a soup kitchen so much so that the soup kitchen has to move out now. Like you
Hmm.
wouldn't have all of this exposure happening to the harmful things that are perpetuated in the church and in the name of this God.
I hear you. I really do hear you. But he says like from those churches that's like created, right? Christianity is not even in the Bible. God says, "Seek the kingdom of heaven and live righteous." So where does it say be a Christian?
It says they
Nobody
were
said
first
anything
called.
about
It
Jesus.
says it's there though. It says they were first called Christians at Antioch, so it's there, right? Um,
Believer, which means believer.
no, no, you just say it. Show us where, and I'm telling you where. It says they were first called Christians
Hmm.
at Antioch, right?
Yeah,
So,
I hear you.
so now you're trying to change the meaning of the word Christian. But what? Go ahead, thinker.
Yeah, but like focusing on whether they are Christian or not, right? Like the
Hmm.
thing that you said was for you to seek ye first the kingdom and all his righteousness, right? And you
Hmm.
keep talking about living this holy life. What exactly is that? Because you came up here and you gave the definition for your God's spirit, the fruit of your God's spirit. We
Hmm.
talked about that. We talked about what the implications of your God's spirit is, as
Yeah.
Jesus, with the example. The When you say live a righteous life,
Hmm.
your Jesus did not give a new law for you all to follow. The law that your Jesus taught was the law of Moses. And in that law, your Jesus prioritized Israelites.
Hmm.
Israelites eat were not to eat unclean foods that were not properly sacrificed. They were
Yeah.
to sell unclean foods to foreigners.
Hmm.
They were not to wear mixed fabrics. They were to not eat shellfish. They were to sell their daughters into slavery to be concubines. Like there,
Okay.
there is a law that the Israelites lived by, and Jesus taught that. What
Can I read this
law
law
are
right
you
here for you?
living by? What law
Can
are
you listen?
you living by that Jesus taught?
Okay, I'll read it to you right now. Can I? Or you
You're
still
gonna
need to
read
speak?
the law to me that Jesus taught?
I'm gonna show you what law I live by. Can I read it?
Did you hear my whole question?
You said what law are you living by that Jesus taught?
That Jesus taught.
About the kingdom of heaven. So
That's
can
not
I
a
read it?
law. That's not a law. What law?
There is no law against these things. And that's exactly what it
Jesus
says.
did teach a law.
Can
Jesus
I
taught the Mosaic law. But for those of you that are not Israelites, you don't have a law. According to Paul, you are a law to yourself. So whatever you deem is considered righteous,
mm-hmm.
you are judging according to you. And then whatever you deem not righteous, you are pointing fingers at everybody else and judging them. And that creates the divide. That's the issue. So it does not matter if you identify as Christian or not.
Mm-hmm.
You are a follower of Jesus, which is
Mm-hmm.
why the question says,
Mm-hmm.
does the world need less or more of Jesus followers? Not, does the world need less or more Christians?
Yes. Because right here it says, but those who depend on the law to make them right with God are under his curse. For the scriptures say, cursed is everyone who does not observe and obey all the commands that are written in God's book of the law. So it is clear that no one can be
Who's
made.
saying those words?
This is in Galatians.
Is that Jesus?
This is the new way of faith.
Is that Jesus?
This is the new way of faith.
Is that Jesus though? Yes or no?
It's not Jesus speaking, but
No,
this is the new
it's
way of
not
faith.
Jesus at all. That is Paul. And
But he's
listen
talking
to
about our
anything.
Lord and
You didn't
Savior.
listen to anything that I just said. Your Jesus taught the Mosaic law.
What?
Paul
Hmm.
taught you that you are a law to yourself. I literally just went over all of this.
How am I a law to myself if I have the Spirit of Christ living inside me?
The Spirit of Christ living in you
Hmm.
would go according to the Mosaic law because that's what your Jesus taught. Paul taught you that you don't have to go by that law because you as a Gentile is a
Hmm.
law unto yourself. And again, what you deem to be righteous and holy because you don't have a law to go by. You don't have anything to refer to like the Israelites do or
Hmm.
did that says God wants us to do X, Y, Z. As a Gentile, it is your conscience
Yep.
that
Uh,
that excuses or convicts you. And
yes.
so again,
Exactly.
you are choosing what is righteous or what is holy, and you are judging people by that, and that is what it causes the problem.
Or not judging. God said if you judge others, it's gonna be the same. That judgment is gonna be death upon you.
You literally said your holiness is exposing your family's sins and those around you.
Did I say is that judging them?
Yes, you said that.
How?
It is judging.
How is that judging them?
Are you deeming their
Who
actions wrong?
determines?
I'm not deeming their actions. I understand that I'm still a sinner.
That's
So
not the question. Are you saying that they are sinning and it's exposing the things that they are doing wrong? That would be a yes.
Just say
That is a
yes.
judgment, right? Like the moment you declare something good or bad is a judgment. I don't know why y'all always conflate judgment with punishment. Nobody's saying you're declaring that they're going to hell. But the moment you make a choice, it is a judgment that you are making. You're deeming your path right and theirs wrong. That is by definition a judgment.
you have to use good judgment. It's good judgment. It's not judging.
Judgment.
Judging is like this. Oh, you did this. Oh, you did that. It's using good judgment.
No, no, sir.
It's not.
It's still judging. Deciding what is right or wrong is judging. Even in your daily life, deciding whether you're going to go this way or that way to
Hmm.
work, that's a judgment call. You have to make a judgment.
You have to use good judgment. It's not that you're judging people.
Sir,
You're using
sir,
good
listen,
judgment.
it's still judgment. It's
Okay,
still judgment. And who says your judgment is good? Who
because what if
says
I?
your who says yours is good? Who says that you are right and they are wrong? Who says
Okay,
that?
okay. So if I choose to judge, if I didn't use good judgment, I will literally fall into a ditch because I'm following people that don't even know what they're doing or living the
And no,
lifestyle.
no,
You
but
know what
sir,
I mean?
who says that what you're doing is right and what they are doing is wrong? Who says that? Especially if by your own admission you still sin. You just
Yeah,
said it. You're still a sinner. So
yeah.
who
Christ died even though I'm
okay,
still a sinner. He
okay,
even says
you're
that.
still a sinner. So who are you to tell someone that what they're doing is wrong and what you're doing is right? Especially if you're in the same boat as they're in.
I'm not in the same boat because I overcome more
Sir, you're
different
in the
things than
same
him.
boat. You just said you're still a sinner, right?
Yeah.
This is
Okay.
that
And
superiority complex that I'm
exactly.
talking about. That
Mm-hmm.
moral superiority that creates the division.
I'm better than you. Look at me.
But
I
I
know
don't say that. I don't judge them at all. I don't say what they're doing
you.
wrong. I
By
don't.
saying by
I said
saying I
I'm not
use
in the same boat as them.
and I also think that by saying I use good judgment, you're basically saying I use my judgment. You're saying the same thing, you're just using different words. Adding an adjective before the word judgment does not change. And calling it good just because is yours doesn't mean that you aren't determining that someone else's actions are wrong because they don't match yours. That's
You
what it
have
is. Like that
you
is an
have to
entailment of your position.
use good judgment though in order to live.
Good,
Simple.
You
what
didn't.
makes
You definitely didn't use good judgment just now by cutting
You
fee off. We have
okay.
told you multiple times to stop doing that.
You can know somebody by their
Stop
actions and how
doing
they
that.
act.
Hello? Do you not hear me? Stop interrupting people. Use better
I'll
judgment.
help you be better. I'll help you be better.
But see, this is how you know that they don't change. They just believe that they're better, right? How do you say to your family, the people that raised you, I'm just exposing
Hold on,
their
Lois.
sin?
Hold on, Lois. Let's finish and then.
Yeah, like and I get what you're saying, right? You have to use good judgment. But if you look at it from just a practical perspective, what you're deeming is good is what you personally have decided is acceptable. Every single individual who says, oh, you have to use good judgment, it is their personal preference that they are applying to a decision that another person is making. You may feel like you have backing from the scriptures, but they can cobble together another set of scriptures that justifies their position as well. And that's the problem. That's Thinker's original point, how this book does not lead you to a world being better. It just leads to a world of individuals feeling like they can look at everybody else who doesn't make the decisions that they make and deem those decisions wrong. It's judgment nonetheless. And any good judgment that you've decided upon is your personal preference. That's all it is.
Okay, I hear you. But can my family save me?
Save you from what?
Myself.
What does that mean?
My sins.
So the answer, I would say, yes. My father saved me. I was on D-Rugs, on the soft stuff, and if it were not for my father, there's no telling where I'd be. The same people that I was out there on D-Rugs with went on to harder shit because they didn't have a father who would not let go of their hand. So yes, your family can save you. There was no Jesus that saved me. My 7-year-old son, when I was going through domestic violence, if my 7-year-old had not tried to fight for me that day, I wouldn't have saved myself and left their father. So yes, your family can. You just choose not to see that. And you've chosen this God who lives in your head and yourself to save yourself.
So what about the kids that's out here just killing people? Is their parents saving them?
I don't know. I don't know them.
Jesus not saving them either. If they're out there doing all of that, Jesus not saving them either. So
Because they
what are we
have their
doing?
free will.
Well,
No, they don't.
well then, if you're gonna bring up free will, then what good is this Jesus? Like you can't say that God, Jesus saved you, right?
Hmm.
And then when we talk about Jesus not saving someone, you're like, well, they have free will. Well, then what good is this Jesus if he can't overcome free will? What good is God if he can't overcome your free will? How can he save you if he can't overcome your free will?
It's a choice.
So now it's a choice. So then why are you saying, can my family save me?
Yeah, they can't.
Okay, well then Jesus can't either if it's a choice. If it's a choice, then your family can't, Jesus can't.
How
No
can
one
G?
can but listen.
It's a
No
spiritual
one
thing,
can.
man.
Wait a minute. No one can but you because you just said they have free will. It's a choice.
It's a choice. So if you give your
Yes.
life to him,
It's
he can
it's
save you.
no, but guess what? Why is he not powerful enough to just save you? If he deems that you need saving, why would he be out here letting 12 and 15-year-olds red rum people? Why doesn't he just save them? They're children. They're his children, supposedly, right? If he has to overcome your free will, right? And he can't do it because you're saying it's choice, then what good is the God at all? What good is he? If you have to do the work, what good is he?
Can we both agree that we're in a fallen world?
No. No,
No.
I'm an atheist, right? I don't agree that we're in a fallen world. I
So
I am an atheist. I believe that everything in this world, everything that's happened in this world is through the choices of man. God has nothing to do with it, right? Nothing at all. So I don't believe that we're in a fallen world. Humans can make better choices. Yeah, it's a lot of fucked up shit in this world, but that is 100% the choice of a human.
Can we at least agree that we're in a world that's of good and evil? The knowledge of good and evil.
No, I
It's
think
not.
people make good choices and people make bad choices. That's it.
So you don't have knowledge of good and evil.
No, no, because I don't know what evil is. I don't know what evil is. I've never really experienced evil. People call a lot of stuff evil, especially Christians. Christians call the most benign shit evil. So I don't know what evil is. I was on a live yesterday with a girl, and somebody, because she had on pink and green, somebody thought that she was an AKA. She said, "Oh no, that's demonic." So I don't know what the fuck evil is, because y'all think anything is evil. So no, I think people make good choices and bad choices.
You said good choices and bad choices.
Yes.
I feel like if everybody just had the knowledge of good without evil, would the world be a better place?
Okay. Well, guess what? Who gave us that knowledge? What, let me ask
Can
you a
you can
question.
hold on? Can you do evil without knowing it?
Say it one more time.
Can you do evil without knowing it?
Yes, you can.
How?
So that was a nothing statement.
Hmm.
Because if
It was.
you're not close to God, you're just gonna be doing
Okay, but
anything.
Z, let me ask you a question.
That means nothing still.
How
Huh?
were we able to acquire the knowledge of good and evil?
Because we are in a human nature, and we have our minds are open to
No,
life.
I mean, according to the Bible, how were we able to acquire the knowledge of good and evil? Couldn't God have made it so that things were just good?
You want to go back to Genesis and read the chapter?
No, I don't have to. I'm asking you to. You don't know. You don't know. I'm asking you, how did we get that knowledge?
Because through Adam, sin came into the world because of
I know, but how did sin come? If okay, let's say I'm God, right?
because he chose to go against God's will.
I
Don't
know,
do
but
this, and they did it.
let's say I'm God. If I
Mhm.
wanted all my people to be good, why would I put a tree in the garden that's the knowledge of good and evil? Why would
Because
I do that?
he gave us a free choice to do.
No, no, listen to what I'm saying.
I hear
I'm
you.
asking you, why would I am God, right?
Hmm.
Why would me, God, put a tree called the knowledge of good and evil in the garden? Why would I do that? If I just wanted my people to obey me.
Wouldn't that make God just not loving if he just made you to love him
No.
without you even having a choice to love him?
No, hell no. How would I know? How
So
would
if
I
he
know?
just said, so if God said you have to,
Listen to what I'm asking you.
are you ready?
How would the people that I made know whether them loving me was a choice or not? How would they know that? How would Adam and Eve know whether them loving me, if they were just born to love me, how would they know if it was a choice or not?
Because they was already in his presence.
No, I'm asking you, how would they know if it was a choice? Right? Just like me,
Hmm.
right? I eat ice cream
Okay.
probably because my parents fed me ice cream when I was a child,
Right.
right?
Hmm.
If they had never fed me ice cream, I probably wouldn't, or milk. If I drink milk because I drank milk as a child,
Hmm.
right? That's not necessarily my choice. I just had milk as a child,
Right.
right? So how would they know that them loving God is a choice or not if they were just born loving God?
Because God told them not to do that.
Not to love him? No, sir.
No, God told them, God literally told them,
Z,
don't do this.
listen to what I'm saying, Z. If I am God and I
Hmm.
make Adam and Eve,
Okay.
why couldn't I just not put the tree there and just let them love me?
Because the humans wouldn't have a choice.
I know, but they wouldn't know.
What?
They wouldn't know whether it was a choice or not.
Yeah, they
right?
wouldn't. But obviously,
No,
it's his plan, and you can't stop
no.
what he wants to do.
Okay, okay. Well, if that was his plan, listen to what you're saying now. If
Mhm.
that is his plan, right? It is his plan to have good and his plan to have evil. He had to know if this is his plan, he had to know that Eve was gonna that Adam was going to bite the fruit from the tree. He had to know that. It's his plan.
You have to ask yourself the question, Z, did eating from this tree grant ability or awareness? Because in the story, it grants awareness, not ability. And I think that's the issue that we normally run into in these conversations. Believers think that eating from the tree then gave humans the ability to do evil. No, it gave them the awareness to recognize what was evil and what was good. And that's a
Mhm.
completely different, that reframes the story completely. Because to Lord's point, if it was about testing obedience, then test the obedience without the snake, especially knowing that they don't have the awareness
Mhm.
to discern between what's good or what's evil, because eating from the tree is what gave them that.
Mhm.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I hear you. So if you have the awareness, so they, I feel like when they did know the awareness, they feel okay. I'm naked. You know what I mean? Because first they were just living souls. So now that they eat it, they like, oh snap, I'm naked. I can see. Well, oh, what's going on? And then God, like, who told you to eat from that fruit? You know what I mean? Who told you to do that? And then they, they go and say, oh well, the serpent woody woo said this. And then when that happened, God like, I'm finna curse the ground now
I know,
because
but had they done something wrong?
yes, don't eat
How?
from that tree.
How did they know? How did they know? They didn't know. They didn't have the
He
knowledge of
told
good
them
or
not to
evil.
do it. He
No,
told them not
listen,
to eat from that
Z,
tree.
listen to what you're saying. They did not have the knowledge of what was good and what was not, correct?
No, they didn't
So how would they know?
because they got deceived by whatever was
No,
evil in
listen,
that
listen to
tree.
what I said. If they didn't know what was good,
Hold on, Lawrence. You said they got deceived by what was evil. That's what you said, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. How would they know that evil was in front of them without the knowledge of good or evil? How would they know that they're talking to evil without the knowledge of good or evil?
God said don't even go near the tree.
I understand the disobedience. We're not talking about action.
Mm-hmm.
We're talking about whether they know that they're in the presence of evil or good. Because without the knowledge of good or evil, I would argue that they didn't even know whether your God was good or evil because they lacked that knowledge. But for you to say that they got deceived by evil, how would they know that evil was present without that knowledge?
They didn't know they got deceived by a voice or
They
whatever was
did
in
not
their
know,
heart.
right? They had no idea,
Mm-hmm.
right? If Adam in the garden, if Adam was abusing Eve, would Eve know that the abuse was good or bad? Outside of knowing that she hurts, would she know to say, this is bad that Adam keeps hitting me?
After being aware or
No,
before,
no, before.
it
Without
wouldn't
the
be. It
knowledge,
wouldn't be
without
that.
the not you're you saying it wouldn't be that is
They were living
you are
souls
basic
at the
hold on,
moment.
wait, stop. You saying it wouldn't be that. I want you to think about the fact that you are saying that your God put that tree in the garden to test their free will, that they had free will.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
You saying that they would not have ever used their free will to harm someone, to harm each other, is you saying that they either didn't really have free will because your God was controlling their actions,
Mm-hmm.
or that they could not do anything good or evil because they lacked the knowledge of good or evil. Which one is it?
They didn't have the knowledge of it. That's the thing.
They didn't
Before
have the knowledge of good and evil. Therefore, they couldn't do good or evil, or they didn't really have free will because your God controlled their actions. Which one is it?
Do you know what they were doing before they ate it?
Can you answer the question?
I'm the,
Did they have free will before they ate from that tree?
yes, God said you could
Okay.
eat from
All
any
right. So they
garden,
hold on. Hey.
any
Did
tree,
their
but
did their
this one.
free will did their free will only go as far as eating? Did their free will only allow them the ability to eat?
They were eating, they were
Did their
planting.
free will did their free will only allow them the ability to eat, or did their free will include Adam hitting Eve? Could Adam pick up his hand and slap Eve in the face with that same free will? Yes or no?
No,
Why not? Why would the free will not allow Adam to hit Eve?
because he had no knowledge of it.
Had no knowledge of what?
Hitting her. He
How
created
do
them
you
for a
ho-
purpose to
hold
plant
on, wait,
and to live in the garden.
wait. So Adam's hand, Adam had no ability to get angry.
Nope,
So his free will did not include him being angry.
it couldn't, because
Why not?
he was literally. If you go back, God said, "Oh, he saw that the soil wasn't. He
No, no,
saw
no.
that
I'm
this.
not talking about why he was created. I'm talking about whether the free will included the ability to get angry. You're saying that Adam's free will did not include him getting the ability to get angry, but Adam's free will included the ability for him to disobey. Is that correct?
Yeah, he couldn't hit her. It was like he didn't have the knowledge
Hold
to
on.
do it.
He did, but he had the
I'm
knowledge to
confused.
disobey. How did
He
he
only disobeyed
disobey?
because of Eve. Because of Eve told him, "Oh, I just
But he
ate
did
this.
it.
Eat this fruit."
But he did it. He disobeyed before he ate the fruit.
He didn't disobey before he ate the fruit.
He did because
He
eating the
was deceived
fruit
by his
was the
wife.
disobedience. He still
Exactly.
disobeyed, right?
Hmm.
In order for him to eat the fruit, he had to disobey. So his free will
Hmm.
included the ability to disobey, but his free will did not include the ability to get angry. Am I understanding you correctly?
Right. Because eating the fruit gave him the knowledge of the consciousness of a
But
human
he
being.
disobeyed first.
Uh, hold on.
By eating the fruit
Hold
to
on.
have the
Hold
knowledge
on.
to
Hold
do
on.
those
Listen.
things.
Listen. The disobedience was the sin, correct?
Yes.
And in order for him to sin, he had to
Hmm.
disobey.
Exactly.
Do you disobey after you sin or before you sin?
You disobey after sinning.
After sinning? Then what was the
As
sin?
soon as you sin, you disobey by eating the fruit.
So you have to have the ability to sin. In order to sin, you have to have the ability to sin, correct?
Yes.
Is and disobedience is sin.
Exactly.
Is that good or bad?
Disobedience. You said it's disobedience sin. Yes, that's bad.
That's bad. But Adam and Eve didn't know that sinning or disobeying was good or bad because they lacked the knowledge. Similar to how you're saying Adam could not get angry because he lacked the knowledge of anger, of what anger was. So there was no way, if based on your logic, there is no way that Adam could have sinned because he had no idea whether sin was good or bad. He could not have disobeyed because he has no knowledge of whether disobedience was good or bad based on your logic.
Hmm.
Similar to how he could not have gotten angry and hit Eve because he lacked the knowledge of what anger was. That's based on your logic. Now, based on my logic, lacking the knowledge of good and evil does not stop you from doing good or evil. So Adam and Eve most definitely could have sinned or disobeyed the God's command, but not known whether it was good or bad to do. Adam could have knocked the shit out of Eve, getting angry because Eve took the last apple from the tree, and he could have knocked her head off, but not knowing that beating Eve was good or bad because he lacked the knowledge. That doesn't mean his body couldn't. He didn't have emotions. It doesn't mean his body couldn't move and do things
Hmm.
unless you believe your God had his hand up their backs. And the only time they got up and ate was when your God, like a puppeteer, walked their asses to the tree to eat.
Can you read Genesis 3:3?
Uh,
Since we're like on this topic, because we're on the
no,
topic.
there's no need to. No, there's no need to. Because we're talking about logic.
Okay,
We're
if
talking about
there's
logic. If
if
their
you,
bodies, if they have free will,
hmm
if you're saying they have free will and your God is testing this free will, this
hmm
ability, are the humans going to use their free will to obey, or are they going to use their free will to disobey? You are
there you go.
literally saying that free will did not include the ability to get angry, to have emotions. That free will did not include the ability to trip somebody. You're saying that free will only included the ability to disobey your God, and that is illogical.
You didn't have the knowledge.
Again, not having the knowledge to identify whether or not you tripping somebody doesn't mean you can't trip someone.
It was only them two. So how can you do anything? I'm so confused.
How can
What?
Adam trip Eve?
What did they for the trip?
How can Adam knock Eve's tooth out?
Why would they do that if they are created in?
Again,
That is so
again,
like
again,
you're just coming
again,
up with anything right now.
again, you don't know if Adam was getting on Eve's nerves. You
How,
don't know if Adam got frustrated with Eve and hit her, or
was,
Eve hit Adam.
was
You
I there?
don't know that. Like the fact of you saying it was only them two makes no fucking sense to me, because it takes two people for one person to hit another.
Yeah, I think that this goes back to what we have been saying all morning. Y'all are conflating the ability to do with the knowledge of whether or not what you've done is good or bad. Adam and Eve already had the power to choose. They had the power to act, which is clear in the fact that Eve took a piece of fruit from the tree and ate it. What they lacked was the moral awareness to categorize those actions as either good or evil. The fruit did not give them the ability to sin. And that's what I think believers think. They think that when they ate this fruit, then now they can do evil. No, they already had the ability to make choices. They had the ability to move. Eating that fruit didn't give them a new arm or a new leg. It gave them the knowledge that what they were doing could be considered either good or evil. And they could look at those actions and make that determination. I don't think this is rocket science.
This is why I say, like, to them, Adam and Eve are like paper dolls.
Yep.
And then someone in the comments said he didn't hit her, babes. Times were different. Are you fucking kidding me?
Wow.
We're talking about the times where women were sold as concubines, as little girls. And then even with that, we're talking about humans with emotions unregulated at all. And you think that these people, because your God created them, somehow lack the emotion of anger, lack the emotion of sadness, of confusion. What the fuck is wrong with y'all? You talk about this book, this story, that you basically take on the debt of the actions that they did, and tell yourself and everybody around you that y'all are wicked and wretched because of the actions of these people, but you also carry in your mind that these people are holy, that these people are perfect, that they could do no wrong, while saying they are responsible for the fucking wrong in the world. It's illogical as fuck. Do y'all realize that y'all in your head, Adam is still perfect? Do y'all realize that?
Who said Adam was perfect?
Could Adam beat the shit out of Eve?
Yeah, I know knowledge of it. I'm gonna keep saying that.
You're going to keep being wrong.
So if a child who, if my grandson, actually I got a video of my grandson hitting his little sister. Does he know it's wrong to hit his little sister? He's 1. He'll be 2 next week. She'll be 1 this week. So the 2-year-old and the 1-year-old are fighting. They're fighting over a car in this video. She hits him, he hits her. Do you think they doing it because they know it's wrong to fight over this fucking car? You understand now? Not knowing whether it's good or bad to do doesn't stop you from being able to do it.
So why does it say now the man and his wife were both naked, but they felt no shame?
What the fuck? We're not talking about whether they put on clothes or whether they felt shame about being stupid
How
as
did
fuck.
they feel no shame? So if they
They
felt no
felt no
shame,
shame the same way y'all feel no shame about not knowing that your body can still do evil shit, regardless if you think or know it's evil.
no, that is
Y'all have no shame about that. That's
that
what
just
the
goes.
fuck that means. They were naked mentally. They had no knowledge and they had no shame. That's what the
Mm.
fuck that means. Just like today, right now, y'all have no shame in the fact that you think not knowing how to define or categorize an action means you can't do it.
I think the fact that
And the fact that y'all have not even realized that you still think Adam's ass is perfect, while also saying that Adam is responsible for the fall of man.
I never said that.
I also think that the fact that they felt shame kind of proves our point, because shame is an emotional response to knowledge, not new capacities for behavior. Like when you become morally aware of a situation, oh my goodness, I should feel a certain way, or you feel guilt or shame. Like those are emotional responses to now I have new information, not now I have new abilities to act. That doesn't make any sense.
Drea, yeah,
Exactly. They
they
were naked
blame
already.
Eve. They blame Eve, but they say Adam is responsible because Adam is the man. They do blame Eve, but they say Adam is responsible because Adam is the man. Nothing happened until Adam ate, but it's Eve's fault.
And see, they were naked before they knew they were naked. So that
But
answers
why
your
did they
question.
feel no shame? That's my question.
Because they had no
The same way
knowledge
you don't.
of what
The
Okay,
same way
they
so
that you
didn't
that
don't
have
feel
the
any shame because
knowledge.
you lack knowledge right now, so
okay,
you
so
don't
that
feel
goes back
shame.
to okay, so that goes back to what you said about Adam. Why didn't he have the knowledge to just hit Eve?
I didn't say that.
He could do.
I didn't say Adam
How
didn't
could
have the
he just
knowledge.
do that
I
if
did
they
not say
felt
he didn't
no
have the
shame?
knowledge. Again, the same way a person who enslaved Africans here in America had no shame because your God told them they could do it. And so, as long as the preachers were preaching that it is God's will for West Africans to be owned as property, there was no shame.
It's the same way. Like when my son was little, I was having some friends over at the house and he had spilled something. And so I had to give him a quick bath and I was getting him dressed and he ran out of the bathroom butt ass naked. No shame whatsoever into a room full of strangers he's never known because he did not have the awareness to know at that age that humans don't walk around naked in our society. You can have the ability to do a thing, but not have the knowledge to let you know that what you're doing is not acceptable socially or morally. Those two things are completely separate. And for some reason, y'all want to combine them.
It's tripping me out that you literally think that not knowing whether your actions are good or bad means you can't do a thing. Like what do you think your body does? What do you think they were doing in the garden? Just eating all day?
Do you know what they was created for? Do you know what Adam was created for?
That's not
Y'all
even
were
the
created to be
question, dude.
slaves. What do you think
Slaves.
they were doing?
This is like the
Yes.
fifth time he's tried to use that.
Exactly.
What do you think they were doing? Like, could they not move their body unless your God commanded it?
He was in the garden to tend and watch over it.
He was there to
Slave.
till it, to
To
cultivate it,
to
to
tend
be
and
a
watch over it.
laborer.
And God told him
No,
not.
no. He was created to till the ground. He was an aved. He was a laborer.
He was a laborer, right? Why do you believe that? If you
That's
just
what
don't
it
believe
says in Hebrew.
you
That's
believe that
what
though.
it says.
You believe in it though.
Okay, cool. I believe in it. He was a laborer. That doesn't change shit.
You
He was a
believe in it though. So
laborer.
you
What
believe in the
is it that,
scripture in the
okay,
Bible.
yeah, cool. Yeah, you can say I believe in it. He was a laborer. He was created to till the ground. What is it that you think he did all day?
And this is another example, thinker, of the fact like you don't know what an internal critique is. So you feel absolutely no shame over asking thinker the question that you just asked her.
Oh,
Just
he's
be
just he feels no shame in pivoting. He's
It's
using
because
that
I'm
as
not
a
lost.
deflection.
I'm not lost. That's why I don't have to keep going back and
There we
forth.
go. He's stuck and he's fighting logic, and so the only thing he can do now is try to go towards ad hominems. He's deflecting. He's pivoting because he has no way, right, to answer the questions that I'm asking. Because the reality is, if they were created even to be groundskeepers, their bodies had to fucking move. And unless you are saying your God commanded every action like fucking ventriloquist dolls, that would take away their free will. The fact that you think not knowing whether your actions are good or bad means you can't fucking do something bad is problematic as fuck.
And he proved your point by saying they were naked, but then they felt shame once they had the knowledge of being naked. I don't get why they're not smart enough to get that. So frustrating.
I mean, believing that Adam couldn't slap Eve because he thinks Adam didn't know what the word slap was is fucking crazy.
Were you there at the time?
I asked
Were
you,
you
could he?
Were you there at the time?
I asked you, yeah, motherfucker, I was there. I'm 8,000 years old. I asked you, could he? Could
What?
his body feel emotion? Could he get angry? And you said no because he
Before
didn't
he ate from that
know
tree?
what anger was.
Before he ate from that tree?
You
He could do it
you
before
are
he ate from the
fucking
tree because he
dumb
had the
and you have
ability.
your
So if he
fucking
didn't
brain
eat from
is
the tree, how
naked
would
like
life be?
Adam's ass cheeks. Your fucking brain is naked as fuck like Eve's titties in the Garden of Eden. And you have no fucking shame.
So if he didn't eat, what would happen? If
He
he
would
didn't
be
eat from
able
the
to
tree, what
do
would have happened?
bad things without, he would be able to do evil things without them knowing it was evil, without Eve knowing that the things that he was doing to her were bad. He could do things and not have shame for doing them because he would not have the knowledge that these things that he was doing were bad. They could do things and not have joy in doing them because they did not have the knowledge that those things were good. So it's the knowledge,
Huh?
not the act.
So if he didn't eat from the tree of not good and evil,
He wouldn't know anything, whether or not it was good or bad. If he didn't eat from the fruit, he wouldn't know it was good or bad. He would do it without knowing. They were naked without knowing that being naked wasn't acceptable, that being naked was something they should be ashamed of, according to the book. So they were already doing a thing without knowing what that thing was.
So they was already living evil before they ate from the knowledge of good and evil. That's what you said. Just answer the question. So they was already doing evil before they ate from the tree. So if they didn't eat from the tree, they would have still been evil the whole time without even eating from the tree.
It's good and
It sounds
evil.
logical to
I'm
me.
so confused.
Very logical. Yes, you are confused. That's why
That
I
just
didn't
doesn't make
congratulate
sense
you
to
for
me.
getting it because you didn't get it.
It just doesn't make sense to me. So God said, don't eat
Because
from
you
this
lack
tree.
logic.
Don't eat from this tree, but you already doing evil. Huh? You already doing evil,
It's
but I don't
because
want you
they
to eat.
didn't know. They didn't know. My guy, my
The
guy,
tree,
my guy.
This is
the, tr-
crazy.
the tree is not
You are
called.
crazy.
It's
This is
not the
wild.
tree.
Sorry,
No, he ain't
Steve.
crazy. He dumb. This is dumb.
It's not the
This
tree of the ability to do good and evil. It's the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. This is not about having the capacity to do something. They already had the capacity to act. They already had the capacity to make a choice. They already had the capacity to be influenced. It is the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, not the ability to do good and evil. Those two are different things.
So are y'all telling me they were committing evil before they ate it?
They could have been, but all we know is that they had the ability to disobey your God.
By eating the other fruit.
Oh my
they had it before they ate the fruit, which is why they were able to eat the fruit in the first place. If they didn't have the ability to disobey God, they would not have disobeyed God. If they didn't have the
Oh,
ability to do it, the
I hear you.
disobedience was them eating the fruit. If they did not have the ability to disobey God, they would not have been able to eat the fruit.
This is like the fact that you I like it should be common sense. They had hands. Those hands can move. They had feet with legs. They walk. It's common fucking sense. They had a mouth with a voice box. They could say things. Unless you think this God was, I don't know, writing down Adam moved 2 feet today. And Adam didn't move unless the God wrote that down. Like, I don't know what you think they were doing. I don't know what you think their bodies could do. And then when y'all say they had free will and your God is testing their free will, the fact that y'all have put a limitation on the free will and the free will goes as far as just disobeying that one command. That free will did not include anything else is crazy to me.
Do you have free will now?
Please don't try
Can
to
you
move
run?
me.
Can you jump?
Don't move.
Can you
Don't
jump
move.
off a bridge? Can you stab yourself? Could
Motherfucker,
you
are you like, do
could you
you
could
are
you
dumb as fuck, because what you are doing now is arguing against your own fucking point, because you don't have free will, neither did Adam and Eve. You dumb motherfucker. And if you would take Jesus out your fucking mind, you wouldn't be arguing against yourself. You wouldn't be shooting yourself in the foot. And if you, like, this is what happens when you try to save yourself. You end up fighting yourself. You aren't smart enough to have this conversation.
I've been here for like 2 hours, so I think so.
No, we've been entertaining you for 2 hours. We've been allowing you to be here for
Entertaining
two
me.
hours. You haven't been able to carry any part of this conversation. We've been your ventriloquists this whole time.
You literally are at the point of debunking your own fucking argument. You started out saying they had free will. Now you want to argue that you don't. You don't have free will. No, you don't. And neither did these fucking cartoon characters. Free will does not exist when your God exists.
He even argued for predestination because he said it was all a part of God's plan. But he don't realize that.
So y'all said
But
we
the
don't have
fact
free
that
will.
he doesn't even realize this is what I'm talking about. The fact that he doesn't even realize that those words coming out of his mouth go against his own argument. He didn't realize that, and that's the problem. It's not what he's saying. It's not the fact that he actually has like a lack of knowledge. It's the lack of knowledge that he has. Critical thinking. He lacks the ability to critically think.
So
He
Adam and
lacks the
Eve could
ability to use logic. That's the
so Adam
issue.
so Adam
I'm
could have
fucking
got
talking
Eve
right now.
pregnant.
I'm talking right now. That's the issue. Like, for me, I don't give a damn how intelligent you are. Like, let me not say intelligent, because I don't give a damn what you know. That's not it for me. It's the fact that you won't let yourself think, and you don't care. You don't use logic. That's the issue. To the point to where you don't recognize when you are harming yourself. You don't recognize when you are advocating for shit that is harmful for you and your community, that is harmful for the world. And the fact that he sat here and argued against his own point is an example of that, and how not thinking, not using critical thought can be harmful to you. That's the issue. Not if you know the square root of pi.
Your background is windy, so I muted you while Thinker's talking so we can hear her.
So Adam could have got Eve pregnant before the knowledge of evil and good. They could have
Means
had
Did he
being
ha-
pregnant
did he
is
have a
evil?
dick? Did he have a dick?
could they have kids before
Did
they
he have
knew
a dick?
knowledge?
Did Adam have a dick?
Obviously because they knew they were naked but had no shame.
All right. Did he have a nut sack?
Why didn't he get her pregnant if he knew?
Did he have a nut sack?
Why didn't he get her pregnant
Answer the question.
before the knowledge?
Answer the question. Did Adam have a nut sack?
I think we both know that answer.
No, we don't both know. I don't know what the fuck you know.
Didn't it say they both were naked? What does
Naked
naked
with
mean?
a nut sack, naked without a nut sack? Which one?
What does naked mean?
It means he didn't have on clothes. Did he have a nut
Oh,
sack?
so when you don't have, so if you don't, what does that mean, man?
No, I don't know what the fuck you
You're
think
an
it means.
idiot.
I don't know what you think it means, because you
Why didn't he
that
get
you
Eve
literally think
pregnant?
that they
Nigga, you
couldn't do shit because they lacked
Why didn't
knowledge.
he get her pregnant
You
then
you
before that?
you don't know if he did. Your God said, "I will increase your pains in childbirth." That means that there were already pains in childbirth. But I was trying to get there with you on that shit. But you lack critical thinking skills. And you have no shame. Just because the text doesn't say they hadn't fucked doesn't mean they've never fucked.
And the text don't even say that Adam got her pregnant. It said with the help of the Lord, she got a man.
It
I'm
says
just saying
Cain. It
before the
says Adam knew
knowledge.
her. It says Adam knew his
Yeah,
wife.
I know it said Adam knew her, but it ain't say he the one that got her
Cause I
pregnant.
fucking can, Lily
That's what I'm saying.
shit.
Like, why are you?
If you don't like it, fucking scroll. The fuck? I mean Lily salt. My bad. But no, not my bad. Fucking
Excuse me. Yeah, that was just my question. Like, how did they know knowledge? Like, why didn't they just, all right, let's have sex if they didn't have know the knowledge to
you
do it?
You
don't
don't
know
know
if they had
knowledge.
sex. You don't know if they had sex prior to that.
Obviously, I don't, but it says that they did it. They didn't have the knowledge to do it.
It did
After
not say, wait, show me the scripture that says they didn't have sex.
the knowledge of good and evil, they didn't have the knowledge to do it.
Who so
They
sex
were naked
is
and
sex
had
is
no
bad?
shame.
So
If you had,
sex
what
is
does
bad?
shame mean? What does
Is
shame mean?
sex bad? Is sex bad?
No,
Then why the fuck are you saying that they didn't have sex?
because they did it. It didn't say that.
It doesn't say they didn't.
Only after they knew the knowledge
It
of good
doesn't
and
say. Where does
evil.
it say that?
You can't
Where
know
does it
knowledge.
say that?
Cannot know knowledge.
They literally lived a human life after they ate from the good and evil. He said, I'm
So they
not
were
going to
not
kill.
human before?
They were in the presence of God
Were they
in his
human?
garden that he created for them.
Were they human before?
Yeah, spiritually human. Spiritual
What the
humans.
fuck is a spiritual human?
God is spirit. Like,
What
what?
the fuck? I ain't ask about your God. Is Adam your God?
What? Yeah.
Is
No.
what the
He's not
fuck is
my
a spiritual human?
I'm sorry that you can't understand that. Spiritual human is God's
Oh, you
spirit
just
enters the human body and
So
makes him
is your
spiritual.
God spirit in your body?
Yes, it is.
Okay, are you a spiritual human or are you a fucking human? I'm confused.
I'm trying to grow into that nature, break off the flesh to
So
grow
you
into
are
the
a
spiritual realm.
human. So what changed in their nature after they ate from the tree that they were no your God spirit was no longer in their body?
Because they knew that they were naked.
So
When you're a
hey,
holy presence,
was
when
your
you're in a
God
holy
spirit?
presence,
What did they have flesh
yes, they have
prior?
flesh, but they're in a holy presence, so they don't
Hold
know
on,
anything because you're in the power of God.
hey. So being a spiritual human means you're fucking dumb.
yes.
Being a spiritual human means you're dumb. Bro, you are already a spiritual human. You ain't working towards that shit. You have arrived. You are
It's a
going
free
to
gift
heaven.
to eternal life.
If you are saying that being a spiritual human means you don't know shit, you are already there. You are already there. You are going to heaven. Your name is written in the book of life.
He's just saying stuff. He's just saying stuff because how just because they were in the presence of God, how would they not be naked just because they were in the presence of God? They were naked the entire time. God knew they were naked.
I'm a spiritual human. Like, this is what I'm talking about. Like, he don't even realize that he said to be with God is to be dumb.
What is a living
He
soul?
doesn't even realize that that's what the fuck he's arguing.
What is a living soul? That's exactly what it said they were, a living soul. So what is a living soul?
Which would imply that there's a possibility of a dead soul. If you can identify that, then maybe we can have this conversation. Like, this is beyond ridiculous because at a certain point you have to be
Souls
able
don't
to.
exist.
I'm sorry.
Shut up.
Like, at a certain point, you should want to know the definitions of the words that you're using, as opposed to just regurgitating things that don't make sense to the people that you're talking to. We can walk you through the logic of why we're saying what we're saying, and when we ask you to do the same thing, they were naked. What the fuck does that have to do with anything?
He
He
said they
knows
didn't
knowledge.
have sex because they were spiritual humans and they didn't know anything. But a spiritual human could be a groundskeeper. A, a spiritual human could pluck some fucking weeds, but he can't pluck that cootie. What?
And name all the animals in the world.
What in the old Adam had a farm, EIEIO is going on. Like, they think that's all Adam can do. Like, they think that's literally the entirety of the story, which doesn't make any fucking sense to begin with.
Shit is fucking embarrassing. They should be embarrassed, but they don't. They're not. They have no shame. And these are the mindsets that's fucking up the world. You don't let yourself think. Exactly, like Barbie and Ken. Adam and Eve is like Barbie and Ken. God is just some big ass kid playing dolls with Adam and Eve.
And I'm
Oh, I've
still
been
mad he
waiting
was
on your
saying they knew
motherfucking ass.
knowledge. They know knowledge.
Get ready for Dumb and Dumber too.
Let's go. Let's go. I'm ready.
What did you agree with the last guest that was on stage? Let's
I
start
was
there.
busy evangelizing in the comment section. I'm
I didn't
sorry.
ask you that. What did you
I
agree
didn't hear
with the
anything of
last
it.
guy
I
on
don't really
stage?
care, honestly.
So you came up here to
With
waste my motherfucking time.
No, I'm here to have a conversation. You ready to kick me out?
Evidently not. Evidently not. You are a fucking liar.
Let's go. I mean, let's talk about something. Come on. So, does the world need less or more of Jesus followers?
No. I want to know what your thoughts are on the knowledge of good and evil, and the last conversation we had. Your lying ass.
Oh, and thank you for funding the live by sending all those coins to the last guest. Thinker gets part of it.
I didn't know that, but that's okay.
I don't get part of y'all's coins.
Says it shares it with the host.
Huh? When y'all get gifted?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep, it shares it with the host.
I don't know if you see it separate
I love that.
from your thing, but it shares it with the host. The host gets part of it.
No, I didn't know that.
Don't feel bad about it. That's why I be like,
that's
please
crazy
gift
as
the
fuck.
Christians.
They take
Yeah,
it out the
hosting is your
oh,
live.
sorry,
Yeah.
you're chilling.
Yeah.
Huh?
They take it out the They take it out the cut that TikTok takes. So it's not like you get
Yeah.
like an additional taken off.
Yeah,
So it's fine.
exactly. It's like, yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
Okay.
TikTok is paying. Yeah.
That makes sense. So TikTok getting a cut. I'm not. That's TikTok's cut. That's okay. Yeah, I want to know what your thoughts are on the knowledge of good and evil in the last conversation we had.
The conversation that you had with Z, I really wasn't listening to it. I'll be honest. I'm exhausted. I've been working all night, but that's okay. I mean, look, are you
Motherfucker,
already
you've been
getting
in here.
upset,
You've been
bro?
in
Can
here
we
all
have a
night.
decent conversation without you getting bothered?
You've been in here all night. Stop fucking lying.
Yeah, I know. And I actually sleep a lot
Answer the
earlier
fucking
than this.
question.
It's
Answer the
okay.
question.
Come on, what's going on? I mean, you're asking me about the previous conversation. I wasn't listening to it. I don't give a dang about it. So let's bring it
Okay,
to
well
something
then
else.
why are
Ask
you
me
up here?
something. Let's do it.
Why are you up here? Why are you up here?
Treat me like a new guest. How about
Why
that?
no, we're not. We're not. She wants to know a certain thing. And if you can't answer that question, you should leave.
He was gifting like a mug to not be listening to what Z
He's
was
fucking
saying.
lying. He's lying like
I
a
know.
motherfucker.
No, I really wasn't. I really wasn't listening, and I'm sorry. But I mean,
Okay,
enlighten me. What were we even
you
talking
should
about?
leave. You should leave. You should leave.
Little scary little bitch. I can't stand his ass.
Mhm.
He wanted to get kicked. He think we don't know that.
Yeah, he been in here all fucking night, hopping in and
Mm-hmm.
out of the box, hopping
Yep.
in and out. In and out all fucking night.
Mm-hmm.
Rah. Can somebody take them down? They're not connecting.
Is that a Lady Gaga
Okay.
lyric?
So what?
Hmm? A what?
I don't even see nobody on stage.
Oh, they're gone now.
They left, yeah.
Dahlia, are you in the box on purpose? Indulge more. Are you in the box on purpose? If you got a problem with the way I run my live, go to another live. You'll never be able to tell me what the fuck to do in here. Strip stars and bars.
Yo,
They got muted for using caps in the comments.
yeah,
Oh,
that's
okay.
what I was calling about.
Can't come
Why?
I
up. You
know
can't
that.
come up. And we don't have to answer
Mm-hmm.
your ass on that. They told you don't type
Exactly.
in caps. Don't fucking type in caps. I don't owe you a fucking explanation for that shit. Cashmere.
Oh, I'm sorry. Give me 1 second. Somebody's talking to me. 1 second.
They got
Right,
muted
Mac.
an hour ago, so they waited.
Right, Mac. He said that's what I was calling
That's what I
about.
was calling about. Hi, customer service. I seem to cannot be able to type in the comments anymore.
I don't know why the
But
fuck they think we owe them shit. Like, motherfucker, first off, you ain't
right.
paying me a goddamn thing. Like, you are here watching this shit for fucking free. I don't owe you shit.
Abel, nobody cares, baby. Go clean your face. You've been at work all night. Go clean your face. Go take a shower and get in the bed, bitch. You dirty. You smell like it. Go wipe your face. Go do something. Go eat. Go get
Cashmere,
you
we're
some
gonna have to
coffee.
move on if you can't. If you're busy, you're gonna have to come back.
Yeah, I'm good now. Yeah. So yeah,
How
it's an
old are you?
interesting prompt you got.
How old are you?
22.
And are you a believer in the God of the
22.
Bible? Like, are you a Hebrew Israelite? I seen you on
Yes.
another panel, huh?
Yes, I am.
Okay. What do you agree with the guy Z regarding the knowledge of good and evil,
Yeah.
and the story of Adam and Eve? What do you agree with? That's what I want to know.
What's his name?
His name was Z, but the conversation that we had with him,
What is that
what
guy's
do you
name
agree
again?
with?
Yeah. So I had missed a lot of what he said. Can you elaborate on what he said?
So you didn't hear the conversation, basically.
No, I heard what other people were saying, but he was talking so quiet, and then somebody was talking to me at the
So
same
you
time.
didn't hear the conversation then.
I heard the last of it, but I don't like making assumptions.
Okay, so you did not hear the conversation. What are your thoughts on the last topic?
Oh, believers don't understand knowledge of good. Yeah, so I do believe that's true. I
I
mean,
can't hear
Christians,
you.
I guess talking about
I'm
Christians.
not talking about Christians.
So I
This is
guess talking
not
about,
about Christians. Believers. Believers don't. That includes you.
okay. I mean, I typically exclude myself from their conversation because,
You are a believer. This
I
is
believe
not
in, I
about
believe,
Christians. This is not about Christians. This is not about a
okay.
religion. That says believers don't. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I believe that knowledge is important. The more knowledge you have about good and evil, the better. So I say believers in general do know about it. That's what the conversation is about. They talk
Does
about
that
good and
say
evil the
believers
most. That's
don't
like the most
know?
popular topic.
Hey, stop. That does not say believers don't know what good and evil is. That does not say believers don't know good and evil. That says believers don't understand the knowledge of good and evil. Do you understand what that
Yes, the one
question is saying? What that statement is saying?
yes. So you have knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. Knowledge is awareness. Wisdom is the application of knowledge, and the understanding is knowledge and depth. So you're telling me
Okay.
that they don't
Do
have
believers, do you understand what that is?
in-depth knowledge?
I'm not saying they, you, that includes you. You are a believer of this God. Let me ask, why would your God not want you to have the knowledge of good and evil?
First of all, that's a misconception. He does, because we already broke the veil between good and evil. He wants us
Okay.
to have knowledge. Like,
I'm gonna ask again. Why did your God not want you to have the knowledge of good and evil?
because it allowed us to do evil. If we know about it, we can do it. Like, why
All
would he
right.
want
So
to?
you could not do evil because you didn't have the knowledge of good and evil? Because you didn't have the moral awareness of it? Is that correct?
Right.
So your body
So
cannot, so hold on. So your body cannot move in specific ways because you lack the knowledge to identify whether those ways are good or bad. Is that correct?
no, that makes no sense at all.
Do you
What is
understand?
moving?
Do you
What?
understand? Do you understand? And this is, we're going to move really quickly. Do you understand that not knowing whether an action is good or bad does not stop your body from performing that action?
Yeah, I'm aware. So moving is not a sin. It's not evil, right? It's what you're doing.
Kashmir, your answer to why your God did not want you to have a moral conscience is because he didn't want you to do evil. That's your answer. That means that you think that your body cannot do evil things because you do not know how to identify it as evil.
Do you know what teaching is? Someone has to teach you evil in order for you to do evil. That's why Satan was there in the garden. He had to show them what evil was and tell them how to do things, or else they wouldn't have did it. Okay, so no, if they don't have the knowledge of evil, they don't know what they don't even know what, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, so it's like common sense. If you don't know what it is, how are you gonna think about it? If you don't think about it, how are you gonna do it?
Wait, they didn't have the ability
So
to
you have to
eat?
come there to the garden.
Kashmir, they didn't have the ability to eat?
What you say?
They didn't have the ability to
I
eat?
said
They didn't know how to
evil.
eat?
I didn't break.
Yeah, but in
No,
actuality, all they did
I
was eat
said,
a
yeah.
piece of
So
fruit,
this,
right? Right. You're saying they didn't know how to eat fruit
oh
before
no,
Satan told them how to eat fruit?
no, that was poetry. That was poetry, bro. It's not talking about literal fruit. If
No,
you go to
you said they
Hosea
wouldn't have been
13, it
able to
says
do
they
evil
ate the fruit of
without
life.
learning it from Satan. Kashmir, you
Is
said they
eating
wouldn't
a
be able to
fruit
do evil
like, come
without
on?
Cashmere,
learning it from
It's
Satan.
Cashmere,
poetry, my guy.
Cashmere, you
Kashmir.
can't talk while he's talking because you have so much background
Uh,
noise. We can't, sir. You have so much fucking background noise. We can hardly hear you. So you cannot talk while someone else is talking.
asking sorry.
And in either regard, that's fine. But you said that they wouldn't be able to do the evil thing without Satan telling them how to do it. Well, Satan didn't tell them how to eat food, did he? Because that's what they did. Did Satan teach them how to eat?
He didn't tell them to eat food.
I'm sorry. Did they not consume the fruit from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil?
They, bro, I just poetic, my guy. It's not literally talking about fruit.
So they didn't. So they didn't actually do the thing that God told them not to do.
Fruit. The fruit was
They metaphorically did the thing that God told them not to do. They didn't actually do the thing God told them not to do. They just kind of metaphorically did it. That's what we're going with?
If y'all are thinking about whether or not you are
the
wretched
eating the
or you
fruit
are
is
born in
metaphorical for
sin,
what they did
after
and
listening
what
to
they
these
thought.
fucking conversations and you still think that you are
That's
born in sin, you are just as dumb as they are.
I can't really hear the host, by the way. Like your connection
No,
keep
wow,
going out.
really? Really? You sound like you at McDonald's headquarters. You can't hear us?
Her connection.
Her connection? You in the
Two
basement
people
of
per
The
McDonald's
host.
source.
headquarters and
The
you talking
host.
about
Yeah.
her connection?
I had to get a hash brown though.
Out the basement?
This motherfucker at the
No, it's
cash. You
ground
work
level
at
front, man.
McDonald's?
No, I work at Joe Osco.
Are you at work right now?
No, I'm at McDonald's.
Hey, you not in the drive-through
You
for
must
what?
you
Why
must
are
be
you
at
not
an
in the
outside
drive-through?
McDonald's.
Nah, he definitely inside. Yeah. Why you not at the drive-through though?
We don't need to see that.
I'm not that ugly.
Sir, are you
You
on
weren't
a
showing your face.
walkie-talkie? Are you on a walkie-talkie?
I guess he's
A
trying to
what?
mitigate the background noise,
So,
but it just
so likewise, they could not do good either because they lack that knowledge. Correct.
I think I lost connection for a minute.
Likewise, they cannot do good because they lack that knowledge.
So when did it say they didn't have knowledge of good though? They didn't say that.
What was the name of the tree, Cashmere?
So fucking dumb.
What was the name of the tree?
It doesn't actually say, but people say it's Satan the dragon himself.
No, it actually does. It does say, like in the book, it literally calls it the knowledge of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, which means that eating
That's
from that tree would give them the ability to know whether an action was good or evil. We're talking about
oh
awareness.
my goodness. Let me read the scripture.
Oh my goodness.
We've read this so many times. You don't have to read it to us. We've read it so many
I'm
times.
talking about
It's
Genesis, my
well, that's what we're talking about. We are talking about Adam and Eve. That's the only place they show
explains
up.
what it means though.
We are
Like,
talking about Adam and Eve. That's the only place it shows up. All right?
no, it is not. No, it is not, bro.
It is. It is. It is, girl.
Oh, the scientist, she knows everything about what it says. You
Girl,
didn't read the scripture.
girl. Listen, girl.
wait, would that be a scientist?
Oh, you talking about Mariah, the
No,
scientist?
no, Dr. Dre, the doctor that makes music.
Are you fucking kidding
Would
me?
that be
The
a
motherfucker that had
scientist?
a brain
Like,
aneurysm, the one that beat his wife to a pulp, that Dr. Dre?
Hey, he had to think to do it.
Something is wrong with you niggas. I swear to God, something is wrong with y'all. Y'all need to go to therapy.
Amanika.
Y'all need to go to therapy with a jacket and some grippy socks strapped to the wall. Something is wrong with
Do
y'all.
you want me to?
No, we don't want you to read shit because you're talking on a old Sprint walkie-talkie.
Motorola.
Didn't know the word for danger, but saw it on her skin. The way he spoke of order and the world he trapped her in. He got a desire to find that life was called paradise. But what if she saw differently through her own eyes? What if he got out of the questions, told her thinking was rebellion? Twisted lies into the truth, convinced her curiosity was rude. What if she understood control is care? What if she understood love is fear? What if while walking in Eden, he prayed for Satan just to give a reason? What if Adam was abusive and Eve didn't understand the bruises? What if the garden was a cage and she the bird he tried to take? What if the serpent wasn't danger, just the first first voice that felt sane. And she started thinking, what if the egg inside me has a name? What if God's plan was Adam playing God inside my brain? What if Adam is a monster, jealous cause I'm smarter? What if wisdom was the fruit that stripped the truth from every lie? What if she didn't want to live, but wanted to die? She was raised to take excuses, trained to bend instead of break. Called it love when it was hurt, and called it God when it was fake. Every time her voice got louder, someone told her to be still. As if surviving in a nightmare was the proof of woman's will. And what if Eve was never fragile, just convinced she had to be? What if women learned the danger long before they learned it free? Be patient, be quiet, be grateful. He made you, he only wanted silence. That's why he needed someone new. Don't forget he had lived before you. What if Adam was abusive and Eve didn't understand the bruises? What if the garden was a cage and she the bird he tried to tame? What if the serpent was in danger, just the first voice that felt sane? And she started thinking, what if the egg inside me has a name? What if God's plan was Adam playing God inside my brain? What if Adam is a monster, jealous cause I'm smarter? What if wisdom was the fruit that stripped the truth from every lie? What if she didn't want to live, but wanted to die? Oh. What if Adam was abusive? What if paradise is pain? What if every rule of God was just a man trying to reign? What if Adam was a monster and the weapon was his voice? What if leaving Eden wasn't sin, but his very first choice? What if Adam was a liar? All the things he taught her kept her from the truth inside. What if Eve wasn't disobedient, she knew it was a lie? What if Eve was never falling? What if she just chose herself? What if loving him and dying, so she reached for something else? What if Eden wasn't safety, just a place you learn to hide? What if leaving wasn't weakness, but a spirit staying alive? What if every woman after carries echoes of a fight? What if Eve was never sinful, she was finally choosing right?
So if you don't mind me reading something, is that okay?
Sir, shut up. Shut the fuck up. Just shut up.
Is that okay though?
Shit, no, you can't read anything.
What's up?
Just shut up.
If you ask to read something and the response is shut the fuck up, what do you think that answer means?
I think it's goofy. That's all.
Yeah, it is
So
goofy for
you
you to ask again after being told to shut the F up.
Just childish and goofy. It's like
Yeah,
not,
we
it's not an
all
adult
we
response.
listen. We are not adults. We are fucking kids. So just shut up.
You're a kid. You just called this okay. Let's not be goofy.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? Like
Yes, we are children. We are the world, we are the children.
did you get that from the Bible?
Better than the Bible. Michael Jackson.
Mm, exactly. And Quincy Jones.
I mean, McDonald's don't take that fucking long for a hash brown.
You have
Exactly.
eaten the fruit of life.
A
Exactly.
single hash brown.
I don't have any questions for him. Do y'all? Like,
Mm-mm.
he
He
gone.
gone.
okay. God. His ass couldn't hold that McDonald's lie up much longer.
No.
Yeah, no, he's clearly at work, and I don't know, like how many times can you run into the same wall before you just like, bro, I don't know what to tell you. I don't
That
know.
shit he
Ever
said
since Z,
about
they've all been the same person.
hmm that shit he said about Dre beating his wife, like that shit. That's what the fuck I be talking about.
Hmm.
there has not been one believer that has come up here that understands the knowledge of good and evil. Every fucking believer, every one of them think that
What?
you can't do evil if you don't know what the fuck evil is.
Mm.
And they skip the good. They skip over the good.
And y'all walking around here calling yourselves wretched. And honestly, because you adopt this, you you become the wretched thing because you adopt this because you actually don't let yourself think. You let them make you wretched. Me too, Linda Way. And then I noticed like in the comments, like y'all want to be like this. You want
Hmm.
it. It ain't by accident.
I mean, I guess I understand that they trick themselves into thinking that they are like far more righteous than they are. I guess I don't know, but I guess I don't understand how they can't understand that they are just complete dumbasses. Like, how do you not understand that you can't eat? Like, you can't even comprehend the shit. Like, not getting it is one thing, but not being able to understand that you're not getting it is like, how the fuck are you there? At least know you're not getting it, right?
But they don't know they're not getting it, do
They
they? When you
don't. That's what I'm
when they
saying.
are,
Like,
yeah. Like he literally started arguing against his own fucking self.
yeah, like it's one thing to be lost and just be like, okay, hold on. I have no idea what you're talking about. But to be lost and think you on the same track, like I don't know, like to think you actually head in the direction that you think you're going. I don't know. I don't know how you are completely devoid of like self awareness or I don't know. Like I don't know. I don't get it.
And
Lost
then
as fuck and don't even realize it.
these are the people who claim to have higher conscience.
I think it's what happens when we say this all the time. I think it's what happens when you conflate understanding for acceptance. Because the things that you accept, you don't have to be able to explain. You just have to be able to regurgitate. But when you understand a thing, you can walk another person through it who doesn't understand it, but they can't do that with this mindset. And the questions that we ask that push against the points of tension where this logic is going to break down, where it just doesn't make any sense whatsoever, they they have no responses to that because they haven't thought through it critically. I mean, it's so sad and it's so unfortunate that we deal with people who think this way. Like these people are out voting. These people are out raising children with this type of mindset and this lack of curiosity. And it's that lack of curiosity that I think that keeps them stuck because they don't even contemplate the fact that they could have at the very least an incomplete understanding of something. Because anybody else, like if somebody came to us and told us, okay, this is what you think about X, Y, and Z, and they bring a factor or a variable that we're not familiar with, or even a vantage point or a perspective that we haven't considered, I think it would be the height of ignorance to ignore that without just thinking it through. But believer after believer, that's what happens. It's infuriating.
Like the fact that what I learned from this is that they see Adam damn near like he's Jesus. While believing that Adam is responsible for sin coming into the world. Adam, like you can't say anything other than that wrong. Right? Like that's the only thing Adam could have possibly done wrong. Anything else he couldn't do. Like Adam has to be perfect, but
Mm,
not perfect at the same time. Like it's weird.
yeah.
Like, do you see
Schrodinger's
how many
Adam.
of them? Huh?
I
What you
said
say?
it's Schrodinger's Adam. He exists in a state of like sinning and not sinning at the same time.
Schrodinger's
Yeah.
Adam is wild. But you're
You
right.
see how many of them scrolled away when the song said, "What if Adam was abusive?"
Yep.
hmm
It's like saying, "What if Jesus was abusive?" Like, he's the same to them.
Like, I mean, I say this all the time. I think I've said it here before. How think about how minds are fed in our society. Like the nuanced details are usually skirted over. Like in TV, like they create these scenarios that just are not fucking realistic. And then even the reality TV is not realistic. So those gaps in functionality, like how does this work, how could this happen, your brain is primed for that. Like it's almost like it's inundated with that, specifically in the West. Even in the way that we entertain ourselves, it doesn't create a scenario where your mind is encouraged to push against the limitations or boundaries that the society creates. And I think you're right. Like there's so many gaps in this story, this creation story that's supposed to be the origin story for every human being on earth, but they aren't socialized in a way that encourages them to ask the critical questions about this story to see whether it stands up to logic, because it doesn't matter to them. I think the acceptance of it and their ultimate fate are the only things that they're concerned with, and being right, apparently, as opposed to actually getting it right.
It's sad. Like, the more I have these conversations, and the more I realize it's sad. Look, so Adam was abusive now. Oh, nope. He was Jesus. Adam was perfect. That shit is crazy. Y'all, like, literally, y'all work that y'all don't realize it. But I've always known that your belief system is a belief system of dicks. Like, it worships the dick. It worships the penis. But y'all really worship the male. The the man is your god. Like, that's your idol. It scares the shit out of y'all for me to say that. What if Adam was abusive? What if the reason Eve entertained the conversation with the serpent was because she wanted to get the fuck away from Adam? That scares the shit out of y'all.
I
Because
think
y'all need to believe that he created a perfect scenario, a perfect man. That's but y'all don't believe he created a perfect woman because Eve was deceived. Y'all need to believe he created a perfect man. That's fucking wild to me. Even the women. That is wild as hell.
Eve was deceived and they had to leave. She folded.
The, the God, like, and then when you think about it, like, this is very Roman, Greek centered. Like, when we know how Rome felt about the penis, this is that, like, all of this it's a religion built on praising the dead, prioritizing it, making sure it gets satisfied, worshiping it. You like it. They even put that, like, they swear on the dick. They make business deals on the dick.
And it's crazy to me how now the man is supposed to be the head of the household and he's the one who's ultimately responsible, but apparently that didn't start in the garden, because they've got to place blame at the feet of Eve every single time. It's the woman who did it. I think you're right. I think they worship their deity in male authoritarianism. It's the fact that a man is in charge and everybody under that charge is only supposed to do what he says, no questions asked.
Because he's the closest thing. Like, even though this story says Eve is the closest thing to the God by her being labeled as the Azer, the way Christianity sells it is that the man is the closest thing to the God. He's pressure. The man is to God as pressure is to Oso.
Wow.
Tell me I'm lying.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me I'm lying.
Yeah, I can't say that you are. Never say that you are actually.
That's crazy. Also,
Hmm?
you Yahweh's best friend
When?
right now, just because you are Ozo. You Yahweh's best friend.
Oh, I wouldn't say I am. I don't think I ever would say I am.
You just said it.
Hmm?
That's crazy. That's crazy. Oh my gosh.
And it run like the mindset runs so deep. Like, somebody put in the comments, one of with the Yah names, it's this is the order. Man, God, man, woman, child. Like, fuck your order. The reality is if you want to be in a position of authority, then show responsibility. If you want to be the person who gets to call the shots, then pay attention and don't put people in situations where they are bound to fail, especially when you know the future and you know exactly what they're going to do. You expect people to hear this shit. It makes no logical sense. It doesn't work for people. It's abused across this entire globe, and we're supposed to look at it as some divine order. I think the fuck not.
But if this is the order, like it's what the it still got fucked up.
Yeah.
Like where the fuck were y'all? Like if you're so powerful, where were you when Eve was having the conversation with the serpent? Up, standing right next to her.
Yep.
And then you just did what Eve told you to do. So
Maybe
and
Adam
then
was on autopilot.
right. And then you blamed Eve. And you blamed your God. That y'all still blaming motherfuckers.
I mean,
Still not taking accountability.
at all. There's a version of the story, like I don't remember who it was up here. It was like Adam wasn't with her. She had to go to where he was to give her the fruit. That book doesn't say that. It simply says she handed him some fruit. They create this entire narrative to absolve Adam of any responsibility because that is what they worship.
And the crazy thing is this whole idea that men have dominion is why the images that are on my page that are in the Christ Bell's comments, the purple movement. This is why movements like that exist. Because so many of y'all feel like you have to beat a woman because you don't actually feel what you've been sold about you being the head or you being the most intelligent. You come across a woman who has intellect and it makes you feel insecure and you you hit her, you beat her. And then y'all talk about order. This is why I say he constantly talking about the order, but you've built a cage for her. And you're playing God in the head of the woman, in
And
her brain.
yeah, and doing so by ignoring the text in the Bible that contradict that, because Psalm says that the earth is the Lord's and everything in it. So you gravitate towards the things in this book that gives you a semblance of power or domination, but you ignore the ones that don't. Like people that are the like what is that saying from Game of Thrones, that a king never has to tell a person that they're a king. It's the same way I believe that a person who's confident doesn't have to go around announcing the fact that they're confident. It's obvious. Leaders they stand out because they actually lead. You don't have to tell a person that. You have to beat a person into subjugation if you are truly a leader. But they've conflated this idea of dominance and domination, and they do so through means that serve them, not the people they're supposedly leading. It's all bullshit, and it's all an ego trip. And if you think for 1 second women, especially nowadays, are going to be willing to sign up for that, you got another thought coming. But unfortunately, you will have a lot of women who are still indoctrinated into this backwards ass belief system, convince themselves that they're supposed to be under the foot of a man.
Oh hell yeah. Leading like and allowing themselves to go through bullshit. I remember one lady on YouTube was like, we have to, as women, we have to know when to downplay our intelligence. For fucking what?
Exactly. I told you, my dad told me the same thing. He would tell me that consistently. Like, you got to ask him questions. Why the fuck am I going to ask him questions if I know how to find the answer, if I already know the answer? Why am I doing this performative submission bullshit? I'm not doing that. Like, if you are incapable of engaging with a human, if you can't feel tall without somebody else on their knees, then maybe you need to measure yourself again. Because I'm not about to shrink in order to make you feel better. And if you need me to do that, that's a you issue, not a me issue.
I remember being told that whenever I talk like this, that was me trying to belittle. Because if he was coming at me with aggression and I responded this way, then I was trying to call him stupid and I was trying to belittle him. And honestly, all I was trying to do was keep the fight, keep the fight away, like not make it bigger. I was trying to protect myself. And so I told myself, like, if I just stay calm, that he would know that I'm not trying to be smart, that I'm not trying to be condescending. But he saw it as me trying to call him stupid. Like, it was not, no matter what I did, like anything, it was always seen as a threat to him. Even trying to help him start a business was seen as a threat.
That's insecurity. That is absolute insecurity. I mean, I think to any rational person, even if I were granted dominion over something, that implies responsibility to care for, not unchecked authority, not just blind compliance from the people that I'm over. Like, I've been in management for several decades now, and I feel like when you lead by example and you lead human-centered leading, then yeah, like you have scenarios and situations that require a person to be put in charge.
Philly, we can barely hear you. It's like wind or something. Or?
Oh, my bad. Is this better?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know why it does it. When my phone is charging, it makes my sound come through odd. But I think it should be about responsibility and collaboration as opposed to dominance and control. And I think that's just to me, it seems like a marker of a human ego needing to position themselves in a way that says something about them or wanting to portray a specific mindset to the people that they're supposedly in control over and domination of. There's nothing about that's divine. I think it pushes against what we know naturally as humans to identify cohesiveness in society. You don't have people running to societies where there's a leader that's completely just dogmatic and cruel, but that seems to be the mindset that pops into the minds of men specifically when it comes to what they consider their position that's designated by this God. It's all about them worshiping what they perceive their power to be and expecting women to comply.
Yep, because like it doesn't. Most people will be like, "Oh, it's because they don't have, or they're jealous because you have more." Even when he had more, he was still like that. And then I dated a guy who had way more than my ass after that, and he never hit me, but he was verbally abusive and emotionally abusive. But I think it's when I got promoted at my job, he was not happy. He said I was gonna think I was better than him, and I'm like, motherfucker, you worth $36 million. How the fuck am I gonna think I'm better than you? I'm up here trying to level up because I'm already feeling some type of way because of who you are in the community. I'm gonna think I'm better than you because I get promoted at fucking AT&T. I don't like it. Doesn't matter any with. I think it's the insecure mindset or the belief that they're supposed to be. We're like not even what they're supposed to be. It's what we're supposed to be. We're supposed to be.
Almost as if it's irrational.
Yeah. The we're supposed to be the helpmate, like the pleasure, the like if we're not married to them and we're dating them, we're the pleasure, right? Whatever they need, the the sex. Sometimes that includes cooking for them, spending time with them, rubbing their head. But if we're married to them, it's the nurturing them, having their babies, cleaning their house, washing their clothes, cooking their food, rubbing their head, rubbing their backs, like all of that. Yep, thankless workers as the wife. And I remember never
I'll just say this for the record: I give out bi-weekly thank yous.
yeah, there is a lot of wealthy men. There are a lot of wealthy men who are insecure and constantly telling them, like, they constantly need validation. Believe it or not, they need to be told how proud you are, how much you want to learn from them. You need to ask them questions all the time. They need you to let them teach you. Wealthy men are insecure. Believe it or not, and
Yeah,
they need
because
attaboys all the time.
it's the it's the insecurity most of the time that drives them to become wealthy. That I'm going to show you, right? And then when they get all of that, they realize that they still feel inadequate.
Yep. That's why they never really are satisfied. They're never really satisfied with one woman. They're never satisfied, you know, with a certain amount of dollars, with a certain amount of business contracts, with a certain amount of cars. Oh gosh, jewelry, shoes. Like they're never satisfied. They even want you to spend money on them.
How much money?
Just anything. Like they don't even.
Mm.
Yeah, like they expect you to spend money on them.
exactly, pick man. Because if I'm a billionaire, right? What what could a trillion do for me that I can't already do if I'm a billionaire? If I'm worth like $73 billion, what is it that I can't do that getting a trillion will allow me to do?
Be considered a trillionaire? Duh. I thought you were a mathematician, Lords.
Yeah,
Get her out of here.
no, other than that, like, okay, I'm a trillionaire. The majority of that is not cash anyway, right? The majority of that is shit
Hmm.
that if the right person said the wrong thing, it won't be worth anything, right? So, like, okay, now I'm a trillionaire. Great. What could I do today that I couldn't do yesterday?
This is why I said I don't think money can buy happiness because they ain't never really happy with what they have.
Show can buy a good time, though.
Yep, it can buy a good time. Mm. I will never ever get over the spiritual human though.
Oh,
I
speaking of which, I'm selling my body for spiritual, physical human times.
they couldn't have sex because they were spiritual humans with flesh. They still had flesh, but they could till the ground. They could work the garden, but they couldn't fuck. That is crazy.
He said, did he have a ball sack? Was he naked? Can women be naked? Do they have ball sacks? Like,
Like they don't think. He's like, you know, no, I don't know
fucking
what the fuck
idiot.
you know. I don't know what naked means for you, cause what? And then lo and behold,
Right.
I sure as hell didn't think naked meant spiritual human. I wasn't ready for that.
Mm-mm. I didn't think that being born naked meant you didn't know how. You didn't know that you had body parts. Especially because well, I won't say most, but people kind of discover these things just on accident, especially kind of here in America where they demonize learning about these body processes and stuff like that. Like, motherfuckers just kind of stumble upon shit. You ain't ever seen Blue Lagoon? Them
Right.
niggas
That
had
used
a
to be my
whole
favorite
child
movie.
before they ever realized.
Yep, that used to be my favorite movie. But you know that
It's
they
pretty decent.
didn't know that men had no idea that they were a part of that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And in order to have sex, they would babysit. They would help the mom out and they would be the one while she went out and gathered, right? They would be the ones that was carrying the babies on their hips and watching the babies while the woman went out and gathered. They had no idea that they were a part of why humans were created. And neither did the woman. She didn't know that the man was a part of it either.
Imagine if y'all found out first.
I wonder if we did find out first. Because it used to be a matriarchal society. Like this story is about stumping out the matriarchal worship, the mother goddess worship.
Mm-hmm.
So I wonder if we did find out first.
Hmm. So then,
How did men end up?
did they just tell dudes or how'd that
Mm,
work?
I don't know. I don't know how men end up finding out. But it honestly it wasn't like it was in antiquity. Like I think it was. Hold on. I actually have a research article that talked about it. I read it on live one time. I gotta find it. see when they found out. Look, it's they. So they originally believed in partible paternity, which means that they some communities held the belief that a child did not have one single father but had multiple fathers, which means they would probably having all kind of orgies and shit. Um,
Oh fuck yeah.
let me see when they found out. Uh,
You trying to go 15% on on a child?
Man, like, why is it saying that Isaac Newton was baffled by the discovery of sperm? So are we? Are we? It can't be with Isaac fucking Newton.
There's no way, right? Because they're talking about condoms in the spilling seeds in the Bible. It can't be.
It says the discovery of sperm. Sperm was first observed in 1677 by Antony van Leeuwenhoek, a Dutch scientist who used a self-made microscope to see uh, animalcules in semen. His discovery was a groundbreaking moment in biology, launching the field of sperm biology and leading to later insights into fertilization and reproduction. Van Leeuwenhoek first observed sperm, which he called animalcules. He used a simple but powerful single lens microscope that he designed himself. He observed these tiny worms in the semen of a dog and a rabbit and had previously seen similar things in his own semen. His discovery was the beginning of the scientific study of sperm cells and their role in reproduction.
You know how committed you got to be to stare at sperm and think to yourself, I need to make something to see even stronger. I need to really get up in there. I'm on to something.
Wait, ain't no way in hell it was 1677.
You got to tell yourself, I'm on to something. They were not pulling out as crazy. Nah, but seriously though, who trying to go 6.7% on a kid?
How did they
It's
think
probably
they
better
had
than a home
multiple
loan.
fathers? That's crazy. It says the understanding of male involvement in reproduction was a gradual process that evolved over time, with many ancient people not understanding the true nature of conception. This understanding was eventually solidified by a combination of scientific discoveries and societal shifts that recognized the woman's crucial role.
We trying to learn, Pressure. Shut up. Thank you.
I think a lot of ancient civilizations made like educated guesses on what was happening, but I think it was probably had to be through philosophical lenses as opposed to observation prior to the scientific method. Because I think it was Aristotle, wasn't it Aristotle who said something about the male provided the form and the woman provided the matter, but they thought it was like menstrual blood. Like they had all of these um, educated guesses. I don't know if you call them educated guesses or these assumptions about how it was happening. But I think that when we look at the books that were taken out or not taken out, but the ones that were not included in the canon, and we see how women were spoken about, and how they were revered, and the fact that those books were not included in the 66 canonized, I think that's by design. Like it was absolutely this pivot to, okay, we know women, there is no life without woman. Like we know that. And I'm reading right now When God Was a Woman. And it's not hard to see how throughout civilizations or around the world, people realize, or ancient civilizations realize, that life did not happen without women, and they were held in much higher regard than the Abrahamic book does. Like the fact that women, little babies are valued less than men, the fact that they were considered property, like all of this is by design. And I think that we're coming up on a time where as women we're like, no, fuck that, like that's just not how this natural process has to be. Like who the hell said that, and where did they come from, who granted them the authority to do that? And men are not comfortable with this pushback, and they're gonna have to figure out how the fuck to be, because I don't see it going back anytime soon.
Like I wonder, like why, like if it's talking about seed in the Bible, but they didn't know. You know what I'm saying? Like they're saying they had no idea that some semen was a part of it. So what the fuck, when it talks about seed, then it can't be talking about that in the Bible if they didn't know.
That's a good question. Like what was the original word that was used? And what was it referring to at that time?
It's Sarah, it's seed. Um, which means I forgot what the actual word means. Hold on. Mm, right here. Mm, I gotta go. I have a meeting in a minute. Mm, this word right here. Mm. It means offspring. Like it, yeah, descendants, offspring, children. But see, the fact that it says that it means semen, that had to have been a later thing if they're saying that they had no idea that semen had anything to do with reproduction.
I smell a lie.
Yeah, because how? How, Sway?
Just yeah. I'm sure. I don't know. I really don't think that it took us to the fucking what was that? 500 years ago.
You say you don't think it did?
I don't think it took us all the way up until 500 years ago to figure out what the fuck was going on in that respect.
The sperm meets egg understanding wasn't until like what, the 17th, 18th century, something like that.
16 something, yeah. Or I guess maybe not even that, because that was the guy observed sperm in 16 something, right? Not necessarily
Mm-hmm.
the process.
Yeah,
So, mm,
that's crazy. But yeah, I gotta go. I gotta get ready for this meeting. Um, I appreciate y'all. It was a hell of a night. Also, we was getting ready to shut down.
we sure were. And you know what happened?
Yeah, talking about your live tomorrow.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Also, it's going live tomorrow, y'all, and uh, it's the tens and men's and tens live tomorrow. Um, yeah, so the topic is uh deconstructing the patriarchy or deconstructing misogyny. Which one?
Both actually.
Both. You should talk about the garden. I think that'll bring up more religious men, and because that's where they get really misogynist. Um, you know,
Mm-hmm.
you, like do the Adam was a punk in the garden or something, or Eve, Eve was
Yo, okay.
yeah, something like that.
Yo, hold on, bro. I hate that you have this doggone meat there.
Why? What was you gonna say?
Because we could really just get crazy with ideas, but you gotta
No,
do you.
go ahead, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
Rage bait the fuck out of them.
Yeah, cause they gonna come in there. They because tomorrow's live has to be because there's gonna be women that are misogynistic as fuck too, though. Like the ones that
That's
have like the
true.
internalized misogyny.
That's true. Joshua, I got two fully fresh 9-volt batteries in waiting.
Tomorrow's gonna be fun. But and the crazy thing, we can't be on the panel because you have a panel full of men, and then you have to have space for. So I hate that we're not gonna be able to be on the panel tomorrow, Fee.
One of you
Yeah.
can. Sonica Lou has a soccer game at the start time, so whenever that gets wrapped up, I guess he'll join us. Um, and if he's not going to be on panel immediately, that leaves like 4 spots.
Okay, you said at least four spots. Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
And y'all don't forget to come hang out with me. I'll be on Truth Wanted tonight.
Oh, that's right. Oh my gosh, I'm glad you
Thank
said
you for reminding
something.
us.
Today's the 17th, right? This is
14.
14th. Oh,
Yeah.
um,
14.
okay. Damn, I'm glad you said something. So let's make sure we show up and support Feed tonight. Um, on Truth Wanted. I'm
Yes.
excited for you.
I'm excited. It's 7 p.m. Eastern. I think it's 7 to 8:30 or something like that.
Nice. Should Tariq call in or?
Oh my
No,
goodness. I was wondering if Tariq or what is his name? Dr. Buckfire.
not our first time on there.
Oh, that's your. Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah, that's
honestly,
our first time.
wave a flag or something if you feel like it's not enough like Christians on there, because you know how they, you know what
Oh
I'm saying.
yeah, yeah.
You know, if you want one, just throw it. You know what I'm saying. Throw it up there, motherfucker. I do
We know you will also. That we do.
it. That's a no.
Yeah, it's gonna be a good one. Um, the song is on Spotify already. It's called "The Ache Had a Name." Um, that's the Eve song. I also uploaded Boundaries, and was one more that I released. I did three yesterday, I think. Boundaries, The Ache Had a Name. Mm, hold on, I think I did three. I haven't done Japanese and He's Mine and all that because that's going on a different one. But what did I release yesterday? Um, Truth Wanted. Fee is gonna be on Truth Wanted tonight. Uh, I only did two. I only what? I thought I could have sworn I did three. Yeah, I just did Boundaries. Um, and The Ache Had a Name. And then the choir version of Community, that's what it is. The choir version of Community is on Apple Music. It's on Spotify, but it was approved on Apple Music yesterday. So
Nice.
yeah, that one is available. Um, yeah. All right, y'all. Let me get up out of here so I can get ready for this daggone meeting. And plus, I gotta send that guy Benny the stuff so he can. I'm ready for that. Can't wait to see that video. But I'll see y'all tomorrow. I'll see y'all tonight for Fees Truth Wanted. I'll see y'all tomorrow morning on Oso's Men's and Tins. Is Zena going live? Rhea or Zena go live today? I don't know. If you
I don't know. I thought Cena was pretty much doing the established route, but it is 11:45. I thought she was in the comments. Maybe she's not.
You said
Zena
later today.
said, okay. Zena said later today. Zena said later today for her. Also, if you're not following the Empress, she has some really good deconstruction lives. Minnie Kwan, Board Agnostic, Birdie is Awake, Petty Idol. Yeah. Oh, Empress is live right now. Empress is live right now. Go raid Empress. Empress raid. Yeah. Go raid Empress. All right. I will see y'all later. I love y'all so much. Thank y'all for the likes, the shares, and the comments. And I hope y'all have a good rest of the day.
Love y'all.
Bye. Love y'all.
Love you, bro.
Bye. Bye to the YouTube fam. I appreciate y'all so much. Make sure y'all share the stream over there and smash the like button before y'all leave. Bye.